Chapter 1. Rebirth. In the primordial chaos, at the dawn of creation, there lies an island in the eastern sea, suffused with celestial aura, known as the Begone Palace. Upon a throne, imbued with the essence of ancient treasures, the Master of Heaven opened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. Have I truly traversed realms? Am I indeed the Master of Heaven from the three teachings of the primordial era? What is most crucial is that this moment coincides with the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods. Well-versed in the myths of Huaxia, he is acutely aware of the dire fate that befell the Jie sect during this divine ordeal. The innocent and virtuous Jie sect was ruthlessly ensnared by the treachery of Laozi and Yuan Shi, leading to the shattering of the sword array of the extermination of immortals and leaving the Master of Heaven gravely wounded. The once mighty disciples of the Jie sect suffered devastating losses, countless perished, their fates extinguished. The investiture of the gods was predominantly comprised of Jie sect disciples, and the two Western Buddhas converted many of them. Yuan Shi and Laozi, devoid of any sentiments from the past, concealed the heavenly secrets with grand machinations, calculating the downfall of the Jie sect and a Master of Heaven with meticulous foresight. The Master of Heaven, still ensnared in the bonds of brotherly affection, was on the brink of losing his sanctified status. Ultimately, the Jie sect crumbled, and the Master of Heaven became estranged from the opportunities of the primordial world. Now endowed with modern memories, the Master of Heaven harbors a profound loathing for the schemes of Laozi and Yuan Shi. Thus, during the final battle of calamity, the Master of Heaven, in a fit of desperation, obliterated the primordial world. After all, having faced betrayal from trusted kin and the treachery of disciples he once nurtured, the sect he painstakingly built was nearly consigned to the investiture of the gods. Millennia of lineage destroyed in an instant. He was even on the verge of losing his status as a sage. Now that he has become the Master of Heaven, he must not repeat the same mistakes. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the other saints humph. The machinations of the primordial world have only just begun. As memories began to resurface, the Master of Heaven's countenance hardened, his eyes glimmering with purple divine light. Not long ago, the Zhixiao Palace had determined the investiture of the gods, heralding the onset of calamity. The saints, unwilling to see their disciples ensnared in this disaster, were acutely aware of the mortal peril that loomed over them. In a moment, the saints directed their ire toward the Jie sect, the strongest among them. At that moment, the Master of Heaven's face flushed with indignation, leading to a fervent dispute. More infuriatingly, Laozi and Yuan Shi feigned silence, leaving the Master of Heaven powerless against the collective will of the saints. Thus, the saints issued a resolute decree. The investiture of the gods must include members of the Jie sect. Yuan Shi, Laozi, the Master of Heaven's gaze turned frigid, memories flashing before him, and his anger surged to a boiling point, yearning to engage those duplicitous figures in a battle of 300 rounds. Suddenly, the heavens shook, and 4 beams of golden light shot forth. Brother Tong Tian, what are your thoughts regarding the investiture of the gods? As the divine light dissipated, a mist of purple aura enveloped the surroundings. There stood Yuan Shi, Laozi, and the 2 Western Buddhas, Jie Yin and Zhun Ti, grinning outside the palace. You old geezers, arriving quite swiftly. The Master of Heaven's eyes glinted coldly as he materialized outside the palace. At that moment, numerous disciples of the Jie sect had gathered outside Begone Palace, their expressions rife with confusion. What has transpired? How could it possibly attract the attention of several saints to our Jie sect? Uncertain ever since our visit to Zhixiao Palace, Master has maintained a sullen demeanor. Could it be that something significant has occurred? The likes of Dao Bao and others were astonished, yet could not fathom the heavenly secrets. What? Are you all so eager? The Master of Heaven's eyes were icy, a terrifying aura swirling around him. Not at all, not at all. Zhun Ti clasped his hands with a smile. All beings suffer, and calamity is even more harrowing. We have come for the sake of all living beings. Indeed, what my friend Zhun Ti says is absolutely correct, brother. The Jie sect boasts a multitude of disciples, and thus should naturally partake in the calamity. The monumental task of the investiture of the gods should rightfully be shouldered by the Jie sect. Laozi appeared benevolent, as if it were only natural. As for Yuan Shi and the others, their gazes flickered with uncertainty, their expressions brooking no dissent. What my fellow Taoist says is entirely true. Beside them, Jie Yin also clasped his hands in agreement. During the calamity of the primordial world, should the investiture of the gods not be fulfilled, even the saints would be unable to exert control when calamity arrives. Whether it be the Chan sect, the human sect, or the Western Buddhism, they would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Being brothers should mean bearing the brunt of each other's struggles. That is the essence of brotherhood. Oh, the Master of Heaven's eyes were icy. Brother Yuan Shi, your silence seems to suggest an intentional evasion. The calamity was initiated by your Chan sect, delving into causality. It is indeed your disciples who should partake in it. Attempting to impose your schemes upon my Jie sect is utterly futile. Return whence you came. The Master of Heaven's gaze was frigid, his words unyielding. Presumptuous. Yuan Shi's eyes widened in shock, his fury surging. Is this your attitude towards your elder brother? Had it been before, the Master of Heaven would have merely endured, never daring to resist or confront the two of them. Brother, you have overstepped. Laozi too raised an eyebrow, his gaze electrifying. Overstepped? Huh. You have dared to bully me in my Bo palace. Should I merely accept your oppression with a smile? This calamity has nothing to do with my Jie sect. The Master of Heaven waved his hand, speaking each word with emphasis. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. The smiles on Jie Yin and Zhun Ti's faces vanished, while Yuan Shi's expression darkened. Brother, this is the decision of the saints. How can you recklessly decide otherwise? The disciples of the Jie sect are scattered throughout the primordial world. If the Jie sect does not partake in the investiture of the gods, then who shall? What my fellow Taoist Yuan Shi states is entirely true. Jie Yin and Zhun Ti responded in unison. Furthermore, your Jie sect is disordered. Entering the investiture of the gods would be a great opportunity. Then we can sift through the dross and refine the essence. The Jie sect remains the foremost sect of the primordial world. The investiture of the gods must include the Jie sect. Yuan Shi's voice boomed, his eyes radiating divine light. In an instant, the sky darkened, and countless terrifying lights flickered as the cyclical phenomena of heaven and earth surged forth. The powers of the Tao of the Four began to pervade, an overwhelming pressure continuously bearing down upon Bo Palace. Brother, the Jie sect must partake in the calamity. Laozi spoke slowly. Ha ha ha. The Master of Heaven laughed in rage. Is this what you call brotherhood? With a flick of his sleeve, for world-destroying celestial swords materialized in an instant. Had it been the previous Master of Heaven, he might have acquiesced in silence. But he is no longer that person. The Jie sect shall never enter the investiture of the gods. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the primordial god-level system. Upon hearing this, a smirk spread across the Master of Heaven's lips. Laozi's cheat had arrived. Chapter 2. Resisting the Four Saints. Ding! Quest initiated. Choice 1. Reject the Four Saints. The Jie sect shall not enter the investiture of the gods. Rewards. Innate Supreme Treasure. The God-Slaying Spear 1, Chaos Spirit Fruit 1 bundle of Hongming, Purple Qi 1 mixed Yuan de Luo Dao Fruit. Choice 2. Agree to the Four Saints. The Jie sect shall enter the primordial calamity. Rewards. Top tier Innate Spirit Treasure. The Nine Suns Spirit Fan 2 Chaos Spirit Fruits 1 Post-Heaven Supreme Treasure. The Hongmeng Celestial Measuring Ruler 1 Gourd of 3 Lights Divine Water. I choose to refuse the Four Saints. The Master of Heaven declared with unwavering resolve. Even without the presence of the God-level cheat system, the Master of Heaven would have unhesitatingly declined the entry into the investiture of the gods. Once the Jie sect enters the investiture, they must face the calamity of the gods, meaning their fate would be held in the hands of Hao Yin with a mere thought. The catalyst for the god-slaying calamity, aside from the long-accumulated karmic retribution, was primarily instigated by the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Had the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect not underestimated Hao Yin, repeatedly tarnishing the image of the heavenly court. Hao Yin would not have had the audacity to run to Zhixiao Palace to lodge a complaint. Thus, the discussion among the saints at Zhixiao Palace regarding the origins of the investiture of the gods came to be. Simultaneously, the system's notification rang out. You have refused congratulations on obtaining the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, 1 chaos spirit fruit, 1 bundle of Hongmeng purple chi, 1 mixed Yuan de Luo Dao fruit. This information manifested within the Master of Heaven's consciousness, the rewards securely stored within his purple palace. Innate supreme treasure, and a mixed Yuan de Luo Dao fruit. The Master of Heaven's expression remained stoic, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Ha ha ha, the heavens do not abandon me. The Master of Heaven thought with exhilaration. He never anticipated that this system would bestow such generous rewards, rewards that even the Master of Heaven in his previous life could not attain. The god-slaying spear is a superlative treasure, excelling in both offense and defense. It is a weapon that can both attack and retreat, surpassing even the extermination of a mortal sword array. In days of yore, the demon ancestor wielded the god-slaying spear and the world-destroying Black Lotus to suppress Hongjun. What thrilled the Master of Heaven most was the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal Dao fruit. In the Primordial World, sages can be categorized into 2 types. The first type is akin to the heavenly sages of Zhixiao Palace, known as the heavenly Dao sages. These sages achieve enlightenment through the assistance of Hongmeng purple chi, their primordial spirits attaching to the heavenly Dao, attaining sanctity as long as the attached heavenly Dao endures. The heavenly Dao sages shall not perish. This method of achieving sainthood, while easier, binds them to the heavenly Dao, restricting their strength, rendering them akin to parasites of the heavenly Dao. The second type is exemplified by the demonic gods who ventured into chaos, honing their own laws and bodies to perfection, breaking through to become the great Dao sages. Among them, the most formidable is the Yingmi Zin, who, relying solely on his own strength, shattered the limits and condensed the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal Dao fruit. Though the path to becoming a great Dao sage is fraught with challenges, once successful, one can completely overshadow the heavenly Dao sages. The system's reward of a mixed Yuan de Luo Dao fruit signifies that the Master of Heaven has been granted a chance to reclaim his path in the primordial world. As long as the Master of Heaven cultivates to the utmost and refines the mixed Yuan de Luo Dao fruit within his body, he can ascend to the rank of a great Dao sage in one fell swoop. By that time, not only would Tong Tian be capable of overpowering all the heavenly Dao saints, but he would also be able to advance even further, potentially breaking through the legendary realm of invincibility. Ha ha ha, the heavens have not been unkind to me. With the assistance of these resources, even if he had to re-establish his path to enlightenment, Tong Tian harbored no fears of failure. Moreover, he had the support of the chaotic spirit fruit. Tong Tian seemed to foresee the day he would surpass Hongjun was imminent. He hardly regarded the minor calamity of the Fengshen as a concern. With the aid of the Honghuang divine system, Tong Tian brimmed with confidence. And at that point, he would effortlessly deal with both the Chan sect and the Western Church. Boom! The 3 great saints Yuan Shi, Jie Yin, and Zhun Ti began to encroach upon the exhilarated Tong Tian. The vast pressure of the heavenly Dao saints loomed like ominous clouds over a city, instilling fear in the hearts of many, causing some with wavering resolve to kneel and cough up blood. Tong Tian, you have no room for choice. No matter what, you must sign the Fengshen list. Jie Yin regarded Tong Tian with a seemingly amiable expression, yet Tong Tian found this facade utterly repugnant. Get lost. When did the pawns of the Western Church dare to extend their claws upon me? Tong Tian rebuked outright. While the 3 pure ones were embroiled in internal strife, the Western Church shamelessly dared to interject, relying on their connections. Tong Tian detested their actions with a passion. Boom! Boom! Tong Tian unleashed a terrifying pressure, clashing with that of the 3 saints, resulting in a stalemate. Scoundrel! The 3 great saints appear to be engulfed in flames of fury, eager to tear Tong Tian apart at that very moment. At this instant, The dignity of the saints seemed to have been utterly lost. Brother Yuan Shi, if Tong Tian refuses to enter the function list, the lives of our disciples in the Chan sect will be in peril. Jie Yin turned his gaze toward Yuan Shi, seeking an alliance. Today, not only will I scold you, but I will also show you just how easily I can crush you. With that, Tong Tian acted decisively, the formidable power of the Zhuxian sword array threatening to rend the heavens asunder. The might of the Zhuxian sword array was unmistakably revealed, exuding an aura as if slaying saints were akin to slaughtering dogs. You dare! Jie Yin and Zhun Ti paled, astonished that Tong Tian would take action without hesitation. Boom! At this moment, within the Zhuxian sword array, an endless torrent of sword energy surged forth, intent on severing all that stood in its path, sweeping toward the two saints of the west. Stop! Laozi hastily admonished, as no one had anticipated Tong Tian would strike first. Tongtian's expression remained resolute, entirely unfazed, as he unleashed his formidable swordsmanship upon the two. The two saints of the west found themselves on the verge of collapse, their physical forms battered by the sword energy, causing them to spew blood in unison. Jie Yin and Zhun Ti's faces drained of color, their eyes filled with disbelief. Tongtian's inaugural strike as a saint was alarmingly terrifying even together. The two saints were no match for him. I said stop. Tong Tian, who gave you the audacity to act so recklessly? Do you no longer recognize your elder brother? Yuan Shi bellowed with a darkened countenance. Ha ha ha, elder brother. Since you sold me out, that term has ceased to exist. Do you truly believe the Chan sect is superior to my Jie sect, who bestowed upon you such a sense of superiority? Every disciple of your Chan sect pales in comparison to even a single bao of my Jie sect. Yet you shamelessly collude with outsiders to threaten Mahahaha. What a splendid elder brother. Tong Tian laughed maniacally. The memory of Yuan Shi's actions that left the Jie sect in tatters ignited a thunderous wrath within him. Engaging in disgraceful deeds while still attempting to maintain the guise of a saint. Enough. Clearly, a lesson is necessary for you to sign the function list. Yuan Shi's face flushed with rage, veins bulging, as he summoned the Panga banner. Chapter 3. The position of saint, better unwanted. Tong Tian, the matters of today have indeed exceeded your limits. Laozi, with a cold and indifferent expression, fixed his gaze upon Tong Tian, a subtle pressure enveloping him. If the Zhuxian sword array is all you have at your disposal, I would advise you to temper your arrogance, for dismantling it is but a simple task. Yuan Shi spoke in a chilling tone. The Zhuxian sword array possesses extraordinary power, only breakable by the four saints. Yet, the presence of the four saints here is undeniable, is it not? What if I were to add to that? Who among you can rival me? Tong Tian decisively summoned the god-slaying spear, instantly exuding an overwhelming aura, akin to a demonic roar resonating within the soul. The god-slaying spear, at that moment, the four saints turned pale, stammering in astonishment. Outside Jineo Island, the winds howled and clouds surged. The four saints were taken aback by the emergence of the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear is a treasure of primordial origin, incomparable even to the combined might of the Panga banner and the Zhuxian sword array. The god-slaying spear vanished along with the fall of Luo Ho, only to be discovered in the hands of my junior brother, who is indeed fortunate. Yuan Shi ground his teeth, bitterly remarking, no wonder Tong Tian dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he possesses a primordial treasure. Zhun Ti and Jie Yin's faces drained of color. They had already struggled against the Zhuxian sword array alone, and with the addition of the god-slaying spear, their situation appeared even more dire. Taishang furrowed his brow, his expression grim, contemplating how to respond. With both the Zhuxian sword array and the god-slaying spear, even five saints may not be able to contend with Tong Tian. Tong Tian, wielding the god-slaying spear, unleashed a cacophony of explosive sounds as the spear clashed with the sword energy in the skies, emanating an unstoppable momentum, even stirring a sense of exhilaration from the god-slaying spear. This was an excitement born from a desire to engage in a grand battle. Are you not demanding that I be taught a lesson and sign the divine seal list? Tong Tian spoke with a mocking tone, disdain evident in his voice. Come, let me test your mettle. Boom! Bang! The god-slaying spear seemed to respond to Tong Tian, the continuous explosive sounds resonating, assaulting the hearts of the four saints. What to do? Watching Tong Tian's pride swell, Yuan Shi wished he could crush his arrogance immediately. Despite his heart brimming with fury, he was too apprehensive to act. Yuan Shi turned his gaze to Taishang, urging, "Brother, will you truly stand by and watch as Tong Tian flaunts his arrogance here?" Taishang remained unyielding, his expression unchanged. It would be foolish to speak now. "Tong Tian, do you truly intend to strike against us without regard for our brotherhood?" Yuan Shi glared at Tong Tian, his face a mask of fury. "Ha. Do you consider me a brother? Come on, today we shall surely have a battle." With that, Tong Tian erupted with an overwhelming aura, akin to a tiger ready to pounce. Tongtian's confidence surged. He feared no battle. Though he might not overpower the four saints, it was sufficient. Boom! The Zhuxian sword array unleashed a flurry of sharp sword energy, severing all in its path. The god-slaying spear radiated with brilliant light. The ancient explosive sounds rippling like waves, shaking the void that a calamity of slaughter looms. How can the saints engage in battle and deplete their strength? With the calamity approaching, the matter of the divine seal must be postponed for further discussion. At that moment, a burly old Taoist slowly materialized before the three saints of Yuan Shi. Though the old man exuded no pressure, he emanated an overwhelming presence akin to the vastness of the universe. This man was Hongjun Daozu, the strongest among the saints. Daozu has arrived. The disciples on the island were all astonished. Such a significant figure had intervened in the mere matter of the divine seal list. Looking towards the tardy Daozu, Tong Tian scoffed inwardly. When the four saints pressured him, Hongjun did not appear, but now that the four saints found themselves pressured, he chose to intervene. Hongjuan's intentions were also to compel Tong Tian to sign the divine seal list. With Hongjuan's appearance, the four saints found a way to retreat. Since Daozu has stepped in, let us cease hostilities. However, after this, if you wish for me to enter the divine seal list, that shall be out of the question. Tong Tian declared firmly, subsequently recalling the Zhuxian sword array and the chaos bell. After all, he was not yet a match for Hongjun. Faced with Tong Tian's staunch demeanor, the expressions of the three saints darkened. But they could only endure days the flames of battle subsided. Hongjun spoke lightly. The calamity of fate is the will of the heavenly Tao. No saint can alter it. Within the calamity, disciples beneath the saints cannot escape unscathed. Only by signing the divine seal can one seize a glimmer of opportunity. Upon hearing this, the faces of the saints turned grave. Saints do not enter the calamity, yet they interfere with it. Tong Tian, my junior brother, you cannot evade this calamity. Moreover, you possess numerous disciples. Without entering the divine seal list, how can you secure a flicker of survival? Observing Hongjuan's speech, Yuan Shi shamelessly began to persuade Tong Tian. Look at your disciples. How can you bear to refuse to enter the divine seal list? Jie Yin and Zhun Ti feigned earnestness in their concurrence. When hard tactics fail, they resorted to soft measures, seeing the grotesque expressions of the three. Tong Tian retorted, the calamity of the wilderness is inescapable. The Jie sect ought to seize the opportunity, but why is it that you have such a fine divine seal list, yet you do not enter it yourselves? The saints were taken aback. Was Tong Tian truly prepared to stand firm? Did he intend to disregard the lives of his disciples? The expressions of the four saints grew increasingly grim. Under the calamity, if the Jie sect's disciples do not join, only their disciples will suffer as such. They turned their gaze to Hongjun, seeking his assistance. Hongjun is the true arbiter of the divine seal calamity, and thus it must be he who decides. If you refuse to sign, then let fate decide. Anyone who perishes in the calamity will automatically be recorded in the divine seal list. Hongjun spoke indifferently, his demeanor calm. The calamity approaches. May you all take care. With that, Hongjuan's figure vanished into the void. You truly are brimming with confidence. Haha. With the divine seal list, at the very least, your disciples can hold on to a sliver of hope. Cannot they? Zhun Ti's tone dripped with malice as he mocked. Tong Tian disdainfully glanced at Zhun Ti and said, with Hongjun gone, are you all thinking of sparring with me? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the saints grew increasingly grim. They were but a bunch of hypocrites. Tong Tian prepared to return to Begone Palace. Conversing with these hypocrites was truly exhausting. The four saints also prepared to leave, and before departing, Yuan Shi coldly remarked, as heavenly Tao saints, we cannot contravene the will of the heavenly Tao. Yuan Shi was undoubtedly mocking Tong Tian for his rebellious actions. Ha! Heavenly Tao saints. Ridiculous. I could well do without this title of saint. With that, Tongtian vanished without a trace. The four saints exchanged glances, their faces a canvas of bewilderment. Chapter 4. Abandoning the title of saint. Outside Jinao Island, which had momentarily settled, the four saints were astonished, never expecting Tongtian to utter such nonsense. Was this not a blatant farce, the title of saint? A position for which people would sacrifice everything, even their lives, to attain. Yet Tongtian dares to proclaim he does not desire it. Zhun Ti chuckled derisively. Tongtian, you truly are magnanimous. Heh. Can one simply refuse the position of saint that we have striven so hard to attain? Yuan Shi scoffed with mockery, coldly stating, this is merely a facade. Who among the world would willingly forsake such a title? He is merely seeking to make a scene. Taishang was speechless, and after a moment, he said, Tongtian is nothing more than a foul-tempered beetle. Since he refuses to enter the divine seal list, let it be as Hong Jun said. May he take care of himself. With that, Taishang departed from Zhixiao Palace. Jie Yin and Zhun Ti also prepared to leave, returning to the Western sect. The Western sect had likewise signed the divine seal list. Before the calamity struck, they must devise a thorough plan to minimize losses. Ideally to eliminate them entirely. To reject the title of saint. This is the most laughable jest I have ever heard. Yuan Shi's gaze turned sharp as he scoffed, before departing the Eastern Sea. At this moment, within the Grand Begone Palace, Tong Tian's eyes flickered uncertainly, his heart brimming with murderous intent. The Jie sect, with its numerous disciples, was more than enough to fill the divine seal list, yet Tong Tian would not be easily bullied. The Jie sect was the culmination of all his efforts. Let me see just what level of hypocrisy you have reached. Tong Tian's expression grew cold as he spoke slowly. Master, your disciple comes to seek an audience. The esteemed disciples of Tong Tian, Duo Bao, and the outer disciple Zhao Gongming sought an audience. Consequently, Tong Tian opened the gates of his palace. Master, what is the function list? Why are our esteemed uncles and masters compelling us to sign it? The two disciples inquired, their faces etched with confusion. Tong Tian sighed softly. Alas, I shall elucidate the matter for you both. Once they grasped the situation, the two disciples, filled with concern, asked, how shall we respond? I must enter seclusion for a time. You must exercise utmost caution, especially regarding the Chan sect and the Western Church. Do not fall into their traps. On the day I emerge from my retreat, we shall not fear the calamities ahead. Tongtian's expression was resolute as he admonished his disciples. Understood, Master. During this period, we shall remain vigilant and await good news. With that, Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming deeply bowed and exited the azure palace of Tongtian. Tongtian sat in meditation upon his tranquil cushion, contemplating the rewards bestowed by the divine system. The primordial purple qi, one of the divine fruits aiding in cultivation, could facilitate a swifter ascension to the realm of the heavenly Tao Saint. However, having resolved to pursue the path of the Grand Tao Saint, Tongtian found no need for the primordial purple qi in that regard. Yet, its applications were manifold, once successfully refined into his being. It could enhance his foundational principles of the Grand Tao and elevate his innate gifts. The Hunyuan primal treasure, the god-slaying spear, was instrumental in enabling Tongtian to face the pressures from the four saints with composure. The power of this treasure was indeed formidable. The chaotic spirit fruit radiated a sacred aura and could significantly bolster Tongtian's strength in a short span. Finally, the most crucial of all was the Hunyuan de Luo Dao fruit, its brilliance revealing the outline of a human form. This was the Hunyuan de Luo Dao fruit. Once refined, Tongtian would attain the realm of the Grand Tao Saint, an existence even mightier than the heavenly Tao Saint. The strength of a heavenly Tao Saint is invariably constrained by the heavenly Tao, unable to fully manifest their power, whereas the realm of the Grand Tao Saint is unbound by such limitations. As Tongtian commenced the refinement of the Hunyuan de Luo Dao fruit, an incessant surge of sacred might emanated, intended to intimidate those with ulterior motives. They cannot truly believe I would relinquish my position as a saint. He mused. Today, let these hypocrites witness my resolve. With that, Tongtian slowly closed his eyes, using his spiritual power to elevate the Tao fruit within his purple palace. The Tao fruit exuded an aura of terrifying power. Infused with the essence of the heavenly Tao, this was the limitation imposed by the rules of the heavenly Tao. A heavenly Tao Saint merely clings to the heavenly Tao, should the heavenly Tao insist. The saint would be unable to contravene it. Otherwise, they would face the backlash of the heavenly Tao. However, a grand Tao saint harbors no such concerns, free from the heavenly Tao's grasp. Whether a grand Tao saint can contend with the might of the heavenly Tao remains uncertain. But they certainly will not be ensnared by it. Gather! Tongtian's eyes, now gleaming with sword light, snapped open. Boom! A vast wave of spiritual power coalesced into a colossal hand, enveloping the Tao fruit as it began to refine the Hunyuan de Luo Tao fruit. An unceasing torrent of power was voraciously absorbed by Tong Tian, causing tremors within the purple palace, while droplets of blood seeped from his body. Today, I shall shatter this position of saint, with a thunderous roar. Tong Tian unleashed a torrent of sword light against the Tao fruit. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Tao fruit erupted in an explosion. The heavenly Tao remains eternal, and the saints immortal. Yet, the Tao fruit belongs to the saint themselves. And the heavenly Tao cannot interfere with a saint's choice to self-destruct their Tao fruit. As the Tao fruit was nullified, the heavenly Tao instantaneously manifested a pair of immense eyes. The eyes of the heavenly Tao. Across the vast expanse of the primordial realm, a pair of eyes now loomed, casting a shadow over half of it. Simultaneously, a cold, mechanical voice echoed, "Tong Tian, the master of the teachings, voluntarily abandons the Tao fruit." Boom! The entirety of the primordial realm was shaken by this proclamation. The Tao fruit was discarded just like that. Tong Tian truly forfeited his position as a saint. Ha! The saintly position is mine. Blessings upon Kuanping. Blessings upon me, Kuanping. Deep within the unfathomable chaos sea, a maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the realms. Meanwhile, within the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa herself wore a look of astonishment. The path to sanctification is fraught with peril. Why would Tong Tian so easily relinquish his position as a saint? Similarly, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial beginning did not dare to believe it. He truly forfeited his status. He actually went through with it. In the Western world, within Mount Shumi, both Zhun Ti and Jie Yin abruptly opened their eyes, their expressions filled with joy. Ha! The heavens favor us in the West. Without the position of saint, your Tongtian's Jie sect is on the path to annihilation. The two laughed with abandon. In the purple cloud palace, Hongjun sighed in silence. That moment, the news of Tongtian's self-abandonment of the Tao fruit spread throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. Chapter 5. Striking the pinnacle of mortal flesh, Golden Ao Island appeared tranquil. Yet beneath the surface, currents swirled. The primordial realm trembled at Tongtian's renunciation of his position. He, in solitude, focused on assessing his physical state. With the relinquishment of his saintly status, Tongtian's cultivation diminished. Alongside the dispersal of his saintly power, his primordial spirit, once attached to the heavenly Tao, also faded away. With the aid of the Hunyuan Grand Tao Golden Immortal Tao Fruit, this fragment of primordial spirit returned to Tongtian's body. Upon its return, Tongtian was no longer bound by the heavenly Tao. The primordial purple chi that had aided him in becoming a heavenly Tao saint had scattered into the boundless void. Perhaps this dispersed primordial purple chi would one day assist another saintly being in seizing their opportunity for sanctification. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Fearless of life and death. Fearless of life and death. Reborn after destruction. Reward: 2 gourds of 3,000 chaos demon blood and an upgraded version of the extermination of immortals formation diagram. Upon hearing the benevolent notification from the divine system, Tongtian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Staring in awe at the 2 treasures, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap and dance with joy. Truly, it was beyond expectation. To relinquish my saintly position and receive such bountiful rewards, the chaos demon, nearly extinct, with their primal essence melded into the primordial realm, would cause a bidding war for even a single drop of their blood. The divine system has bestowed upon me 2 gourds. This is simply extravagance beyond measure. Should I refine all the Hunyuan demon blood into my being, a tremendous transformation awaits me. The upgraded version of the extermination of immortals formation diagram. Tongtian's gaze shifted to the other item. The extermination of immortals sword formation could already contend with the 4 saints. The upgraded version could now directly withstand the 6 saints. Most importantly, the extermination of the heavenly sword formation no longer required Tongtian's mental focus for control, while the original formation did. This meant he could fully immerse himself in battle without distraction. The extermination of immortals' four swords were a formidable treasure bestowed by the Tao ancestor, and the extermination of immortals' formation diagram was equally potent. When combined with the four swords to form the sword formation, it could unleash unparalleled power. Although the extermination of immortals' four swords could no longer be enhanced, the formation itself could still be improved. If successfully refined, its might would multiply. Despite knowing that enhancing the formation would increase its power, Tongtian's understanding of formations was not yet sufficient to modify one that the divine system seemed to recognize Tongtian's shortcomings. Directly providing the upgraded version of the immortal extermination formation diagram, instantly augmenting Tongtian's strength. "Ha! What a splendid upgraded sword formation," Tong Tian proclaimed. With the upgraded extermination of immortals' sword formation, he could now repel all below the 6 saints with ease. "Who could possibly stand in my way?" Tong Tian declared with pride. "Be as arrogant as you wish. Before my unparalleled power of the celestial sword formation, whether dragon or tiger, you shall bow before me. A host of hypocrites shall ultimately fall before my sword formation." A fierce fire ignited within Tongtian's heart. His excitement simmering, he immediately began inscribing and upgrading the extermination of immortals' sword formation. Clang! With a crisp sound of sword energy, the upgraded extermination of the heavenly sword formation erupted with even greater power than before, its killing force seemingly ready to rend the very void. Upon completing the upgrade, Tong Tian retracted the extermination of immortals' sword formation and proceeded to manipulate the 3,000 chaos demon blood, beginning to refine the blood directly. "Enhancing my foundation will ensure a steadier and further journey ahead." As Tong Tian contemplated deeply, he placed the gourd filled with essence blood before him and continuously enacted incantations with both hands. Instantly, 3,000 drops of chaotic demon god's essence blood surged forth from the gourd. Swirling around him, boom, the oppressive might of the chaotic demon gods relentlessly battered against Tong Tian, the terrifying pressure causing even the void to tremble. Refined, Tongtian's eyes erupted with divine light as he persistently gestured with his hands, inwardly proclaiming. Whoosh! In an instant, the power of the essence blood emanated, continuously refining and integrating into Tongtian's body. Simultaneously, as the essence blood flowed in, strands of crimson light radiated from his skin, and blood-red patterns resembling tiger stripes began to manifest, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Under the influence of the 3,000 drops of chaotic demon god's essence blood, Tongtian's physical realm steadily ascended. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. The power of the essence blood had nearly been refined to its limit. With a deep breath, Tong Tian exhaled a plume of white turbid air, which instantly transformed into a colossal dragon before gradually dissipating. Breathing out to manifest a dragon, with the aid of the essence blood, Tongtian's physical cultivation had reached its zenith, the pinnacle beneath the great Tao saint. Should Tongtian's physical cultivation advance further, he would achieve the status of a saint in body, impervious to blades and fire. Ha! Such formidable physical prowess indeed brings unparalleled exhilaration. Within Tong Tian, a torrent of power surged like a rampaging dragon. Boom! With a mere flick of his finger towards the void, a series of sonic booms erupted. If Tong Tian so desired, a single punch could shatter the fabric of space. The might of his punch could slay gods and demons alike. Ha! Truly, the essence blood of the chaotic demon gods has granted me a foundation that rivals that of the chaotic divine demons. My primal power has also become exceedingly formidable, perhaps now comparable to that of the supreme Taoist. I should strive to elevate my primal power further, pushing my physical cultivation beyond its limits. Tongtian's heart ignited with fervor, and without hesitation, he commenced his breakthrough. Continuously harnessing the power of the essence blood within him, he charged forth like a primordial beast, relentlessly assaulting the pinnacle of his physical cultivation. Boom! The initial wave of impact seemed to leave the extreme barrier of his physical form utterly unmoved. Tongtian's expression hardened, beads of sweat evaporating before they could even fall, as he concentrated his strength upon the barrier. In times past, Tong Tian would have found this barrier insurmountable. Yet now, bolstered by the essence blood, his foundation had already reached the legendary level of the chaotic demon gods, brimming with depth, allowing him to confront the barrier without fear. Boom, boom, boom. With each tireless strike, the barrier began to tremble under the relentless assault. Nevertheless, it remained firmly entrenched, as though declaring war against Tong Tian. Chapter 6. Constant Ascension, Thunderous Storms. Within the Bayou Palace on Golden Turtle Island, Tong Tian tirelessly continued his assault on the extreme barrier of his physical form. All the power of the essence blood was mobilized by him. 300 strikes, 2,000, 18,000, 20,000 strikes, at last. The barrier of his physical form began to wobble precariously. Boom! In an instant, an endless surge of essence blood erupted from within Tong Tian. His physical cultivation broke through its limits. At this moment, the surrounding void resonated with faint sonic booms, as if it were tearing apart with a mere gesture. So this is what it feels like to transcend the limits of the physical realm. Within his purple mansion, Tongtian's immense spiritual power seemed to rejoice and celebrate. Will my cultivation also ascend alongside the breakthrough of my physical form? Tongtian murmured, and with that, he excitedly began to harness his spiritual power for his own advancement, in the blink of an eye. 10 years had passed, and the commotion within Tongtian's purple mansion gradually subsided. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and within his pupils flickered a terrifying sword light, capable of unleashing devastating power in an instant. Half a step into the Primordial World Golden Immortal. Although Tong Tian was still a tad short of the great Tao Saint, he was more than sufficient to surpass the heavenly Tao Saints. 80% of the essence blood's power had been utilized to enhance his physical form and foundation, hence his cultivation had not elevated significantly. The Penga technique, the 9 transformations of primordial chaos. Suddenly, 2 techniques surfaced in Tong Tian's mind. With the enhancement of his foundational cultivation, even the 9 transformations of mysterious arts had been fully restored. The 9 transformations of primordial chaos grew even more formidable. Allowing continuous cultivation, the system's reward of the 9 transformations of primordial chaos could successfully cultivate him to the level of a primordial saint and beyond, paving the way towards the pursuit of the supreme realm. A slight smile graced Tongtian's lips. This gift arrived just in time. Perhaps no saint could rival my physical form. Yet, this is still far from enough. Tongtian's countenance hardened like a glacier. Yuan Shi, Zhun Ti, and Jie Yin, those 3 hypocrites, should they join forces, alongside the likes of the supreme Taoist and Nuwa, Tong Tian would find himself facing the combined might of 5 saints, despite his confidence in his own strength. He was still unable to confront 5 saints single-handedly. Just as Tong Tian pondered on ways to enhance his combat prowess, a chime sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a hidden option. Option 1. Continue cultivating to break through to the Primordial World Golden Immortal, Great Tao Saint. Reward, a fate-long rainbow, Great Tao Divine Ability, and a fragment of the Fate Demon God's treasure, Fate Tao Palace. Option 2. Enter seclusion to cultivate the physical body. Reward, a mysterious spirit celestial bamboo, top-tier innate spiritual treasure, and a bundle of 8 treasures auspicious clouds, superior innate spiritual treasure. Upon examining the 2 choices presented by the divine system, Tong Tian decisively selected the first option, 8 treasures auspicious clouds. Though this treasure is rare, Tong Tian no longer requires defensive artifacts, for he possesses the immensely powerful execution sword formation. To Tong Tian, offense is the best defense. Relying solely on defense would ultimately lead to defeat, though it is regrettable to forego an innate spiritual treasure. Even the Penga banner in Yuan Shi's possession is an innate supreme treasure. And the 8 treasures auspicious clouds do not entice Tong Tian enough. Moreover, relying on the 8 treasures auspicious clouds would not withstand the Penga banner. Thus, Tong Tian resolutely chose the first option to that moment. The items rewarded by the system were deposited into his purple mansion. Tong Tian commenced the cultivation of the fate-long rainbow. As boundless waters from the yellow springs emerged and flowed, the powers of life and death permeating the atmosphere. Within the Bayou Palace where Tong Tian was in seclusion, the principles of life and death intertwined, creating a profound atmosphere. The principles of life and death can directly interfere with existence itself. The King of Hell calls you to die at the 3rd watch. Who dares to linger until the 5th? Such is the formidable essence of the principles of life and death. Should Tong Tian successfully cultivate this great Tao divine ability, he would wield the power of life and death to vanquish his foes. Now, Tong Tian possessed yet another ace to conquer his enemies. His gaze turned towards the Fate Tao Palace, the Fate Demon God. One of the most formidable of deities, The Fate Dao Palace is the Fate Demon God's life treasure. Although it is merely a fragment, its power should not be underestimated, regardless of the nature of the great Dao divine ability. When paired with the Fate Dao Palace, its might would be exponentially amplified. Those hypocrites probably believe themselves easy prey. Just wait until I give them a grand surprise. Tong Tian thought fervently. What remained was to fully refine the Dao fruit of the primordial Deluo golden immortal. Upon successful refinement, he would undoubtedly step into the realm of the great Dao saint. Subsequently, Tong Tian formed seals with his hands to refine the Dao fruit. In an instant, countless streams of spiritual power surged into his purple mansion like a dam bursting. Even after the breakthrough in his physical cultivation, the purple mansion was instantly filled, showcasing the might of the Dao fruit. The supreme essence of the Dao is crucial for attaining the status of a saint, requiring countless moments to accumulate gradually. Yet Tongtian now had the abundance of Dao essence provided by the Dao fruit for his refinement. Boom! As endless streams of spiritual power and the essence of the Dao were absorbed into Tongtian's body. The size of the primordial Deluo Dao fruit diminished steadily, while Tongtian's aura grew ever stronger, and his primordial spirit became increasingly robust. Meanwhile, as Tongtian refined the Dao fruit, the other saints were not idle. The calamity of the era approaches. Although the heavenly Dao is eternal and the saints immortal, careful planning is still necessary. In the Western world, a mountain of spirit shimmered with Buddhist light. This moment, Jie Yin and Zhun Ti were discussing the impending calamity of the gods. The calamity is imminent. If Tongtian does not enter the calamity, our sect will be in grave danger. Zhun Ti spoke softly, his face etched with concern. Through their relentless efforts, the Western sect had garnered some modest achievements. Without the intervention of the Jie sect, the little foundation they had barely obtained would soon be depleted. However, Jie Yin remained unfazed, his gaze directed towards the east, a sly smile crossing his lips. As long as Tongtian enters the calamity, we can unite to outsmart the Jie sect and minimize our losses. He actually forfeited his position as a sage. What a madman! Do not presume that this will safeguard the Jiejiao. How naive! As these words were spoken, the two saints were engulfed in a complex array of emotions. The difficulty of attaining a saintly status is akin to climbing to the heavens. The two saints from the West expended immense effort to secure a single saintly title. Yet, with a mere fleeting word, Tongtian cast it aside. How can he possibly resist us now? Now that Tongtian is no longer a sage, all covert means can be employed against him openly. The shadowy smile of Zhun Ti echoed this sentiment, while Jane joined in with a conspiratorial grin. The memories of the humiliation they suffered at Tongtian's hands still burned hotly on their faces. Now, it is settled. Tongtian is no longer a sage. The next time we meet, I shall return the insults he bestowed upon me. Doubled. Chapter 7. The Dual Saints Strike. In the Kunlun Mountains, safeguarded by divine light, within the Jade Void Palace, upon hearing of Tongtian's self-abandonment of his saintly rank, Yuan Shi was indeed taken aback. Who could have imagined that this lunatic would truly renounce his status? However, this astonishment swiftly morphed into excitement. He immediately began to plot insidiously. Since Tongtian is no longer a sage, many schemes can now be directed against the Jiejiao. Previously, there was the need to consider Tongtian and the Zhuxian sword array in his possession. One individual could not hope to contend with him, which is why there was a need to ally with the Western sect to coerce Tongtian into signing the List of Deities. Who would have thought that Tongtian would rather relinquish his sagehood than sign the list? But now, everything has changed. I once had to take you into account. Yet now, can you still maintain your bravado? The diminutive Jiejiao shall undoubtedly face annihilation due to your relinquishment of sagehood. The intense hatred erupted within Yuan Shi as he recalled the various disrespectful acts of Tongtian, causing his garments to flutter wildly. Senior brother, our junior brother's cultivation has significantly diminished. As the elder, we ought to pay him a visit, Yuan Shi declared, forming a hand gesture to communicate with Taishang. Indeed, it is only right. Let us go see our junior brother. Taishang promptly responded that it was evident that Taishang had been keeping a close watch on Tongtian. Upon hearing the reply, a faint smile graced Yuan Shi's lips, and soon their figures vanished together. The tranquil Janeo Island now found itself graced by two unexpected guests. The two sages, Taishang and Yuan Shi, had arrived at Janeo Island. Gazing at the island below, Yuan Shi could not help but express his admiration. Indeed, The Jie is the foremost sect. The Jie is truly remarkable. Its disciples number in the hundreds of thousands. Taishang understood the underlying meaning in Yuan Shi's words. Without having seen Tongtian yet, Taishang hesitated to make any rash decisions. Regardless, the bonds of brotherhood still required consideration, as one must maintain their dignity. We two saints have been here for quite some time. Yet our junior brother has yet to greet you. It seems he truly is no longer a sage. Yuan Shi chuckled softly, extending his hand to strike at Genao Island. His face radiated confidence and pride as he launched his attack. Had Tongtian still held his sagehood, he might have lost his composure and emerged to confront them. Boom! With a resounding crash, Taishang and Yuan Shi descended upon Genao Island. The multitude of Jie disciples were struck with shock and dismay. The two great sages had brazenly breached their sanctum. At that moment, the protective mountain formation had yet to be activated. Taishang and Yuan Shi approached the Begone palace, intent on forcing Tongtian to emerge. Two esteemed uncles, Master Tongtian is currently in seclusion. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? If it is not of great importance, I kindly ask you to leave. Duo Bao greeted them with a bow. His tone serious. Haha, a mere jester. Your presence here is unwarranted. Begone, Yuan Shi retorted with clear disdain, as if he might strike Duo Bao at any moment. Duo Bao, having transformed from the Duo Bao mouse, was an entity deeply loathed by Yuan Shi. Uncle, my master is in seclusion. Please do not disturb him. Duo Bao stood defiantly before the two sages, speaking with resolve. Get out of my way. Yuan Shi barked at Duo Bao, who instantly spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Senior brother, Wudong and the others rushed to support Duo Bao, their faces etched with indignation. Even if they all united against the two great sages, they would still be no match. Yuan Shi disregarded the onlookers, his spiritual energy transforming into a resonant voice. Tongtian, our fellow sage from the Chan sect has traveled great distances to visit you. This voice surged forth like a tidal wave, echoing far and wide. Yuan Shi was confident that even the restrictions of Begone Palace could not hinder his call. Yet, after a moment, there was still no response from Begone Palace. That Yuan Shi's expression began to sour with impatience. Did Tongtian hear him, or was he deliberately avoiding them? What audacity, to remain so arrogant even after losing his saintly title. Yuan Shi's heart simmered with rage, his eyes radiating a lethal chill that if Tongtian did not emerge soon, he would force his way into Begone Palace. With that thought, Yuan Shi turned to Taishang. Taishang's face bore no expression, his thoughts inscrutable, yet his keen eyes darted about. Senior brother, our junior brother is being quite disrespectful. What do you think? Yuan Shi inquired darkly. Taishang remained impassive, replying, We have come primarily to check on our junior brother. He should not refuse us. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi understood entirely that in fact, he even hoped that Tongtian would not show himself, as this would provide justification for punishing him. Meanwhile, within Begone Palace, Tongtian wore a cold smile. So, they know I renounced my saintly status and are here to stir up trouble. Hee, let us see if you possess the strength to do so. Tongtian remarked coldly. The dual saints, Taishang and Yuan Shi, were indeed brothers. Who would have thought that the first wave of jesters attempting to test my strength would be them? If they discover that my power has waned, then what awaits the Jie will surely be a tempest of calamity. For now, I shall allow you to dance about for a while longer, when I ascend to the status of Hunyuan sage. A storm will greet you, jesters, Tongtian thought coldly. At that moment, a chime echoed. Taishang and Yuan Shi have arrived. Congratulations on triggering a hidden option. Option 1. Respond to the two saints, receiving 1/5 elements purple spirit apricot, a top-grade innate spiritual root, along with the ancestor dragon pearl, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Ignore the two saints, receiving a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the starry ancient banner and a postnatal treasure, the god-slaying blade. Choosing option 1. Respond to the two saints, without hesitation. Tongtian chose the first option. The ancestor dragon pearl, a testament of the dragon clan, possesses the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. Most importantly, the ancestor dragon pearl exerts unparalleled restraint over the dragon clan. Ever since this treasure was lost, they have been in relentless pursuit of it. Should the dragon clan discover that the ancestor dragon pearl is in my possession, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to reclaim it. The top-grade innate spiritual root, the 5 elements purple spirit apricot, is also exceedingly rare, with boundless potential. However, regrettably, the 5 elements purple spirit apricot holds little use for me at present. With that, Tong Tian placed the 2 treasures into his purple mansion, his essence returning to his body, and rose to gaze outside Begone Palace, his entire being crackling with energy. Tong Tian, we bring you the 9-turn immortal pill. With this golden elixir, you shall surely heal yourself. Please, come forth for a meeting. As Yuan Shi realized his efforts were in vain, Taishang also called out. Nevertheless, Begone Palace remained utterly silent. The brows of both Taishang and Yuan Shi furrowed deeply. Was Tong Tian genuinely intent on refusing to meet? What gave him such confidence? Meet? Do you think you are worthy? Your arrival necessitates a month of cleaning just to rid me of your stench. Tongtian's icy voice resonated from within Begone Palace. Chapter 8. The Dual Saints Strike. The expressions of Taishang and Yuan Shi darkened to the point of dripping with disdain. Tong Tian, you are utterly ungrateful, renouncing your sagehood, yet still daring to show such disrespect to your senior brothers. Yuan Shi seethed. I shall directly breach your Begone Palace and seize you for punishment. Hearing Yuan Shi's hypocritical words, Tongtian's fury turned to laughter. Ha, Yuan Shi, we are old acquaintances. What pretense are you putting on before me? You believe that since I have forfeited my sagehood, I am now easy prey? Otherwise, would you dare to prance about before me? As Tongtian's haughty voice echoed, a formidable sword aura materialized in the void. The sword aura vibrated through the air, impervious to gods and demons alike. The Zhuxian sword array, the array manifested, encircling the 2 saints at its center, exuding a palpable atmosphere that forbade any direct confrontation. Yuan Shi, witnessing Tongtian's actions, was consumed with rage. Tong Tian, you shall not regret this. Do not dare to claim that I am bullying my junior brother. Tong Tian laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha, truly amusing. I have encountered shameless individuals, but none as brazen as yourself. Boom! Yuan Shi erupted with formidable saintly might, his face flushed with indignation, for the dignity of a sage had been ruthlessly trampled upon, and he could no longer bear it. Do not presume that such a trivial restriction can impede me. How naive! Yuan Shi bellowed, preparing to force Tong Tian out. Boom! 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 The aura of the sage was indeed formidable. Was he truly prepared to attack Begone Palace without regard for his face? The turtle spirit saintess wore a countenance of disbelief and fury, gritting her teeth as she spoke. This is utterly intolerable. If it were not for the knowledge that our master has lost his saintly status, would they dare to act? Zhao Gongming declared vehemently. Only Duo Bao remained composed and calm, firmly believing, master must have a contingency plan. Despite his conviction, Duo Bao felt a flicker of uncertainty within, yet he had to trust in his master. Observing the enraged Yuan Shi, Tong Tian remained remarkably unperturbed. Yuan Shi dared to strike at me solely because he knew I had relinquished my status as a sage. Otherwise, how could these 2 hypocrites dare to confront me directly with the extermination sword array and the chaos bell? Boom! Tong Tian surged forth from Begone Palace with overwhelming momentum that he unleashed the power refined from the primordial holy fetus, the oppressive force of his saintly presence unfurling boundlessly, suppressing all around him. The tremendous aura soared into the heavens. In comparison to Yuan Shi's erupting might, it was equally matched. Was this the aura of a saint? Has master broken through to the legendary realm of the great Tao saint? Duo Bao exclaimed in disbelief. Although he had anticipated that master would have a backup plan, he could not fathom that it would involve recultivating the path of the great Tao saint. How could this be? Why does he still possess saintly might? Did he not relinquish his saintly status? At this moment, a barrage of questions flooded the minds of the 2 saints, their faces paling in color. The aura exuded by Tong Tian even caused the powerful beings lurking in the shadows to break into a cold sweat. If Tongtian's cultivation were still intact, would their actions not be akin to digging their own graves? Yuan Shi's expression turned dazed as he was continually pushed back by Tongtian's aura, muttering, This is impossible. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Why does this fellow still radiate the pressure of a sage? Did not the heavenly Tao manifest to declare that he had relinquished his saintly status? Taishang, Yuan Shi gasped in shock. This is indeed saintly might. The overwhelming pressure that met him could only be unleashed by a sage. What could this possibly mean? How could Tong Tian, having renounced his saintly status, still wield such formidable saintly might? This is saintly might. Tongtian remains a sage. Taishan's complexion turned pale and weak, his voice trembling as he spoke. The former Tongtian was simple-hearted, yet now he was transformed. How? How did he achieve the path of the primordial in such a short time? Yuan Shi's face contorted in disbelief, as if he had consumed a fly. Did he truly think I am so easily bullied? In the Zhixiao Palace, he could make you lose all face. Today, the same applies. Tongtian's cold voice echoed ominously. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Yuan Shi's face shifted from red to white, then to purple. The sheer rage within him made it impossible to suppress his trembling. Even so, Taishan and Yuan Shi dared not act recklessly. If Tongtian's cultivation were still intact, the two of them would not stand a chance against him. Just a single extermination sword array from Tongtian could easily suppress them both. Senior brother, what shall we do? Yuan Shi inquired desperately of Taishan. Taishan merely shook his head slowly. Tongtian, junior brother, the three pure ones share a common origin. We ought to converse amicably. Taishan conveyed to Tongtian through sound transmission. Regarding the matters of the function bang, perhaps we can still discuss it properly. You still wish to negotiate with me? Tongtian replied coldly. If you wish to talk, it is not impossible. How about you both come into my formation for a proper discussion? With that, Tongtian summoned forth a terrifying wave of sword energy. Boom! The extermination sword array received the command, its terrifying aura causing one's scalp to tingle. Taishan, senior brother, Tongtian's arrogance has gone too far, Yuan Shi exclaimed. His eyes ablaze with indignation directed at Taishan. That it seemed that Tongtian would absolutely refuse to meet them, and both men were filled with trepidation, unwilling to take action. Two mere saints could not hope to subdue Tongtian. Merely avoiding being counter-suppressed was the best outcome. Had they not been so careless upon arrival and brought along figures like Zhun Ti and Jie Yin, the situation would not have been so passive. Taishan, feeling helpless, stated, since junior brother no longer requires the 9-turn golden pill, we shall take our leave. What else could they do but return? Yuan Shi felt reluctant, but Taishan coolly remarked, I shall take my leave first. With that, Taishan's figure vanished in an instant, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Yuan Shi was left feeling utterly helpless. Had he been alone, he would not have dared to test Tongtian. After all, the saintly might that Tongtian radiated was unmistakably genuine. I shall let you off today. I shall see how long you intend to remain a turtle in its shell. With that, Yuan Shi left in frustration. Within the resplendent Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun sat upon the futon like a towering mountain. Hongjun could indeed sense the saintly might emanating from Tongtian. Only a sage could unleash such power. However, within the heavenly Tao, Hongjun found no trace of Tongtian's primordial spirit. Thus, Tongtian could not truly be a sage. Perhaps, Tongtian had not attained the status of a heavenly Tao saint after all. One must ask, who in this world would willingly forsake the supreme position of a sage? Hongjun failed to comprehend that a great calamity was soon to descend. Chapter 9. Storm clouds gather. In the now tranquil Golden Ao Island, Tongtian, after witnessing the departure of Yuan Shi and Taishan, transmitted a message within the island. Zhao Gongming, Turtle Spirit Saintess, Shiji, Sanshao, come to see me. Shortly thereafter, those mentioned arrived at Bo Palace. Sanshao, Zhao Gongming, Shiji, and the Turtle Spirit Saintess were all former disciples poised to enter the function bang. Shiji had been killed by the overbearing Tai Zhenren after intervening to teach Nezo a lesson. Despite Zhao Gongming possessing treasures, he was still ambushed and killed by disciples of the Chan sect. The fate of Sanshao was the most tragic. Within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, their primordial spirits were annihilated, rendering them unable to enter the function bang. Among these 4 disciples, only Shiji held a relatively low status. Zhao Gongming, Sanshao, and the Turtle Spirit Saintess were Tongtian's most favored disciples, serving as the main force in the function calamity. Yet, all of their fates ended in demise. Master, the 4 disciples spoke respectfully. Tongtian surveyed them and slowly stated, a great calamity approaches. You must seize the time to cultivate diligently and enhance your abilities. Furthermore, do not leave Golden Ao Island. I possess some treasures for you. Use them to protect yourselves well. As he spoke, 9 innate spiritual treasures materialized in front of the 4 disciples. These treasures were acquired by Tongtian from the Finchur Rock, and distributing them to his disciples was intended to bolster their strength. Thank you, Master, for bestowing these treasures. Despite being unsure of why they were not allowed to leave the island, they understood that this was all for their benefit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each disciple received an innate spiritual treasure, their spirits lifted with joy that a cultivator would never disdain an abundance of treasures. All right, remember my words. Go forth and cultivate. Tong Tian smiled at the disciples, although questions flickered across their faces. They obediently took the treasures and set off to practice. Distributing the innate spiritual treasures to his disciples was primarily to enhance their chances of survival amidst the impending calamity, as Tong Tian could not always be there to protect them. After the disciples departed, Tong Tian began to contemplate how to arrange matters. The solution was glaringly evident. The Fengshenbang had been filled with disciples from the Western sect and the Chan sect, and they would undoubtedly plot against my Jie sect in the shadows. Since that is the case, let us see who is truly scheming against whom. Tongtian's gaze hardened. This time, I will resolutely safeguard my Jie sect. Such tragedies shall not occur again. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's eyes shimmered with violet light, his expression filled with astonishment. The heavenly mechanisms had become extraordinarily chaotic. Such a tumultuous heavenly mechanism rendered even a sage incapable of making any calculations. Hongjun, with a visage full of perplexity, murmured to himself, "This cannot be right. There should still be a considerable amount of time before the great calamity arrives. Could it be that the calamity has come prematurely?" Despite Hongjuan's extraordinary prowess, he found himself powerless against the immutable rules of heaven. Within the ethereal confines of the palace of Nuwa too had discerned the unsettling chaos of the heavenly mechanisms. No matter how one calculated, it remained a fog of uncertainty. The chaos of the heavenly mechanisms indicated that the great calamity was indeed upon them. A melodious voice emerged slowly from Nuwa's lips. In the heart of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi gazed into the void. His eyes seemingly piercing through the infinite cosmos, it appeared that immediate action against the was imperative when the great calamity descends. Further deliberation would be utterly futile in the western realms. At the summit of Ling Mountain, Jane and Zhun Ti wore serious expressions. There was no time to waste, under the looming threat of the great calamity. If the Western sect did not take action soon, it might cease to exist. For the sake of the Western sect and Tongtian, we have no choice but to confront you. The two exchanged a resolute glance, their eyes brimming with determination to end this moment. The two saints remained confident. This time, the main battleground of the calamity would undoubtedly not fall upon our Western sect. Tongtian had already renounced his saintly status. Perhaps, even if they refrained from intervening, others would inevitably step in on their behalf. Zhun Ti and Jane were already envisioning the downfall of Tongtian but on the tranquil Jinao Island, a pair of eyes, suffused with the brilliance of sword energy, slowly opened. After deep contemplation, Tongtian realized that the destruction of the was not solely due to external threats, but also internal strife. Some unscrupulous individuals within after its decline, had defected to the Western sect and turned against their own kind, a betrayal most disheartening. Disciples request to see the master. Meanwhile, Duo Bao also sought an audience with Tongtian. "Enter," Tongtian said softly. Moments later, Duo Bao stood before Tongtian, bowing respectfully. "Master, the two senior uncles may not relinquish easily," Duo Bao expressed, full of concern. "Indeed," Tongtian replied solemnly, "is it truly unavoidable that the calamity of slaughter shall descend?" Seeing Tongtian nod slowly, Duo Bao's expression hardened as he declared, "I shall protect my fellow disciples with all my might. Even if saints cannot withstand this calamity of deification." Tongtian regarded Duo Bao with a sigh. Alas, Duo Bao's nature was too good, making him susceptible to being led astray. Transforming into the Western Buddha of Duo Bao was not his purpose merely to shield those unfortunate disciples of the who had been guided to the West. Tongtian sighed and shook his head, explaining, "If saints do not enter the calamity, how can they interfere with the great calamity? Master, have you perhaps reattained the Tao of primordial unity?" Duo Bao asked hopefully. "Not at all, that I merely employed some special means," Tongtian responded gently. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao furrowed his brow. No wonder Master had secluded himself for so long. Was not the fundamental purpose to reattain the Tao of primordial unity? Without a saintly presence in it would merely be a piece of meat for others to feast upon, possessing only the hollow title of 10,000 ancestors coming to court, in a world where the saint reigns supreme. Only saints are of true essence. Duo Bao, uncertain of when Tongtian might reattain the Tao of primordial unity, gazed at him with hope. asking, "Master, may I inquire when you might reattain the Tao of primordial unity?" Looking at the hopeful duo Bao, Tongtian replied, "It is just around the corner. For now, your task is to diligently safeguard thee, with utmost caution," Tongtian said, gazing into the void. "I understand," duo Bao affirmed resolutely. Currently, the situation within was tumultuous and unpredictable. Many unforeseen changes could arise. As the chief disciple of the, your burden is heavy. You must prepare thoroughly. Tongtian fixed his gaze upon duo Bao, his tone grave. The calamity of deification stirs the winds and clouds, instilling fear in everyone, and death is a frequent occurrence. A moment's inattention could lead to the loss of one's soul. As a member of the, I shall endeavor to protect it, regardless of the cost. Duo Bao was already well prepared. No matter the outcome, he would harbor no regrets. Chapter 10. Cultivating the 9 transformations of primordial unity. Within the expansive confines of the Begone Palace, duo Bao's expression was remarkably resolute. "This is splendid," Tongtian nodded slightly. Although duo Bao was later incited to become the Western Buddha, his intentions were also for the sake of the disciples. His sincere heart is undeniable by anyone. The impending calamity necessitated that, as the eldest brother, he be bestowed with a piece of innate spiritual treasure for protection. Be sure to disregard any provocations from others. Be wary of deception, while I am in seclusion. Remember to safeguard your fellow disciples. Tongtian spoke softly, and soon, a dazzling treasure radiating with multicolored light appeared before duo Bao. Duo Bao cautiously accepted the treasure, his gaze resolute as he declared, "I shall exert my utmost effort to protect them. Should anyone wish to harm my junior brothers and sisters, they must first step over my corpse." Duo Bao's words resonated with the spirit of an indomitable warrior. "Then I shall leave this to you. I must retreat into seclusion. Remember, be vigilant in all matters." Tongtian instructed duo Bao, "Master, rest assured in your seclusion. As long as I am here, the shall endure." Duo Bao proclaimed with the spirit of a warrior who would not return. After arranging matters concerning the disciples, Tongtian returned to his cave dwelling to enter seclusion. Now, he could set his mind at ease and focus on refining the power of the Tao fruit of primordial unity. When the refinement of the Tao fruit of primordial unity is completed, that shall be the moment Tongtian becomes a saint of the great Tao. Everyone, bear witness, when I achieve the status of a saint of the great Tao. It will be the day of reckoning. Tongtian coldly pondered within. Subsequently, his primordial spirit entered the purple mansion. In Tongtian's purple mansion floated 2 treasures. The first was the Palace of Fate, a treasure of the Fate demon god. Although the Palace of Fate was damaged, it was still mightier than many, its power comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. Truly, it was a remarkable artifact for combat. After all, it had once been a treasure of chaos. Otherwise, how could it have caught the eye of the chaos demon god? The second was a supreme innate spiritual root, the 5 elements purple spirit apricot, a supreme innate spiritual root. It contained an immense reservoir of spiritual power. By refining and absorbing the 5 elements purple spirit apricot, one could enhance their foundation and essence. Although it might not be applicable for attaining the Tao, it was still exceptionally formidable. However, Tongtian's cultivation had already reached the threshold of a half-step great Tao saint. The benefits of the 5 elements purple spirit apricot were nearly negligible. Thus, Tongtian set it aside, choosing not to refine it. There was no rush to attain the realm of the great Tao saint. First, he would cultivate the 9 transformations of primordial unity. With this determination, Tongtian began to concentrate on the cultivation of the 9 transformations of primordial unity. Once successfully cultivated, his magical power would undoubtedly reach new heights. Tongtian settled into position, an ancient aura emanating from him, while ancient characters densely covered his primordial spirit, in the era when gods and demons roamed. Pangu's technique, the 9 transformations of primordial unity, was indeed the most formidable. True to its name, this technique comprises 9 realms. Successfully cultivating to the 9th transformation would allow one to ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao. Although the allure of reaching the 9th transformation was immense, even Pangu himself had not attained that level. Otherwise, he might still be alive today. Bang! Tongtian's innate talent was not inferior to Pangu's, and his foundation and essence had undergone tremendous enhancement, allowing him to cultivate the 9 transformations of primordial unity at an extraordinary speed. In just 7 days, Tongtian had already reached the first realm of the 9 transformations, the first transformation. Another month passed, and Tongtian attained the second transformation. As a being on the cusp of becoming a great Tao saint, Tongtian faced no obstacles in the early stages of cultivating the 9 transformations of primordial unity. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. Tongtian's momentum grew ever more formidable. The third transformation, the fourth, the fifth. Boom! Tongtian surged directly to the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of primordial unity. A testament to his incredible strength, as Tongtian exhaled, a plume of white, turbid air escaped his lips, his eyes brimming with a thunderous sword intent. Though he had only reached the 6th transformation, both his cultivation and physical form had undergone a transformative evolution. Although Tongtian had yet to attain the status of a great Tao saint, he was already capable of standing toe-to-toe with any saint without relying on any treasures. Truly, the 9 transformations of primordial unity were remarkable. For those beneath the saintly rank to challenge Tongtian would be akin to an ant contending with a dragon. With an understanding of the Hongyuan 9 transformations, Tongtian firmly believed that once he broke through to the 7th transformation, he would ascend to the realm of the great saint. Should he attain the 8th transformation, he would then breach the heavenly Tao. Achieving the 9th transformation would allow him to transcend the great Tao. When the Hongyuan 9 transformations reached perfection, he could transcend the great Tao itself. Armed with this technique, when I become a great saint, even the Supreme would not stand a chance against me. A glimmer of hope shone in Tongtian's eyes. Among his fellow disciples, the Supreme was the most formidable, second only to their master, Hongjun. Once he reached the 7th transformation, surpassing the Supreme would be a mere formality. At that point, even if Zhun Ti, Jie Yin, and Nuwa joined forces, Tongtian could easily fend them off. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the 6th transformation of the heavenly art, successfully triggering a hidden choice. The first option, end your retreat and venture into the wilderness, rewarded with the North Ming Divine Shield, an innate treasure, and the Xianguang Ruler, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The second option, continue your retreat and refine the Tao Fruit, rewarded with the Northern Xian Yuan Water Controlling Banner along with an entire gourd of 3 light divine water. Venture into the wilderness? In Tongtian's view, the renowned exploration sites in the wilderness had been thoroughly excavated. Embarking on an adventure would yield no tangible benefits. Moreover, Tongtian already possessed numerous treasures, making further exploration utterly meaningless. The foremost priority now was to break through to sainthood. Without a saint, the Jie would inevitably face annihilation during the Great Calamity. I choose the second option, Tongtian declared without hesitation, and upon his utterance, the 2 treasures materialized within his purple palace. Innate spiritual treasure, Northern Xian Yuan Water Controlling Banner. This originally consisted of 5 banners, with the remaining ones being the Central Wu Ji Apricot Yellow Banner, Southern Li Di Flame Light Banner, Western Plain Cloud Realm Banner, and Eastern Qing Lian Precious Color Banner. Most astonishingly, all 5 banners are innate spiritual treasures. If Tongtian could successfully collect all 5, with his mastery of formations, he would become virtually unmatched in the wilderness. Alas, the other 4 banners were occupied by various factions. The Western Plain Cloud Realm banner seemed to be in the hands of the Supreme's disciple, Xiandu, while both the Western Teaching and Yushu Palace possessed 1 banner each. Successfully gathering all 5 banners would not be an easy feat. Chapter 11. The Peril of Jie Disciples. Within the cave of Bo Palace, Tongtian carefully stowed away the Northern Xian Yuan Water Controlling Banner and turned his attention to the gourd of 3 light divine water. At this moment, Tongtian's eyes were alight with fervor. The 3 light divine water was indeed a precious treasure. Even the 10 innate spiritual roots could not compare to it. Oh, his surprise. The system had generously provided it in a single gourd. What extravagance! The 3 light divine water consists of 3 divine waters: purple starlight water, golden sunlight water, and white moonlight water. Each color corresponds to different effects. The golden water enhances the physical body. The white water nurtures and strengthens the primordial spirit, and the purple water aids in the decomposition and absorption of true spiritual consciousness. The combined power of these 3 divine waters is immense. It could even bring back someone claimed by death. Thus, the safety of the Jie disciples was assured. Tongtian chuckled with delight. "Ha! My disciples, You may fight with abandon, as long as there is breath in your bodies. I will ensure your safe return. Setting the divine water aside, Tongtian contemplated how to gather the remaining 4 banners. If he were to collect all 5, their combined power would rival that of the Taiji diagram. At that point, with the 5 banners, the 4 swords of immortal slaying, and the god-slaying spear, he would be an unstoppable force against gods and demons alike. As Tongtian pondered how to acquire the remaining 4 banners, Yuan Shi's face twisted in anger within Yushu Palace, his expression dark and foreboding, and no matter how he thought about it, he could not fathom how Tongtian had managed to re-establish his Tao in such a short time. Was Tongtian still merely immortal? It was unheard of for someone to self-destruct their saint position and then re-attain it so swiftly. If it were Yuan Shi, he would likely still be recovering from his injuries. Could it be that Tongtian had not truly recovered? Yet, that overwhelming aura of sainthood was undeniably real. Was it genuine or a facade? Yuan Shi mused, his heart filled with uncertainty. Master, is everything proceeding smoothly with the Jie Jiao? The vice master Ran Deng and the first disciple Guang Chengzi approached Yuan Shi, bowing in respect. Not smoothly at all, Yuan Shi frowned, slowly replying, before recounting the events that transpired on Gold Turtle Island to his 2 disciples. Upon hearing this, their faces were awash with shock. It was simply unbelievable. Ran Deng spoke softly. Perhaps he has truly recovered. If not, then he must be attempting to intimidate us. Can the might of a saint be feigned? Guang Chengzi asked, perplexed. Perhaps we ought to investigate Tongtian's authenticity further. Yuan Shi composed himself, contemplating for a moment before speaking that if Tongtian has not regained his original stature, then whether or not he enters the Fengshen Bang is beyond his control. Yuan Shi had longed to teach Tongtian a harsh lesson, yet he remained wary, uncertain if Tongtian was indeed a saint at that moment. Ran Deng spoke with a sinister tone. Master, I have a brilliant plan. If Tongtian is reluctant to emerge, we shall force him out. Surely, he cannot stand idly by while his disciples face mortal peril. Once Tongtian emerges, everything will become manageable. Upon hearing this, a ruthless smile crept onto Yuan Shi's face as he nodded in agreement. Excellent idea. Thus, Yuan Shi turned to Guang Chengzi, commencing his underhanded scheme on Gold Turtle Island. Before the storm's arrival, while Tongtian was deep in meditation, many disciples, anxious about the impending calamity, gathered to discuss their concerns. Among the tens of thousands of disciples of Jie Jiao, many were Tongtian's direct disciples. The eldest brother, Duo Bao, was the strongest among them, even surpassing the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. Among the female disciples, the foremost was Sister Wu Dang, followed by Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, Golden Spirit Saint Mother, and lastly, the trio of sisters from Sanshao at this moment. They all convened to deliberate on how to confront the forthcoming catastrophe. The calamity is merciless. Will our Jie Jiao disciples suffer severe losses this time? Alas, Zhao Gongming lamented. Long before Master entered seclusion, he had provided us with treasures for protection, clearly indicating his deep concern for our safety. Master has recently self-destructed his Tao fruit. We must refrain from wandering outside Gold Turtle Island. Everyone must remain vigilant and avoid recklessness, as it would only bring trouble to Master, Wu Dang solemnly advised. What I fear most is that someone will act recklessly while Master is away. Golden Spirit scoffed. Acting recklessly will only lead to futile efforts. I hope no one will play the fool. Master surely has a way to resolve this, Yun Shao asserted resolutely. Tongtian is the very sky for the Jie Jiao disciples. They all believe he will secure a glimmer of hope for them. Should any disciple be discovered attempting to act against the teachings, they would be met with the wrathful storm of Jie Jiao disciples. Just then, the stout and swaying Duo Bao arrived, his face a mask of fury upon hearing their conversation. The disciples looked at Duo Bao's grim expression and inquired, Brother Duo Bao, what troubles you? Nothing. I merely cannot stand the arrogance and tyranny of the Chan teaching. Upon hearing this, the Jie Jiao disciples' eyes flared with anger. Indeed, even more outrageous is their interruption of Master's seclusion. Wu Dang exclaimed furiously. The Chan teaching may not let us off so easily. We must tread carefully. Golden Spirit cautioned. Only Duo Bao's face was filled with determination as he calmly remarked, Golden Spirit speaks true. The most pressing matter now is to enhance our own strength. With the Jie Jiao disciples in a state of panic, we must set a good example. With this, the disciples nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Two figures arrived atop Gold Turtle Island, clad in white robes, resembling otherworldly sages. He are the Jie Jiao disciples, all timid souls. The thin man standing behind spoke smugly. Do not underestimate them. Master has warned against entering the island lightly. For there are protective formations, and it can easily lead to misunderstandings. Provocation should only occur from outside the island. The foremost among the 12 golden immortals, Guang Qingzi, addressed Tai Yi Zhenren, who, upon hearing his words, chuckled lightly and replied, "Do not worry. I shall refrain from acting upon their fiery tempers. Ha ha ha. Both of them have been dispatched by Yuan Shi to provoke the disciples of the. If they dare to set foot on Jinao Island, they shall be met with death." Chapter 12. A Battle of Words. Refusal to leave the island. To the cowardly disciples of, I have come to confront you. Tai Yi Zhenren's voice, amplified by spiritual power, resonated through the air, reaching every individual of Titi that moment. Duo Bao and the others also heard it, their brows furrowing in concern. At it seemed that the intentions of the Chan sect were far from pure during their master's seclusion. Jinao Island does not welcome the disciples of the Chan sect. Tai Yi, my brother, return whence you came. Duo Bao retorted angrily. Tai Yi Zhenren's eyes brimmed with disdain. Could it be that was truly a cowardly sect? How laughable! With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, the disciples of are numerous, yet alas, all are cowards. Ha ha, not a single one dares to display a modicum of boldness, and you still have the audacity to claim that thousands of immortals pay their respects to you? Who granted you the gall to make such claims? Tai Yi's tone dripped with contempt. To be insulted as disciples of was akin to having sand thrown in their eyes. How could they endure such humiliation? Duo Bao, must we remain silent in the face of this affront? Jin Ling's eyes seemed ablaze as she spoke fiercely. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming trembled with rage, cursing, "You are merely the lackeys of the Chan sect. Do not just stand there barking. Come inside and let me sample your flesh." Tai Yi Zhenren laughed maniacally in response. "Ha! You are all mere talk. Do not merely speak. If you have the ability, emerge from your shell. You think I would step onto Jinao Island? Only a fool would do so. Once inside, escaping would be impossible, and that would be truly amusing, not to mention the tarnished reputation. Such a deal would hardly be worth it. If I were to enter, it would not bode well when Yuan Shi comes to blame me." The disciples have seethed with anger at Tai Yi's insults. How dare he refer to Jinao Island as a shell? Such words were utterly unforgivable. All that Tai Yi had uttered was heard by the disciples of At that moment. Jinao Island seemed akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. In a fit of rage, Wu Yunxian shouted, "You have gone too far, Tai Yi. Do you dare to engage me in a fight to the death? It has been years since anyone has dared to insult in such a manner. Since the founding of our sect, with thousands of immortals paying homage, never has anyone been so audacious before our stronghold. The Chan sect is indeed plucking feathers from a tiger. Master brother, allow me to take his life." One of the disciples exclaimed furiously. Each one clamored to leave the island and seek revenge on Tai Yi. "Master brother, how can we tolerate such humiliation from Tai Yi?" These disciples, though surely no match for Tai Yi Zhenren, were eager to confront him, viewing any restraint as akin to seeking death. "That I must go," Zhao Gongming declared vehemently. "I shall wield the spiritual treasure bestowed upon me by our master and strike Tai until he no longer recognizes himself." He possessed 24C stabilizing pearls, aiming to slay Tai Yi with his treasures. "Do not go out. Do not be deceived," Duo Bao insisted, his brow furrowed in determination. He recalled Tong Tian's admonitions. The Chan sect harbored malicious intent this time. Remaining composed, Duo Bao blocked the path of his impetuous disciples, preventing their exit. Outside Jinao Island, Guang Qingzi observed the hesitation of the disciples and remarked to Tai Yi, "Ha, it seems the disciples of truly fear us. Lacking strength, they fail to recognize their own folly, compelling us to force them onto the Fengshen Bang. What a nuisance." Boom. The disciples of, their tempers flaring, resembled a barrel of fire ready to explode. "Master brother." Zhao Gongming, consumed by rage, could no longer contain his fury. "Calm down. Are you fools? Do you not see they are employing provocation? They dare not enter our master's territory, seeking to incite you into action. Do you believe that if you go out, you will reap any rewards?" Duo Bao's face bore the marks of anger and helplessness. He had to restrain his impulsive juniors. Hearing his words, the disciples have temporarily abandoned their intentions to leave the island. Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowards. In this vast Jinao island, is there not a single soul willing to engage me in battle? Guangqingzi taunted from outside the island. Boom, boom, boom. Within Jinao island, an aura of fury surged forth. The disciples have had reached the limits of their endurance. Witnessing this, Duo Bao, though filled with rage himself, knew he must prevent his impulsive juniors from acting recklessly if 3 or 4 of them acted out. He could possibly contain them, but with over half the disciples now furious, he feared he could not hold them back. Recalling their master's words, Duo Bao's confidence was restored. He was determined to stop his juniors. Nevertheless, he desperately longed for his master's assistance, that in stark contrast to the seething anger on Jinao Island. The atmosphere in Bo Palace was so serene that one could hear a pin drop. Tong Tian opened his eyes, filled with a fierce glint, emanating a terrifying aura. He was fully aware of the unfolding events on Jinao Island, and had them firmly within his grasp. If they cannot confront me openly, they resort to underhanded tactics. Tong Tian's countenance darkened as he coldly regarded Tai Yijinren and Guangqingzi outside the island. Did they truly think him a soft target? Did they genuinely believe he would remain passive indefinitely? Ding dong. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden option within the system. Option 1. End your seclusion and confront Tai Yijinren and Guangqingzi. Reward: 1 gourd of Taoist divine water and 3 million merits of the Tao. Option 2. Continue to observe and refrain from intervening. Reward: 8 profound pearls, a premium innate spiritual treasure. Gazing at the brazen pair outside Jinao Island, Tong Tian decisively responded, I choose option 1. Since they had presented their faces for him to strike, how could he refrain from doing so? Some matters cannot be endured. After all the patience, why continue to endure? Yuan Shi may be arrogant, but his 2 disciples dare to act brazenly before him. It was high time to impart a lesson on decorum. After making his choice, 2 treasures materialized within Tong Tian's purple palace. Observing the rewards bestowed by the system, Tong Tian murmured, First, I shall deal with those 2 lackeys outside. Without further hesitation, he rose and prepared to step out. Swish! Tong Tian flicked his fingers toward the void. Boom! A vast surge of spiritual power instantly filled the protective mountain formation, unleashing an overwhelming aura as the formation activated. Could it be that our master has emerged from seclusion? The disciples' faces lit up with excitement. Their master had come forth. They eagerly anticipated how he would handle the 2 arrogant lackeys outside. Boom! A colossal hand materialized from the void, descending directly upon Guangqingzi. Stunned, Guangqingzi had yet to react before being struck down. Puffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing against the mountainside. Chapter 13. Confrontation with Yuan Shi. Upon Jinao Island, Tong Tian spoke coldly. Whose dog is it that has come to bark recklessly upon my territory, without restraint? At that moment, Tai Yijinren's complexion turned deathly pale, trembling uncontrollably, as if a wave of heat might erupt from between his legs at any moment. He dared not move, nor could he breathe freely, drenched in cold sweat. He knew all too well that any careless movement could lead to his utter annihilation at Tong Tian's hands. Guangqingzi was already on the verge of collapse. Fortunate to have Yuan Shi's treasures shielding him from immediate demise. Tong Tian, what do you mean by injuring my disciple so severely? Do not overstep your bounds. Yuan Shi's voice boomed as he materialized. Admonishing Tong Tian that an overwhelming sacred power enveloped Jinao Island, it was evident that Yuan Shi had been waiting above Jinao Island. His intentions cleared, he had sent Guangqingzi and Tai Yijinren to provoke the disciples while he himself lay in wait to strike down any disciples who dared to emerge. Yet, he had not anticipated that the disciples would endure without emerging, nor that Tong Tian would shamelessly attack his own disciples. Brother Tong Tian, is it proper to unleash such lethal force upon a junior? If so, may I also strike your disciples with equal severity? Yuan Shi challenged, his voice echoing with authority. As Yuan Shi stood with his hair bristling, he bellowed vehemently. Upon witnessing his appearance, Guangqingzi and Tai Yijinren felt a semblance of color return to their faces and hurriedly retreated behind Yuan Shi. When Tong Tian had made his move earlier, it felt as though they had danced on the precipice of death, a sensation they had never encountered before, so close to the clutches of the Grim Reaper. Had it not been for their master, Yuan Shi's timely arrival, They might have found themselves inscribed on the list of the fallen at this moment. The disciples of Jie, upon seeing Yuan Shi, were enveloped in trepidation, grateful that Duo Bao had intervened just in time. One would have anticipated that a venerable sage would resort to hiding and scheming against them. Truly shameless, Yuan Shi, as a sage, should not stoop to plotting against juniors. He is unworthy of being our revered elder, a beast beneath contempt. Duo Bao exclaimed furiously, his face a mask of wrath. The other disciples of Jie echoed his indignation. How brazen! The Chan sect's shamelessness knows no bounds. As Yuan Shi could no longer contain himself and stepped forth, Tong Tian let out a derisive chuckle. He must have laid in wait here. And observing Yuan Shi's loathsome countenance, Tong Tian felt no inclination to utter another word that in the end, he would discover that the true fool was himself. Tong Tian slowly formed a hand seal. And in an instant, for terrifying sword shadows pierced the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The four sword shadows spread across the four cardinal directions of Jin Island, their supreme sword intent rampaging, yet sparing not a single blade of grass on the island. For this sword intent was solely aimed at foes, the four swords of extermination. Yuan Shi's face flushed crimson. This madman had the audacity to strike without a word. Humph, merely the four swords of extermination. If I do not enter the fray, what can you do to me? Panga banner, arise. Yuan Shi summoned the Panga banner, and in an instant, winds and thunder roared. The innate treasure, Panga banner, commanded formidable power that could not be underestimated. With the Panga banner in hand, Yuan Shi felt confident in countering the unformed four swords of extermination. Absurd. As Yuan Shi brandished the Panga banner, Tong Tian immediately summoned the god-slaying spear. Boom! An ancient spear slowly manifested in the void. Its blackened blade wreathed in demonic flames, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Never have I encountered a despicable scoundrel like you. Your disciples are indeed a reflection of your lineage, all worthless. What can you do when I strike? Do you still dare to be arrogant before me? Tong Tian's voice, cold as ice, reverberated through the void. Being publicly humiliated in front of so many, Yuan Shi trembled with rage, yearning to engage Tong Tian in a battle of 300 rounds. Yet, gazing upon the god-slaying spear and the four swords of extermination materializing in the void, Yuan Shi felt a sense of powerlessness. Furthermore, should the four swords of extermination be transformed into the extermination array, no matter how formidable Yuan Shi's techniques were, he could not contend with Tong Tian without the aid of the four sages. Although he had compelled Tong Tian to reveal himself today, he found himself at a loss against him, and his disciples had already suffered injuries. Tong Tian, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Is it not merely your reliance on the extermination array? Even if I cannot contend with Tong Tian, Yuan Shi still feigned composure, commanding the Panga banner to exude an aura of terror. Ha ha! If you wish to fight, then let us do so. After all your prattling, are you afraid? Ha! Tong Tian laughed heartily. Yuan Shi's expression darkened, a palpable murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, and he swung the Panga banner toward Tong Tian. Boom! A terrifying crescent-shaped wave of energy surged through the void, striking the god-slaying spear directly. Thunderous crashes echoed as the god-slaying spear retaliated, its dreadfully radiant spear light colliding with the energy wave. Simultaneously, the four swords of extermination unleashed their terrifying sword intent to bolster the god-slaying spear. However, relying solely on the god-slaying spear and the four swords of extermination was insufficient to withstand the might of the Panga banner. After all, the Panga banner was a genuine innate treasure activated by a sage, and the power wielded by Tong Tian, a half-step great Tao sage, was not superior to that of Yuan Shi. Nevertheless, the battleground was situated on Jin Island. With Tong Tian's primordial spirit in action, the mountain-protecting array continuously supplied spiritual power to the four swords of extermination, which erupted with even greater might. Witnessing this, Yuan Shi's anger surged. Unable to breach the defenses of the god-slaying spear and the four swords of extermination alone, he now faced the added assistance of the mountain-protecting array. This array had been laid down during Tong Tian's time as a sage, and its power was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, until now, Yuan Shi had yet to ascertain whether Tong Tian had fully restored his cultivation, if Tong Tian had indeed regained his strength. Then Yuan Shi, even at the cost of his own life, could do nothing against him if this stalemate continued. My disciples might not be able to survive. This outcome is unacceptable to me. Master, what shall we do next? Tai Yizhenren and Guang Qingzi whispered in unison to Yuan Shi, not daring to step even a little beyond their master's protective shadow. Yuan Shi's countenance darkened as if it could drip water. He sensed numerous primordial spirits probing nearby, and the humiliating events of the recent battle had been witnessed by many. The thought of such a disgrace was infuriating, intensifying his hatred for Tong Tian. One day he would reclaim his honor here. Tong Tian, do not grow complacent. Your time of arrogance will soon come to an end. Await the day of calamity, for it shall herald the annihilation of your Jie. Chapter 14. Accelerating the refinement of the Tao fruit. With a face as dark as thunder, Yuan Shi declared, and then with a sweep of the Panga banner, a spatial tunnel emerged in the void. Whisking Tai Yizhenren and Guang Qingzi away from Jinao Island at that moment, tranquility finally returned to Jinao Island. Tong Tian subsequently recalled the god-slaying spear and the 4 swords of extermination. He paid no heed to Yuan Shi's final threats, viewing them as inconsequential. When the day of calamity descends, we shall see whether Jie or Chan's sect survives to the end. Yuan Shi will undoubtedly witness this day. It remains to be seen if Yuan Shi can endure the consequences of Chan's sect's annihilation. Within Jinao Island, the onlookers sighed deeply upon seeing Yuan Shi depart. Duo Bao felt the same. Had his master not arrived in time, he might not have endured. Indeed, master is truly formidable, effortlessly repelling Yuan Shi. Master remains as impressive as ever, the everlasting Holy Mother said, her face filled with admiration. Duo Bao responded earnestly, indeed. The other disciples wholeheartedly agreed that it truly seems that master has grown significantly stronger. With such a powerful master, the disciples of Jie can face the impending calamity with greater ease. Surely, master will arrange everything meticulously. Meanwhile, in a certain void above Jinao Island, the Western sages witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. It is simply unbelievable. After self-destructing his sage position, Tong Tian remains so audacious. Jie Yin remarked expressionlessly. Humph, Zhuan Shi scoffed coldly, and then added, if Tong Tian had not acquired the 4 swords of extermination bestowed by the Tao ancestor, would he still dare to be so arrogant? Is it not merely his reliance on the god-slaying spear and the 4 swords of extermination? How could Tong Tian have frightened Yuan Shi without those 2 treasures? Hearing this, Jie Yin nodded in agreement. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they would still harbor deep trepidation towards these 2 artifacts. Fortunately, the relationship between Tong Tian and Yuan Shi has reached an irreparable state, which is indeed a matter worth celebrating. The more fiercely Jie and Chan's sect clash, the more names can be added to the function list. In the end, the ultimate victor shall be us in the West. Yuan Shi places great importance on his face. If we were to stoke the flames at this moment, it could lead to yet another splendid performance, Zhuan Shi said with a sinister smile. Jie Yin exchanged a glance with Zhuan Shi and immediately understood. If we were to approach Yuan Shi now and mention what we had just witnessed, it would surely deepen his hatred for Tong Tian. The 2 sages' eyes gleamed with excitement as they set off to find Yuan Shi without a moment's delay. Swish, a section of space was instantly filled as the 2 sages vanished from sight. At this moment, within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian sat quietly upon a mat, with the mixed element great Tao fruit nearly depleted. However, to fully refine it, he would require a longer period. Simultaneously, his thoughts turned to the 2 treasures he had just acquired. The power of great Tao merit is far more profound than that of celestial merit. Both can be utilized to enhance cultivation. Most importantly, great Tao merit can reduce the time needed to refine the mixed element great Tao fruit. Contemplating, Tong Tian directly summoned his spiritual power, unleashing a blinding golden radiance from the 3 million merits of the Tao. A vast reservoir of spiritual energy began to permeate into Tongtian's being, akin to a nurturing rain. At this moment, the efficacy of the Tao merits was fully realized. Tongtian's origin, primordial spirit, and cultivation all surged to new heights. As time passed, Tongtian refined all the Tao merits. His gaze then shifted towards the gourd. The Tao divine water contained within it, if discovered by other saints, could lead to relentless pursuit and theft throughout the vast expanse of Hongguang. This divine water could enhance one's comprehension of the Tao, and even more astonishingly, grant insights into the Tao itself. With the aid of the Tao divine water, Tongtian's time for refining the Hongming Dayuo Dao fruit would be significantly reduced. Drawing in a breath, Tong Tian activated his primordial spirit, channeling the Dao divine water into his purple mansion. In an instant, his purple mansion was filled with a silvery white glow. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation surged through Tong Tian's mind. Swiftly enveloping his entire being in a frigid aura, Tong Tian understood that this was the opportune moment to refine the Hongming Dayuo Dao fruit, and he promptly focused his mind solely on the refinement. The speed of the Dao fruit's refinement accelerated, resembling a flash of light. Tongtian's heart brimmed with exhilaration. It would not be long before he completely refined the Hongming Dayuo Dao fruit. As the refinement progressed, a continuous influx of power surged into Tongtian's body, further amplifying his might. Fortunately, the restrictions of Begone Palace were formidable. Otherwise, Tongtian's soaring aura might attract unwanted attention, leading to troublesome encounters, or worse, incite a fierce battle for treasures. Although the refinement speed was already rapid, Tong Tian still found it lacking. Hence he swiftly refined the chaotic spirit fruit as well. 20%, 60%, 85%. The Dao fruit was nearing complete refinement, with only 15% remaining. When the Hongming Dayuo Dao fruit was entirely refined, it would signify Tongtian's attainment of the Dao sainthood. Despite the completion appearing to be within reach, the final stretch was invariably the most challenging. After all, this was the formidable power of a saint's Dao fruit. Boom! Though the exterior of Begone Palace remained tranquil, the interior trembled with a thunderous resonance, undetectable from the outside. At that moment, Zhun Ti and Jie Yin arrived before the Yushu Palace. Directly disregarding the supreme restrictions of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi also sensed the arrival of the two saints. Boom! Yuan Shi promptly opened the doors of Yushu Palace. The two saints exchanged glances and entered together. You two have arrived uninvited. What brings you here? Yuan Shi gradually materialized before them, inquiring with an air of pride. Hee. Zhun Ti and Jie Yin exchanged cold smiles, looking down upon Yuan Shi's arrogance. Who is he trying to impress? If he were truly formidable, why did he retreat during the confrontation with Tong Tian? It's utterly ridiculous. He.s. just saving face while suffering in silence. Chapter 15. A failed scheme. Within the Yushu Palace. Illuminated by shimmering lights, Yuan Shi maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed his disdain for the two to him. The Western saints were but two weaklings, unworthy of comparison. You two have arrived uninvited. If you have matters to discuss, please be direct, Yuan Shi said impatiently. He had more pressing concerns regarding the impending calamity and had no time for idle chatter with them. Despite his anger, Jie Yin maintained a cheerful facade, saying, Brother Yuan Shi, do not be hasty. We have come specifically for you. For me? Yuan Shi retorted, internally mocking their intentions, thinking they truly believed he was oblivious to their ulterior motives. Indeed, brother, Tongtian, that audacious individual, has shown you no respect whatsoever as your elder brother. It is infuriating to witness such disrespect, especially when he has forced you to retreat in disgrace, Zhun Ti exclaimed, feigning indignation while secretly reveling in their scheming. Hearing this, Yuan Shi's face flushed with anger. These two scoundrels had the audacity to bring up such matters. He had already lost face on Golden Ao Island, and now they dared to confront him about it. Their words, ostensibly sympathetic, were laced with mockery. Yuan Shi's anger surged. They were utterly oblivious to the consequences of their actions. If you have no further business, kindly take your leave, Yuan Shi said, his face flushed and tone harsh. With that, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his being. Zhun Ti and Jie Yin, sensing Yuan Shi's might, felt a surge of delight. They could almost see the flames of rage in Yuan Shi's eyes. Had their sowing of discord succeeded? It seemed their visit had not been in vain. When the confrontation between the Jie sect and the Chan sect commenced, the Western sect would emerge as the ultimate victor. The two Western saints exchanged glances, deciding to stoke the flames further. Zhun Ti then feigned concern, saying, could it be that brother Yuan Shi still harbors feelings for his brotherly bond with Tong Tian? Is that why you hesitate to take action against him? Jie Yin chimed in, brother Yuan Shi, you are mistaken. Kindness often invites betrayal. If Tong Tian dared to treat me with such arrogance, I would certainly teach him a lesson. After all, Tong Tian is merely your junior. How can he act so brazenly towards his elder brother? The two Western saints were performing a well-rehearsed act, and Yuan Shi's face grew increasingly purple with rage. Were they not mocking him with their words? Tong Tian, as his junior, how could he not consider their past camaraderie before striking against him? If you two have nothing further to discuss, please take your leave. I have pressing matters to attend to, Yuan Shi declared, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this scene, Zhun Ti and Jie Yin felt a surge of delight. Knowing their scheme had succeeded, and they exited Yushu Palace. Had they known that their actions would ultimately harm their own Western sect, they would surely have wept for days. Once the Western saints departed, Yuan Shi, filled with rage, summoned the lamplighter Taoist to meet him. The lamplighter, showing no hesitation, hurried to Yushu Palace, an ancient powerhouse. The lamplighter felt no shame in serving Yuan Shi. A saint, master, the lamplighter greeted with a bow. Yuan Shi regarded the lamplighter, then spoke with a serious expression. The Chan sect must prepare to address the impending calamity, but I have a task for you. Leverage the historical grievances between the Western sect and the witch clan to incite their conflict. Yuan Shi was well aware that the Western saints had come to instigate a war, hoping to profit from the chaos. If you act unjustly, do not blame me for being merciless, Yuan Shi thought malevolently. Upon hearing this, the lamplighter's eyes filled with apprehension towards the witch clan. The demon race, survivors of the ancient wars, were renowned for their formidable strength. Although the lamplighter did not understand Yuan Shi's rationale, he said nothing and promptly departed. Watching the lamplighter leave to carry out his orders, Yuan Shi cast a dark gaze towards the west. How dare those two Western saints come to mock him? While he might not be able to confront the Jie sect directly, he could certainly show the Western sect the consequences of their actions. They would soon experience the taste of the Fengshen Bang. In a remote mountainous region of the Hongwang, a robed figure clad in red was swiftly pursuing two disheveled individuals. The two being chased were once members of the demon race, who, after their defeat in the demon war, shamelessly defected to the Western sect. Thus, they had become disciples of the Western sect. Bai Zhe, what madness are you indulging in? If the Western sect discovers this, you won't escape unscathed. The faces of the two were filled with terror. For the relentless pursuer was none other than Bai Zhe, a renowned demon god from the ancient demon court. Being one of the top 10 demon gods, his strength was unquestionable. Bai Zhe had every justification to pursue the two traitors. Who could tolerate betrayal? Not far from this location, the lamplighter observed the chase with a satisfied smile. Having swiftly completed his task, he gleefully thought, Master Yuan Shi will surely be pleased. Whoosh! The lamplighter vanished in an instant. Returning to report. Nowhere to run. Your betrayal is intolerable. Prepare to pay with your lives, Bai Zhe declared resolutely, summoning countless strands of spiritual energy to form a colossal fist. Boom! The giant fist transformed into a streak of light. Crashing into the two traitors, the saints will not spare you. As the two uttered their final words, they were instantly reduced to ash. Yet, fleetingly, two faint glimmers flashed by. Observing this scene, Bai Zhe seemed reluctantly discontent, allowing the two traitors to be accepted into the divine ranking. Consider yourselves fortunate. With that, Bai Zhe vanished without a trace. Following the demise of the two traitors, the Western sect swiftly made its debut on the list. At that moment, within the spiritual mountain of the Western sect, a roar echoed through the heavens. Who dares to disturb my Western sect? The Taoist of guidance bellowed in fury. Just moments prior, they had attempted to incite a war between the Jie sect and the Chan sect, hoping to reap casualties to fill the ranks. Yet before their grand battle could commence, their own disciples had already made the list. Who could remain calm in such fury? After venting his wrath, the Taoist of guidance began to calculate who had schemed against the Western sect. The power of the sage was undeniably vast, and at this moment, it was fully revealed if he wished to investigate. There was nothing that could remain concealed from him. Chapter 16. The primordial battle of the two sages of the West. Within the spiritual mountain of the Western sect, it did not take long for the Taoist of guidance to uncover the identity of the one who had plotted against his sect. It turned out to be Ran Dang. How dare he extend his claws into the affairs of my Western sect? Such ungratefulness. Boom! Enraged, the Taoist of guidance vanished to seek out Ran Dang for retribution. Shortly after, he arrived at Lingzhou Mountain. The Taoist of guidance unleashed an unparalleled holy might that enveloped the entire mountain, sealing it off completely, not even allowing a fly to escape at that moment. Feeling the weight of the Taoist of guidance's pressure, Ran Ding's expression turned pale as a ghost. The Taoist of guidance had come directly to confront him, although he too was a formidable ancient being. He was no sage. Before a sage, Ran Ding was but an insignificant insect. Ran Ding, you shall perish, the Taoist of guidance shouted in fury, an overwhelming pressure cascading down. At this moment, Lingzhou Mountain seemed to tremble, as if it would shatter into pieces at any second. Master Yuan Shi, help me. Ran Ding could never have imagined that the Taoist of guidance intended to kill him outright. He hurriedly called for assistance. If the Taoist of guidance's pressure were to descend, perhaps even the entire mountain would vanish without a trace. Boom! In this dire moment, Master Yuan Shi released his own pressure to counteract that of the Taoist of guidance. Boom! The clash of the two sages' pressures resonated with an earth-shattering roar, shaking the very void. Under the collision of their mighty forces, Lingzhou Mountain was utterly flattened. Taoist of guidance, Ran Ding occupies the vice leader position of my sect. Do you think you can simply annihilate him as if I do not exist? Master Yuan Shi gradually materialized, his voice heavy with discontent. Upon witnessing Yuan Shi's arrival, Ran Ding dared not delay for even a moment. Instantly retreating behind Yuan Shi, trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for Yuan Shi's timely appearance, he might have already found himself on the list. The Taoist of guidance's eyes blazed with fury. He finally understood. Everything was the work of Yuan Shi. This old rascal must be seething and has plotted against my Western sect. The Western sect has taken the lead in making the list. At this moment, the Taoist of guidance felt his cheeks stinging from the humiliation. The calamity had not yet arrived, yet the Western sect had already made its mark. This time, the two sages of the West could not possibly remain inconspicuous. This was a rhythm destined for infamy. What does it matter if you are absent? Enough talk. Let us battle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Taoist of guidance summoned his weapon, the Vajra pestle. The Vajra pestle, much like the four swords of extermination bestowed by the Tao ancestor, was also a treasure of the highest order. How amusing. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall teach you a lesson before Tongtian arrives. Master Yuan Shi chuckled softly as he observed the furious Taoist of guidance. Boom! Yuan Shi immediately summoned the Panga banner, its celestial might directed towards the Taoist of guidance, with a swift flick of the ancient banner. A terrifying wave was unleashed, surging forth towards the Taoist of guidance. Shatter! Instantly, he formed seals with his hands, channeling the Vajra pestle to unleash a golden shockwave that collided with the wave emitted by the ancient banner. Boom! The two innate treasures engaged in a fierce battle, emanating a cataclysmic aura. Waves of the laws of heaven and earth were shattered in an instant. The might of the sages was fearsome indeed. Humph! Is it true that my junior disciple, Taoist of guidance, can only speak? You truly are too weak. Master Yuan Shi scoffed, casually waving the ancient banner to unleash another wave imbued with destructive energy. Damn it! The Taoist of guidance felt utterly unwilling. The Panga banner was a far superior weapon compared to his Vajra pestle, being an innate treasure. What was so impressive about using an innate treasure to suppress me? Boom! The Taoist of guidance continually emanated terrifying might, channeling immense spiritual power into the Vajra pestle, attempting to forcefully break through the waves released by the Panga banner. Boom! The Vajra pestle, with its supreme might, collided with the spiritual waves, holding for a moment before the Vajra pestle and the Taoist of guidance were sent flying. Yuan Shi gazed coldly at the Taoist of guidance. Oh, you think you can withstand the Panga banner? The Taoist of guidance's face turned as unpleasant as if he had swallowed a fly, yet he found himself powerless, for he lacked an innate treasure. Moreover, Yuan Shi's cultivation was slightly superior. The Taoist of guidance felt utterly helpless. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. There was no other choice but to retreat to the west and join forces with Zhun Ti. Perhaps together they could triumph over Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, if you have the ability, then follow me, the Taoist of guidance declared, swiftly fleeing towards the west. That I possess great abilities. Yuan Shi felt no fear, pursuing the Taoist of guidance, with the aid of the Panga banner. His confidence soared. Even if the two little men of the west joined forces, they would not be as matched at this moment. At the spiritual mountain of the Western sect, the Taoist of guidance stumbled into view, while the arrogant Yuan Shi closely followed. Taoist Yuan Shi, how dare you remain so audacious? The Taoist of guidance steadied himself, bellowing so loudly that the entire West could hear his voice. Boom! At this moment, the other sage of the West unleashed his holy might, arriving beside the Taoist of guidance. Yuan Shi, why have you pursued me relentlessly? Observing Yuan Shi's demeanor, Zhun Ti was equally perplexed, his heart racing. In the West, at the spiritual mountain, do you presume that with the presence of two sages, you can act with impunity? Do you think the vice leader of the Chan sect is so easily bullied? Yuan Shi retorted coldly to the two sages. The disciples of the Jie sect had always hidden in their shells, unable to retaliate. However, this time, the Western sect had delivered itself to him. He would feel remiss if he did not send a portion of their disciples to the list. Boom! Yuan Shi wielded the ancient banner, unleashing waves of terrifying might, one of which surged directly towards Zhun Ti. Damn it! What has this old fool ingested? Zhun Ti's face turned ashen. The Western sect's disciples had vanished, leaving them in disgrace. Yet this old fool dared to act this way. Let us unite and show this old fool the might of the two sages of the West. Boom! The Vajra pestle shimmered with golden light as the Taoist of guidance summoned its spirit, colliding violently with the energy of the ancient banner, creating a devastating force that was astonishing. Excessive. You may be unkind, but do not blame us, the two sages, for being unjust, Zhun Ti exclaimed, his face ablaze with fury. And he too summoned the demon-suppressing pestle, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, a gift from the Tao ancestor. The two sages of the West simultaneously wielded their respective staffs, shaking the very fabric of the void. Is that all you have? Yuan Shi scoffed, his face filled with derision, lacking ability, yet seeking to sow discord. Humph, truly, you do not know the meaning of the word death. Boom! Yuan Shi formed seals with his hands, and the Pango banner soared forth, standing like a war god in the void, unleashing waves of terrifying energy towards the two sages. Chapter 17. The three sages plot again at Jin Ao Island. The two sages of the West turned pale, hastily unleashing their most powerful techniques. They no longer dared to underestimate the situation. Should they fail to exert their full strength, they might end up grievously injured or worse. Zhun Ti shouted, "Seven treasures, marvelous tree." Instantly, a resplendent, multicolored tree materialized, adorned with an array of treasures. Boom! Zhun Ti's hands rapidly shifted through complex seals, and the seven treasures' marvelous tree erupted with radiant light, its divine glow colliding with the energy of the Pango banner. The Taoist of guidance was not to be outdone. He immediately summoned the Eastern Azure Lotus treasure flag to protect the two sages. If all five flags were gathered, their defensive power would be extraordinarily formidable. However, the single flag wielded by the Taoist of guidance was insufficient to withstand the Pango banner, with no other option. The Taoist of guidance steeled his resolve, and in an instant, golden light radiated forth. The 12-petal merit golden lotus appeared beneath him. With the assistance of these two incredibly powerful defensive treasures, they finally managed to hold their ground against Yuan Shi. Calm your fury, brother Yuan Shi. This matter is entirely my fault for the Western teachings not recognizing good from bad. A great calamity is imminent, and now you dare to lay hands on the two of us. Is that not merely granting an advantage to Tongtian? Jane hastily addressed Yuan Shi. He had truly underestimated Yuan Shi, thinking he could single-handedly pin down my brothers to the ground and rub them in the dirt. If this continued, the two saints of the West would certainly not fare well. Moreover, if they do not manage to heal their injuries before the impending catastrophe, the Western teachings would undoubtedly be obliterated. At this moment, the two saints of the West could only plead for mercy from Yuan Shi. Seeing Jane already capitulating, Yuan Shi coldly remarked, "Just a moment ago in Yushu Palace, you were not so timid. What now? Are you unable to act fiercely in your own territory?" The expressions of the two saints of the West were a ghastly mix of pale, red, and purple, utterly unsightly, and they could only tuck their tails between their legs in submission. "My apologies, before you, my two disciples had no room to act arrogantly." Zhun Ti also forced a smile, attempting to appease. Yuan Shi remained relentless, directing his gaze toward the disciples of the Western teachings. He knew he could not kill the two saints, but injuring them would be far simpler. If the two saints were to be wounded, their disciples would surely follow suit. Wouldn't they? The thought of such a delightful outcome made Yuan Shi's gaze turn even more malicious as he looked upon the two. The two saints of the West were now in a state of panic. Sensing Yuan Shi's intentions, Could it be that Yuan Shi planned to pursue them relentlessly? They would absolutely not allow such a scenario to unfold. Brother Yuan Shi, do not act impulsively. You are well aware that the slots on the function list are not something our Western teachings could possibly secure. However, consider this. If all disciples of the Jie sect were to fill those slots instead, as long as we compel Tong Tian to enter the function list, then everything will no longer be under his control, Zhun Ti hastily advised. Upon hearing Zhun Ti's words, Yuan Shi began to waver. The Western side originally had very few individuals, and the disciples of the Western teachings were even scarcer. Even if all disciples of the Western teachings were to fill the list, it would be of no avail. However, if the disciples of the Jie sect were all to fill it, that would be an entirely different matter. The gathering of myriad immortals is no mere saying, and the disciples of the Jie sect were indeed far too numerous to fill the function list with ease. Although Yuan Shi knew this, the countless times he had attempted to force Tongtian onto the list had proven futile, leading the Jie sect to remain unscathed. The thought of this only fueled Yuan Shi's anger further. Jane seemed to sense Yuan Shi's thoughts and quickly added, "Brother Yuan Shi, are you troubled by Tongtian's refusal to enter the function list? You have previously gone to Begone Palace twice to coerce him into revealing himself. Yet he merely hid within, wielding the Shirshan spear and the 4 swords of slaying immortals, refusing to show himself. From this, I deduce that Tongtian has not fully restored his saintly status. Perhaps he is merely exerting a semblance of saintly might through some special means." Hearing this, Yuan Shi found Jane's words to hold some merit. The 3 pure ones had long since separated. Even if Tongtian encountered some fortuitous opportunity, his primordial spirit would remain oblivious. The time since Tongtian had voluntarily forsaken his saintly status was simply too brief. It was impossible for him to reattain his path. To recover from his injuries would already be quite remarkable. In this light, it appeared that the pressure Tongtian emitted might be a mere facade. Noticing that Yuan Shi's focus had shifted away from them, the 2 saints of the West felt a wave of relief wash over them. This indicated that the situation was not yet at its direst. "Speak. What solutions do you propose?" Yuan Shi fixed his gaze upon the 2 saints of the West and inquired. In response, the 2 saints said in unison, "It is quite simple. The 3 of us can make a trip to Jinao Island together. With our combined strength, we can force Tongtian to sign the function list." Yuan Shi's expression remained impassive, relying solely on himself. He indeed could not break through the restrictions of Jinao Island. Even if he did, Tongtian still possessed the Shirshan spear and the slaying immortals formation. What you propose is merely conjecture. What if Tongtian has truly recovered? We must find a justification, for only then can we boldly break through his defenses. Yuan Shi addressed the 2 saints of the West. Upon hearing this, Jane felt a significant weight lift from his heart, while simultaneously he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. They believed Yuan Shi remained a quintessential hypocrite. "This matter is straightforward. Just leave it to the 2 of us. Brother Yuan Shi, simply allow us to handle it," Zhun Ti said with a sly grin. "Very well, let us set off immediately." With that, Yuan Shi sped off toward Jinao Island. The 2 saints of the West hurriedly followed suit. It was imperative to act swiftly while Tongtian had not fully regained his strength. Once he emerged, the 3 of them would pressure him. Come what may, he would have no choice but to sign. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jinao Island remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Having learned from past experiences, Zhao Gongming and Duo Bao, among others, kept a vigilant watch on the situation outside the island. They had become wise. Even if thunder rumbled outside, they would not venture out. Within the island, they had the protection of a saint's sanctuary, ensuring their safety. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, within the depths of the sea surrounding Jinao Island, an array of powerful auras surged toward the island like rolling boulders. The disciples of the Jie sect also began to notice the unusual happenings outside. Whoosh! Duo Bao emerged, his expression grave, and declared, "There is something amiss outside." Zhao Gongming affirmed, "Someone is plotting against us again. How outrageous! If we could leave the island, I would certainly make them understand why the flowers are so red." The disciples echoed their indignation. Duo Bao's eyes were filled with concern, and he resolutely stated, "No matter what happens, you must not leave the island." Chapter 18. The Peril of Duo Bao. Inside Jinao Island, the disciples of the Jie sect were acutely aware of the need to learn from experience. It had not been long since the last incident. Who would have thought that a dignified heavenly Tao saint would hide from the schemes of the younger generation? Should we just watch as the island comes under attack? Even with the great formations on the island, I still fear it may affect our master's seclusion. The Holy Mother of Wudong expressed her worries. In my view, it would be better to directly go out and slay these monsters. This way, those lurking in the shadows would be forced to reveal themselves, the Holy Mother of Jinling said angrily. Hearing this, the disciples of the Jie sect nodded in agreement, looking at Duobao. No, you cannot leave. I must take responsibility for your safety. My master has bestowed upon me formidable treasures. I shall go out alone. Fear not. With the treasures to protect me, I will return swiftly, Duobao asserted firmly, slowly departing from Jineo Island. Duobao, wait. Before the other disciples could utter a word, Duobao had already reached the island's perimeter. Are we simply to stand by and do nothing? Zhao Gongming exclaimed in fury. Do not act rashly. Trust in the elder brother. The great cloud immortals spoke with a heavy tone. They were unaware of the danger awaiting them outside. Rushing out recklessly could very well cost them their lives. Outside the island, Duobao gazed upon the horde of monstrous beasts surging toward him like a black cloud descending upon a city. His brow furrowed. Upon probing with his primordial spirit, he realized that there were indeed far too many beasts. I must protect the Jie sect for my master. At this moment, determination filled Duobao's face as he swiftly formed hand seals to summon forth. Grasping tightly onto two innate spiritual treasures, an overwhelming aura surged forth as if to shatter the vast expanse of black clouds. Boom! Countless monstrous beasts surged before Duobao, who wielded his treasured weapon. Unleashing an incredible force, he charged into the throng of beasts, executing unparalleled lethal force, each sweep of his hand claiming the life of a beast. In an instant, the azure sea surrounding Jineo Island began to turn a deep crimson, stained by the lives of countless beasts. Boom! 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 Through Duobao's tireless efforts, the seemingly endless horde of beasts visibly dwindled. However, such favorable circumstances were short-lived. Shortly thereafter, a wave of black clouds loomed ominously from behind the beast horde. And their numbers were certainly greater than before. Bring it on! Duobao showed no fear, once again summoning several innate spiritual treasures and bravely slaying the beasts. Duobao had exerted every ounce of strength, multitasking as he charged, each assault taking the lives of a group of beasts. Boom! Despite Duobao's utmost efforts, he could merely temporarily halt the advance of the monstrous horde. These beasts were relentless, charging without regard for their lives. Realizing he could not hold them back any longer, Duobao began chanting incantations, invoking the power of the great Tao to suppress the area. Boom! 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 With the treasured artifact in harmony with divine powers, it swiftly annihilated hundreds, even thousands, of mindless beasts in an instant. These creatures, devoid of intelligence, posed no formidable threat, their only advantage being their sheer numbers. This time, the monstrous horde served as the catalyst. Boldly, boom, a powerful aura of the saints enveloped the realm. And soon, the two saints from the west materialized. Spurt. Duobao, overwhelmed by the oppressive force, coughed up blood, while 5 innate spiritual treasures returned to his side, forming a protective barrier around him. The saintly pressure was immensely formidable, and even the 5 treasures could not withstand it. Duobao had just commanded the 5 treasures to slay foes for an extended period, with his primordial spirit dispersed among them. Now, under the Western Saint's exertion, his spirit suffered significant harm. Reluctantly, Duobao withdrew from the fray of beasts. Fortunately, upon the appearance of the 2 saints, the monstrous horde ceased its assault. Duobao, these beasts are the guardian creatures of our sect. Why have you sought to exterminate our protectors? Do you think the Western sect is easy to bully? The fierce voice of Jie Yin resounded. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers on Jineo Island were filled with astonishment. 2 saints. Their presence here surely harbored ill intentions. Duobao, brother. Zhao Gongming promptly summoned the sea-calming pearl, eager to rush out and rescue Duobao. Observing this, numerous disciples brandished their treasures, preparing to charge forth. Everyone halt. Look closely. Outside are 2 saints. If we rush out, we shall meet our demise. Wudong stepped forward, restraining the impulsive crowd. Wudong, if we do not save our senior brother, he will perish. Jin Lingshengmu exclaimed angrily. Hearing this, Wudong could only respond with hopeful assurance. Brother Duobao will be fine. He bears the protective treasure from our master. I repeat. Absolutely no one is allowed to leave the island. At her words, the disciples could only watch in fury as events unfolded outside. Meanwhile, outside Geneo Island, Duobao wore an expression of helplessness, sincerely stating, "Esteemed saints, the beasts I have slain were devoid of consciousness. My actions were solely to protect Geneo Island, with no ulterior motive that I hope for your understanding." Duobao was well aware that the two saints had not come merely because of the beasts, especially given that they had struck him without uttering a word upon arrival. This monstrous surge was undoubtedly orchestrated by them. Yet, Duobao found himself powerless. After all, the two were saints. Regardless of his inner fury, he had to feign sincerity. Otherwise, he would provide them with further excuses to target Geneo Island. However, it was evident that no matter how Duobao presented himself, the audacity of the Western saints exceeded his expectations. Jie Yin scoffed, "Humph, sharp-tongued. By your words, do you imply that these beasts are our doing?" Zhun Ti shamelessly added, "Your master is still in seclusion. Let me take his place today and teach you some manners." With that, Zhun Ti unleashed his saintly might, aiming a strike at Duobao. Boom! Despite Duobao's numerous protective treasures, he was still sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. "You too, do you intend to act unreasonably today?" Duobao wiped the blood from his lips, responding with indignation. How could Tongtian have raised such an uncultured disciple? A dark figure appeared in the void above Geneo Island. It was Yuan Shi, gazing at the disheveled Duobao. He scolded, "Well done, Duobao. You are fortunate to be a disciple of Tongtian. How can you lack even a modicum of decorum? Who gave you the audacity to confront your two uncles? A person like you has no face remaining in the Jie sect." Chapter 19. The Life and Death Crisis of the Jie sect. Outside the protective mountain formation, Yuan Shi had just finished reprimanding Duobao when he directly launched an attack that a vast and overwhelming saintly pressure bore down on Duobao. Realizing the intent to kill, Duobao struck his own palm, releasing a drop of vital blood to summon a life-saving treasure. Whoosh! A blue banner appeared before Duobao. This water-controlling banner was the life-saving artifact bestowed upon him by Tongtian. Once the banner emerged, it radiated brilliant blue light, enveloping Duobao and returning him to the protective formation. With this, Yuan Shi's face flushed with embarrassment. How could a mere disciple of the Jie sect escape from my grasp? What face do I have left? Just as Duobao returned to the island, the disciples rushed to his side. Witnessing the three despicable saints outside, they were filled with rage. Thankfully, Brother Duobao possessed the protective treasure from our master. Without it, the outcome would have been dire. Boom! Before they could react, the three saints unleashed their formidable auras, attacking Geneo Island. The protective mountain formation erupted with immense power, resisting the combined force of the three saints. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the space above Geneo Island seemed to form a void, collapsing inch by inch. These three saints dared to force their way into Tongtian's domain. Duobao, alarmed, shouted, "Do not linger here. Hurry to our master." At his command, they rushed towards Begone Palace. The coordinated assault of the three saints was witnessed by many in a certain space outside Geneo Island. Niwa observed the scene, choosing not to intervene. Seeing Yuan Shi and the others directly attack Tongtian's disciple, she disdainfully refused to ally with Yuan Shi, unable to partake in such base actions. Meanwhile, in another realm, Taishang quietly observed as the elder brother of Yuan Shi and Tongtian. He showed no intention of intervening. Whether the Jie sect or the Chan sect faced consequences, it held no impact on him. He merely hoped for enough individuals to fill the void on the investiture of gods. He harbored a twisted desire to witness the Jie sect's annihilation. Tongtian's actions had somewhat tarnished his reputation as an elder brother, leaving Taishang exceedingly displeased. Tongtian was no longer a saint, and there was no need for him to act. He could merely watch. The three saints outside would handle matters well at that moment. Within Begone Palace, Tongtian was already aware of everything that transpired. However, he could not reveal himself why it wasn't out of fear, but because he had refined his Dao fruit to an astonishing 99.9%. Only a minuscule fraction remained for complete refinement. Soon, these three pretentious hypocrites would find their triumph short-lived. Outside Geneo Island, amidst the clamor, the three saints had completely relaxed their guards. If Tongtian were still a saint, he would have acted against us long ago. The fact that he had not intervened despite the prolonged assault indicated he was merely pretending. Everyone, put in more effort. We shall soon shatter this turtle shell, Jie Yin remarked with a sinister grin. Yuan Shi and Jie Yin shared in the delight, proclaiming, "This is indeed a golden opportunity. Let us see how Tongtian remains arrogant." Once the protective formation is breached, we must severely punish him. After breaking the formation, we shall force Tongtian to sign the investiture of gods, and then send the Jie sect disciples to fill the ranks. They were all acutely aware of this plan, and the intensity of their assault only increased. The protective mountain formation could scarcely withstand the combined onslaught of the three saints. The disciples of the Jie sect watched helplessly as the protective formation gradually weakened. Their hearts filled with despair. Their master was still in seclusion, and it was evident that the three saints would not easily spare the Jie sect. Perhaps this was the calamity foretold. Cough, cough, cough. Duo Bao weakly coughed 3 times. His gaze sweeping over all the disciples as he declared, "Today marks the gravest crisis facing the Jie sect. As long as our master remains, the Jie sect endures, while our master is still in seclusion. No one shall step foot into Begone Palace, not even a saint. To gain entry to the Begone Palace, one would have to tread over my corpse." With that declaration, Duo Bao exuded an aura of unwavering determination. Vowing to stand his ground even in death, the disciples of the Jie Jiao would never be cowards. Zhao Gongming, equally resolute, affirmed this sentiment. As 24 sea-calming pearls materialized before him, the 3 shaos, too, bore expressions of steadfastness. Summoning all their treasures, ready to face death without regret, at this moment, not a trace of fear of death crossed the faces of the Jie Jiao disciples. Only a relentless resolve shone through. This place was their sanctuary, a realm they vowed to protect for eternity. The primal chaos surged with ferocity, bringing forth destruction and plunder, yet this haven bestowed upon them a familial sanctuary, under the protection of their master. Their lives were filled with joy, and now it was their turn to shield him. Should anyone dare to harm their master, they would ensure that the perpetrator pays dearly, fearless of life and death. To uphold the unparalleled dignity of Jie Jiao. In unison, the disciples of Jie Jiao roared. Boom! Shortly thereafter, Jinao Island began to tremble. The 3 saints continued their relentless assault, and with the final resounding crash, the protective formation of the mountain transformed into countless twinkling starlight, dissipating into the ethered in that moment. The 3 saints erupted into boisterous laughter. They had finally breached the defenses. This tortoise shell had been shattered. After this day, they would no longer live in fear of the calamity. Yuan Shi laughed heartily, addressing Tong Tian. "At this juncture, are you still unwilling to emerge?" Yuan Shi cast his gaze toward the Begone Palace. Utterly dismissing the Jie Jiao disciples brimming with animosity, by forcing Tong Tian to enter the divine list, the Jie Jiao disciples below would be sent to fill the ranks. "Tong Tian, aren't you coming out to greet us?" The 2 saints from the west echoed in fervor. The triumphant voices of the 3 saints were laced with arrogance. "What is this? Are you 3 tired of living?" At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from within the Begone Palace, and the 3 saints felt as if a colossal primal beast was fixated upon them. The pressure emanating from Tong Tian forced the 3 saints' once mighty presence into a corner, trembling in trepidation. In an instant, the triumphant expressions of the 3 saints were replaced with sheer horror. Chapter 20. Tong Tian emerges. The saintly might is boundless. Unlike the turmoil outside the island, the atmosphere within the palace calmed. The Dao fruit had been fully absorbed by Tong Tian, and as the last vestige of its power seeped into his being, he successfully broke through the realm of the Grand Dao Saint. Moreover, to Tong Tian's delight, his cultivation had surged forward 2 ranks. The Hunyuan Taiyuo Golden Immortal, Grand Dao Saint, comprises 9 levels. Prior to self-destructing his saintly position, Tong Tian was at the 3rd level of the Grand Dao Saint. Comparable to Yuan Shi, Tong Tian had initially thought that the Dao fruit would only elevate him to the 1st level, yet it proved to be extraordinarily potent. Upon breaking through the Grand Dao Saint realm, Tong Tian had directly ascended to the 2nd level. At this moment, Tong Tian's heart brimmed with elation. He had expected to start anew from the 1st level. Boom! The completion of the Dao fruit marked the moment Tong Tian achieved enlightenment. Tong Tian did not utilize the Hongmeng purple qi to transcend to the saintly realm, thus avoiding any grand manifestations of the heavenly Dao. Nonetheless, the Bo Palace could not conceal Tong Tian's immense aura. He unleashed a formidable presence that enveloped Jinao Island, causing the powerful beings of the primal world to change countenance in an instant. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a hidden option. Option 1. Choose to ignore. Refrain from action and receive fragments of the space law, along with the cloud-soaring shuttle, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and the vitality platform, another supreme innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Actively reprimand the three saints. Gaining the slashing Dao heavenly sword, a grand Dao level sword technique, fragments of the sword Dao law, along with the 9-patterned peach of the purple mansion, a chaotic spiritual root. Upon seeing these two options, Tong Tian did not even glance at the rewards of the latter choice. He immediately selected option 2. Ignore. How could that be possible? Even if I agreed to ignore, my disciples would certainly not allow it. During this period of seclusion, Tong Tian had endured their antics for far too long. These three saints were utterly despicable, bullying the younger generation. How could he let that slide, without properly teaching them a lesson? How could he hold his head high in front of his disciples? After choosing option 2, only the 9-patterned peach appeared in Tong Tian's purple mansion. However, the knowledge of the slashing Dao heavenly sword instantly filled Tong Tian's mind. The fragments of the sword Dao law were swiftly refined, amplifying Tong Tian's sword foundation ninefold. Tong Tian, who was already adept at the sword, found himself empowered by the source fragments. This was akin to adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, Tong Tian did not take the time to savor these changes. He ascended directly to Jinao Island. Rumble. Tong Tian stood firm in the void, emanating waves of terrifying energy. Even the might of the three saints could not rival his singular strength. It is the Master. The Master has finally concluded his seclusion. The disciples on Jinao Island erupted in excitement. Now, who would dare to bully us? Master, you must seek justice for Duobao. The multitude of disciples on Jinao Island chorused. Please, Master, ensure that justice is served for Duobao. The disciples of Jie Jiao reiterated fervently. Hearing the cries of the Jie Jiao disciples, Tong Tian unleashed a fearsome aura. At that moment, the presence of Tong Tian at the second level of the Grand Dao Saint revealed itself. In the void above Jinao Island, the three saints' joint offensive had captured the attention of nearly 90% of the primal world's powerful beings. They had begun to realize the formidable strength of Tong Tian. Had one been able to see their expressions, they would undoubtedly be wide-eyed in astonishment. Tong Tian had restored his saintly status? If so, does that mean I cannot break through to the heavenly Dao Saint? In the depths of the ocean, Kunpeng roared in frustration. The heavenly Dao strictly regulates the number of saints. But now that Tong Tian had regained his saintly position, did that mean that Kunpeng was forever barred from becoming a saint? On a peak among the mountains, the Five Zhuang Temple resided. Zhen Yuanzi was equally astonished, murmuring to himself, Tong Tian is indeed a remarkable individual. Alas, my brother lacks such fortune, meeting with a tragic end. Zhen Yuanzi sighed deeply, his face etched with regret. Within the now nondescript Lingjiu mountain, Randeng was equally filled with astonishment. Had Tong Tian truly regained his saintly status? If so, could Yuan Shi, Zhun Ti, and Jie Yin still suppress him? If they could not, would the Chan Jiao have to bear the brunt of Tong Tian's wrath? That cannot be. Even if Tong Tian had indeed returned to his saintly position, his cultivation would surely not match his former strength. Yuan Shi Tianzuan could certainly handle him. Randeng's expression darkened as he spoke to himself in a bid to find solace. Yet the more he consoled himself, the more anxious he became. If Tong Tian were to achieve the realm of the Grand Dao Saint, and with the support of the God-slaying spear and the 4 swords of immortal slaying, could the 3 saints together withstand him? In the boundless blood sea, Ming he was beset by mixed emotions. Tong Tian had relinquished his saintly position, granting them the opportunity to ascend to the realm of the saint. Yet, opportunities are fleeting. And before long, that chance had vanished. Tong Tian truly is an extraordinary being. Regret washed over Ming's face as he lamented, alas, my fate is unfortunate. Meanwhile, concealed in the nearby space to observe the unfolding drama, Tai Shang's face was painted with astonishment. Mouth agape, he had truly returned to his saintly position. My heavens, how could this be? If Tong Tian had indeed regained his status, why had the heavenly Dao shown no signs of manifestation? Could it be that Tong Tian was not recognized as a heavenly Dao Saint, but rather as a Grand Dao Saint? If that is the case, then everything makes sense. The heavenly Tao harbors a strong aversion to grand Tao saints. Even if the heavenly Tao were to manifest, it would likely come to punish Tong Tian. In a neighboring space, Nua's face, suffused with celestial energy, was filled with shock and confusion. She had investigated thoroughly and confirmed that Tong Tian had indeed regained his saintly status. Yet his current realm seemed to be one level lower than before. Therefore, had Tong Tian restored his power, but not fully. I had misjudged. If Tong Tian had forsaken his saintly status, he should have started his cultivation anew from the first level. Could it be that Tong Tian had directly broken through to the second level? Yuan Nan murmured, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Chapter 21. Confrontation with the Three Saints in her realm. Nua secretly observed, for never had anyone managed to leap directly from a breakthrough to the second realm in an instant. Not even Hongjun could achieve such a feat. Outside the Golden Ao Island, the Three Saints, who had been immensely arrogant just moments ago, now stood with dazed expressions, unable to regain their composure. Was Tongtian truly not merely recovering, but had already ascended to the second realm? This was beyond belief. Who could possibly accomplish such a rapid elevation, breaking through two realms at once? Was the heavens toying with them? It was utterly impossible. Tongtian must possess some divine artifact that allowed him to exude such saintly might. Zhun Ti, with a pale face, comforted himself. If Tongtian had indeed reclaimed his saintly status, then the unfortunate target of their ire would surely shift. No, it was impossible. Tongtian surely had not fully recovered. Even if he had, he could only be at the first layer of the saint realm, yet the aura he emanated was distinctly that of the second layer. Jie Yin trembled in agreement. Yuan Shi wore a look of stupefaction. Yet upon realizing that Tongtian was merely at the second layer, his anxiety diminished. Humph! Even if Tongtian had reclaimed his saintly position, what of it? He had not fully returned to his former realm. Together with the two saints from the west, why should they fear him? Tongtian's eyes, imbued with a chilling intent reminiscent of a sword's edge, glared at the three despicable figures. How do you feel now? Just moments ago, you oppressed my disciples and attacked my protective mountain formation, feeling quite pleased, I presume. You three shameless rascals, bullying the younger generation. You must have grown up feasting on cockroaches to reach such heights. How dare you stand here with such audacity? Your faces are thicker than a butcher's block. Tongtian furiously berated the three saints. Before so many formidable beings of the Honghuang realm, the three saints could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces aflame with rage. After Tongtian's scathing rebuke, the fire of their anger only intensified, especially Yuan Shi, who was particularly concerned with his reputation. After hearing Tongtian's tirade, the fierce blaze upon his face was impossible to extinguish. If Tongtian were at the third layer of the saint realm, Yuan Shi might have refrained from attacking him, but Tongtian was currently only at the second layer, even if he had regained his saintly status. I am unafraid. Moreover, it was 3 against 1. What was there to fear? The power of a mere second-layer saint could not possibly match 3 opponents. Among the 3 saints, Yuan Shi was at the third layer of the heavenly Tao saint realm, Zhun Ti at the second, and Jie Yin at the first. How could the 3 saints be intimidated by a mere second-layer Tongtian? In contrast to Yuan Shi's newfound confidence, the 2 saints from the west were beginning to contemplate retreat. Yuan Shi's fearlessness stemmed from his superior cultivation and treasures compared to Tongtian. However, the 2 from the west could not boast such advantages. Even if Zhun Ti risked his life to battle Tongtian at the same realm, it would surely be Zhun Ti who fell first. Such is the power of possessing a formidable treasure. Ahem, Brother Tongtian, we from the west were merely coerced by Brother Yuan Shi. Jie Yin smiled awkwardly, attempting to withdraw from the conflict. Regardless, Tongtian must not unleash his wrath upon them. Yuan Shi, relying solely on the Panga banner, could easily suppress the 2 of them, and with Tongtian wielding the god-slaying spear and the 4 swords of extermination, victory was all but assured, and no further explanations are necessary. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Be silent. Tongtian, now seething with rage, was disinclined to engage in further banter. Boom! Tongtian formed seals with his hands, causing the 4 swords of extermination to materialize in the void, releasing an overwhelming aura. Come forth. Let them experience your might. For swords of extermination, arise. Bow down before me. Tongtian's hands continuously shifted through incantations. channeling the supreme power of the great Tao into the four swords, launching a direct assault on Yuan Shi and the others. In an instant, the three saints found themselves encircled by the formidable force of the sword's intent. Arrogant, Tong Tian, you are merely at the second layer, Yuan Shi exclaimed with annoyance, swiftly summoning the Panga banner, swinging it toward Tong Tian, unleashing a wave of banner energy that surged forth. Boom! The banner energy collided with the sword's aura of the four swords of extermination, causing the space around them to collapse in fragments. To suppress you three hypocrites, my cultivation is more than sufficient, Tong Tian retorted mockingly. If glares could kill, the three saints would have been annihilated long ago. Boom! Tong Tian summoned the god-slaying spear shrouded in black flames. The spear, under his control, erupted with terrifying power. The god-slaying spear, in conjunction with the four swords of extermination, pressed fiercely toward the three saints. Boom! Tongtian, do you truly believe you can defeat us three? At that moment, Jie Yin had already summoned the 12-petal golden lotus of merit for defense, yet it was on the verge of collapsing under Tongtian's sword energy, still stubbornly insisting to What of one against three? Tong Tian scoffed haughtily. He had grown weary of their empty chatter. When they oppressed those on my golden AO island, they ought to have anticipated the day they would face retribution. Boom! Tong Tian directly commanded the two divine artifacts to launch a furious assault on the three saints. Boom! The four swords of extermination unleashed three immensely powerful sword energies, hurtling towards the trio. You two saints, do not hesitate to exert your full strength. Yuan Shi's brow furrowed tightly as he wielded the Panga banner, unleashing waves of potent banner energy to counter Tongtian's sword energies. While the Panga banner could withstand the four swords of extermination, it was no match against the god-slaying spear. You three insignificant beings. Just moments ago, you were so bold in breaking my protective mountain formation and forcing me out. Why the sudden silence now? Tong Tian shouted scornfully, his voice echoing throughout the vast expanse of Hongluang. Witnessing Tongtian's arrogance, Yuan Shi's expression twisted in discomfort, as if he had swallowed a foul-smelling dead rat, prompting the Panga banner to erupt with even greater power. Observing Tongtian's relentless assault, Jie Yin hastily exclaimed, Brother Tongtian, we from the West merely lightly reprimanded your most rebellious disciple. We meant no harm. Their explanations fell on deaf ears. Only Yuan Shi harbored intentions of inflicting serious harm. However, the actions of the two were equally unforgivable. Chapter 22. Tongtian's struggle against the three saints. At this moment, upon Golden AO Island, your interference is truly excessive. Who granted you the authority to discipline my disciples? Tongtian seethed. The disciples of the Jie sect would not tolerate these hypocrites meddling in their affairs. Moreover, the first injury inflicted upon Dao Bao was indeed caused by the two saints from the West. Did they truly believe I was unaware? Boom! The more he contemplated, the angrier he grew, and the four swords of extermination surged with even greater might, unleashing waves of sword energy. Simultaneously, the god-slaying spear erupted with a fierce power, its demonic flames seemingly set to tear through the heavens. The combined might of sword and spear assaulted the three saints. And even Yuan Shi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Though the Panga banner was also a congenital treasure, it could not withstand such relentless pressure. Merely resisting the four swords of extermination was already commendable, let alone contending with the god-slaying spear, a true weapon of mass destruction. This cannot continue. Prolonging the battle will only hasten our downfall. We must fight. The two saints from the West realized that seeking mercy was futile. If they did not advance, Tong Tian would not relent. If they fled, Yuan Shi would not spare them either. Thus, they steeled their resolve. With determination, they summoned the demon-subduing pestle and the Vajra pestle, fiercely clashing against the god-slaying spear. Despite the invincible aura surrounding the god-slaying spear, it was a weapon that had already suffered damage, its power not at its peak. Under the resistance of two exceptional congenital treasures, the god-slaying spear was ultimately held at bay. The three great saints united against Tong Tian, yet found themselves firmly suppressed, leaving all the formidable beings of the Hongluang realm in utter astonishment. Tong Tian was indeed formidable. Alas, my chance at enlightenment is now hopeless. The expression of discontent was etched upon Kunping's face as he vanished without a trace. The position of the sage had slipped away. Thus, it seemed prudent to retreat into the chaos once more. Above the boundless sea of blood, The river of oblivion let out a long sigh. The chaotic realm was fraught with peril. It would be wisest to cultivate in solitude, for perhaps, by chance, a new path might reveal itself. Within a hidden space on Golden Ao Island, Taishang found himself at a loss for words that he believed that Tong Tian, upon regaining his sage form, was indeed formidable, yet he never anticipated that he had vastly underestimated him. If Tong Tian could still be considered a weakling at this juncture, then few in the primordial land could dare to claim the title of strong. Tong Tian faced the three saints alone, one of whom possessed even greater cultivation than he. Notwithstanding this, the three saints were still rendered incapable of raising their heads under Tongtian's relentless assault. Witnessing this scene, Nuwa felt an unexpected sense of fortune. Her prior decision not to join forces in pressuring Tongtian was indeed the right one. Had Tongtian harbored a grudge against her, she might have hesitated to venture out alone in the future. To take on three foes single-handedly was an astounding feat, utterly terrifying, as the mighty beings of the primordial realm observed in quiet astonishment. The pressure on the three great saints only intensified. Even now, Tongtian had yet to unleash the sword array of extermination. He was merely wielding the four extermination swords against them. Should the sword array be deployed, would they not face dire consequences? Contemplating this, Yuan Shi began to waver in resolve. Tongtian, let us each take a step back today, shall we? Yuan Shi called out, while desperately fending off Tongtian's onslaught. Although we have harmed your disciple has also slain many protectors of the Western teachings. Let us put today's matter behind us, and consider it even. Is that acceptable? Faced with Tongtian's overwhelmingly fierce offensive, Yuan Shi had no choice but to seek an exit. However, the expressions of the two saints from the West grew increasingly grim. Even a fabricated excuse from them could not match Yuan Shi's proposal. Suddenly protective, who among them was unaware of this? Boom! The two saints from the West were indeed correct in their assumption. Tongtian's fury intensified upon hearing their words. Tongtian, please, temper your anger. It is all a misunderstanding. Would you be so kind as to cease hostilities? Jie Yin implored hastily, his golden lotus barely withstanding the assault of the god-slaying spear. At this juncture, should the four extermination swords join the fray, it would truly be disastrous. Zhun Ti promptly added, Tongtian, we the two saints from the West have urgent matters to attend to. Would you kindly relent? With that, the seven treasures Miao tree erupted in a kaleidoscope of light, attempting to withdraw from the battlefield. Jie Yin similarly activated his golden lotus, radiating brilliant golden light as he retreated. If they could escape the domain of the four extermination swords and the god-slaying spear, they could potentially breach the fabric of space and flee. Yet, Tongtian would not permit their escape. You think you can come and go as you please? Not a chance, Tongtian bellowed coldly. You despicable scoundrels dare to bully me when I am weak. And now that I am strong, you wish to flee. Such a delightful notion. Sword array of extermination, arise, Tongtian commanded, summoning the sword array of extermination, transforming the four extermination swords into a formidable barrier that enveloped the three saints. Yuan Shi's countenance darkened further, and his heart trembled. The sword array of extermination was reputed to be impenetrable without the power of the four saints. They had now become ensnared within the array. The two saints from the West were nearly paralyzed with fear. Had Tongtian truly begun to take this seriously, he had directly unleashed the sword array of extermination. Sword slash, Tongtian declared without hesitation, his expression chilling. Boom! The array instantly conjured countless terrifying sword energies, raining down upon the three saints with terrifying ferocity. Seeing this, Jie Yin panicked and shouted, 12th rank merit golden lotus. In an instant, Jie Yin transformed his golden lotus into a massive bell that shielded him. This was his defensive path, and the bell's protective power was formidable. Observing the bell that shielded him, Jie Yin's anxious heart found a modicum of relief. This should suffice to withstand the array's assault. At that moment, Zhun Ti also swiftly transformed the seven treasures Miao tree into a seven-colored bell to shield himself. Yuan Shi, witnessing the actions of the two saints from the West, wore an exceptionally grim expression. The sword array of extermination bore down upon them with an invincible force, and Yuan Shi struggled mightily to defend himself with the Panga banner. Thus, it was evident that he could not hope to breach the grand formation. The two saints from the West were utterly useless. Yuan Shi placed no hope in them. The sword array of extermination, indeed, could only be breached by the four saints, and it was as formidable as its reputation suggested. Originally, Tong Tian intended to rely on the array to subdue them. Before long, they realized that reality deviated from their expectations. Tong Tian had directly entered the confines of the sword array. "I shall practice my new divine powers upon you three." Tong Tian roared, extending his palm towards the two saints from the west. This was the sword of path slaughtering, divine power of the great path. As the name implies, this divine power was designed to sever the great path. In an instant, an incomprehensibly vast stream of spiritual energy surged forth, aimed directly at the two saints from the west. At that moment, the faces of the two saints turned ashen. Tong Tian had learned such a fearsome divine power. With no recourse, they could only place their hopes upon their bell. The two saints from the west repeatedly altered their incantations, channeling all their spiritual energy into the protective bell surrounding them. Boom! The spiritual energy sword struck the defensive bell of the two saints with tremendous force. The defensive measure upon which the two saints had placed their hopes shattered within the blink of an eye under the might of the sword of path slaughtering. The two powerful defensive bells disintegrated into countless shards, scattering in all directions. In that moment, the two saints from the west were utterly stunned. This was their strongest defensive measure, one they had labored for an exceedingly long time to cultivate. How could it have been shattered so easily? Tongtian's divine power was truly terrifying. At this moment, the two saints from the west were filled with profound regret, lamenting their initial provocation of such a formidable being. Had they not been coerced by Yuan Shi, they might now be the ones spectating. Contemplating this, their hearts were heavy with bitterness, observing the defensive measures of the two saints from the west being effortlessly dismantled by the sword of path slaughtering. Tong Tian remained impassive, the divine power living up to its name. Whoosh! Tong Tian gestured with both hands, preparing to unleash the sword of path slaughtering once more. The two saints from the west, now devoid of any defensive means, faced the prospect of their fundamental essence being severed with a single strike. Seeing this horrifying scene, they nearly collapsed in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they knelt before Tong Tian, recognizing that another strike would surely spell their doom. "Great brother Tong Tian, please show mercy. We have fully acknowledged our errors. Do not strike us again." Jie Yin and Zhun Ti pleaded in unison. At this moment, Tongtian's expression remained inscrutable as he turned his gaze toward Yuan Shi, who was still struggling against the sword arrayed at Yuan Shi's face was equally astonished. Had Tong Tian just learned this divine power? Noticing Tongtian's gaze upon him, Yuan Shi could only respond with fury. "Enough is enough. How can you endure this?" At this juncture, Jie Yin and Zhun Ti had already surrendered, and Yuan Shi found himself ensnared by the array, utterly powerless against Tong Tian. Seeing the three wave the white flag, Tongtian's countenance resembled 1,000-year-old ice. Coldly regarding the three, "Do you believe this is the end?" Upon hearing this, their expressions soured, and their hearts raced with anxiety. Tongtian's words suggested he would not relent. They could not fathom his intentions. Jie Yin, wearing a forced smile, nervously inquired, "Brother Tongtian, whatever demands you have, please express them." Upon hearing this, Tongtian smirked inwardly. Jie Yin is indeed perceptive. Today's affair might be set aside. Yuan Shi, surrender the woody apricot yellow flag. As for the two of you from the west, relinquish the eastern Qinglian treasure flag. Hand over both flags to me, and I shall spare you this time. The woody apricot yellow flag and the eastern Qinglian treasure flag. Both of these flags were unparalleled treasures. If they successfully gathered 5, their power would be even more formidable. Relinquishing them was not out of the question, but they were acutely aware of the many eyes watching them. Surrendering their treasures would surely cost them their dignity. Conversely, if they refused, they would not be able to leave today. The mere existence of the Zhuzhen sword formation was already beyond their capacity to unravel. Yuan Shi placed great importance on his reputation. While he was not overly concerned about treasures, for the two Western saints, the thought of relinquishing a prized possession could haunt them for an entire year, given their already dire circumstances in the West. The treasure they had painstakingly acquired was not something they could easily forsake. Although it was merely an innate spiritual treasure, its defensive capabilities were truly formidable. Were it any other innate spiritual treasure, Jie Yin might have reluctantly surrendered it. But this one was different. Such a powerful defense was essential for survival. And at this moment, Jie Yin's heart was filled with 1,000 unwillingnesses. Jie Yin Zhun Ti gazed at Jie Yin with great hope. Jie Yin, however, paid him no heed. casting a reluctant glance at Tong Tian and lamenting, "Brother Tong Tian, to demand the surrender of such a precious artifact is an exorbitant price, is it not? I can offer multiple acquired spiritual treasures in exchange. How about 3? Humph, acquired spiritual treasures are nothing more than a jest," Tong Tian scoffed inwardly, dismissing the notion that he merely sought to gather the 5 elements flags to form an astonishingly powerful formation. Did you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Tong Tian had no desire for further dialogue with Jie Yin. He would not part with the treasure without imparting a lesson. With a swift motion, Tong Tian commanded the god-slaying spear with his primordial spirit, unleashing a torrent of demonic flames as the spear lunged toward Jie Yin. Witnessing this, Jie Yin's complexion turned pale as he retreated. However, evasion was not so easily achieved. The god-slaying spear had already slashed across Jie Yin's abdomen, leaving behind a horrific wound. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the flag, or face death." Tong Tian's voice dripped with coldness. Despite the fury etched upon Jie Yin's face, he dared not utter another word to Tong Tian, gritting his teeth as he reluctantly tossed the treasure flag to him. Even Zhun Ti, witnessing this exchange, felt a pang of heartache. This was a treasure of formidable defense. Possessing it was akin to having a second life. Tong Tian effortlessly summoned the treasure flag into his possession, and his gaze then shifted to Yuan Shi, who still clutched the Wu-Yi apricot yellow flag. Yet, Yuan Shi was not nearly as reluctant to part with it. Instead, he was filled with indignation. To so casually relinquish a treasure would be a blow to his reputation. Tongtian's seniority and cultivation were inferior to his own, yet he found himself powerless against him. The thought ignited a fiery embarrassment upon Yuan Shi's countenance. With a disdainful huff, Yuan Shi changed his grip and flung the Wu-Yi apricot yellow flag directly at Tongtian's face. Regrettably, Tongtian merely caught it with a flick of his wrist. In the heart of Tongtian's formation, he easily caught the apricot yellow flag. Now he only needed to collect 2 more flags to complete the set of 5 that I had intended to teach you a lesson. "But seeing your willingness, I shall let it pass this time," Tongtian remarked with a condescending tone directed at Yuan Shi. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's aura surged, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly provoking him to strike. Yet, before he could unleash his wrath, Tongtian directed both the god-slaying spear and the Zhuzhen sword formation toward him. Tongtian's eyes gleamed with hopeful anticipation, practically yearning for Yuan Shi to make a move. How splendid it would be if he could provide the excuse Tongtian sought to deal with him. Alas, Yuan Shi stood alone, no match for Tongtian. Engaging in combat with him would only result in a lopsided defeat. The 2 Western saints were entirely unconcerned with Yuan Shi's plight. Were it not for him, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament, and instead could have enjoyed the unfolding spectacle. The flags they had surrendered were undoubtedly lost to them now. Having already provoked Tongtian, they dared not further antagonize Yuan Shi, lest they find themselves unable to step outside their own doors in the future. Observing Yuan Shi's unhesitating surrender of the flag, they could only feel envious. After all, they had an abundance of treasures, and this was not their sole defensive artifact. At this moment, Yuan Shi realized he was firmly ensnared and his rage could not be extinguished even by the waters of the Yellow River. Despite his fury, he was no fool and dared not confront Tongtian. Setting aside the god-slaying spear and the Zhuzhen sword formation, even the divine power Tongtian had unleashed against Jie Yin was formidable enough. Alone, he would not dare to make a move. In utter frustration, Yuan Shi gradually restrained his aura. "I'll let him off this time," he thought, his pride unwilling to acknowledge the situation, that if he were not trapped within the Zhuzhen sword formation, he would not fear Tongtian at all. Even if he could not win, could he not flee? After all, he possessed the supreme cloud of all heavens, a defensive treasure he had yet to summon. The mere Zhuzhen 4 swords could not hope to breach his defenses. Yuan Shi's heart was heavy with distress. Trapped within the sword formation, escape remained elusive. Tongtian had acquired the flag, and therefore did not apply further pressure on them. Especially since the 2 impoverished Western saints possessed little of value. Yuan Shi, despite his many treasures, found himself unable to effectively confront Tongtian at that moment. "Begone," Tongtian commanded, summoning the sword formation to transform into 4 swords. While the god-slaying spear returned to him. How outrageous! Yuan Shi's expression darkened, as if he could weep rivers of despair. Yet he had no face left to linger here, and in an instant, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Jie Yin and Zhun Ti, too, dared not remain and swiftly departed. Thus, the farce orchestrated by the three saints to pressure Gold Turtle Island came to an end as the three saints withdrew. The powerful beings hidden in the shadows of the primordial wilderness retracted their gazes. How astonishing! If even the three saints could not compel Tong Tian to sign the divine seal list, how could they, mere mortals, dare to provoke him? In a certain realm, Taishan's expression was far from pleasant. If the three saints could not pressure Tong Tian into signing the divine seal list, the days ahead were likely to be fraught with challenges. This is troublesome, Taishan murmured with a sigh before vanishing from sight. In another realm, Enhua likewise departed without a sound. The space created by the two saints soon began to fill once more. In the blink of an eye, Gold Turtle Island was enveloped in tranquility. Tongtian's solitary victory over the three saints sent ripples of dread throughout the primordial wilderness. Observing their departure, Tong Tian returned to Gold Turtle Island. His disciples immediately surrounded him. "Master, it is my fault for being incapable of safeguarding Gold Turtle Island." Duobao lamented, filled with guilt. Despite his master's repeated admonitions to protect the island, he had nearly endangered himself in the process, feeling as though he had diminished his master's expectations of him. There is no need for such guilt. Against three hypocrites, you performed admirably, Tong Tian consoled Duobao gently. The initial assault of beasts had undoubtedly been orchestrated by one of the three saints. Even had Duobao not intervened, they would have found another way to create chaos. As a mortal, returning alive from an encounter with the three saints was no small feat, master. You have reclaimed your sacred position, have you not? Wudong inquired with hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing Wudong's question, the disciples of Jie sect looked to Tong Tian with eager expectation. Meeting their hopeful gazes, Tong Tian replied straightforwardly, "Indeed, I have transcended to the status of a great sage." At this revelation, the weight that had burdened Jie sect's disciples was finally lifted, with their master having reclaimed his sacred position. Their confidence in weathering the impending tribulation soared. Master has achieved the status of great sage. His power must be more terrifying than ever, exclaimed Yuan Shi with delight. Hearing this, the Jie sect disciples nodded in agreement. With our master present, we shall not fear the calamity. Sensing their unwavering trust, Tong Tian cast a resolute glance toward the heavens above. In a matter of days, Tong Tian re-established a grand protective formation around the mountain. "Master, the calamity is imminent. What must we disciples do?" Yuan Shi respectfully inquired of Tong Tian. "Do not concern yourselves with the calamity. Simply focus on your cultivation. I shall handle everything." Tong Tian addressed the dark clouds, stating that while others trembled at the impending calamity, he remained unperturbed, fortified by his unwavering confidence in safeguarding the Jiejiao. The great tribulation could not be evaded. Only by taking the initiative could one seize a glimmer of hope. Tong Tian spoke directly, and upon hearing his words, the disciples of Jiejiao exhibited a spectrum of expressions. He bestowed precious artifacts upon them, declaring, "Strength is the most effective means to confront adversity. Dedicate yourselves to your cultivation." The disciples nodded in agreement. "It has been a considerable time since I have guided your training. Today, having reaffirmed my path, I shall elucidate the profound principles of the Tao to you." With that, Tong Tian seated himself upon the ground. The disciples hastily found their places, anxious not to miss a single word. Tongtian's teachings were profoundly intricate, beginning with the fundamentals and gradually delving into the more profound, until few remained capable of comprehending the entirety. Nevertheless, they listened earnestly, aware that this knowledge would significantly benefit their futures. As time flowed by, several months passed. Observing that his disciples remained engrossed in contemplation, Tong Tian smiled faintly, and in an instant, he found himself within the Begone palace. Though he had transcended to the realm of the Tao Saint, his cultivation had yet to be fully restored. Tong Tian turned his gaze toward the treasures within his zifu. At that moment, the 9-patterned peach floated serenely in his zifu, emanating a resplendent purple light. Would refining this peach elevate his cultivation to the 3rd level? Within the Begone palace, a robust figure sat calmly upon a mat, contemplating the impending calamity that in the previous Great Tribulation, Jiejiao had suffered devastating losses, with tens of thousands of disciples perishing, either vanquished or reduced to ashes. This time, Tong Tian was determined to prevent such a tragic fate from recurring. He pondered how to avert this misfortune effectively. He had already distributed numerous magical artifacts to his disciples, marking the first step of his plan. Next, he contemplated gathering 5 banners to create a formidable defensive formation. He had already acquired 3. With the remaining 2, he could establish a powerful innate 5 elements formation. Alas, 1 banner resided with Taishan, making immediate retrieval impossible. Ultimately, he realized that his own strength was insufficient. If he were stronger than Han Jun, who would dare to conspire against his sect, Tong Tian understood that enhancing his own strength was paramount. Having harnessed the power of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Dao fruit, he had broken through to the 2nd level of the Dao Saint realm. Relying solely on seclusion for advancement was no longer a viable strategy. Each level of the Dao Saint realm required an immense amount of spiritual energy to attain advancement. Merely relying on seclusion to incrementally enhance his abilities would not suffice. Even centuries of seclusion might not yield enough energy for a breakthrough. After centuries, he might emerge to find even the plaque of Jiejiao unrecognizable. Tong Tian did not possess the luxury of time for such endeavors. Gazing at the 9-patterned peach within his Zifu, he sensed the immense spiritual energy surging within it. This 9-patterned peach, so rich in spiritual energy, was precisely what he desperately needed. Tongtian's primordial spirit gently stirred, and the 9-patterned peach promptly appeared in his hand. This was a chaos spiritual root. As the name implies, such roots exist within the primordial chaos, surpassing 10 innate spiritual roots in value. Only within the mysterious and boundless chaos could one discover such treasures. Even a saint would perish in chaos if they dared to act recklessly. Thus, the peach in Tongtian's possession might very well be the only one in the entire Honghuang realm. Refine it. The 9-patterned peach bore 3 fruits, each adorned with 9 stripes, reminiscent of the flat peach tree, which is among the 10 great spiritual roots. However, the power contained within each peach of the 9-patterned peach eclipsed that of the flat peach tree by several hundredfold. Boom! Grasping the 9-patterned peach, Tong Tian silently recited the incantation and commenced the refinement of its supreme spiritual energy. The 3 fruits of the 9-patterned peach erupted simultaneously, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy for Tong Tian to absorb. As the 9-patterned peach was gradually refined, Tongtian's cultivation steadily grew stronger. Time passed swiftly, and several months slipped away. Once the last vestige of energy from the 9-patterned peach had been refined, Tongtian's cultivation surged forward, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Dao Saint realm. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed from within Tongtian's body, and an overwhelming aura of sanctity ascended to the heavens, the 3rd level of the Dao Saint realm. Joy filled his heart, a feeling of regained bliss. The astonishing power of the 9-patterned peach was indeed substantial. Had Tong Tian relied solely on self-imposed seclusion without the 9-patterned peach's aid, he might have spent centuries without achieving such a breakthrough. The time required for his advancement had been greatly condensed. This progress would undoubtedly evoke envy and resentment among other saints once discovered in only a few months, insignificant in the grand scheme of cultivation. Where practitioners might spend years merely in slumber, Tong Tian had ascended to the 3rd level of the Dao Saint realm. Following his breakthrough, Tong Tian finally found some time to contemplate the 2 banners he had recently acquired. One was the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner, radiating a sacred azure light, with a blooming azure lotus at its center, exquisite yet powerful. The other was the central Wujishi apricot yellow banner, which featured a circular halo resembling a relic at its core, emanating waves of divine brilliance. Both banners were exceptional defensive treasures. Moreover, having already obtained the water control banner, Tong Tian was now poised to attempt the formation of a rudimentary, innate 5 elements formation with the 3 banners. Refine. Tong Tian invoked his primordial spirit and began to subdue the 2 banners. The refinement of spiritual treasures was a remarkably simple task for him. Before long, the 2 newly acquired spiritual treasure banners were successfully subdued. The rudimentary, innate 5 elements formation. At that moment, Tong Tian swiftly manipulated the incantations, positioning the 3 banners in 3 directions of the void, forming a triangle that he continuously infused spiritual energy into the banners. And in a brief moment, the innate 5 elements formation successfully emerged. However, due to the incomplete set of banners, this formation was merely a simplified version, possessing only about 60% of the complete formation's power. Despite successfully creating it, Tong Tian felt no joy. This formation, lacking the full complement of banners, could not withstand the might of a saint. Alas, It was clear that only by gathering all 5 banners could the formation unleash its full potential. The 5 banners constituted a cohesive whole. The absence of any one rendered the others inadequate. Tongtian murmured, discontented, as he gently waved his hand toward the formation composed of the 3 banners, returning them to his Zifu. The innate 5 elements formation could only manifest its ultimate defensive power with the complete set of innate 5 elements banners. As Tongtian advanced in cultivation and organized the banners, his eyes sparkled with spiritual light as he contemplated the impending calamity. After a while, his eyes widened in realization. The saints of the Honghuang realm were not limited to just a few. He recalled that there was indeed another saint, currently trapped in the underworld. This saint was known as Hutu, one of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Hutu had attained the saint position after establishing the underworld and acquiring immense merit, yet the timing of her ascension was rather inopportune. It coincided with the conflict between the sorcerers and the demons, and her elevation disrupted the balance. Thus, for the sake of many, Hongjun, accompanied by several saints, fabricated a pretext and unjustly imprisoned Hutu within the underworld. To this day, Hutu remained unable to escape. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a hidden option, the first task. By continuing your seclusion, you shall obtain the Cloud Piercer, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, and the 9 Yang flower, an innate spiritual root. The second task, venture into the underworld to rescue Hutu, and you shall directly acquire the divine ability. Earthly elevation. As Tongtian beheld the 2 options presented by the system, he found himself momentarily perplexed. In comparison, the rewards of the first option were undeniably superior, while the second option offered merely a single divine ability. Yet, despite being just one ability, its potency was remarkable. Earthly elevation, as its name suggests, could enhance the practitioner's position within the underworld. Should the position be elevated, aiding Hutu in her escape from the underworld would become a trivial endeavor. With the divine ability of earthly elevation, could I forge an alliance with Hutu? A glimmer of insight sparked within Tongtian's eyes as he began to contemplate his course of action. The great calamity was imminent, yet the realm of reincarnation in the underworld provided a sanctuary from it. As a sage, Hutu retained the power to govern the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld, yet her freedom was constrained by the heavenly Tao, which was inherently more formidable than the underworld itself. If the position could be elevated, it would enable Hutu to break free from the heavenly Tao's constraints. In such a scenario, would Tongtian soon gain the assistance of a sage, with all of Tongtian's treasures combined. Confronting the likes of Yuan Shi, Jie Yin, and Zhun Ti would be mere child's play. However, the prospect of facing Hongjun and Yuan was decidedly more daunting. Should Hongjun indeed take action against my sect, utilizing the underworld as a shield would be advantageous. Particularly, the Supreme One, who had yet to intervene, was likely biding his time until the calamity truly arrived. Thus, it was imperative to devise a strategy beforehand. The second task, Tongtian declared with unwavering resolve. Upon uttering these words, his primordial spirit was enveloped in a radiant light. In no time, Tongtian comprehended the divine ability of earthly elevation. After grasping this ability, Tongtian's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had initially believed that even with the use of earthly elevation, the elevated position would still pale in comparison to that of the heavenly Tao. After all, the heavenly Tao had dominated the vast expanse of the primordial world for countless eons. Yet, Tongtian was utterly taken aback by this method. Although this divine ability could only be performed once, the magnitude of its impact was staggering. Indeed, it could instantly elevate one's position within the underworld, and remarkably, this enhancement would occur without the oversight of the heavenly Tao, thereby liberating one from its grasp. This was akin to establishing a pathway independent of the heavenly Tao. Should the earthly Tao achieve autonomy, it would no longer fear the suppression of the heavenly Tao. From this day forth, the heavenly Tao would only govern its own rules, while the earthly Tao would command the laws of the earth. Tongtian firmly believed that with the power of earthly elevation, Hutu would undoubtedly unite with him to offer her assistance. With a graceful wave of his arm, a portal of space materialized. Without hesitation, he stepped through, making his way to the underworld at that moment. Within the underworld, where dark winds occasionally wreaked havoc, the realm had been operating normally since Hutu became a sage in the post-heaven era. However, due to the control of the heavenly Tao, Hutu, despite her newfound status, found herself utterly constrained, unable to venture beyond her domain. With a flash, a portal of space appeared, and Tong Tian emerged. He wasted no time, advancing deeper into the underworld until he stood before the Hall of Serenity. With a thunderous sound, upon sensing Tong Tian's arrival, Hutu swung open the hall doors, allowing him to enter and meet her. Tong Tian, my brother, what brings you here today? Hutu inquired with a smile. Having been trapped in the underworld for countless years, she rarely had visitors. In response, Tong Tian smiled as well, saying, I truly envy your leisure, free from the impending calamity. Hearing this, Hutu expressed her helplessness, stating, no matter how formidable this calamity may be, it will not descend upon my underworld. I can only pass my days in idleness. Tong Tian chuckled at her words, sensing her yearning for freedom. Naturally, anyone confined in such a dismal place for so long would struggle to endure, and Hutu was no exception. My brother Tong Tian, I presume your visit is not merely for a casual chat. Hutu gazed at him with profound intent, recognizing that their relationship lacked any genuine camaraderie, thus surmising Tong Tian must have ulterior motives. The great calamity approaches. I have come to propose an alliance, Tong Tian stated without delay. Laying bare his intentions, upon hearing this, Hutu furrowed her brow, replying, this calamity poses no threat to my underworld. The notion of an alliance may be unattainable. Between Hutu and Tong Tian, there was no friendship to speak of. Even if one were to take a step back, this calamity would never affect the underworld. Why should she meddle in matters that did not concern her? Observing Hutu's immediate rejection, Tong Tian was not taken aback. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. I do not propose an alliance lightly. Please, hear me out, Tong Tian urged gently. His words, Hutu furrowed her brow slightly, awaiting Tong Tian's explanation. Tong Tian did not keep her waiting long. Stating directly, I can help you escape this wretched place, free from the oppression of the heavenly Tao. Thus, you may reclaim your freedom. Hutu was rendered speechless, astonishment flooding her expression. Reclaim freedom, escape this wretched place. Is this true? In the primordial realm, there were 6 sages, each one invariably under the control of the heavenly Tao. How could Tong Tian possibly possess the ability to alleviate her struggles against the heavenly Tao and restore her liberty? How will you accomplish this? Could you demonstrate? Hutu gazed at Tong Tian with hopeful anticipation. In response, Tong Tian offered a slight smile, forming hand seals to unleash an overwhelming aura. He enveloped the Hall of Serenity with his own might, isolating it from the heavenly Tao's perception to prevent other sages from discerning their actions. Observe how I achieve this. Chapter 27. Uniting with Hutu, too. Tong Tian extended his hands, and a swirling radiance manifested within them. At that moment, the essence of earthly elevation was encapsulated in the light he held. Hutu's eyes narrowed slightly, and as she peered through the brilliance, her face transformed with astonishment. What is this? After a brief moment of introspection, Hutu comprehended. What Tong Tian wielded was the very embodiment of the freedom she longed for. Should she master this ability, she could liberate herself from the heavenly Tao and reclaim her autonomy. Though she was a sage, she had been relentlessly suppressed by the heavenly Tao, unable to venture beyond her confines. The heavenly Tao's tight grip was perhaps a fear of the earthly Tao breaking free from its control. The more it governed, the stronger its own power became. If you teach me the method you possess, I shall pledge to aid you. Hutu exclaimed excitedly, her gaze fixed upon the radiance in Tongtian's hands. She had been trapped for so long, and the taste of freedom had eluded her for ages. In that moment, she felt freedom beckoning her. Tong Tian had granted her hope for liberation. This was not mere hope. It was a tangible possibility. Once she learned this power, the heavenly Tao would no longer be able to restrain her. At that point, in the vast expanse of the primordial realm, she could go wherever she pleased. This was freedom. The mere thought of freedom being within her grasp filled Hutu with immense exhilaration. Tong Tian, however, was not surprised. In his view, it was impossible for Hutu to decline. Anyone confined in such a dismal place for an extended period would find it unbearable. And Hutu was no exception. Excellent. This is the key to your freedom. I bestow it upon you now. With a flourish of his arm, the method of cultivation soared towards Hutu, without a moment's hesitation. She embraced the method with her primordial spirit and began to cultivate. Once Hutu mastered it, she would be able to invoke earthly elevation, enhancing her position within the earthly Tao, thus rendering the heavenly Tao incapable of suppressing her. Ho Tu directly introduced the method into the Purple Mansion, and in an instant, rays of light began to emanate. Upon witnessing Ho Tu's immediate commencement of cultivation, Tong Tian patiently awaited. Before long, Ho Tu completed his training. As a sage, his progress was naturally swift. This method represented Tong Tian's sincerity towards Ho Tu's day. Tong Tian harbored no fear of Ho Tu changing his mind. However, had it been Jie Yin or Zhun Ti, Tong Tian would not have acted in such a manner. Those individuals were shameless, unworthy of trust. Ho Tu, on the other hand, was not of that ilk, and freedom was of paramount importance to him. Thus Tong Tian felt reassured. Shortly thereafter, Ho Tu opened his eyes, filled with a sense of excitement. Freedom! He could finally reclaim his liberty. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards Tong Tian, who was waiting for him. Brother Tong Tian, you too are a member of the Xianmen. Are you not aware of the enmity between me and the Xianmen? Do you not fear my future actions against them? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian burst into laughter. To opposed the Xianmen. He understood the essence of Ho Tu's words. In truth, the Jie Jiao, Chan Jiao, and Tai Shang were all subsidiaries of the Xianmen. Their leader was Hong Jun. The early battles between the Wu and the Lich were undoubtedly manipulated from behind by the heavenly Tao. Tong Tian was well aware of the implications of Ho Tu's statement, despite being a member of the Xianmen. His feelings towards it had long since dissipated, leaving only hatred. Ah, the Xianmen, Tong Tian scoffed. I am no longer a member of the Xianmen. That if you seek vengeance, feel free to act. Perhaps I shall lend you a hand. At this, Ho Tu's mouth fell agape. So, Tong Tian too bore unresolved grievances against the Xianmen. His mind was in turmoil. Wasn't Tong Tian's Jie Jiao also part of the Xianmen? How could he possibly assist me? Observing the confusion on Ho Tu's face, Tong Tian reiterated, You have your grievances with the Xianmen, and I have mine. With that, Tong Tian departed from the underworld, vanishing without a trace. Ho Tu, now sorting through his thoughts, felt somewhat disoriented. He realized he could no longer comprehend Tong Tian, who had changed from his previous demeanor. The current Tong Tian seemed cloaked in mystery, making him difficult to discern. Why overthink this? Gaining an ally out of nowhere is indeed a fortuitous event, Ho Tu mused excitedly. Before long, silence once again enveloped the underworld. In the primordial realm, a spatial portal manifested, and Tong Tian stepped through. Given his previous lesson with the three great saints, they were unlikely to trouble him again for the time being. Furthermore, having just broken through a new realm, he no longer intended to seclude himself. At this moment, Tong Tian advanced swiftly, contemplating the alliance with Ho Tu's day. Ho Tu had mentioned a crucial point. The Xianmen, Tong Tian, Tai Shang, and Yuan Shi were all members of the Xianmen. Their master was also Hong Jun. Thus, Jie Jiao, Ren Jiao, and Chan Jiao could all be considered sects of the Xianmen. However, during the time of the Feng Shen de Jie, Hong Jun had never regarded Jie Jiao with the seriousness it deserved, disregarding its very existence. Not only that, he had even aided in opposing Jie Jiao, directly handing over the treasured weapons, the Dao slashing sword, and the Feng Shen list, to Chan Jiao. It was evident to all that he was assisting Yuan Shi against Jie Jiao. It could be said that he cared little for the affairs of the Xianmen, only for the heavenly Tao itself. Due to the calamity, countless beings lost their lives, resulting in immense merits for the heavenly Tao, which in turn served to stabilize operations. After the conclusion of the Feng Shen, owing to the acquisition of numerous saintly positions and heavenly Tao merits, the primordial realm was stabilized. That a series of events had been orchestrated from behind by Hong Jun. Tong Tian firmly believed that Hong Jun was the true puppet master. Was it because Jie Jiao possessed the most beings that it was chosen to confront the calamity? Tong Tian chuckled. In his view, this calamity was clearly instigated by those foolish rascals of Chan Jiao. Yet, rather than reprimanding Chan Jiao, Hong Jun instead assisted them in opposing Jie Jiao. The mere thought of this ignited Tong Tian's fury. Akin to a volcano erupting, Hong Jun had ceased to regard Jie Jiao as a sect of the Xianmen. So why should he continue to feign allegiance to the Xianmen? Hence, Tong Tian expressed to Ho Tu that he too had grievances against the Xianmen. At that moment, while Tong Tian pondered these matters, he noticed a skirmish unfolding ahead. Chapter 28. Subduing Luya. Before Tong Tian, although the two auras were not particularly weak, they did not warrant his attention. After all, Tong Tian was a sage at the pinnacle of the Tao, and how could he regard those beneath the sage level seriously? Among the two auras, one belonged to a quasi-saint, while the other was slightly weaker. Likely a recent breakthrough to quasi-saint status. With a swish, Tong Tian tore through the fabric of space, concealing himself within, quietly observing the unfolding events at that moment. A formidable demon was locked in fierce combat with a Taoist, the latter bearing a gourd upon his back. Before long, the more powerful Taoist began to gain the upper hand, leaving the demon battered and bruised. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden option. Option 1. Slay the Taoist bearing a gourd, Luya, and obtain the complete Tao Goddess Needle, Chaos Spirit Treasure. Option 2. Subdue the Taoist and acquire the 9 techniques of opening the heavens, Pangu Divine Ability. Upon hearing the system prompt, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tong Tian's eyes. Yes, oh, this was Luya. No wonder he was quite formidable. Currently, in the primordial realm, there were few who could rival a quasi-saint. Moreover, Luya's quasi-saint status could not escape the calamity. Although the Tao Goddess Needle possessed considerable power, Tong Tian found no need for it at present. Instead, he felt that the 9 techniques of opening the heavens suited him perfectly. The 9 techniques were the most powerful divine abilities of Pangu. If Tong Tian could cultivate this ability to perfection, its might would undoubtedly surpass that of the Chaos Spirit Treasure. Thus, Tong Tian declared, "I choose option 2. Upon his declaration, a scroll radiating golden light appeared in his purple mansion. Tong Tian grasped the scroll, and the 9 techniques of opening the heavens instantly imprinted themselves in his mind, although he could not yet begin to learn them, as he had yet to subdue Luya. My heavens, truly deserving of being Pangu's divine ability. Comparing the Tao slashing sword to it, the latter seemed utterly trivial. Tong Tian was now utterly astonished. The 9 techniques of opening the heavens indeed possessed an overwhelming might that exceeded his expectations. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. After all, this divine ability was Pangu's strongest. Now, the task at hand was to subdue this Taoist, Luya. At that moment, after Tong Tian had made his choice, the battle between the two was drawing to a close. The demon was utterly defeated, having lost its life to the Taoist's onslaught. Quite impressive, Tong Tian remarked with a smile as he gradually materialized. Hearing his voice, Luya's expression shifted to one of shock. Before he could turn around to behold Tong Tian, the overwhelming might of a sage had already rendered him immobile at that moment. Luya felt as if a mountain was pressing down upon him. Luya's face was a mask of astonishment as he hurriedly exclaimed, "I humbly welcome the arrival of the sage." Luya was originally a quasi-saint, and he immediately sensed the overwhelming presence of the sage. "You are Luya, are you not? I see you have transformed from the golden crow, correct?" Tong Tian stated flatly. Boom! At this moment, Luya was so astonished he could hardly articulate his thoughts. How could he have discerned this? He had always been exceedingly cautious, and yet, after his transformation, he was recognized. Were sages truly so exceptionally perceptive? Luya's face was filled with disbelief. Sages were indeed powerful, but could they truly identify his former identity at a mere glance? Moreover, his master, Jun, had used all his cultivation and a formidable divine ability to help him conceal the aura of the golden crow just before his demise. That it could be said that unless Luya himself revealed his true nature, no sage should have been able to perceive it. Previously, Luya had even ventured to the Western sect, where the 2 sages had failed to uncover his true form. Yet now, he had been seen through at a glance. Historically, the 10 golden crows had all been formidable beings. However, due to their reckless descent into the primordial realm, they had caused numerous calamities, resulting in 9 of them being slain by Dui. With piercing eyes, Tong Tian fixed his gaze upon Luya and declared, "As a member of the demon clan, I am determined to contest the witch clan for life and death." Upon hearing this, Luya trembled with rage and responded, "Though the witch clan is waning, I still wish to annihilate them completely." What prompted all 10 of you golden crows, who were previously cultivating on the solar star, to descend upon the primordial land? Noticing Luya's fierce demeanor, he inquired with a grin at that moment. Luya suddenly came to a realization, albeit still perplexed. Why, the golden crows are the princely beings of the solar star, living in such comfort. Why would they venture to the primordial realm? Who summoned them here? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Luya felt increasingly bewildered. Observing Luya's confusion, Tong Tian directly proclaimed, "If you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. Once, The demon clan was among the most formidable in the primordial land. However, your Eastern Emperor Tai and Yuan were unable to ascend to the position of a sage. During that time, the Western two saints had their sights set on your clan, seeking to harness the power of the demons. Thus, Saint Zhun Ti lured the 10 golden crows into the primordial realm, resulting in the slaughter of 9 by the witch clan. Boom. Tongtian's words unveiled the truth to Luya, who realized that his past had been clouded by manipulation, leaving him devoid of memory. Now, awakened by Tong Tian, recollections flooded back to him. To clarify the matter further, Tong Tian invoked the power of the sage, guiding Luya through a temporal rewind to witness the events in their entirety. This moment, Luya was left speechless in astonishment that it was indeed true. Tong Tian would not come merely to deceive me. So it was all the machinations of the Western Church? Their ambition for power instigated the cataclysmic conflict between the two clans. The battle between the witches and demons of your led to the downfall of both races. Now, the Western Church has absorbed a significant portion of the demon clan into its ranks to augment its strength. This is how the Western Church rose to prominence. Having grasped the reality of the situation, Luya felt an overwhelming desire to eradicate the Western Church at once. That it was their covert machinations that left him the sole survivor of his 10 brothers, and his clan was no more. He yearned to avenge them, to cleanse his hatred with the blood of the Western Church's followers. Yet, the thought of the 2 sages from the Western Church chilled his heart. He was no match for them. To triumph over a sage, one must also be a sage. Luya, now resolute, spoke earnestly to Tongtian. I hope the sage will accept my service. In this life, I shall not rest until I have avenged my kin against the Western Church. Hearing this, Tongtian nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 29. Successfully cultivating the 9 techniques of creation. In the midst of the mountains, Tongtian was greatly pleased with Luya's astute actions, by revealing the unscrupulous deeds of the Western Church. He understood that his relationship with them was far from cordial, which led Luya to align himself with Tongtian. I am Tongtian, the leader of the Jie Yin. Today, I shall appoint you as the 7th immortal among my retinue of the 9 immortals. Tongtian spoke slowly. Thank you, Master, for the bestowal. Luya promptly saluted. Witnessing this, Tongtian nodded approvingly. Securing Luya was indeed advantageous for confronting the impending catastrophe, but in Tongtian's memory, Luya was originally extraordinarily powerful, comparable in cultivation to Daobao, belonging to the elite rank of disciples. Furthermore, Luya possessed the formidable artifact, the flying blade of immortal slaying, which was exceedingly potent. Even among the quasi-sages, resisting the flying blade of immortal slaying was a formidable challenge. In the original cataclysm, Luya was set to assist the Western Church and the Chan sect, but now he would reverse his allegiance. This shift would provide Tongtian with greater assurance in facing the calamity. With Daobao and Luya on his side, it could be said that no disciple from any sect could rival the Jie Yin. Moreover, Luya's intense animosity toward the Western Church and the ties of karma he bore with them made him an invaluable asset. Should the calamity not arrive swiftly, sending Luya to infiltrate the Western Church would be a viable strategy. Even if the 2 saints of the West were to discover this, they would be powerless against Luya due to the backing of karmic forces. How splendid that would be! As Tongtian reveled in his optimistic thoughts, the golden light scroll within his Zifu finally became accessible. Gazing at this golden scroll, Tongtian felt a surge of excitement. The reward had finally arrived. He unfurled the scroll, and in an instant, the method of cultivating the 9 techniques of creation was inscribed in his mind. Truly, this was the divine ability of Pengu. The 9 techniques of creation, as the name suggests, comprise 9 distinct moves. Compared to the sword of cutting the Tao, the 9 techniques of creation have a full 8 additional moves. What astonished him further was that the first move of creation could rival the sword of cutting the Tao. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Haha, the next time I battle the 3 saints, I shall surely leave them astounded. Tongtian thought joyfully, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. After securing Luya, Tongtian transported him back to Jinao Island. He traversed through space and soon returned to the island. As soon as he set foot there, the plump Daobao approached Tongtian. Initially intending to confront Luya, he quickly realized that it was Tongtian who had brought him back. Master, Daobao promptly halted and bowed to Tongtian. Observing Daobao's cautious demeanor, Tongtian felt immense satisfaction. The calamity was imminent. A careful approach was essential. "You have arrived at just the right moment," he remarked to Dao Bao. "This is the seventh immortal I just received. Please take him and make the necessary arrangements." Although Dao Bao was somewhat perplexed, he quickly complied and led Lu Yao away. Despite the multitude of disciples within the Jiejiao, Tongtian's personally accepted students could be counted on one hand. This individual, being named as the seventh immortal, undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities. While the 9 immortals were not direct disciples, their status within the Jiejiao was not to be underestimated. And in some aspects, they even surpassed direct disciples. After properly arranging Lu Ya's position, Tong Tian had no desire to return to Begone Palace. He needed to focus on diligently practicing the 9 techniques of creation. If he were to practice them within Begone Palace, he would be too constrained to execute them properly, which could lead to disastrous consequences, such as inadvertently destroying Jinao Island. It seems I must retreat into the chaos to cultivate this divine ability. Tong Tian murmured. Within the primordial realm, there were few places suitable for his cultivation. However, in the chaos, he could fully unleash his potential, making it an ideal training ground. Furthermore, in the chaos, disturbances were virtually non-existent. With a swift motion, Tong Tian opened a passage through space and stepped inside. Moments later, he found himself in an entirely different realm, where the scenery had drastically transformed. In comparison to the primordial realm, this place was like heaven and earth. The chaos was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Within this dark expanse, myriad energies swirled, concealing countless dangers. It was no wonder that even sages held a deep-seated fear of this place. Moreover, had it not been for Kunping's concealment within the chaos, he would have likely been captured and turned into a mount by now. Tong Tian did not linger to observe the chaos, but quickly sought a relatively secure location to begin his practice of the 9 techniques of creation. In the chaos, time held no meaning. When Tong Tian finally opened his eyes, he had already mastered the 9 techniques of creation. From the moment he began his training, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. And upon completion, he was once again astonished by his newfound strength. Only after successfully cultivating could one truly appreciate the extent of this might. Truly worthy of being Pangu's divine ability, Tong Tian exclaimed with excitement. When I have fully mastered all 9 techniques, I should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Pangu at that time. Even Hanjun would be unworthy to carry my shoes. Regrettably, given Tongtian's current circumstances, he could only utilize the first 4 techniques. After successfully cultivating the 9 techniques of creation, Tong Tian felt an urge to depart. Just then, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden option. Option 1. Venture into the chaos for exploration and receive a compass that automatically searches for all treasures nearby. Option 2. Return to the primordial realm and obtain a Dao fruit, low-grade innate spiritual root. Tong Tian gazed at the 2 options before him, feeling somewhat perplexed. This compass would undoubtedly prove invaluable for exploring the chaotic realm. However, the chaos is fraught with peril. After all, where lies the ease in such adventures? Yet, it is precisely because of this danger that perhaps the treasures within chaos are truly abundant, for even sages dare not recklessly wander through it. If he were to return to the primordial land at this moment, he would merely be rewarded with a low-grade innate spiritual root, which would hold little value for him now. After some contemplation, Tong Tian resolutely chose option 1. Once his choice was made, the reward materialized within his Zifu. If he did not venture into chaos soon, the reward would swiftly be retracted and lost to him. Chapter 30. Treasure Hunting in Chaos. A fortuitous encounter with Yang Mei. With a mere thought, the compass appeared directly in his hand. A compass capable of sensing treasures was indeed a marvel of the primordial world, rich with wonders. Regrettably, this compass could only sense a single treasure. Nevertheless, that sufficed. Even locating just one supreme treasure amidst the chaos would be a significant achievement. The spiritual sensing compass bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary compass, the only distinction being the chaotic geomantic symbols intricately carved around its edges. Whoosh! Tong Tian laid the compass flat in his palm. And instantly, it radiated a golden light, its needle pointing resolutely in a specific direction. Has a discovery already been made so swiftly? Tong Tian unleashed his sage aura to probe ahead, hastening towards the direction indicated by the needle. Before long, he arrived at the marked location, where he encountered an enormous beast. Life is omnipresent, even in chaos, and numerous beasts inhabit this realm. Before him stood a creature larger than Jinao Island in the primordial land. Most astonishingly, it was at the peak of the quasi-saint level. The emergence of this colossal beast vividly illustrated the terrifying nature of chaos. The mere existence of a beast at such a level indicated that should a quasi-saint dare to venture into this chaos, they would find themselves ensnared, unable to return. Let me put an end to you. Divine spear. Arise. Tong Tian paid little heed to the giant beast, launching his attack without hesitation. The spear blazed with demonic flames. At that moment, the beast finally sensed Tongtian's presence and let out a wretched cry, attempting to flee. Swish! The divine spear, trailing a plume of black flames, pierced through the beast's skull. The creature was unable to utter a sound, its body exploding into radiant shards of light. Where the beast had shattered, a faint purple glow flickered into view. Without hesitation, Tongtian approached it was the primordial enlightenment stone. This stone possesses the ability to expedite one's understanding of the Tao. In the entire primordial land, there exists no treasure more formidable than this Tao. That is the essence of the great Tao, Tongtian exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he gazed at the stone pool beside the enlightenment stone, which was filled to the brim with a milky white essence emanating an incredibly sacred aura. Fortune has arrived, and it cannot be obstructed. With the absorption of these two treasures, the prospect of breaking through to the fourth realm is substantial. Observing his bountiful gains, Tongtian's face glowed with exhilaration. The essence of the great Tao and the enlightenment stone, once Tongtian successfully refined them, would elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the third realm, and he would have a significant chance of directly reaching the fourth realm of sagehood. At this moment, Tongtian could hardly contain his eagerness, swiftly locating a secure cave to store the two treasures. He sealed the cave and sat down, enveloping the essence of the great Tao with spiritual energy as he began the refinement process. Simultaneously, the enlightenment stone was also subjected to his refining. Tongtian was enveloped in alternating hues of purple and milky white light. Time flew by. During this interval, Tongtian's sage presence initially diminished before surging back, growing even more formidable. Boom! At this moment, the power within chaos was suppressed. Retreating several hundred miles away due to Tongtian's overwhelming aura, Tongtian abruptly opened his eyes, which shimmered with countless sword lights. The two treasures had directly propelled Tongtian's cultivation to the pinnacle of the third realm, mere inches away from stepping into the fourth realm. Even so, with this level of cultivation, Tongtian could easily suppress the three sages solely using the extermination sword array, requiring no assistance from the divine spear. Having no notion of how much time had passed, Tongtian mused that it was time to return to Jinao Island. He muttered to himself before soaring towards a certain direction. This area had been disturbed by Tongtian's cultivation, disrupting the spatial order, rendering it impossible to tear through space to leave. He needed to find another location that remained undisturbed. After a short while, Tongtian came to a halt at that moment. He noticed a figure standing before him, a Taoist. In this mysterious sea of chaos, Tongtian dared not act rashly. His eyes filled with astonishment. The Taoist was robustly built, yet no matter how Tongtian looked, he appeared to be an ordinary human. Tongtian understood well that those who could traverse the chaos freely were at least sages. However, he could not discern the depth of this Taoist's power. Yet, it was clear that this individual was likely on par with Hongjun, if not stronger. Tongtian sensed the presence of the mysterious figure. The Taoist's gaze turned towards him, revealing a hint of surprise. You have broken through to become a sage of the great Tao. The mysterious Taoist instantly recognized Tongtian's cultivation at the third realm of the sage of the great Tao. They were currently in chaos, and Tongtian was merely at the third realm, yet he dared to venture into the depths of chaos. Here, even those at the seventh realm must tread cautiously. The Taoist did not allow Tongtian to speculate further, stating directly, I am Yang Mei. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's face was instantly filled with disbelief. The figure before him was none other than Taoist Yang Mei. He was a formidable being from the era of the Divine and Fiend Wars, of the same generation as Hongjun. Although Tongtian had heard of Yang Mei's name, this was his first encounter with him in person. It turned out he had ventured into chaos for exploration. My name is Tongtian. It is indeed a rare honor to meet you in chaos. Tongtian respectfully replied that in truth, he was puzzled. wondering if there was a treasure of great significance that had drawn Yang Mei's attention to this chaos. He simply could not fathom the reason to this moment. Yang Mei, with an astonished tone, addressed Tong Tian. You are now a sage of the great Tao. Did you not once forfeit the fruits of your Tao as a sage of heaven? The position of a sage is fiercely contested, and even a single vacancy would lead to bloodshed. Yet, someone had attained sagehood only to relinquish it, later reclaiming it through another means. This requires tremendous courage. If I had not acted in such a manner, you would not have encountered me. Tong Tian spoke lightly, as if it were a trivial matter. You are quite impressive. One day, I hope to witness your unparalleled prowess. Yang Mei looked at Tong Tian with satisfaction in his eyes, encouraging him before preparing to depart. Seeing the Taoist about to leave, Tong Tian quickly inquired, Are you planning to traverse this endless chaos? Chapter 31. Disturbance in the Underworld. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei paused slightly, responding gravely, Not quite. I am here awaiting an impending calamity, a calamity that even one of Yang Mei's caliber must face. Tong Tian, upon hearing Yang Mei's words, felt a sense of bewilderment. What kind of calamity could ensnare someone of such profound cultivation? Tong Tian, I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Farewell. Yang Mei clearly did not wish to divulge more, and with that, he departed. Tong Tian remained momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, Yang Mei is preparing for a looming great calamity? Contemplating Yang Mei's words, his desire for greater cultivation intensified in the underworld of the primordial land. At this moment, Hutu had just concluded her cultivation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Hutu, a primal ancestor witch, had a profound affinity for the laws of the land. Recently, Tong Tian had bestowed upon her an enhancement of the earth's path, and her power over the earth had now reached an astonishing level. Let me witness your might. Earth path enhancement, arise. In Hutu's gaze lay an ardent yearning for freedom, a longing that became the very force enabling him to break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. He directly unleashed the sublimation of the earthly Tao. Boom! Waves of formidable energy surged forth, shattering the ground and causing even the void to tremble. Before long, the underworld began to sway violently in all directions. A consequence of Hutu's spell taking effect, the disturbances within the underworld quickly resonated throughout the entire land, igniting tremors of cataclysmic proportions. Such evident turmoil did not go unnoticed by the powerful beings present. At that moment, within the spiritual mountain of the Western Church, as the underworld continued to quake, the mountain felt the reverberations as well. The two saints of the West, seated upon their meditation mats, could not conceal their astonishment at the magnitude of the upheaval reflected in their eyes. This power is truly formidable. It appears to emanate from the underworld. A stunned Jie Yin exclaimed that a force capable of traveling such vast distances could hardly be wielded by anyone below the saintly realm. This must be the handiwork of Hutu, right? Is he finally contemplating rebellion? Observing the chaos below, Zhun Ti spoke gravely. The Kunlun Mountain, home to the Yusu Palace, also felt the repercussions at this juncture. Yuan Shi took immediate action to stabilize the mountain's tremors. Manifesting in the void above Kunlun, his gaze fixated upon the direction of the underworld in that moment. A rare flicker of apprehension crossed Yuan Shi's otherwise proud countenance. Such overwhelming power brings even him great pressure. Within the Enwa Palace, the ground trembled without exception. Enwa, feeling the quaking force, sensed Hutu's aura. What could this formidable force signify? Is Hutu finally unable to endure being trapped in the underworld? With the impending calamity approaching, does he wish to join the fray? Enwa murmured to herself, her expression shifting with uncertainty. Meanwhile, atop the Taiching Palace, sensing the disturbances, Taishang initiated his calculations, his brow furrowing into a single line. What is transpiring in the underworld? This overwhelming force now surpasses my own. Has Hutu finally succumbed to the solitude? Such a grand disturbance. Does he wish for us to take notice and engage in battle? At this very moment, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The powerful aura erupted from him, his face reflecting disbelief. Boom! His hands rapidly shifted through incantations, and soon, the heavenly Tao manifested a radiant orb before him, within which Hutu's actions appeared hazily discernible. Upon witnessing Hutu's deeds, a chilling frost filled Hongjuan's eyes. At this moment, in the primordial lands, the heavenly Tao could no longer contain itself and chose to manifest. As people gazed at the anomalies above them, a glow enveloped the void, accompanied by an undeniable, furious presence. This, indeed, was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Just as the cosmos trembled, Tong Tian returned to the primordial realm. Upon stepping through the spatial veil of the heavenly Tao, he sensed the disruptions and was drawn to the void. The heavenly Tao has manifested once more, fortuitously. I have returned in time. I nearly missed this grand spectacle. Tong Tian reveled in his timely return. Before the impending calamity arrives, there wouldn't be many more opportunities for such thrilling events. Missing it would be a pity. This moment, the protagonist of the upheaval wore a mocking expression as he gazed into the void. He sensed the heavenly Tao's rising anger. Hota scoffed. This is far from over. The sublimation of the earthly Tao still has one step remaining. Ascend. As Hota uttered these words, the ground quaked even more violently. Mountains and rivers fracturing, the entire primordial realm bouncing up and down. Some lesser beings, paralyzed by fear, lay flat upon the ground, too terrified to move. This world about to transform. Not only has the heavenly Tao manifested, but even the very ground beneath their feet seems unwilling to yield. Are the heavens and earth about to clash? The beings of the primordial realm speculated. This moment, the will of the heavenly Tao was thoroughly enraged by the earthly Tao. The void quaking incessantly, an astonishing aura pressing down upon them. Aside from the saints, all other beings found themselves trembling beneath the weight of the heavenly Tao. The quasi-saints fared slightly better, their faces pale but intact. Hotu had fully unleashed the sublimation of the earthly Tao, its essence gradually rising to a level capable of contending with the heavenly Tao. Concurrently, an ominous aura emanated from the ground, and the expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly alarmed, their shock rendering them nearly incapable of returning to a state of normalcy. This moment, if the heavenly Tao were a person, it would surely be ablaze with fury, having reigned as the emperor of the primordial realm for far too long. The earthly Tao's rebellion felt akin to a slave attempting to rise and claim dominion over its master. How could it not be enraged? The heavenly Tao erupted in a fury, unleashing dense black lightning upon the underworld. Boom! Thunderous rumbles echoed as black lightning struck the underworld, a punitive measure aimed at reasserting its dominance. Is this all? Hotu remarked disdainfully, unfazed. Even without drawing upon the power of the earthly Tao, he regarded the black lightning with indifference. Now armed with the strength of the earthly Tao, he found it even more trivial, merely child's play. Chapter 32. The fierce battle in the underworld, a duel of two paths. Above the underworld, the will of the heavenly Tao recognized that the black lightning had no effect on Hotu. Consequently, all the black lightning began to merge, transforming into an enormous dark purple thunderbolt, the Zixiao divine thunder, the most potent punitive technique of the heavenly Tao. This colossal bolt, stretching 1,000 zhang in size and winding for miles without end, was a sight to behold. The purple lightning flickered and danced, obliterating the void, its massive form exhibiting an unexpected agility. Calmly observing the purple lightning, Hotu spoke slowly, reincarnation mysterious light. He then shifted his hands through incantations, channeling the power of the earthly Tao. Even in the face of such terrifying purple lightning, Hotu remained unperturbed. Boom! In an instant, a deep yellow glow erupted from the ground, soaring skyward to collide with the descending purple lightning. At the moment of impact, silence reigned before a deafening sound erupted, resonating like a tidal wave. This immense roar persisted for quite some time, and when it finally subsided, the purple lightning had vanished. Yet the dark yellow essence of the earthly Tao remained, forming a shield to protect the land from the impact. After successfully fending off the punitive force of the heavenly Tao, Hotu continued to operate his techniques to elevate the earthly Tao. The elevation of the underworld's cosmic status persisted unabated. As the heavenly Tao observed the ongoing enhancement of the earthly Tao, its composure began to falter. Should it allow the earthly Tao to progress unchecked, it risked losing a portion of its own power. Witnessing this scene, Hongjuan's expression darkened, dripping with foreboding. The heavenly Tao was actually at a disadvantage against the earthly Tao. In such a case, only we can intervene to halt its advancement. With this thought, Hongjun swiftly alerted Taishang. Immediately go and prevent Hotu from enhancing the earthly Tao. Before long, Taishang received his master's urgent message. Wasting no time in heading to the underworld, Hutu was indeed elevating the earthly Tao. He had to stop Hutu, otherwise, should Hutu succeed, who could stand against him? Above the underworld, a spatial portal of the heavenly Tao opened, and Taishang stepped through. Upon arrival, he immediately summoned the Taiji diagram, directing it to suppress Hutu. The Taiji diagram, a defensive artifact, unleashed a golden hexagram upon Hutu, crashing down with immense force. The hexagram aimed to shatter Hutu in one fell swoop. Heh! With such meager skills, do you truly believe you can obstruct me? Hutu scoffed coldly. Though he had yet to fully amplify the power of the earthly Tao, it was already beyond what Taishang could contend with. His own power had become exceedingly formidable, and he could now manipulate the essence of the earthly Tao much like the united Hongjun. Boom! The power of the land coalesced, effortlessly withstanding the assault of the hexagram unleashed by Taishang. Noticing that his attack had been effortlessly neutralized, Taishang's face filled with astonishment. Although the Taiji diagram was a defensive treasure, its offensive capabilities were not to be underestimated. Yet, it could not even budge Hutu a fraction. Once more, the Supreme One adeptly shifted his hands, continuously channeling power into the Taiji diagram in that moment. Yet another Bagua emerged, forcefully pressing down upon the Earth Mother. It appeared that without imparting a lesson, she would not cease her actions. Observed the Earth Mother coldly, as she regarded the Supreme One. The power of the Earth was directly summoned by her, clashing against the Bagua unleashed upon the Taiji diagram, instantly dismantling its offensive. The Earth Mother did not relent, once more calling forth her strength. And a beam of dark yellow light shot forth from the land, hurtling directly towards the Supreme One. Upon witnessing the incoming radiance, the Supreme One felt a surge of alarm, and dared not hold back any longer. He bellowed, "Heaven and earth, Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, arise!" This was the Supreme One's most formidable defensive treasure, an artifact of post-heaven merit. Boom! The Linglong Pagoda manifested, transforming into a golden light that enveloped the Supreme One. After a brief tremor, it finally managed to dissipate the Earth Mother's assault. The might of the Earth was clearly formidable. The Earth Mother's eyes were filled with icy resolve as she beheld the Supreme One, who, like a turtle, had resorted to employing two defensive treasures in an instant. Her hands shifted through a myriad of incantations, conjuring a colossal dark yellow fist that surged towards the Supreme One with a thunderous roar. The power of the punch was astonishingly fierce. The force of the Earth, combined with the Earth Mother's sage power, unleashed an even greater energy. The Supreme One panicked, amplifying his output of spiritual energy, causing the golden light of the Linglong Pagoda to intensify. The Taiji diagram was simultaneously superimposed upon the Linglong Pagoda, creating a dual defense. Boom! Although the Supreme One's defenses were not shattered, he was nonetheless sent flying, disappearing over a distance of 100,000 miles. Within the ethereal confines of the Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's expression was one of profound discomfort. He had never anticipated that the Supreme One would be unable to withstand the Earth Mother. Among the Xin men, the Supreme One possessed the highest cultivation, and thus, he would have to intervene himself. Whoosh! The towering figure of Hongjun tore through space, soon arriving in the underworld. "Cease this at once," Hongjun bellowed, unleashing a pressure surpassing that of the heavenly Tao directly upon the Earth Mother. Despite having reached the realm of unity, he could not entirely harness the power of the heavenly Tao. After all, the heavenly Tao possessed its own will, and its intent was constantly seeking to assimilate his own. Should he be assimilated, he would no longer be Hongjun, but rather the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, Hongjuan's cultivation compensated for this limitation, and combined with the power of the heavenly Tao, he surpassed the Supreme One by a considerable margin. Witnessing the formidable presence of Hongjun, the Earth Mother began to take the situation seriously. Yet, she exhibited no sign of fear. Although Hongjun could not fully command the power of the heavenly Tao, she could, and her own earth power had already been elevated to approximately 60%. This was more than sufficient to contend with Hongjun. With a resounding boom, the Earth Mother ascended to match Hongjuan's altitude, radiating a pale yellow light akin to a suit of earthen armor. Observing the Earth Mother's swift fusion with the power of the Earth, Hongjun felt an unsettling discontent. He had devoted countless epochs to mastering half of the power of the heavenly Tao, all the while living in trepidation. Yet, in such a brief span, The Earth Mother had assimilated over 60% of her strength, rendering her a worthy opponent. The saints were astonished. Hongjun had truly taken matters into his own hands. Consequently, not a single saint dared to intervene. Chapter 33. Primordial Initiate severely wounded. Hongjun takes action. While the Earth Mother confronted Hongjun, Tongtian had already concealed himself above the underworld. Other saints feared Hongjun, yet he felt no trepidation. The conflict between the Earth Mother and Hongjun represented more than their individual struggles. If this were the case, could he not gain some advantage from it? His mind began to churn with possibilities. Boom! Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden option. Option 1. Incite a great battle at the location of the Yushu Palace, gaining 7 points of Hongming creation spring along with the true form of Pangu. Option 2. Take no action and quietly observe the developments, gaining the Hongming sword, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. After a moment's contemplation, Tong Tian chose the first option. His intention in aligning with the Earth Mother was to counter the Primordial Initiate and his allies. Now, with such an opportune moment at hand, how could he let it slip by? Having made his choice, Tong Tian stealthily approached the Chanjiao. Upon arriving at the Chanjiao, a triumphant smile graced his face as he mimicked the aura of the Primordial Initiate. Employing the unique 36 heavenly calamities of the Xianmen and launching an attack towards the underworld at that moment, the Earth Mother was embroiled in a fierce battle with Hongjun and paid little mind to anything else. Because of this, the assaults emanating from the Chanjiao struck the Earth Mother's underworld with full force. Boom! Countless souls were obliterated by these attacks. Despicable scoundrels! Upon witnessing this scene, the Earth Mother's eyes blazed with fury. They dared to scheme against my underworld while I was engaged in combat. While she might have found it challenging to attack in the void, how could the Yushu Palace, established upon the earth, dare to ambush her? Meanwhile, the Primordial Initiate was still observing the unfolding drama, but it seemed someone had just pulled him into the fray. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from the ground beneath the Yushu Palace. Me, who is it? At that moment, the Primordial Initiate was oblivious to the fact that he had been betrayed. He helplessly unleashed his sacred might, preparing to protect the Chanjiao and uncover the identity of his assailant. Boom! At that moment, the sacred might of the Primordial Initiate achieved nothing. The Earth Mother activated the power of the earth, and in an instant, the Kunlun Mountain, where the Yushu Palace was situated, was reduced to rubble. Laid to waste, the disciples of the Chanjiao, unaware of the chaos, were abruptly forced into the air. Had a world war erupted? What was happening? Had the very Yushu Palace been obliterated? The disciples of the Chanjiao were left in bewilderment. Witnessing this spectacle, the Primordial Initiate trembled with repressed rage at that moment. The vast expanse of the Honghuang had no trace of Kunlun Mountain. He quickly realized that it was the Earth Mother who had struck against his Kunlun Mountain. The dark yellow power was unmistakably hers. The force that had just attacked the underworld was clearly not his own, and he would never provoke the Earth Mother, drawing himself into conflict. How could this be allowed to pass unchallenged? The Primordial Initiate felt as if he were bound with countless Jia pills, furiously charging towards the underworld. Earth Mother, on what grounds do you dare to destroy my Kunlun Mountain? The Primordial Initiate materialized, his fury directed at the Earth Mother. Hearing his words, the Earth Mother was rendered speechless. Could there truly be such shameless individuals? Did he dare to confront me? He could strike against my underworld. Yet I could not retaliate against your Kunlun Mountain? There is not a single decent character among the Xianmen. The Earth Mother did not even bother to cast a glance at the Primordial Initiate. Fearing the contamination of her sight, the Primordial Initiate, realizing he had been so elegantly ignored, could no longer contain himself that he summoned the Pangu banner, addressing Hongjun, Master, allow me to join you in battle at this moment. Hongjun understood that relying solely on himself would be insufficient to defeat the Earth Mother. Having the Primordial Initiate's assistance would undoubtedly improve their chances. Who grants you such confidence? Come at me if you dare. The Earth Mother's countenance was haughty, dismissing the two entirely. With a flick of her hand, a dark yellow fist surged towards the master and disciple duo. Arrogant, the Primordial Initiate, valuing his pride, could no longer restrain himself and immediately retaliated. Wielding the Pangu banner to launch a fierce assault against the Earth Mother. Boom! The dark yellow fist collided with the energy of the banner. The banner's energy held for less than a second before dissipating. Yet the dark yellow fist continued its relentless assault towards the Primordial Initiate. The primordial initiate felt a surge of alarm and swiftly summoned the Zhutian Yuan. Instantly, clouds imbued with an ancient aura enveloped him. Bang! Though the Zhutian Yuan did not shatter, the primordial initiate was nevertheless sent flying, crashing through countless stars until he finally came to a halt. How had he become so formidable? The primordial initiate nearly began to question his own existence. He had spent countless epochs attaining such a level of power, yet the Earth Mother had effortlessly surpassed him to reach an existence beyond his grasp, a sage. The primordial initiate had never regarded the witch and demon clans with any respect. Yet now, the Earth Mother, a progenitor of the witch clan, could easily overpower him. At this very moment, he felt as though he had lost all face. Yuan Shi, consumed by rage, charged once more towards Ho-Tu, unleashing an even more formidable wave of energy directed at her. Witnessing Yuan Shi's reckless demeanor, Ho-Tu too was incensed. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent as she surged forward to confront him. He had brought this upon himself, and one could hardly blame her for retaliating with such ferocity. With a thunderous crash, Ho-Tu summoned all her strength, deftly evading his attack and appearing directly before him. In an instant, she struck fiercely at the protective talisman shielding Yuan Shi. The spiritual power Ho-Tu wielded was derived from the depths of the earth, embodying immense, substantial force akin to the very essence of land itself. Moreover, she was now harnessing her full power. Boom! The earth-shattering force collided with Yuan Shi's protective talisman. Although Yuan Shi's artifact boasted formidable defenses, it proved utterly ineffective. Ho-Tu shattered his shield with ease, the remnants of her assault crashing mercilessly into his body. Spurt! Yuan Shi was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth, his visage one of utter despair. The sacred aura that once enveloped him had diminished to a negligible flicker. Merely a single strike, Yuan Shi found himself gravely injured. This could not be real. As he staggered backward, Ho-Tu remained relentless, intent on sending Yuan Shi to his demise. Ho-Tu, do not overreach. In an instant, Hong Jun intervened, propelling Yuan Shi 1,000 miles away to a relatively safer location. Chapter 34. The underground successfully escapes the heavenly path. In the skies above the netherworld, Hong Jun was taken aback to find that Yuan Shi could not withstand even a single blow. He had initially thought that Yuan Shi might offer him some assistance, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. If one were to forcibly suppress the underground realm again, it would require the aid of the heavenly path along with his own cultivation. Ho-Tu, this sky and earth are inseparable, that if you cease your hostilities now, I shall grant you freedom. You may go wherever you please. Is that agreeable? Hong Jun lured Ho-Tu with his words. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu could not help but chuckle inwardly. Hong Jun, having grasped 50% of the heavenly path, could indeed grant her a modicum of autonomy. His words held a grain of truth. He could genuinely restore her freedom. However, the hypocrisy of his proposition was unmistakable. Once she successfully elevated the underground realm, would she still have to fear the heavenly path? Would she need to fear Hong Jun? Upon achieving her goal, the heavenly path would no longer have dominion over her, unless, of course, it sought to obliterate the entirety of this primordial land. But such an endeavor was clearly impossible. Enough with the empty words. Today, no one can thwart me, Ho-Tu declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing her words, Hong Jun's eyes blazed with fury. He had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. As he observed the underground realm continuing to ascend, he recognized that he could no longer afford to wait. If the underground realm successfully reached its zenith, there would be no way to contain it. Stubborn fool, allow me to demonstrate my might. Boom! With that, Hong Jun unleashed a staggering aura. Within his presence, the essence of the heavenly path flickered ominously. In comparison, Yuan Shi appeared to be but a novice. Furthermore, with the backing of the heavenly path, Hong Jun's oppressive might intensified. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Will you choose the underground realm, or will you choose death? Hong Jun threatened Ho-Tu, his overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. With the underground realm's assistance, Ho-Tu had grown immensely powerful. Had it not been for the heavenly path compelling him to confront her, he would never have engaged in battle. Enough chatter, let us fight, Ho-Tu proclaimed defiantly. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not abandon her pursuit of elevating the underground realm. When the underground realm reached parity with the heavenly path, her freedom would be restored. The conflict between the two was irreconcilable. Boom! Hong Jun understood that further dialogue would only serve to waste time. He began to weave intricate hand seals. Launching an assault against Ho Tuesday, Hong Jun summoned unparalleled power. Conjuring a divine eagle that lunged forward with talons poised to strike Ho Tuesday, this was the culmination of his strength, amplified by the essence of the heavenly path, and merely gazing upon it sent tremors through the legs of onlookers. At that moment, the denizens of the primordial realm trembled in fear, none daring to linger nearby. Yet, Ho Tu remained undaunted. After all, she had the full backing of the underground realm. She deftly maneuvered her hands, unleashing a force that rivaled Hong Jun's, manifesting as a colossal hand that intercepted the divine eagle. Boom! The clash between the enormous hand and the transformed eagle erupted in a cacophony of terrifying energy. Neither party could gain the upper hand. Hong Jun's heart was heavy with regret. He lamented his failure to intercept Ho Tu at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, she had elevated the underground realm to over 60% of its potential. Before long, she would completely master its power. Boom! Hong Jun, refusing to relent, continued to weave intricate hand seals, conjuring a multitude of fists to rain down upon Ho Tuesday. Boom! 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 The very earth trembled under the relentless barrage. Hong Jun could scarcely fathom that Ho Tu's strength had surged to such formidable heights. At that moment, neither could best the other. The underground realm had reached its final stage. Boom! In an instant, the entirety of the underground realm's power surged into Ho Tu's being. In that fleeting moment, her strength soared to astonishing levels. Standing proudly before Hong Jun, she now exuded a pressure even greater than his own. Had the underground realm truly completed its ascension, Hong Jun's face turned ashen, as though he had bitten into a roach, the wrath of the heavenly path further fueling his ire. Yet, at this juncture, it was far too late. The underground realm was no longer subject to the heavenly path's dominion. Even if Hong Jun fought desperately, there was no hope of subduing her. The battle had reached an impasse. At this moment, countless gazes were fixed upon the scene, all eager to witness the outcome. What would it ultimately reveal? Amidst the ruins of Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Chan sect found themselves homeless. Their former sanctuaries annihilated, Tong Tian concealed himself in the void, his cold gaze scanning the Chan disciples until it settled upon an inconspicuous figure. In the next instant, Tong Tian replaced the essence of this disciple with his own. When the disciple opened his eyes, they had transformed. Shortly thereafter, he faded from sight, his whereabouts unknown. Not a single soul noticed that a disciple had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Tong Tian guided this disciple to a place known as Begone Mountain, the territory of the Wu clan. In truth, following the conflict between the Wu and the Yao, many of the Wu clan had survived unscathed. Thus, Ho Tu had settled these kinfolk in Begone Mountain, allowing them to live without worry. Tong Tian, manipulating the unsuspecting disciple, unleashed a ferocious assault upon the Wu clan members. Boom! A single strike claimed the lives of over 100 from the Wu clan. Ha ha! The disciple, now under Tong Tian's control, cackled menacingly, brandishing a treasured blade and resuming the slaughter. After taking numerous lives from the Wu clan, he fled into the distance. At this point, Ho Tu had fully harnessed the power of the underground realm. Although Begone Mountain was far from her, she would soon sense the devastation inflicted upon her kin. Meanwhile, she remained locked in combat with Hong Jun. The expression on Hong Jun's face was one of ineffable turmoil as he gazed deeply at Ho Tuesday. He understood that she had been trapped for an extended period, and her desire for freedom was only natural. However, he had never anticipated that she would seek to reclaim her liberty by elevating the underground realm. Since the inception of the primordial realm, the underground had been suppressed by the heavenly path, unable to resist, let alone retaliate. Yet, Ho Tu had found a way to elevate the underground. How could this not astonish him? From this moment forth, the relationship between the underground and the heavenly path would no longer be one of oppression. Hong Jun lamented helplessly. Chapter 35. The conclusion of the great battle. In the skies above the netherworld, Hong Jun found himself compelled to seek a truce. Moreover, prolonged conflict would yield no resolution, for the heavenly path and the underground realm were now evenly matched. If a victor were to be declared, it was possible that the very fabric of the primordial realm would vanish entirely. Between heaven and earth, if a true battle were to plunge us into dire straits, the primordial land would cease to exist. Upon hearing that Hongjun had been compelled to seek peace and acknowledged the underworld, Hutu did not exhibit any signs of elation. This outcome had long been anticipated by him. The enhanced power of the underworld could now fully withstand the heavenly Tao. Consequently, he felt no fear towards Hongjun whatsoever. Yet, despite his lack of fear, he could do little to Hongjun, for the two were inextricably linked to the heavenly Tao. Thus, neither harbored any intentions of further conflict. At that very moment, a vision surged into Hutu's mind from the underworld, igniting a fury within him. In this vision, his kin were mercilessly slaughtered by a Taoist, who then departed with an air of nonchalance. This Taoist appeared to belong to the Chan teaching. How dare he unleash his blade upon my Wu clan, unaware of his impending doom? Die! In an instant, Hutu had located the Taoist, roaring with rage. Before the Taoist could utter a single word, he was engulfed by an overwhelming fury, meeting his demise. Hutu did not grant him an easy escape. The dark yellow energy enveloped the Taoist's primordial spirit. Employing a soul-searching technique to swiftly discern the Taoist's origin, he hailed from the Chan teaching. At that moment, upon the Taoist's death, a wisp of spiritual light soared into the void, entering the Chan teaching's position on the investiture of the gods. Indeed, a disciple of the Chan teaching. At this moment, the flames of wrath blazed in Hutu's eyes. From the Taoist's memories, he learned of his affiliation with the Chan teaching, and the investiture of the gods reaffirmed it. Scoundrel, you dare to murder a member of my Chan teaching. Yuan Shi had just refrained from intervening, quietly healing nearby. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would sense his disciple from the Chan teaching being obliterated by Hutu? Inscribed upon the investiture of the gods, what had once been peaceful had now seen his Chan teaching swiftly follow in the footsteps of the Western teachings. Thus, Yuan Shi's suppressed fury surged anew. Cease this senseless shouting. Your Chan disciples have slaughtered my Wu clan. I have yet to devise a fitting retribution for you. His eyes filled with indignation, he materialized a dark yellow radiance, hurling it directly at Yuan Shi's face. Boom! Yuan Shi was sent flying 10,000 miles, and when he came to a halt, his visage was so swollen he could barely open his eyes, lying prostrate on the ground, unable to rise for a long while. Witnessing this scene, Hongjuan's heart raced. Before he could act to intervene, Yuan Shi had already been struck down. You dare to humiliate me so, as the saying goes, the bark of a tree and the face of a man. In this moment, Yuan Shi's face had received a resounding slap, swollen beyond recognition. This moment, his lips had been bitten until they bled, his white beard trembling uncontrollably, his entire body shaking with suppressed rage. His eyes fiercely fixed upon Hutu. This was Yuan Shi's first experience of being struck in the face. Before so many witnesses, this was a disgrace that would stain his life. Humph, keep a close watch on your Chan dogs. Should your disciples dare to wreak havoc upon my Wu clan again, prepare the grave for yourself. Hutu spoke with a menacing intensity directed at Yuan Shi. The Wu clan was already pitifully few in number, and now they had suffered a significant loss at the hands of the Chan disciples. How could he endure this? Previously, he had been constrained and unable to act for the Wu clan. But now the situation was different. He possessed ample power to protect them. Should anyone dare to threaten his clan again, it would be akin to pulling the tiger's whiskers, an invitation to death. Yuan Shi's fury remained unabated, yet he found himself powerless against the fierce countenance of Hutu. To strike at Hutu again would surely be a death wished. He could only swallow his rage. Hutu, do not act recklessly. If you do, even if it means risking this entire primordial world, I will ensure you do not go unpunished. Hongjun now fixed his gaze upon Hutu, speaking with authority, before vanishing without a trace. In the void above the underworld, the will of the heavenly Tao could only depart reluctantly. That it had now lost the ability to suppress the underworld, forced to watch as the underworld stood on equal footing with it. Yuan Shi cast a resentful glance at Hutu, fiercely waving his sleeve before returning to Kunlun Mountain. Although Kunlun had been reduced to rubble, Yuan Shi could still employ the powers of a sage to restore it to its former glory. He first used spiritual energy to soothe his swollen face, then formed hand seals to revert Kunlun Mountain to its original state. Having accomplished this, he wasted no time entering the Jade Void Palace. Miserable Hutu! In this life and the next, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Yuan Shi roared in a fit of rage as Kunlun resumed its former appearance. the disciples of the Chan teaching returned to their respective abodes. At this moment, as the students settled down, the echoes of their master's furious and discontented voice spread forth. Accompanying the sound was a terrifying aura of sanctity, causing the Chan disciples to be struck with horror. They had never witnessed their master in such a state of disarray. One by one, they fled the Jade Void Palace, fearful of inadvertently being caught in the crossfire of his wrath. At this moment, Tong Tian remained hidden within the fabric of space. Once all had departed, he made his way to Golden Ao Island. Presently, Huta needed to focus on stabilizing his cultivation, making it unwise for Tong Tian to meet with him, lest he attract unwanted attention. Their alliance was not to be made known to the other sages. At this moment, Tong Tian entered the Bo Palace. He intended to resume his seclusion, having witnessed the clash between Hongjun and Hu. The stronger Huta became, the more favorable it was for Tongtian. However, unless in a dire situation, he could not afford to call upon Hutu's assistance, as he needed to retain his trump card. Otherwise, he would soon find himself facing the pressure from Hongjun. At present, Tongtian was still far from being a match for Hongjun. Pulling his thoughts back, Tongtian gazed at the treasures newly acquired within the Purple Mansion. Among them was the Hongmeng Creation Spring, containing only 7 drops. Yet, he was certain that if he refined them within his body, he could elevate himself by a small realm. It is worth noting that even a single small realm for a sage requires astronomical amounts of spiritual energy. Highlighting the tremendous efficacy of the Creation Spring, Chapter 36. The 5th layer of the Great Tao Sage. Within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian examined the Hongmeng Creation Spring, a liquid of spiritual essence originating from the Hongmeng itself. Even the combined might of the 10 innate spiritual roots could not rival the power of a single drop of the Creation Spring. Another treasure was the Pangu True Body, resembling a golden scroll that likely contained the method of cultivating the Pangu True Body. Seizing it, Tongtian promptly activated his primordial spirit to unravel the scroll, and a beam of golden light surged into his mind. Moments later, Tongtian's face lit up with excitement. Such a miraculous technique exists. If he were to gather all his cultivation and forge it, he might just manifest the Pangu True Body. This true body, once unleashed, could amplify his strength by at least 1 realm. It is known that even the slightest difference in the realm of a sage is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Thus, this technique is indeed extraordinary, elevating a realm. Contemplating this, Tongtian could no longer contain himself and immediately began cultivating the Pangu True Body. In an instant, waves of golden light radiated from Tongtian's form. As he continued to cultivate, the spiritual energy flowed relentlessly into the Purple Mansion, gathering together. As time passed, a true body began to gradually manifest within Tongtian's Purple Mansion. His spiritual energy continued to pour into this true body, revealing more of its form. An ancient and profound aura emanated from this true body, striking awe into the heart. This gathered true body was none other than the Pangu True Body. At this moment, Tongtian exerted all his effort to channel spiritual energy, striving to fully reveal the form of the true body. Terrifying spiritual energy surged forth, howling into the true body. Time swiftly elapsed at this juncture. The true body was on the brink of complete manifestation, with its details progressively resembling that of Tongtian. Upon the chest of the true body, a constantly rotating orb of light shone with golden radiance, exuding a terrifying power that infused spiritual energy into every part of the true body. Several years passed. The true body was now nearly fully revealed. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar, the true form had fully manifested. In that instant, the spiritual power converging upon this true form began to amplify, enhancing Tongtian's strength. He sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy being transmitted to him from his true form, and could hardly contain the excitement bubbling within him. Perhaps this true form would grant him enough power to step into the 4th realm of the Great Tao Saint. With a decisive thought, Tongtian sprang into action, channeling his techniques to refine the boundless spiritual energy into his body. The fabric of his clothes billowed violently, as if the Bo Palace had been stirred by a fierce whirlwind. Time flew by, and the atmosphere around Tongtian gradually settled, bringing tranquility back to the Bo Palace. Boom! At that moment, Tongtian's aura surged forward, taking a significant leap, its weightiness permeating the entire Bo Palace. He had reached the 4th realm of the Great Tao Saint. the sacred might he unleashed was imbued with an ancient and formidable essence. Merely in terms of presence, Tong Tian could now rival Hongjun. After breaking through his realm, Tong Tian's gaze shifted to the 7 drops of creation spring. Whether he could further ascend to the 5th realm of the saint depended entirely on this. His eyes were ablaze with fervor. If he could rely on the creation spring to break through to the 5th realm, he would possess the strength to stand alone against the mightiest of the Xianmin disciples. The 5th realm of the great Tao saint was the pinnacle, second only to Hongjun, who was in union with the Tao. Seated upon his mat, Tong Tian found the 7 drops of creation spring transforming into an ocean of spiritual energy. Creating waves within his purple mansion that he had already pushed the Hunyuan 9 turns heavenly art to its limits, continuously refining the spiritual energy. The remaining task was left to time. When the refining of the creation spring was complete, the day of his breakthrough would arrive. Years slipped away, and at last, the ocean of spiritual energy derived from the creation spring was fully refined by Tongtian. Boom! The threshold of the 4th realm of the great Tao saint was shattered under his forceful step, propelling him forward. Once past the threshold, Tongtian's aura surged violently, only subsiding after a considerable time, marking his ascension to the 5th realm of the great Tao saint. At this moment, he realized that the palace's restrictions were on the verge of collapsing under his oppressive presence. Swiftly, Tongtian retracted his overwhelming aura. Fortunately, he noticed in time. Otherwise, should his sacred might have erupted and affected the outside, it could have resulted in catastrophic consequences for the Golden Ao Island. Once Tongtian had contained his sacred might, he appeared just like an ordinary person. This was something even the reclusive Taishang could not attain. He had reached the 5th realm of the great Tao saint. His power now held considerable weight. Tongtian chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of invincibility against the impending calamity. If anyone dared to conspire against him, he would not hesitate to break a leg before allowing them to return unscathed. If other saints dared to regard him as merely an ordinary person, they would soon find themselves utterly astonished. Once his aura was unleashed, it would gallop forth like a wild steed, overwhelming even the protective formations of the Golden Ao Island. The great calamity was imminent, was it not? With that thought, Tongtian gazed into the sky. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, the imposing figure of Hongjun sat upon a mat, diligently pacifying a fraction of the heavenly Tao's will. That portion of will remained unsettled, intricately linked to the Earth Dao at that moment. The Earth Tao suddenly broke free from the control of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps this was a prelude to the impending calamity. Reflecting on this, Hongjuan's expression was filled with concern. This calamity might be unlike any other. He had initially believed it would only affect the 3 major sects, yet now saints had already clashed multiple times. This indicated that the current calamity was shrouded in profound mystery. The more mysterious it became, the more complications it would bring. This feeling was quite unsettling. Although he could currently control parts of the heavenly Tao, it was still insufficient that he could not interfere with the calamity. Chapter 37. The calamity approaches. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun could only wait helplessly for the calamity to arrive. The Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi's visage had fully returned to its original state. Having suppressed his fury, he pondered over the matters concerning the Chan sect. The 2 incidents that occurred during his conflict with Hutu were far too coincidental. Why did Hutu suddenly raise the Chan sect to the ground? Why did the disciples of the Chan sect suddenly turn against the Wu tribe? Had his sect been secretly sabotaged? At this moment, Yuan Shi finally came to a realization, his anger ablaze within him. No matter who was responsible, he vowed to make them pay dearly. At that moment, he commenced his calculations. Despite the calamity disrupting the heavenly secrets, one could still deduce the actions of a saint, as they were not subject to the calamity. Before long, through his relentless calculations, he traced the threads back to the source and discovered that all of this was the handiwork of Tongtian. How insidious to conspire against the Chan sect in such a manner. Boom! A powerful sacred might erupted from Yuan Shi, his eyes blazing with hatred for Tongtian. If he had not reacted in time, he might not have realized that Tongtian was the one who had sabotaged him, leaving him humiliated. Tongtian, you shall pay for this. If you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful, Yuan Shi thought. His gaze filled with fury as he began to contemplate how to retaliate. Certainly, he could not confront Tongtian head-on. Seeking to settle the score alone would be nothing short of self-humiliation. A single sword array from Tong Tian could leave him battered and bruised. Moreover, the two individuals from the Western sect were equally unreliable. If only his senior brother could assist him, perhaps they could suppress Tong Tian together. Yuan Shi conceived a clever strategy, but soon shook his head in disappointment. How could his senior brother possibly help him? After all, he had only 2 disciples. When the calamity struck, the dangers faced by the Western sect and the Chan sect far exceeded those of his senior brother's disciples. Furthermore, considering his senior brother's astuteness, how could he possibly lend assistance? Thus, the thought of allying with Taishang for help was utterly hopeless. Moreover, with Tong Tian having reclaimed his position as a saint, ordinary schemes would have no effect on him. Sighing deeply, Yuan Shi fell silent once more. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. This moment, the aura of the calamity had grown increasingly thick. It would soon arrive. Just then, Tong Tian opened his eyes after a decade of seclusion, revealing within them the essence of countless celestial swords. After 10 years of seclusion, Tong Tian had firmly established his cultivation at the 5th realm. Thunder rumbled. A heavy voice resonated from the heavens above the Pango land. And all the saints received the summons. They hastened to the Zhixiao Palace to discuss the matters of the calamity. This was undoubtedly a call from Hongjun. A calm expression adorned Tongtian's face. It seemed the calamity was right at his doorstep. As for this calamity, he would simply observe who would emerge victorious. With a swift motion, Tongtian tore through the fabric of space and vanished within, heading directly for the Zhixiao Palace. That moment, within the Zhixiao Palace, the saints shattered the space to arrive, and soon all the saints gathered. Yuan Shi, Jin, Taishang, Zhun Ti, and Nuwa. All present were old acquaintances of Tong Tian. Yet he exchanged not a single word with them, choosing instead to wait in silence. At this juncture, he was the only one yet to be inscribed on the divine list. In other words, when the calamity descended, his disciples from the Jie sect would face far greater perils, for all others had already been inscribed, leaving only his sect unmarked. Inevitably, they would be attacked en masse. Fortunately, Tong Tian had already taken numerous precautions to prepare for the calamity. At this moment, with Hongjun absent, the saints had little to discuss and remained in tense silence. The 2 saints from the west kept their heads lowered, secretly plotting something. Meanwhile, Taishang appeared indifferent, while Nuwa remained unperturbed. For she too had few disciples, and thus felt no fear of the calamity. The only exception was Taishang, who fixed his gaze on Tong Tian, his eyes brimming with animosity. Tongtian, it was you who orchestrated the previous incident with Hoodoo, wasn't it? The chilling voice of Yuan Shi shattered the fragile silence. Tong Tian turned slightly to gaze at Yuan Shi, having no intention of concealing his presence. Were it not for this, Yuan Shi would have remained oblivious to the good deed he had unknowingly accomplished. Oh, so you only just realized it was me. What will you do now that I have acted? Am I the only one permitted to scheme against you? Tong Tian scoffed derisively. You shameless scoundrel. Do not presume that I fear you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's anger erupted, unleashing his saintly aura. Observing the furious Yuan Shi, Tong Tian's eyes were filled with disdain. This was Zhixiao Palace. Here, fighting was simply out of the question. Yuan Shi was merely saving face. Yet, the audacity of this old fool to confront him so boldly meant that Tong Tian had to teach him a lesson the next time they met. Thus, he unleashed his own formidable aura, the 5th tier of the Grand Dao Saint realm, which surged towards Yuan Shi like a deluge. Boom! Tong Tian's saintly might collided directly with Yuan Shi's, causing Yuan Shi to stagger back several paces until he was halted by the wall. With a swift motion, Tong Tian summoned the god-slaying spear, thrusting it directly at Yuan Shi. Waves of swirling black flames enveloped the spear, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Shi's face drained of color. He could hardly believe that Tong Tian dared to attack him within Zhixiao Palace. Moreover, he realized that Tong Tian had already reached the 5th tier of cultivation, leaving him utterly astonished as the spear hurtled towards him. He found himself unable to evade, resulting in significant injury. The other saints had yet to comprehend the situation, their expressions frozen in shock. At this moment, the 2 saints of the west exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with regret. Had they known it would come to this, they would have acted differently. Who could have anticipated that Tong Tian would reach the 5th tier of the Grand Dao Saint realm? Before he renounced his saintly status, he had only been at the 3rd tier. Chapter 38. Gathering at Zhixiao Palace. Within the confines of Zixiao Palace, the two saints of the West were overwhelmed with remorse. Among all the saints, they possessed the lowest cultivation, and having angered Tong Tian, they would no longer dare to walk the same path as him. Taishang also witnessed Tong Tian's assault, rendered speechless by shock. Had Tong Tian truly ascended to the 5th tier of the Grand Dao Saint realm? Surely, he must be mistaken. It was not long ago that Tong Tian had forsaken his saintly status. And now he not only reclaimed his title, but surged ahead to the 5th tier. At this moment, Taishang felt a twinge of fear. He himself was merely at the 5th tier. Moreover, Tong Tian wielded the god-slaying spear and the sword array, which meant he could contend with Taishang in battle. Nua's expression, usually serene, was now filled with astonishment. How had he made such rapid progress in such a short span of time? Had he truly leaped 2 tiers at once? How was this possible? She recalled their last encounter when he had only been at the 3rd tier of the Grand Dao Saint realm. Had she lost track of time? Had it truly been so long since she last saw Tong Tian? Yuan Shi was now glaring at Tong Tian with eyes ablaze with fury. Once again, he found himself at the mercy of Tong Tian's blows, barely able to contain his rage. Tong Tian had actually increased his cultivation? Was he even human? He had not advanced in hundreds of years, while Tong Tian had risen several tiers in mere centuries. How frustrating it was to be surpassed by his own junior. Heh, do you wish to test my power once more? Tong Tian mocked as Yuan Shi continued to fixate on him. The saints present bore varied expressions upon witnessing Tong Tian's arrogant demeanor. The two saints of the West were terrified, fearing that he would come for them next. If Tong Tian chose to deal with them now, they would be doomed. Among those present, only Nua and Tong Tian had no past grievances and felt no fear. Furthermore, Nua's cultivation matched that of Tong Tian, and her treasures were equally formidable. Thus she remained unperturbed at this moment. Taishang, though maintaining a calm facade, was also filled with trepidation. He possessed the 5th tier of cultivation and the Taiji diagram, so he was not afraid of confronting Tong Tian. Just then, Hong Jun's imposing figure finally made its appearance. In truth, he had arrived long before, but upon witnessing the conflict between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, he chose to observe first. Seeing Yuan Shi swiftly defeated left him quite astonished. However, it was Tong Tian's ascension to the 5th tier of the Grand Dao Saint realm that truly shocked him. In this light, the three of them, Yuan Shi and the two saints of the West, were mere novices before Tong Tian. Was this great calamity destined to allow the Jie Jiao to emerge victorious? Yet, even if they eliminated all the disciples of the Chan Jiao in the Western teachings, it would not suffice to fill the void. This thought left him deeply unsettled and dissatisfied at this moment. Yuan Shi felt less anxious, as Hong Jun seemed to be his anchor. Surely, Tong Tian would not dare to strike him now, would he? Tong Tian, how could you act this way in our master's presence? You dare to provoke conflict. Do you still hold any respect for our master? Yuan Shi shouted defiantly. What audacity! How could one possess such a thick skin? Tong Tian looked at Yuan Shi with disdainful laughter. Heh, if you cannot defeat me, will you resort to complaining? Just how thick is your skin? Had you not instigated this conflict, would I have laid a hand on you? At these words, Yuan Shi trembled with fury, every hair on his body bristling, thick-skinned. Complaining when defeated? I cannot endure this any longer. Tong Tian, you are indeed in the wrong. Regardless of the circumstances, violence is not permissible here. Jie Yin chimed in. Upon seeing Jie Yin speak up, Zhun Ti added, Indeed, to engage in battle here, do you not consider our master's reputation? Hearing their words, a cold smile crept onto Tong Tian's face. The two saints of the West seemed to have forgotten the lessons of the past. Even with Hong Jun present, he would not hesitate to strike. Tong Tian launched an attack against the two saints of the West. What? Is he mad? Yuan Shi, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread, retreating behind his master and peeking out to watch. The two saints of the West were even more terrified, having no thought of resisting, and quickly joined Yuan Shi in hiding behind Hong Jun. Seeing this, Tong Tian burst into hearty laughter. These three were truly amusing. He could not help but taunt. Do you still consider yourselves saints? Ha ha. I have never encountered saints as ridiculous as you three. Have you come to provide entertainment? With that, Tong Tian sheathed the god-slaying spear within his zifu. He understood that as long as Hong Jun was present, he could not take on the three cowards hiding behind him. Furthermore, it was not the right time to provoke Hong Jun too fiercely, as he was still no match for him. The three, subjected to Tong Tian's mockery, could not help but feel anger bubbling within them. Even the thick-skinned among them were gritting their teeth in frustration. Yuan Shi was particularly furious, biting his lip until it bled, a sight both ridiculous and tragic. Had he been stronger than Tong Tian, he would have surely dismembered him by now. Tong Tian, this ends here. You dare to act so recklessly in the presence of our master? At that moment, Taishang, struggling to maintain a neutral expression, could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian coldly laughed. Taishang was even more hypocritical. He had already returned the god-slaying spear to the Zifu, only to emerge now to demand that he cease. Fellow disciples, cannot you converse civilly? As saints, your actions reflect upon the myriad beings of the Honghuang realm. You cannot continue to act recklessly. Hong Jun spoke softly, his thoughts inscrutable. Hearing his words, especially from the three cowering behind him, they feigned acknowledgement while harboring deep resentment towards Tong Tian. The three were already plotting against him. They knew that engaging Tong Tian directly was unrealistic, so they turned their malice towards the disciples of Jie Yin. Regardless of how powerful Tong Tian was, he could not be in multiple places at once. Could he truly divide himself to protect his disciples? Observing that the chaos had subsided, Hong Jun continued, the great calamity has arrived at the doorstep of the Honghuang realm. Therefore, the god-slaying whip and the function list must be prepared without delay. Having spoken, Hong Jun directly summoned the function bang. Chapter 39. The four saints compete for the function bang. That at this moment. Upon seeing the function bang, the two from the west and Yuan Shi's expressions grew increasingly grim. Before the great calamity had even begun, several of their disciples had already made the list. Such an affront. The function bang is to be entrusted to one of you for safekeeping. After producing the function bang, Hong Jun spoke plainly. The function bang represents a crucial aspect of the great calamity, which is precisely why Hong Jun presented it. Such a declaration would ensure the calamity unfolds as intended. As Hong Jun unveiled the function bang, the gaze of all the saints, save for Tong Tian, was irresistibly drawn to it, contemplating how to acquire it. After all, possessing the function bang would confer immense advantages when the great calamity strikes, despite their awareness of its benefits. Obtaining it was no simple feat. Even Taishang displayed a glimmer of desire upon beholding the function bang. Perhaps only Nuwa and Tongtian harbored little yearning for the divine list. Nuwa, even with the function bang in her possession, would find it of no assistance, as she had but a single disciple and felt no trepidation regarding the great calamity. As for Tongtian, he was already aware that Hong Jun would be bestowing the function bang upon Yuan Shi. Thus, he had no interest in it whatsoever. Hong Jun, of course, was cognizant of their thoughts and cast a fleeting glance in their direction. He was in no hurry to speak. At this moment, everyone except Tongtian was visibly restless. Taishang, seizing the moment, openly declared his intentions, stating, the function bang is best placed in my care. I have few disciples, and I would even send one of the three corpses to the function bang. Therefore, entrusting it to me is the most prudent choice. Moreover, it is the fairest option. Upon hearing Taishang's words, Yuan Shi feigned a smile and retorted, brother, such a statement is misguided. You have but two disciples. Would you merely keep the function bang for display? Hand it to me, and it would serve a far greater purpose, given my numerous disciples. Unfazed, Taishang responded, it would be unjust to grant it to you. Such an arrangement would lack any semblance of fairness. What then of Jie Jiao and the Western teachings? In response, Yuan Shi chuckled insincerely. You can fully trust me on this. I shall maintain fairness and impartiality. Ha! The audacity of Yuan Shi to make such a disingenuous claim is unparalleled. Even Hong Jun found this assertion laughable. To flatter and assure, yet the moment he acquires it, he would undoubtedly act against Jie Jiao. Zhun Ti Tongtian stepped forward to contend for it. The two saints from the west awaited Tongtian's next move. However, they seemed destined for disappointment, as after a considerable time, Tongtian showed no inclination to contest. At that moment, the saints were filled with bewilderment. What has come over Tongtian today? Could he truly let this opportunity slip? Tongtian merely regarded them with a cold smile as they scrambled for the function bang. Unable to contain themselves, the two saints from the west exclaimed, Master, the function bang should be entrusted to me. After all, the Western teachings are significantly weaker and lack any substantial power. Thus, placing the function bang in our hands would maintain the balance among the three great teachings. Zhun Ti interjected, asserting that if Tong Tian did not contest, they certainly would. Hearing Zhun Ti's words, Jie Yin chimed in. Zhun Ti speaks the truth. The Western teachings are the weakest among the three. Without the Fengshen Bang's assistance, we would surely falter in the great calamity. At that point, Jie Yin feigned tears that I in response. Yuan Shi and Taishang chuckled. Falter? Cease to exist. Ha ha! No matter how terrifying the great calamity. As saints, they would undoubtedly survive. Thus, the Western teachings would persist. The words of the two saints from the West were but a joke. At this moment, the four contenders for the Fengshen Bang exchanged glances, each pondering how to seize it. Undoubtedly, acquiring the Fengshen Bang would significantly increase their odds during the great calamity. Moreover, if their disciples were already on the list, perhaps they could discover a means to avoid being listed themselves. It was for this reason that they all yearned to possess the Fengshen Bang. Next, it would depend on their master's intentions, observing the four of them jostling for the Fengshen Bang like jesters. Nuwa watched with amusement that moment. She cast a glance at Tongtian, her expression revealing surprise. Did Tongtian truly harbor no desire for the Fengshen Bang? He exhibited no intention to contest. Had he already discerned the outcome? Tongtian watched them with the detached amusement of an observer. As they schemed to acquire the list, they could fight among themselves. It mattered not to him. Besides, he already knew the ultimate fate of the Fengshen Bang. It would belong to Jiangxia. Even without the divine list, he could still exert dominance over the Western teachings and the Chan teachings. It was akin to playing a game where one possesses knowledge of all possible strategies, while others remain oblivious. Would that not grant one an edge? Watching the four as they exchanged words, while Nuwa and Tongtian remained disinterested, Hongjun interjected once more. There is one more matter. The appearance of the destined calamity survivor is essential. However, at this moment, that individual has yet to emerge. The Fengshen Bang is theirs by right. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, they realized their previous efforts had been in vain. The survivor of the calamity would ultimately claim the Fengshen Bang. Yet, they still had a chance. As long as the destined survivor belonged to their sect, all would be well. Thus, their ambitions reignited. As the great calamity approached, the heavenly mysteries obscured, leaving them unable to discern who the destined survivor might be. They could not calculate it, prompting Yuan Shi to directly inquire of his master. How does one determine if a person is the destined survivor? Hongjun understood their thoughts. In due time, there will be celestial phenomena, and then the destined survivor will emerge. With that, Hongjun ceased further discussion at that moment. The four saints felt overwhelmed. Celestial phenomena. Even knowing this information was of little use. How could they discern which individual was significant? Chapter 40. Each sect seeks the destined survivor. Within the Zixiao Palace, while the assembly of saints fretted over methods to identify the destined survivor, Tongtian secretly chuckled, for he already knew what Hongjun had revealed. Moreover, this phenomenon was known as the flying bear enters the dream. This secret rested solely with Tongtian, and he would keep it buried within his heart. Armed with this foresight, Tongtian could expertly orchestrate matters, ensuring that the Western teachings and the Chan teachings would experience the sensation of being duped. In the remaining time, he would simply await the arrival of the destined survivor. Their emergence would signify the arrival of the great calamity. Everything would unfold according to its natural course. After softly speaking, Hongjun's imposing figure departed. Upon witnessing his departure, each saint left with lingering questions at this juncture. All plans among the saints revolved around the destined survivor. Whosoever located the survivor first would secure the initial victory amidst the great calamity. Meanwhile, Taishang had entered the Ta Qing Palace, contemplating briefly before summoning Xiandu of the human sect. Upon his arrival, Xiandu bowed and greeted, "Master." At this moment, Taishang solemnly addressed Xiandu. The calamity is upon us, yet the heavenly mysteries remain inscrutable, leaving the destined survivor elusive. The human sect has but a few disciples. Thus, I have arranged for you to venture into the wilderness to cultivate while searching for their trace. Hearing this, Xiandu immediately nodded in agreement. Bowing once more, I shall depart at once. Taishang nodded slightly, his expression calm as he watched Xiandu leave. Within the human sect, there existed only two disciples. If they could secure the Fengshen Bang, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. In the Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi's desire to possess the Fengshen Bang was fervent. Given the multitude of disciples in the Chan teachings, he promptly summoned his 12 golden immortal disciples. Come to the Yu Su Palace at once. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before Yuan Shi, bowing in unison and exclaiming, Master. Yuan Shi cast a glance at them, feeling immensely satisfied in his eyes. Each of his disciples possessed their own unique destinies. How could the ignorant children of Jie possibly be compared to his own pupils? He surveyed all his disciples and spoke softly. The great calamity is about to arrive. When the time comes, those fated to face it will emerge. Thus, I have summoned you here to arrange for your dispersal across various regions in search of these destined individuals. Whether you can locate them and persuade them to become your junior brethren depends entirely on your efforts. The golden immortals of Changjiao exchanged knowing glances and immediately understood. Under the leadership of Guangqingzi, they spoke in unison, We shall spare no effort in seeking out the destined ones. Please await our good news, Master. With that, they transformed into streaks of light and scattered in pursuit, within the spiritual mountain of the Western realm. Zhun Ti gazed at Jie Yin with a smile, saying, Indeed, brother, your arrangements are most thorough that we have previously welcomed many great demons into our sect. Their ability to command countless lesser beings means that our Western sect is now the most populous, increasing the likelihood that we will find the destined one first. Upon hearing this, Jie Yin was equally delighted and replied, We shall instruct all the great demons of the Western sect to disperse throughout the vast wilderness. With so many demons at our disposal, we will surely be the first sect to locate him. As the three major sects directed their disciples to search, Tong Tian quietly remained in his Begone palace. Orchestrating events he was not concerned with when the destined one would appear, but rather with identifying a few formidable figures on the list of deities. Tong Tian murmured to himself, Success. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with joy. He recalled that during the time of the divine list, several individuals stood out prominently, Luya, Jiangxia, and Shun Gongbao. Now, Luya had already joined Jie, while he had no intention of bringing the other two into his fold. However, he could still devise plans concerning Shun Gongbao, especially with Shun Gongbao, who always had a knack for deceiving others to retain talented individuals as allies. He unwittingly caused the demise of countless lives. Every person he managed to keep by his side met a tragic fate, ending up on the list. Thus, Tong Tian resolved to carefully plot against Shun Gongbao, despite Tongtian's ability to foresee Shun Gongbao's actions. He could not predict Jiangxia's. Yet, he remembered that Jiangxia had spent a considerable time in a city that resembled Chaoga. Once he made his appearance, with Tongtian's cultivation, finding him in a city would be effortless. For now, Tong Tian needed only to strategize regarding Shun Gongbao. However, at this moment, Shun Gongbao might still resemble a beast. He could only be located once he transformed into human form, if memory served correctly. Shun Gongbao would soon take on human shape. With that thought, Tong Tian set off early. A faint smile graced Tongtian's face if he were to depart. Other saints would undoubtedly follow closely behind, making things much easier. Dum-dum, congratulations, you have activated a hidden option. Option 1. Accept Shun Gongbao as a disciple, and you will obtain the Primordial 9-section staff, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Covertly encourage Shun Gongbao to join the Changjiao, and you will receive treasures related to array formations as well as the innate divine ability of the Chaos Eye. Tong Tian noticed that the prompt tone of the divine grade external system had changed, but he paid it no mind as he contemplated the options. Treasures related to array formations? What could that possibly be? It did not reveal its level, and the artifact's sole purpose was to enhance the power of formations. At that moment, Tongtian's heart raced with excitement, as he possessed an unparalleled sword formation. With this artifact's assistance, it would undoubtedly become even stronger. His attention then shifted to the Chaos Eyas, the name of this divine ability suggested. It could help one pierce through chaos and emit terrifying chaos light. No matter what it was, nothing could hide from him after mastering this ability. Most importantly, it was a divine ability with room for improvement. As his cultivation advanced, its power would grow correspondingly. Upon reaching this realization, Tong Tian unhesitatingly chose the second option. Chapter 41. The Five Saints compete for Shun Gongbao. Subsequently, Tong Tian directly tore open a spatial passage and set off towards the location where Shun Gongbao was destined to appear. As Tong Tian departed, all the saints, except for Enraged, sensed his exit. As they were all closely monitoring the movements of the saints at that moment, they feared that someone else might get ahead in seeking the destined one. And seeing Tongtian leave only heightened their anxiety. Although Tongtian did not explicitly convey his intention to compete for the divine list, who could know if he was merely feigning indifference? Could it be that Tongtian was indeed searching for the destined one? As they observed this scene, each saint pondered deeply. Yuan Shi, in particular, harbored an intense desire for the divine list and immediately began to discreetly follow Tongtian. The two saints of the Western sect soon followed suit. All those who cause anomalies in the world must join our Western sect. The four saints vying for the divine list now pursued Tongtian in a mountainous area surrounded by peaks in the wilderness. A leopard, entirely cloaked in black fur and stained with blood, lay on the ground. This leopard had recently undergone tribulation in its quest to transform into human form and was currently trembling, emitting crackling sounds. Before long, it had transformed from a leopard into a human. At that moment, Tongtian had already arrived near Shingongbao, silently observing his every move. Now having taken on human form, hints of his peculiarities could be discerned. This peculiarity was only visible to those of the saintly realm. What use was it for the four saints to send so many disciples? An anomaly appeared above Shingongbao's form, a flying bear materializing beside him. Undoubtedly a manifestation of heavenly anomalies. At this moment, the four saints who had followed also took note of this anomaly. Could this newly transformed leopard be the destined one? Although they were unsure of the nature of the anomaly. Seeing Tongtian locate this extraordinary individual confirmed he was indeed the destined one. Unbeknownst to Shingongbao, he had an anomaly about him, nor was he aware that he had caught the attention of five saints. At that moment, the two saints from the west began to panic. As Tongtian emerged from the hidden void, Shingongbao was instantly taken aback before he could even inquire as to Tongtian's identity. Whoosh! Another Taoist appeared between him and Tongtian, directly blocking the latter's path. My name is Yuan Shi, the leader of Chanjiao, that I have come to accept you as a disciple of Chanjiao. Will you join our sect? Yuan Shi stated plainly, his saintly aura radiating slowly. I am Jie Yin, a saint of the Western sect. I am Zhun Ti, also a saint of the Western sect. Jie Yin and Zhun Ti promptly revealed themselves, their gazes burning with intensity as they urged, will you agree to join our Western sect? This individual possesses an anomaly. He must be the one mentioned by Hongjun. We must find a way to recruit him into our Western sect. I am Taishang, a disciple of the human sect. My sect has few disciples. If you join me, I can personally guide your cultivation. As Chanjiao and the Western sect made their appearances, Taishang also dared not fall behind. At this moment, witnessing all four saints emerge, Tongtian wore an expression of disdain. He too turned his gaze towards Shingongbao, saying, I am the leader of Jiejiao. Will you agree to become my disciple? At that moment, Shingongbao was utterly stunned. 5 saints, seeing all 5 saints vying to invite him to join their sect, his mind was in a world in the vast wilderness. Saints were a rare sight. Today, having just transformed into a human, he encountered 5 saints inviting him. He was completely flabbergasted. Each of them was eager to make him their disciple. In that instant, he found himself at a loss. Uncertain of whom to choose or whom to decline, but he could not afford to offend any of them. Our Western sect has a multitude of demon beasts, and since this individual has transformed from a black panther, and Brother Yuan Shi does not favor such animal transformations, we should simply welcome him into our Western sect. With an air of self-satisfaction, Jie Yin gazed at Yuan Shi and remarked. In response, Yuan Shi coldly retorted, I intend to accept him as a disciple of my teaching today. Whether I like it or not is not for you to decide. Moreover, I can tell at a glance that he is suited for my sect. There is no need for further discussion. He rightfully belongs to my teachings. Upon overhearing their conversation, Taishang interjected calmly, I have taught far too few individuals. He would achieve the best development under my guidance. Taishang refrained from engaging in idle chatter and had no intention of letting them easily relinquish their disciple to him. He understood that any words spoken at this moment would be futile. All the saints present were devising ways to recruit Shingongbao into their respective sects. It was inconceivable that he would simply hand Shingongbao over. After all, who would willingly surrender a pivotal figure in the battle for the function list? Taishang was well aware of this reality. Observing the escalating contention, Tongtian could not suppress his amusement. It seemed his initial thoughts had proven correct. Once he arrived, they would undoubtedly scramble to follow. Now was the time for him to stir the pot further. With a resounding boom, Tongtian unleashed the full force of his 5th celestial level as a great sage, his aura pressing down upon the other saints. He declared angrily, "I discovered him. What right do you have to compete with me for him? This individual can only belong to my sect." Tongtian's eyes blazed with fierce determination. The 4 saints, upon hearing his proclamation, were momentarily taken aback. Jin, unfazed, responded, "Brother Tongtian, what do you mean by that? He is merely an individual with an unusual phenomenon. There's no need for such outrage." In response, Tongtian feigned indignation and retorted, "Do not think I have forgotten what my master said. This phenomenon signifies." He abruptly halted, as if suddenly realizing he had misspoken. Tongtian's performance was nothing short of remarkable. At this moment, he pretended that this person was directly linked to the calamity and could control the function list. His words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, leading the 4 saints to believe that Xinguang Bao was the one capable of wielding the function list. This was merely the first step in Tongtian's ploy to ensnare them. Chapter 42. Xinguang Bao joins the teaching. Nothing was amiss in his deductions. Tongtian must have comprehended something significant, which is why he was aware of the calamity's presence here. Fortunately, they had followed him upon realizing he had appeared. Otherwise, he would have reaped substantial benefits. This individual is precisely what the Western teachings need. At this moment, the 2 saints from the West unleashed their auras in unison. "Ha! It is my sect that shares the deepest affinity with this individual." Yuan Shi laughed heartily, unleashing his own aura to confront the 2 saints from the West. Though no physical altercation had commenced, the eyes of the 3 saints burned with fury, their gazes already clashing. Witnessing this scene, Tongtian felt a surge of satisfaction. These individuals, once their interests were at stake, were on the verge of conflict. Did they truly believe they could conspire against him amidst the calamity? They were utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Boom! At that moment, the clash of auras among the 3 saints erupted with a deafening roar. Observing this, Xinguang Bao gained a deeper understanding of the saints' power and dared not entertain any ulterior motives. Patiently awaiting the outcome of their rivalry, he realized that choosing sides at this juncture would be disrespectful to the other 4 saints. He was not foolish enough to act rashly. He could not comprehend why he was so sought after. Unable to grasp what they stood to gain from him, Yuan Shi continued to clash his aura against that of the 2 saints from the West, entirely disregarding Taishang's intentions. Although Taishang was at the 5th level, his offensive capabilities were not formidable. Thus, Yuan Shi did not regard his senior brother with any concern. Nevertheless, a hint of anxiety crept in. He feared Taishang might make a preemptive move, just as he was at a loss for what to do. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him that as long as Xinguang Bao was in his possession, what was there to fear? In an instant, Yuan Shi exclaimed, "Banner out." He swiftly formed hand seals, transforming the Panga banner into a luminous shield that enveloped Xinguang Bao in an instant. The other saints turned their gazes towards Yuan Shi, but he merely shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "I simply wish to protect Xinguang Bao. Furthermore, Tongtian, your sect is already in a state of overwhelming dominance. Why must you compete with me for him?" Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Tongtian realized that Yuan Shi intended to eliminate him from the competition. Therefore, Tongtian played along and replied, "Do you not have enough disciples in your sect?" The 2 saints from the West, regaining their composure, recognized that it was indeed best to first eliminate Tongtian from the equation, that Tongtian's followers were numerous, many of whom were transformed demons. If someone like Xinguang Bao, who also bore the traits of a great demon, developed a sense of belonging to the Zhejiao, that would be troublesome. Thus, the 2 saints from the West resolved to first oust Tongtian before proceeding. Taishang, fully aware of this, addressed Tongtian, "Indeed, your sect boasts hundreds of thousands of disciples. While my sect has merely 2, it would be prudent not to contest with me." Jin quickly chimed in, Yes, you no longer need to recruit so many. There's no need to compete with my Western teachings." Following Jin's remarks, Zhun Ti also added, "Xinguang Bao is truly a perfect fit for my Western teachings. I hope Brother Tongtian will allow us to take him." Seeing their united front against him, Tongtian's expression darkened, as if a tempest were about to descend. "Humph, since you have allied against me, then I shall no longer claim this individual for my sect. Even if you offer him to me, I shall refuse." With that, Tongtian vanished into thin AI or .at this moment. Tong Tian felt a swell of self-admiration. His acting skills were truly exceptional. The four saints, witnessing their greatest rival's departure, felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from their chests. Yuan Shi glanced at the other three saints and slowly remarked, "This individual is indeed suited for my teachings, so I shall take him." With that, Yuan Shi manipulated the Panga banner, intending to whisk Xinguang Bao back to Kunlun. Observing this, the two saints from the west were incensed. After much effort to drive Tongtian away, how could they permit Yuan Shi to snatch the prize? "Brother Yuan Shi, you cannot simply take him without a word." Zhun Ti interjected, blocking Yuan Shi's path. "Humph." Yuan Shi scoffed coldly, unperturbed by the two saints from the west, and immediately launched an attack against them. The two saints, taken aback by Yuan Shi's sudden aggression without a word, found themselves indignant. Did he intend to bully them simply because they lacked innate treasures to stop him? Most critically, if Yuan Shi truly forced his way through, they would be powerless to stop him at this moment. Taishang stepped forward, saying, "Junior brother, your actions are indeed inappropriate." To this, Yuan Shi replied, "What? Even my senior brother will not allow me to leave." With that, Yuan Shi summoned a defensive treasure, encasing himself within its protection. Witnessing this, Taishang's eyes flickered with anger. He had been the one able to take Xinguang Bao. After all, he possessed two formidable treasures capable of ensuring a safe departure. However, he had underestimated Yuan Shi, who had first used the Panga banner to shield Xinguang Bao. Moreover, Yuan Shi also possessed two powerful treasures, one for offense and one for defense, leaving Taishang with no choice but to step aside. "My senior brother is truly a reasonable person. In that case, I shall take Xinguang Bao with me." "Thank you." Observing that the Supreme One had no intention of engaging in combat, the original speaker hypocritically uttered a few words before swiftly departing with Xinguang Bao in tow. Witnessing Yuan Shi's departure with Xinguang Bao, the three individuals were left with a sense of helplessness, their expressions clouded with despondency as they retreated. However, upon seeing that Yuan Shi had successfully brought Xinguang Bao into the fold of the Chan teaching, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, barely containing a smile that threatened to break free. If he were to burst into laughter, it would undoubtedly create an undesirable impression, particularly as he envisioned Yuan Shi's inevitable pride upon bringing Xinguang Bao back to the Chan teaching. The urge to smile became increasingly difficult to suppress. At that moment, Tong Tian settled onto a cushion within the Bo Palace, contemplating how to best strategize the utilization of Xinguang Bao's talents for optimal effect. Chapter 43. The grand array of all immortals inside the Bo Palace. Tong Tian was lost in thought regarding Yuan Shi. The irony was that Yuan Shi might currently be basking in the glory of believing that his Chan teaching had secured a place on the divine list. If he were to realize that he had unwittingly brought a calamity back to the Chan teaching, it would likely drive him to madness. Each of you regards Xinguang Bao as a treasure. Yet in truth, he is nothing more than a harbinger of disaster. The thrill on Tong Tian's face had yet to fade. The more he contemplated how Yuan Shi had unwittingly brought back a treasure that would wreak havoc on his disciples, the broader his smile became. In time, the Western teaching might even ally with the Chan teaching, for when calamity strikes, the Western teaching cannot remain passive. At that juncture, Xinguang Bao might even bring ruin to the Western teaching as well. If that were to happen, Tong Tian would achieve two goals with one stroke. After reveling in this thought for a considerable time, he recalled the precious item he had just acquired. A scroll exuding an enigmatic aura floated within Tongtian's purple mansion. Without hesitation, he unrolled the scroll, and a beam of golden light shot into his mind. Upon receiving the scroll's information, he began his practice without delay. Tong Tian closed his eyes tightly. As he cultivated, his gaze alternated between fiery intensity and icy calm. With immense power flickering in his pupils, time passed, and when Tong Tian opened his eyes, a flash of golden light coursed through before returning to normal, although nothing appeared notably different on the surface. Tong Tian's heart was profoundly shaken. Once he activated the Eye of Chaos, all things would reveal their true forms before him. Moreover, this technique was capable of evolution. The more formidable Tong Tian became, the stronger this method would grow. After successfully mastering a new divine ability, Tong Tian shifted his focus to another precious artifact. This item pertained to the art of formations. It resembled a relic, brimming with countless mysterious powers of formation. Though its primary function was simple, enhancing the power of your grand formation by 40%, and applicable to any formation. It also augmented one's ability to deduce formations that I shall test its potency on the half-formed grand array of all immortals that I have newly devised. Tongtian murmured softly. He then began to weave intricate hand seals, gathering a steady stream of spiritual energy into the shape of a grand formation. Once the formation was coalesced, Tong Tian placed the formation artifact within it. Simultaneously, he focused intently on perfecting his grand array of all immortals. With a thunderous boom, Tong Tian nearly leaped in excitement. The grand array of all immortals had been perfected. As its name implies, this formation allows multiple individuals to unleash their powers collectively. Its most formidable aspect lies in the inclusion of 2 or 3 subformations. The outermost layer of this formation would be controlled by Tong Tian himself, while the inner formations would be managed by his disciples. This formation could harness the strength of all disciples on Jineo Island. Within it were the Taiji formation, the 4 symbols formation, and the 2E formation. The 2E. Within it, massive stones would whirl, primarily controlled by the Qiushou immortal and the Wu Yun immortal. The 4 symbols. Within it, a bronze elephant would suppress, primarily managed by the Lingya immortal, the Taiji. Within it, a gigantic Bagua compass would hover, primarily overseen by the Jingguang immortal, once the grand formation was set. With its formidable power, even if the 4 saints who previously vied for Shun Gongbao were to join forces, Tong Tian felt confident he could subdue them all, even if all their disciples joined in. They would not be able to shake him in the slightest. In other words, even if the Chan teaching, the human teaching, and the Western teaching all united to assault his Jie teaching, they would be thwarted by his grand array of all immortals. At this moment, Tong Tian brimmed with confidence. Even if they all banded together against him, he remained unfazed. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, Shun Gongbao was walking contemplatively, unaware of how he had suddenly become the favored disciple of a saint. His heart filled with dread. Had he been taken in by another saint, he would not have been plagued by such anxious thoughts. Yet here he was, taken in by Yuan Shi, leaving him perpetually on edge. As he ambled, Shun Gongbao arrived at the Yushu Palace and approached the 12 golden immortals. Shun Gongbao, you have just arrived at my Chan teaching. Thus, I present you with a treasure and a technique. I hope you do not disappoint your master's expectations and strive diligently in your cultivation, Yuan Shi declared, transforming the treasures and techniques into a mystical light that floated before Shun Gongbao. In response, Shun Gongbao bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude to his master before hastily accepting the gifts. After witnessing Shun Gongbao's acceptance, Yuan Shi nodded slightly and then vanished without a trace. Seeing this scene, the other disciples in the Yushu Palace were filled with questions. They could not fathom why their master would choose to accept a being transformed from a leopard as his favored disciple. Most perplexing was the fact that he had immediately been bestowed with both a technique and a treasure, benefits they had never received upon their arrival. Shun Gongbao, still grappling with the situation, had heard that disciples of the Chan teaching were individuals of great fortune. Yet, despite being accepted into the Chan teaching, he felt devoid of such fortune. It was common knowledge that Yuan Shi did not favor those transformed from multi-furred animals. And he was precisely that type of being. Yet, Yuan Shi disregarded potential conflicts with the other saints and chose him as a disciple. Shun Gongbao found it utterly bewildering why Yuan Shi would place such importance on him. If he could not comprehend this, perhaps he should inquire further. My senior brother, having entered earlier, surely knows more than I do. Thus, Shun Gongbao set off in search of his senior brothers on Kunlun Mountain. During his time there, he had discerned where his senior brothers typically resided. Before long, he found himself standing before them. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Shun Gongbao respectfully saluted his senior brothers upon seeing Shun Gongbao's arrival. His senior brothers were not particularly keen to acknowledge him, harboring a certain disdain. Having been influenced by their master's teachings, they shared an aversion to individuals like Shun Gongbao and Dao Bao. As Yuan Shi's newly accepted favored disciple, despite their reluctance, the 4 dared not express their disdain too overtly. What brings you here, junior brother? Guang Chengzi smoothed away his displeasure and inquired. Shun Gongbao could clearly see the lack of warmth in his senior brother's demeanor. Chapter 44. Yuan Shi allies with the saints. Nevertheless, he lowered his head and asked, Brother, do you know why Master has accepted me as his favored disciple in the Chan teaching? Upon hearing Shun Gongbao's inquiry, Tai Zhenren replied with a hint of emotion, We are not privy to such knowledge. Perhaps you possess great fortune. At this, Yuan Zhongxian burst into laughter, mocking, "If what you say holds true, then those multi-furred animals might be on par with us?" Yuding Jinren quickly chimed in to agree. Impossible. As he listened to his senior brothers articulate their increasingly cutting remarks, Shen Gongbao felt a profound sense of embarrassment. However, it was evident that he was not a person of great fortune. Thus, their disdain was perhaps justified. Compounding his discomfort was the conspicuous favoritism shown by his master, who treated him significantly better than the other disciples. Witnessing this disparity, it was only natural for him to feel envious. Shen Gongbao's own shortcomings, coupled with the preferential treatment he received from his master, undoubtedly rendered him less welcome among the other disciples of the Chan sect. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi was indifferent to the thoughts of his disciples. His mind was entirely consumed by the impending calamity. Shen Gongbao was likely the so-called calamity bearer, and it was only logical that the Fengshen Bang would ultimately belong to the Chan sect. Yet, the current strength of Tong Tian was overwhelming, and Yuan Shi found himself at a loss on how to secretly undermine him. Furthermore, the Jie sect possessed a numerical advantage, making it exceedingly difficult for the Chan sect to suppress them. As it stood, the Jie sect had yet to distance itself from the mortal realm. If action was not taken soon, such an opportunity might never arise again. Sighing, Yuan Shi could no longer remain still and began pacing restlessly within the Yushu Palace. Regardless of his musings, the only viable course of action was to unite all the sects to strategize against the Jie sect. With this resolution, Yuan Shi set off directly towards the Western sect. Currently, the Chan sect had fewer members than the Western sect, and the two saints of the West were undoubtedly anxious. Before long, Yuan Shi arrived at the Western sect. Upon seeing him, the two saints immediately understood his intentions. Without the need for further discussion, they joined forces to confront Tong Tian. Once this objective was achieved, Yuan Shi was not in a hurry to return, for he knew that this was far from sufficient. He intended to ally with a few more sages. In a short while, Yuan Shi found himself in the Byring Palace. This moment, he sat opposite Taishang in silence. Although the disciples of the Ren sect were few and far between, their strength was formidable, rivaling that of the Jie sect's Duobao, especially the eldest disciple of Xuandu. While Taishang did not refuse, he also did not agree outright, stating, "Please allow me a moment to consider." Thus, Yuan Shi departed, intending to proceed to the palace of Nuwa as a powerful figure akin to Taishang. If Nuwa agreed to unite, it would be more than sufficient to suppress Tongtian. However, upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Nuwa felt troubled. Regardless of the conflicts at play, she wished to remain uninvolved in the turmoil. Nonetheless, she could not be overly dismissive in her response. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to send her sole disciple to join the cause. While remaining uninvolved herself, her lone disciple would descend to the mortal realm to reincarnate and subsequently rejoin the Chan sect, thus contributing to its efforts. Seeing Nuwa take such action filled Yuan Shi with joy. Given the current circumstances, Tong Tian was indeed isolated and vulnerable. Although Taishang had yet to agree to assist them, it was certain he would not side with Tong Tian. Yuan Shi was eager to see what kind of upheaval Tong Tian could stir up. The mere recollection of the humiliation he had endured at Tong Tian's hands still caused him to tremble with fury at this moment. Hong Jun had seemingly cast aside all concerns, fixating solely on the impending calamity. Tong Tian, meanwhile, had become aware of Yuan Shi's actions but paid them no heed. Regardless of how he squirmed, Tong Tian remained unafraid. Even if he sought assistance, what of it? He had already attained the 5th level of the Taoist sagehood. Should he advance even further and unleash his sword formation, not even all the sages combined would pose a challenge in the mortal realm. The human society was steadily advancing that a powerful kingdom had emerged, the Shang dynasty. On a certain day within the Shang, the air was filled with the melodious calls of birds, rainbows arched across the sky, and golden light bathed the palatial structures. This celestial phenomenon heralded the birth of an emperor, Dxi. In one of the palaces, the emperor summoned the grand tutor Wen Zhong and slowly spoke. "I am aware that my time is short. After my passing, I implore you to safeguard Dxi and ensure the future of the Shang dynasty." Wen Zhong listened intently to each of his words, responding resolutely, "Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, Dxi shall thrive, and the Shang dynasty will endure." Once he had expressed his deepest concerns. A great weight lifted from his heart that a year later, De passed away peacefully to Ti that time. Dxn was still too young, so the Grand Tutor temporarily managed the affairs of the Shang dynasty. When Dxin turned 16, he ascended to the throne as the emperor. Any dissent against his rule was swiftly quelled by the Grand Tutor, whose authority was unchallenged. Under Wenzhong's guidance, Dxin grew up without a care in the world. Even as the great calamity loomed ever closer in the Bo palace, Tongtian keenly observed the happenings within the human realm. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, a revelation concerning Dxin. If he were to take Dxin as his disciple, could the fates of the Jie sect and the Shang dynasty be intertwined? Such an alliance would bestow upon the Shang all the fortune of humanity. This would benefit both the Shang and the Jie sect. While Yuan Shi seemed to have allied with the Western Qi, Tongtian decided to forge a connection with the Shang instead. This would surely make things even more entertaining. Yuan Shi sought to utilize the Western Qi to undermine the Jie sect. And naturally, he would send my disciples into the fray. Just wait, I shall ensure that the Shang devours your Western Qi. In doing so, the Shang's fortune would multiply, and those who ascended the Fengshen Bang would all be disciples of the Chan sect. Dong dong. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden option. Option 1. Take Dxin as your disciple, and you shall receive a chunk of Chaos Blood Jade Essence, as well as a fragment of the Source, Sword Dao Law. Option 2. Remain an observer and do not take Dxin as your disciple, and you shall receive a Wind, Fire, and Thunder Wheel, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, as well as a 5 Elements Great Seal, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 45. Taking Dxin as a disciple. Within the Bo Palace, Tongtian gazed at the two options presented by the system, scarcely glancing at the rewards before he promptly selected the first. The intertwining of the fates of the Jie sect and the Shang dynasty was a venture that promised countless benefits with no drawbacks. Moreover, the treasures offered by the divine level system were irresistibly alluring. He had previously acquired a fragment of the source related to the sword Dao, which he recalled could amplify his swordsmanship 7-fold. Should he absorb this fragment again, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. The other treasure, the Chaos Blood Jade Essence, was equally precious, outshining even the rarest of chaos spiritual roots. To find such a Blood Jade Essence amidst the chaos was akin to winning a lottery, exceedingly rare. To possess a treasure of such value, granted by the divine level system in the form of a bucket-sized offering, was nothing short of extraordinary. Tongtian felt immense admiration for his divine level system. It was truly lavish. Even a fragment the size of a fingernail would incite fierce competition among the sages if discovered in the Honghuang realm. Yet here he was, endowed with a bucket-sized treasure. Had he known the first reward was so exceptional, he would have chosen it without hesitation. Taking Dxin into the Jie sect must be done discreetly. Moreover, Tongtian could not undertake this task himself, for the other sages were watching him too closely. If he were to act personally, they would undoubtedly follow suit to sabotage his efforts. After a moment's reflection, he realized that while he could not handle this matter himself, one of his disciples could. Tongtian considered each of his disciples and determined that the Wudong Holy Mother was the most suitable candidate. Without delay, he summoned her to the Bo Palace. Before long, the Wudong Holy Mother arrived at Tongtian's palace, cupping her fists and inquiring, "Master, you summoned me. What is it that you require of me?" Hearing this, Tongtian smiled slightly at Wudong and began, "I plan to take Dxin of the Shang dynasty as a disciple. Given the imminent calamity, this would entwine the fates of my Jie sect and the Shang dynasty, allowing us to share fortune and fortune. This would greatly benefit both my disciples and the Shang. I initially intended to go myself, but doing so might yield counterproductive results. Hence, I have appointed you to handle this matter on my behalf." Upon hearing the words of Tongtian, Wudong's countenance displayed a flicker of astonishment. The master intended to accept an emperor into the Jie sect. What was even more significant was the intricate connection between the Jie sect and the Shang dynasty. Pondering this, Wudong's mind was overwhelmed with questions. Yet, despite his uncertainties, he did not question his master's decision. Inquiring, after accepting Dxin as a disciple of the Jie sect, what should be the subsequent course of action? He recognized that his master was orchestrating a grand scheme, and thus this endeavor would not be straightforward. This operation necessitated discretion. Once Dxin was successfully inducted as a disciple of the Jie sect, he should covertly observe within a city called Chaoga. Should he detect anything amiss, he was to report directly to me. Tongtian, After a moment of contemplation, conveyed this to Wudang that I in response, Wudong, with unwavering resolve, affirmed, I promise to fulfill this task if there are no further matters. I shall depart immediately. Tong Tian gave a slight nod of acknowledgement and watched Wudong set forth, awaiting the unfolding of events. Tong Tian believed that Dxin would indeed desire to join the Jie sect, for it was within the Jie sect that supreme techniques resided. Who would refuse an invitation to join a powerful sect? Such an alliance would only broaden one's path ahead, so why not embrace it? Furthermore, it was paramount to note that when Zhong, the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty, was a member of the Jie sect, for this reason, Tong Tian was confident that Dxin would acquiesce. The union of the Jie sect and the Shang dynasty would yield immense benefits for the Jie sect. As the more formidable the Shang dynasty became, the stronger the Jie sect would grow in turn. Nevertheless, this principle did not operate in reverse. The strength of the Jie sect would not be diminished by the Shang dynasty. However, once Dxin joined the Jie sect, there would be no risk of the Shang dynasty's power waning or being subjugated. Additionally, among the human race, several emperors were in seclusion within the Fire Cloud Cave. Even Hongjun would not dare to act against them. Thus, the human race would surely thrive once more. Within the vast palace complex, while Dxin was indulging in slumber, he dreamt of a celestial being radiating divine light, who asked if he wished to join their sect. This celestial being also showcased numerous magical treasures. Upon encountering this dream, Dxin was filled with elation and unhesitatingly agreed to join the Jie sect. Observing this scene, Wudong nodded slightly, subsequently imparting spells and bestowing a magical artifact upon him. The moment Dxin consented to join the Jie sect, the rewards from the Tongtian divine system had already been credited. Within Tongtian's purple mansion, a fragment imbued with the essence of sword intent floated gracefully. Tongtian immediately harnessed his primordial spirit's power, and the shard transformed into waves of profound light that were absorbed into his being. Boom! Tongtian had now refined 2 fragments of the sword path's fundamental laws, augmenting his sword power to an astonishing 14-fold. At this moment, Tongtian felt as if his entire being had morphed into a blade. With the sword path enhanced 14-fold, it represented a staggering increase. Now, Tongtian's prowess with a single sword could rival the might of a divine spell. After addressing the fragments, Tongtian's gaze was drawn to a blood jade essence. Immense as a barrel, this artifact was the crux of his endeavors. Whoosh! At this moment, Tongtian's face was ablaze with excitement as he began to refine it. He transformed the blood jade essence into a vast ocean within the purple mansion, where boundless spiritual power surged, creating tumultuous waves. Subsequently, Tongtian activated his heavenly arts, absorbing the oceanic spiritual energy in its entirety. Whoosh! At this juncture, Tongtian resembled a bottomless pit, inhaling countless streams of spiritual energy into his body. After a period of absorption, a cracking sound resonated from within him. In an instant, a windless aura began to circulate around him, elevating his momentum to the 6th realm. Tongtian had once again broken through a boundary. At this moment, the aura emanating from him was capable of flattening a great mountain. Before long, Tongtian opened his excited eyes, exhaling a breath that transformed into a divine dragon soaring through the void before dissipating. Chapter 46. The unexpected change truly worthy of being the most precious treasure. With its assistance, Tongtian had directly surpassed the first level of the great Dao Saint. It must be noted that as one's cultivation advanced, the spiritual energy required to break through each further realm increased exponentially. With Tongtian's current strength, he no longer feared any saint aside from Hongjun. In this primordial land, he believed himself to be the 3rd strongest, with no one daring to claim the 2nd. Hongjun still reigned supreme. Moreover, the various magical artifacts in Tongtian's possession were not inferior to those of others, even if they all united to pressure him. He could remain unfazed, calmly sipping tea. Boom! Congratulations! You have successfully achieved the title of the 2nd strongest saint. This time, you shall receive a large vat of 3,000 Chaos Demon God's essence blood, origin level. Upon hearing the system's warm prompt, Tongtian was so thrilled that he nearly toppled the roof of the Begone palace. Previously, he had been rewarded with a gourd of essence blood, and now, a full vat of origin essence blood. The rewards for achieving a milestone were indeed extraordinary. This reward was undeniably bountiful. Boom! An ancient jade vat materialized before Tong Tian, bubbling ominously at the brim, exuding a terrifying crimson hue. The essence blood's most formidable aspect lay in its ability to strengthen one's physical body, accelerate the comprehension of laws, and subtly elevate one's cultivation. Should Tong Tian refine the entire vat of origin essence blood into his being, his foundation would receive significant reinforcement, reaching a level comparable to that of the chaos divine demons. Gazing at the vat of origin essence blood, Tong Tian resolutely declared, "Refine." He then leaped directly into the vat brimming with essence blood, which enveloped him up to his neck. Within the vat, Tongtian's hands continuously shifted through various incantations, emanating a radiant glow as the power of the essence blood steadily fortified his foundation. As time passed, the originally vivid red essence blood within the vat gradually transformed into a transparent liquid, and Tongtian successfully comprehended all 3,000 laws, resulting in a monumental enhancement of his strength. Moreover, Tongtian's foundation was now sufficiently robust to rival that of the chaos divine demons, although his cultivation had not significantly increased. He had reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm of the great Tao Saint. With my current strength, I no longer need fear any underhanded schemes. Feeling the state of his being, Tongtian proudly murmured to himself. Tongtian had not anticipated that achieving a milestone would yield such powerful results. Within the grandest palace of the Shang dynasty, after Dxin was accepted as a disciple of the Jie sect, he diligently practiced the sect's techniques from dawn till dusk, his imperial aura growing ever more formidable, as if a colossal dragon coiled above the palace, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Dxin was also a sagacious emperor, adept at governing his realm, quelling internal strife and external threats. Under his influence, the Shang dynasty thrived, gaining renown far and wide. Simultaneously, Yuan Shi, residing in the Yushu Palace, had taken early notice of the Shang dynasty's burgeoning power. He understood that he could no longer afford to remain passive. It was imperative to thwart the continued ascent of the Shang dynasty, and the most effective method would be to incite internal discord. By doing so, Yuan Shi could target the Grand Master Wenzhong and further undermine the Jie sect. He was acutely aware that the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty was affiliated with the Jie sect. After a moment of contemplation, he dispatched a disciple to the northern sea, where the 72 feudal lords resided, to incite them to rebel. Upon receiving Yuan Shi's instructions, the disciple set off without delay. Over 10 days had elapsed. Within the Shang dynasty's palace, the emperor gazed intently at Wenzhong, questioning, "Are you truly determined to quell the rebels?" In response, the Grand Master solemnly affirmed, "These rebels have amassed considerable momentum. They cannot be underestimated. I must eradicate them completely. During my absence from the court, you must exercise caution and avoid any negligence." After uttering these words, Wenzhong's furrowed brow relaxed with satisfaction, particularly as he recalled the late emperor entrusting Dxin's care to him. Feeling a sense of fulfillment in meeting those expectations, Dxin had now become a competent emperor, in light of the recent rebellion instigated by the bandits. "I feel compelled to accompany the expedition for my own peace of mind." Upon recognizing that the Grand Minister had made up his mind to depart, Dxin refrained from further detaining him and personally presented the military insignia. Bidding him farewell as he set forth, the Grand Minister, having received the insignia, promptly rose and ventured outside the city to rally the troops, embarking on a grand march towards the northern front. After the Grand Minister's departure, Dxin remained occupied, for today marked a significant occasion. He too needed to pay homage at the Nuwa Temple. Within the confines of the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi was closely monitoring Dxin's every move. Witnessing the ceremonial offerings made to Nuwa, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Time was of the essence, and he swiftly notified Jie Yin and Zhun Ti. Once Dxin completed his worship, he cast a fleeting glance at the statue of Nuwa. In that moment, a thunderous sensation coursed through him, as though struck by a bolt of lightning. The beauty of the Nuwa statue was truly overwhelming, captivating enough to ensnare one's gaze indefinitely. Meanwhile, in the ethereal realm above the Nuwa temple, the three sages observed Dxin intently. Noticing his impending descent into oblivion, Zhun Ti scoffed, "I was under the impression he was formidable. However, his folly has indeed spared us considerable effort." The three sages laughed heartily at a mere saint attempting to ensnare an emperor. Should such an endeavor fail, it would surely become the laughingstock of the century. Within the temple, Dxian had begun to sense something amiss, yet remained in a daze. What affliction have I succumbed to? He pondered, hastily employing the techniques of the Jie to counteract the anomaly. The results were immediate. Clarity returned to his mind, and he no longer felt the pull of enchantment when gazing at the statue. The three sages quickly discerned that Dxian had regained his composure. Witnessing this, Jie Yin displayed a flicker of displeasure and directed a seductive force towards Dxian. As they endeavored to amplify their power, a protective talisman bestowed upon Dxian by Wu Dang radiated a golden light, enveloping him in its embrace. This is troubling. He possesses a protective artifact. No amount of increased power will suffice, Zhun Ti remarked, his countenance darkening. Yuan Shi, upon hearing Zhun Ti's words, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Just when success seemed imminent, an unexpected protective artifact intervened. Chapter 47. The Peril of the Shang Dynasty. He fixed his gaze upon Dxian, unable to restrain himself any longer. Raising his hand, he prepared to confront Dxian. Observing Yuan Shi's agitation, Jie Yin quickly interposed, imploring, "Impulsiveness is a devil. The fate of the Shang dynasty is robust. Should you dare to act against the emperor, it is you who shall suffer the consequences." Zhun Ti hastily concurred. Indeed, we must not act recklessly at this juncture. In response to their admonitions, Yuan Shi expressed his dissatisfaction. Shall we allow such a prime opportunity to slip away? The two Western sages wore expressions of concern, uncertain of how to proceed. Furthermore, even if they summoned disciples from their sects to act against the Shang dynasty, it would bear no fruit, as the dynasty was currently shielded by the power of fate. The sole means to impede the elevation of this power was to confront Dxian himself. Yuan Shi's expression grew eerily calm as he spoke slowly. If I cannot tempt him this time, I shall see how much he can withstand against my other methods. The two Western sages exchanged puzzled glances, but Yuan Shi showed no inclination to elaborate. Departing in silence, he sought out Nuwa once more, directly stating his purpose for the visit. "May I borrow your Xiaoyao banner?" Understanding Yuan Shi's intent, Nuwa contemplated silently. While this artifact possessed unique capabilities, its practical utility was limited. What might he seek to accomplish with it? After a brief deliberation, Nuwa ultimately decided to hand over the artifact. With the Xiaoyao banner in hand, Yuan Shi returned to Dxian's palace, waving the banner to summon a trio of demons. The Jade Stone Peepa Spirit, the Nine-Tailed Fox Spirit, the Nine-Headed Rooster Spirit. Upon their arrival, the three demons, oppressed by Yuan Shi's divine presence, dared not lift their heads. Yuan Shi regarded them with disdain, yet was compelled to utter, "I require your assistance for a matter of importance. If you fulfill this task, I shall grant you an opportunity." Upon hearing this, the three demons eagerly nodded in agreement. "Go and tempt the Emperor of Shang. Create chaos in his city, sowing destruction to undermine the power of fate." After receiving their affirmation, Yuan Shi grimly outlined their mission. The three demons, though shocked by his directive, complied without protest. Yuan Shi cast a dark gaze in the direction of Dxian, his expression growing increasingly sinister. The remaining time would reveal how effectively these demons executed their task. Once Dxian regained his composure, news arrived that Su who had been turned against them. The silver lining was that he had yet to cause significant disruption, having been swiftly subdued and arrested to save his own skin. Izhou offered his stunning daughter, Ji, to Dxian. While the nine-tailed fox was uncertain how to approach Dxian, Ji fortuitously appeared, igniting a spark of inspiration in his mind. Moments later, the nine-tailed fox had taken possession of Ji's body and joined the entourage heading to the Emperor's palace. Upon arrival, Ji captivated Dxian utterly, leading him to neglect state affairs for several days, indulging instead in a hedonistic lifestyle alongside her. Observing this troubling trend, the court officials approached Dxian with earnest counsel. However, he paid no heed to their entreaties, remaining ensnared in his revelry. Witnessing Dxian's obstinate disregard, the officials converged upon the subterranean palace, desperately attempting to reason with him. Time passed, as Dxian feigned agreement, finally dismissing them. In an instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression darkening ominously. "Unacceptable!" Dxian roared, sending the documents flying from the table with a single sweep of his hand, his eyes ablaze with fury. As the ruler of a nation, did he not deserve even a modicum of leisure? Amidst this turmoil, Jie hastened to malign the officials in DX in his ear. Upon hearing her words, DXIN's expression morphed chaotically, and he could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly concocted baseless accusations against the officials who had previously advised him, executing several on the spot. Tension permeated the court as officials feared for their lives. Acutely aware that Jie was the orchestrator of this chaos, and they longed for her to face the direst of consequences. Yet Jie was equally intent on eliminating these officials. Having already allied with two others, Yu Hun and Fei Zhong, grooming them as pivotal figures within the court. Through their combined influence, numerous loyal officials met tragic ends, some in the most gruesome of manners. Wu Dang became aware of these events but felt uncertain on how to proceed. Just when Wu Dang was at a loss, even the Empress Jiang fell victim to Jie's torturous machinations. Realizing that the situation could not be allowed to persist, Wu Dang understood that with the Empress's demise, further dire consequences could arise. She hastened to report back to Tong Tian, within the Bayou Palace. She recounted every detail of the unfolding crisis. Upon hearing her account, Tong Tian chuckled derisively. Already aware of the culprit behind these calamities, who else but Yuan Shi? Jie was merely the insignificant fox spirit he had summoned. Master, the Shang court is engulfed in turmoil. If the Grand Minister does not return soon, the Shang dynasty may face imminent extinction, Wu Dang implored, her expression filled with concern. Do not concern yourself with Jie's antics. Return to the Shang dynasty. Once Jie is executed, inform DXIN of the plot to undermine their fate by the Chan sect. Tong Tian replied calmly, unruffled, understanding that her master would resolve the matter. Wu Dang hurried back to the court. Yuan Shi, this impudent wretch, could not be allowed to continue his reckless behavior unchallenged. Today, he muttered to himself. Upon reflection, he realized that Yuan Shi was undoubtedly stimulated by the Shang dynasty. After all, he had plotted for such an extended period, and just as he was on the verge of success, how could he possibly endure failure at this critical juncture? How could one employ the strategy of using barbarians to control barbarians? Tong Tian was pondering this very question. Eliminating a mere Daji was a trivial task. Even the least skilled disciple of the Jie Jiao could effortlessly deal with her. Chapter 48. Using barbarians to control barbarians. Daji is annihilated. While Tong Tian contemplated how to employ this strategy, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yin Zhongzi. Suddenly, he recalled this figure from the Chan Jiao as a true human. If he were to learn about the demons wreaking havoc among his kin, he would undoubtedly eliminate Daji. Dong, congratulations, you have activated a hidden option. Option 1. Do not inform Yin Zhongzi about the demons within the court, and you will receive the 9-story pagoda, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Inform Yin Zhongzi that there are demons causing chaos within the court, and you will receive the source of the heavenly Tao and the black thunderwood sword, a rare treasure. Rare treasure? Tong Tian briefly sensed it and was left both amused and exasperated. Now he understood why it was called a rare treasure. It was specifically designed to target demons, unleashing its greatest power solely against them. However, when facing others, the sword was exceedingly ordinary. What Tong Tian valued most was the source of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps this source could yield unforeseen benefits? Contemplating this, Tong Tian unhesitatingly chose the second option. After making his selection, Tong Tian immediately tore open a spatial rift and stepped through, setting off to find Yuan Zhongzi at this moment. Within a cavern, Yuan Zhongzi was engrossed in closed-door cultivation. Suddenly, he sensed a demonic aura wreaking havoc among humanity. Upon realizing this, his eyes blazed with a fierce fire. Audacious demons, how dare you act recklessly among my kind? Watch as I eradicate you. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Zhongzi rushed towards humanity, determined to slay the hateful demon. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, who had sensed the demonic aura, quietly switched Yuan Zhongzi's wooden sword for the rare treasure he had just acquired, watching with satisfaction as Yuan Zhongzi set out. This was going to be entertaining. With a faint smile, Tong Tian finished his muttering and followed Yuan Zhongzi at this moment. Yuan Zhongzi had already arrived at the court, undetected by any guards that in no time. He had traced the aura of the Golden Emperor and discovered the Emperor's location. Yuan Zhongzi approached the Emperor directly and inquired, I have sensed a significant demonic presence within the court. Your Majesty, do you have any information on this? Upon hearing Yuan Zhongzi's words, DXIN was filled with confusion. Is this truly the case? Who are you, sir? Yin responded, his expression stern. However, Yun Zhongzi was unimpressed by this demeanor and replied calmly, I am a disciple of the Chan Jiao, here to subdue the demons. Chan Jiao. At this revelation, Yin's eyes widened in shock. He had also been inducted into the Jie Jiao and was privy to many secrets unknown to others in this world. It was evident that this individual, who sought to capture demons, was a practitioner of considerable power. You know the whereabouts of this demon? Yin asked gravely. In response, Yun Zhongzi formed a hand seal, and his eyes erupted with golden light. Sweeping through the palace, it is hiding within your palace, he stated slowly. You must be mistaken. How could this be true? It simply cannot be, Yin exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face, having resided within the palace. He was certain he would have sensed any demons. Yun Zhongzi did not elaborate further. Instead, he summoned his sword and said, If you doubt my words, take this sword back to your palace. Should any demon dare to approach within 50 meters of this sword, it shall be vanquished. Upon hearing Yun Zhongzi's words, Yin realized he was not attempting to deceive him. Thus, he hesitantly sent someone to bring the sword back to the palace, watching as Yin took the sword inside. Yun Zhongzi calmly sat down to wait. Half a day passed. Just then, Daji entered the palace accompanied by a throng of attendants. As she stepped inside, she was suddenly confronted by an overwhelming aura that sent chills down her spine. Boom! A tremendous bolt of black lightning struck down upon Daji, and before she could flee, she was annihilated. After her demise, her body lay on the ground and gradually transformed into a nine-tailed fox. Witnessing Daji's defeat at the hands of the celestial sword, Yin's understanding dawned, and his mind filled with immense shame and fury. Realizing he had been led astray by her manipulations, his anger surged. Had he truly been deceived by a demon for so long? At this moment, Yun Zhongzi cared not for such matters. Seeing the demon vanquished, he took his leave with the sword. As he did so, Tong Tian had already switched back his original wooden sword, claiming the rare treasure from the demon. In the Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi had just concluded his meditation and immediately sought to sense the happenings within the Shang dynasty. Upon discovering the truth, he was nearly driven to the brink of death from rage. Boom! Yuan Shi erupted with formidable celestial might, and in his fury, he summoned Yun Zhongzi. Sensing his master's wrath, Yun Zhongzi hurried over. Anxious about whether he had erred in some manner. As he pondered this, before he could even bow to his master, Yuan Shi unleashed a torrent of furious reprimands. Are you so idle that you have nothing better to do? Why did you venture into the realm of humanity? Why did you slay Daji? The schemes I painstakingly devised, and you have simply destroyed them. Wretched fool! Imbecile! Were you sent to ensnare me? As Yuan Shi's tirade continued, Yun Zhongzi's face drained of color. The demon had been a part of his master's scheme. Did this mean his actions in slaying the demon were, in fact, a blunder that thwarted his master's plans? Yuan Shi glared at the still-dazed Yun Zhongzi, his anger intensifying. Why had the heavens sent such a fool to vex him? It was now untenable to scheme against Yin, as he would undoubtedly become more cautious now that he was aware of the situation. Any further attempts to manipulate him would be impossible. The only way to counteract the rise of the Shang dynasty's fateful power was to seek alternative strategies. In the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian mused whether Yuan Shi had indeed been driven to the brink of fury. Surely, Yun Zhongzi must have been scolded mercilessly. Tong Tian, in his delight, nearly burst into laughter. Fear not the divine-like adversaries. Dread the swine-like allies. The disciples of the Chan Jiao were truly commendable, he chuckled, and yet they wish to play games with me. Tong Tian thought merrily. Chapter 49. The three sisters of Yun Shao battle Guang Chengzi and his companion. In the Bayou Palace, it was time to devise plans for the forthcoming events. With this in mind, Tong Tian began to perform hand seals, calculating and arranging his strategies. Before long, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He directly transmitted a message to the three Shao sisters, summoning them to the Bayou Palace to meet with him. Before long, the three sisters had arrived before Tong Tian, clasping their hands in salute. We greet our master. Tong Tian nodded slightly at them, and then stated, You three, assist me in making a trip to the Shang dynasty and bring Yin Hong and the second Prince Jiao back to meet me. Upon hearing the celestial command, the three individuals nodded in acknowledgement and promptly set forth. They traversed a certain road leading to the Shang dynasty. Yin Hong and Yin Jiao were being escorted to Chaoga City. The death of the queen, who had been ruthlessly tortured to death by Daji, weighed heavily on their hearts. In their anguish, they seized their weapons, intent on avenging her, yet they were acutely aware that they stood little chance against Daji. A being transformed from a demon, their actions were swiftly manipulated by Daji, who claimed they harbored malicious intentions against Emperor Xin within the palace. Consequently, they hurriedly fled. Shortly after exiting Chaoga City, they were captured by the soldiers, who intended to return them to face Emperor Xin's judgment. Within the Jade Void Palace, the Supreme One summoned two disciples, Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi. He spoke directly. I am formulating a plan concerning the Shang dynasty. This time, I am sending you to retrieve the two princes of Shang and instruct them in our arts. Subsequently, incite them to engage in internal strife with Emperor Xin, leading to a decisive battle. Upon hearing their master's words, the two disciples responded eagerly and set off without delay at that very moment. Not far from Chaoga City, the two exiled princes were mere steps away from being returned. Suddenly, two ethereal figures descended from the sky. Before the guards could react, Guang Qingzi waved his hand, and the soldiers collapsed. Are these two immortals here to rescue us? Yin Hong exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement upon seeing Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi. In response to their query, Guang Qingzi feigned gravity, stating, We happened to pass by and noticed your plight. However, I see that you are not truly wicked. Today, it seems fate has brought us together. Would you care to become my disciples? With that, Guang Qingzi effortlessly shattered the prison card. In truth, the two princes harbored a deep-seated resentment toward their father, Emperor Xin. Had he not allowed Daji to run rampant, their mother would not have suffered such a cruel fate. Thus, they believed their father was culpable as well. Now, with two powerful immortals offering to take them as disciples, they were more than willing. Just as Guang Qingzi believed he had succeeded in his endeavor. Intending to lead the two princes away for instruction, a sudden warning rang out. Watch out. A radiant light appeared in the void, coalescing into a protective barrier that enveloped the two princes. Qi Jingzi, witnessing this, urgently exclaimed, Who dares to act so recklessly before me? At that moment, a rainbow bridge materialized from the void, and the three sisters of the Sanshao descended gracefully. At you three? Qi Jingzi's expression darkened ominously. What a fortuitous coincidence. Have you come specifically for these two princes? They are disciples of mine. The eldest sister, Yunxiao, addressed them directly. Yunxiao, there's no need for conversation. Let us engage them directly. Action speaks louder, Xiao, with a fiery temper, declared, immediately unleashing her power upon the two. Seeing the three sisters approach, Guang Qingzi remained unperturbed. Do you three truly believe you can challenge me? Even if the Daobao were present, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. He scoffed derisively. In response to Guang Qingzi's taunt, Xiao retorted defiantly, Enough with the chatter. Let us fight. The two disciples have exchanged glances. The clouds of and Daobao were the only ones worthy of Guang Qingzi's regard. The Sanshao sisters did not faze him. After all, he was the foremost immortal among the 12 golden immortals. You are blind to your own folly, Yunxiao coldly remarked, and the three sisters launched themselves into battle against Guang Qingzi. However, to Guang Qingzi's surprise, he found himself outmatched by the three sisters. Engage, Yunxiao commanded Xiao, who immediately pressed the attack. Are you taking advantage of your numbers? How unfair, Qi Jingzi shouted, attempting to intervene against Xiao's advance. What do you think? You can't even focus while fighting me. Yunxiao fired back, unleashing a more potent barrage of attacks, leaving Qi Jingzi with no choice but to contend with her. Under the combined assault of the three sisters, the two disciples have found themselves overwhelmed. Their faces turned ashen with frustration, realizing they were utterly outmatched. Suddenly, Qi Jingzi was caught off guard as Yunxiao struck him in the abdomen with a magical artifact. Blood spewed forth as he staggered, his aura dissipating. You have gone too far. Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? Guang Qingzi roared in fury, unleashing his formidable presence. Now fully unleashed, Guang Qingzi summoned all his strength, managing to injure both Xiao and Bixiao with a single blow. You dare treat my junior brother this way? Prepare to die. He charged fiercely toward Yunxiao. The clash echoed with resounding force as Guang Qingzi and Yunxiao exchanged blows. Unanticipated, Yunxiao wielded her magical artifact, the golden mantis scissors, conjuring two spiraling blades that descended upon Guang Qingzi. Caught off guard, Guang Qingzi was pushed back by the unexpected might of her artifact. As he assessed the situation, his expression darkened further. Without hesitation, he summoned his own artifact, the Fan Tian seal, channeling his energy into a colossal stamp that bore down upon Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, Chapter 50. The Peril of the San Xiao, the evil corpse, is slain. Outside Chaoga City, Bi Xiao and Xiong Xiao watched their elder sister with growing concern. As Guang Qingzi charged forward, Yun Xiao maintained her composure, calling out, "Hunyuan Golden Dipper, arise." A massive golden dipper materialized in the void, casting a beam of light upon Yun Xiao, who then vanished within its confines. Once the enormous stamp dissipated, Yun Xiao emerged unscathed. Lock. Yun Xiao's hands flowed through a series of intricate gestures, and a beam of light erupted from the golden dipper, binding Guang Qingzi's artifact. Realizing he had temporarily lost his weapon, Yun Xiao lunged forward with the golden mantis scissors. Without his artifact, Guang Qingzi stood no chance against Yun Xiao, who sent him crashing through several mountains before he finally came to a halt. Gasping for breath, Guang Qingzi coughed up blood, his strength waning. Observing her injured sisters and the weakened Guang Qingzi, Yun Xiao's eyes gleamed with malice, and she charged at them once more, just as her artifact was about to strike. A thunderous voice echoed, "Who dares to act with such audacity?" Yuan Shi unleashed his formidable presence, his furious roar resonating throughout. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the sage, the Sanchao sisters faltered. "Yuan Shi, what brings him here so suddenly?" In an instant, a figure clad in black robes emerged, forcing Yu Xiao back. This figure was not Yuan Shi himself, but one of his three corpses, the evil corpse. Witnessing this, the faces of the Sanchao sisters turned ashen. Though it was not the true Yuan Shi, they knew they stood no chance against this incarnation. Regardless of their formidable artifacts, they were outmatched. Truly, the most treacherous hearts belong to women. You share a common origin. Yet why must you resort to such ruthlessness? Today, I shall ensure you receive your due punishment, so your master need not express gratitude, Yuan Shi declared in fury. Had he not been concerned about his two disciples, they would already have been marked for destruction today. Upon contemplating this, he could no longer contain himself, his fury igniting like a raging inferno. Hearing the words uttered by Yuan Shi, Yun Xiao could only helplessly respond. When Zhong of the Shang dynasty was originally a disciple of the Jie Jiao, the matters concerning these two princes were, of course, our own affairs. Before Yun Xiao could finish her statement, Yuan Shi had already lost control and struck out. Boom! Yuan Shi manifested a hand from the void, aimed directly at Yun Xiao and her two sisters. His intent to kill them was palpable at that very moment. This time, he was determined to ensure that the Yun Xiao sisters would never return to Jie Jiao. Wishing for their demise, upon witnessing this scene, the faces of the three sisters turned ashen. They were utterly incapable of evading the impending attack. Boom! Just as Yuan Shi was about to strike the three sisters, a terrifying beam of sword light arrived at a critical moment, shattering Yuan Shi's assault on them. After dispelling Yuan Shi's attack, it surged towards the evil corpse with unrelenting vengeance. This time, it was the evil corpse whose countenance paled. No matter how he tried to evade, the sword light would inevitably strike him. Howl! Accompanied by a wretched scream, Yuan Shi discovered that the evil corpse's primordial spirit had diminished by 40%. This beam of sword light was specifically aimed at severing the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is of utmost importance to any cultivator. Even a slight loss is exceedingly grave. The evil corpse did not merely suffer a minor setback, but rather a staggering 40% loss. Upon witnessing such a formidable sword light, the Yun Xiao sisters immediately recognized that their master had arrived. Their intuition was indeed correct. Tong Tian, clad in a flowing white robe and wielding the Qingping sword, gradually manifested before the three sisters. However, this was not the true Tong Tian, but rather his avatar in Tong Tian's eyes. This avatar was more than capable of overpowering the evil corpse. Was this not the true Tong Tian? Merely a casual projection, yet it could withstand my evil corpse. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shi was left utterly astonished, muttering to himself. His three corpses could not be easily countered by just any avatar. Yet Tong Tian had achieved it. Could it be that Tong Tian's true strength had progressed further? If not, how could his avatar possibly withstand my evil corpse? At that moment, the avatar controlled by Tong Tian gazed at the evil corpse. Eyes filled with hatred and fury, Yuan Shi remained incorrigibly stubborn, fully aware he would come. Yet fortunately, he had dispatched an avatar. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been left with deep remorse over losing Yuan Shi and the others. In Tong Tian's recollection of the Great Calamity, it was Yuan Shi who shamelessly struck down Yuan Shi and her sisters. Tong Tian was no longer the same individual, with his current strength. He was entirely capable of preventing such a disaster from reoccurring. Whoosh! The Qingping sword in the avatar's hand was now brimming with eagerness for battle, itching to slay the evil corpse at once. Upon seeing Tong Tian's malicious intent directed towards him, Yuan Shi's expression darkened. "You despicable coward! Let me show you the extent of my power today," Yuan Shi bellowed, unleashing a tremendous aura as he charged towards Tong Tian. "Vile scoundrel! You shall perish!" Tong Tian could no longer restrain himself, shouting fiercely as he swung his sword at Yuan Shi. In that fleeting moment, the two were evenly matched. After a while, the evil corpse found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Given Tong Tian's current cultivation and the assistance of magical artifacts with his avatar, how could the evil corpse possibly contend with him? Moments later, the evil corpse was thoroughly overwhelmed by the avatar. Tong Tian, unable to wait any longer, unleashed his divine ability. The Sword of Path Severance. Swish! The Sword of Path Severance erupted forth from the Qingping sword, its formidable might surging towards the evil corpse. This incredibly powerful sword Qi, after piercing through the evil corpse, continued onward, traversing a mountain before gradually dissipating. In that instant, the evil corpse was unable to escape, struck down without uttering a sound. The remaining 60% of its primordial spirit was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of the original evil corpse. Guangqingzi and the others trembled, their legs quaking in disbelief. Had their master's evil corpse truly been annihilated? Chapter 51. The Wrath of Yuan Shi. Dare not strike. Upon witnessing the demise of their master's evil corpse, the two disciples of the Changjiao were rendered pale with fear. The evil corpse was one of their master's specially cultivated 3 corpses. It had scarcely made its appearance, and now it was utterly destroyed. Without their master's aid, would they too soon follow the evil corpse into oblivion? At this moment, Guangqingzi and his companion were filled with dread, fearing that the avatar would effortlessly dispatch them as well. Observing their trembling forms, Tong Tian laughed and said, "Fear not, for I am not like your master, shamelessly bullying the weak. I cannot stoop to Yuan Shi's level, as I still have my dignity. While I will not personally strike against you, if my disciples wish to, I shall not intervene," Tong Tian declared coldly. Initially, the two disciples of the Changjiao had begun to relax. But upon hearing Tong Tian's words, their nerves tensed once more. They were mere novices, easily subdued by the 3 sisters. To send them to their demise would be a task of utmost simplicity. Bai Xiao sneered at them. "Look at you two, pitiful creatures." Hearing this, Qiong Xiao immediately chimed in. "Ha! Did you not pride yourself on being the elder brother of the Changjiao, looking down upon us 3 sisters? How is it that the once arrogant you now bear such a pitiful visage?" After their sister's mockery, Yin Xiao turned to Tong Tian and said, "Master, they are far too weak. Killing them would sully our hands." Upon hearing the sisters' remarks, Tong Tian smiled slightly and addressed the 2 disciples of the Changjiao. "You Changjiao disciples are all feeble, yet you boast incessantly of your greatness, and now you find yourselves slapping your own faces. Are you not among the 12 golden immortals? How is it that you cannot even best my outer disciples? With such pitiful strength, you ought not to wander about. Not everyone is as kind-hearted as we of the Jiejiao to let you go." This relentless barrage of ridicule left the Changjiao disciples wishing they could dig a hole in the ground and bury themselves alive. Their master was merely Yuan Shi, and their personalities mirrored his arrogance. Yet they were relentlessly mocked, akin to a needle being stabbed repeatedly into their hearts. Puffed. In a fit of rage, Qi Jingzi spat blood, while Guangqingzi struggled to contain himself, forcing the blood back down. They had likely been left utterly defeated. Their mental defenses had been shattered. If they could not regain their confidence, their cultivation would stagnate for eternity. Witnessing their master utterly demolish the 2, the Yuan Shi sisters were left astounded. They realized that their master's prowess extended beyond mere strength. His words were equally formidable. Boom! After the evil corpse's demise, Yuan Shi tore through the fabric of space, arriving in a furied this moment. Yuan Shi had lost all rationality, his aura erupting so fiercely that even the clouds in the void hastily fled. Tong Tian remained entirely unperturbed, simultaneously unleashing his own aura to shield those around him. After the evil corpse was slain by Tong Tian, Yuan Shi's fury had become uncontrollable. However, he had yet to emerge when he sensed that his disciples were on the brink of ruin. Their bodies and minds severely injured, which only served to stoke the flames of his wrath, sufficient to burn for 3 days and nights. He thundered in anger, "Tong Tian, you shameless wretch! Do you not realize that your actions will render their future utterly hopeless? How dare you?" Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Tong Tian maintained a faint smile, unafraid as he replied, "Is this your way of accusing the innocent? Had you not instigated the conflict, would I have treated them thus? My brother has shown them mercy, at the very least granting them a sliver of life. Should you not express gratitude?" Boom! At these words, Yuan Shi's face contorted in rage, his holy might surging forth once more. Yet he dared not unleash it upon Tong Tian and the others. Yuan Shi's gaze now resembled that of a predator hunting its prey. Although this was not the true Tong Tian, his strength was still formidable. One could only wonder the extent of the true Tong Tian's power. Thus, he refrained from acting recklessly. If he were to strike at Tong Tian's avatar, the true Tong Tian's arrival would spell disaster for him. Tong Tian observed Yuan Shi, uncertain of his thoughts, and mockingly exclaimed, "Yuan Shi, you little man, feel free to unleash your fury upon me. What are you hesitating for? Am I truly that terrifying?" Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Yuan Shi's fists clenched tightly. Producing a creaking sound if there were even the slightest chance, he would exert every effort to ensure Tongtian remained here forever. "For now, I shall spare you," he declared. "Let us wait and see." Yuan Shi, suppressing the urge to strike, tore through the fabric of space, seizing Guang Qingzi and his companion, and vanished from sight in an instant. At this moment, Yuan Shi dared not confront Tongtian alone, fearing that the latter's true self might arrive, which would render him incapable of defeating him. If that were to happen, it would only lead to his own suffering and humiliation. Realizing this, Yuan Shi wasted no time and departed with the 2 disciples. Tongtian watched as Yuan Shi left so easily, his disdain becoming ever more pronounced. This shameless individual still clung to his pride. He was so timid that he feared my arrival should he act against me. Yet he dared to claim he would spare us. His audacity must rival that of a city wall. However, this did simplify matters. I was spared the trouble of pursuing him myself, although my avatar is formidable. Engaging Yuan Shi's true self would still leave something to be desired. The 3 sisters of Yun Shao regarded Yuan Shi's frantic retreat with admiration for their master. "Truly, he is our master, so formidable indeed." Yet, the 3 sisters themselves were quite powerful. Had that shameless senior not intervened, Guang Qingzi and his companion would have been mere novices to them. Even without deploying all their treasures, they would have easily defeated the 2 of them. "Master, the 2 princes you wanted us to find are right here," the sisters said, pointing to the 2 princes. Tongtian glanced at the princes and replied, Excellent." Chapter 52. Enlightening the 2 princes. Outside the city of Chaoga. "Let us first return the 2 of you to Jineo Island," Tongtian stated, and with that, his avatar gradually dissipated. "May I ask, can my brother and I truly become disciples of your Jie sect?" On their way back to Jineo Island, the 2 princes inquired once more. "You 2 should wait for Master S arrangements," Yun Shao responded. "There is no need for concern. Our master's intentions in rescuing you were part of his plan." Upon hearing Yun Shao's words, the 2 princes felt their anxiety dissipate. They were somewhat familiar with the Jie sect, having been informed by their grand tutor from the Shang dynasty, who himself hailed from the sect. They were filled with anticipation, eagerly waiting for the day they could transform and seek justice for their mother once they had successfully cultivated their powers. During their time in hiding, they were relentlessly pursued, unaware that the true culprit behind their plight had already met his demise. Meanwhile, within Bo Palace, Tongtian sat quietly, reminiscing about Yuan Shi's earlier demeanor, which struck him as exceedingly amusing. Soon, he redirected his thoughts towards the 2 princes. He understood that if they did not join the Jie sect, their fates would be grim, with Yin Zhao's outcome being particularly tragic, as he had perished under torture. Congratulations! You have unlocked a hidden option. Option 1. Make Yinhong and the others realize that their queen was harmed by the demoness Daji. You will receive a fragment of the essence of the 5 elements Dao, along with the Kongtong seal, a treasure of the human race. Option 2. Prevent them from knowing that their queen was harmed by a demon. you will receive the 5 elements wind and fire ruler, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Upon seeing the treasures presented by the system, Tong Tian became quite excited that a treasure of the human race. Such artifacts are exclusively possessed by true emperors and have not been seen for a long time. During the Xia dynasty, it vanished alongside the fall of the dynasty. Only those who possess a treasure of the human race can be regarded as true emperors, and the aura of emperorship they exude would be further sharpened by possessing the Kongtong seal. Setting aside the treasure for now, the first option also offered a fragment of the essence of the 5 elements Tao. Without hesitation, Tong Tian replied to the system. Option 1. He had already intended for the princes to understand that their mother had been persecuted by the demonist Daji. This would undermine Yuan Shi's plans, which aimed to incite conflict between the two brothers and further entangle Tongtian. However, this plan was thwarted before it could even begin, and Yuan Shi's 2 powerful disciples had lost their combat abilities for the time being. Yuan Shi was likely still struggling to regain his composure. Swish! Tongtian soon learned that his disciples had returned with the 2 princes. He rose and stepped outside. Before arriving at the Jie sect, the 2 princes had clarified their doubts. And now, having fully arrived at the Jie sect, the heavy weight on their hearts finally lifted. They had truly regained their lives. The 3 celestial maidens rescued us from the jaws of danger. We are eternally grateful. Without you, we would have been in grave peril. The 2 princes bowed respectfully to Yun Xiao and her sisters. Xiong Xiao smiled and replied, "It was our duty. There is no need for excessive courtesy." Whoosh! Just as she finished speaking, the 3 sisters sensed their master's arrival and hurriedly exclaimed, "Master!" Tongtian nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the 2 princes. The princes, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt down and said nervously, "Thank you for saving us amidst your busy schedule. We are deeply appreciative. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise," Tongtian replied calmly. Once they stood, Tongtian continued, "The demonist Daji, who caused your queen's demise, is dead. She was merely a mortal, yet a 9-tailed fox exploited her, seizing her body and infiltrating the palace. Being a demon, she used her powers to ensnare Begone, clouding his mind. And this very demon was sent by those who sought to ensnare you into the Chan sect." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the faces of the 2 princes were filled with astonishment. So, it was all the machinations of the Chan sect. They had dispatched Daji to the palace, leading to the death of their queen. Thus, the Chan sect was indeed the true enemy responsible for their mother's demise. They had nearly fallen into the clutches of that sect at this moment. The 2 princes were consumed with hatred towards the Chan sect. The individuals who had first appeared, seeking to take them away, merely intended to use them to challenge Begone and incite internal strife within the Shang dynasty, Day's father and son. Once conflict erupted, the fate of the Shang dynasty would begin to diminish. If their fate were to weaken, the Chan sect could then influence my sect. After elucidating this chain of causation, Tongtian observed the 2 princes, who were now drenched in sweat, their anxiety palpable. Initially, they had believed that someone had come to rescue them, and they were filled with joy at being saved and the prospect of learning spells. However, those 2 Taoists had merely sought to exploit them. The flames of wrath blazed fiercely within the 2 princes. "Esteemed immortals, I fear I cannot remain here for long. I must return to inform Begone," Yinhong declared resolutely. Upon hearing Yinhong's words, Yin Jiao added, "We are grateful for your enlightenment. Otherwise, we would have truly turned against each other as father and son." With that, the 2 princes bowed deeply once more to Tongtian in gratitude. Tongtian decided not to delay their matters any further and instructed Yun Xiao and her sisters, "Please escort them back. Once you return to the main city, your senior sister, the Holy Mother Wudong, will already be there." After arranging these matters, Tongtian departed directly. Inside the Bo Palace, he scrutinized the 2 treasures he had just acquired. He did not intend to keep the Kongtong seal for himself, but rather wished to present it to Dexine, for only in his hands could it reach its utmost potential. With the Kongtong seal, Dexine would undoubtedly fortify the destiny of the Shang dynasty, enabling it to suppress the Western Qi decisively and achieve greater development. Chapter 53. The Disciples of the Jie sect, continuously breaking through. The other treasure was meant to elevate his mastery of the 5 elements laws to a higher realm, and it would also enhance his comprehension of these laws. Outside the Bo Palace, upon witnessing the departure of the sage, the 2 princes respectfully addressed the Yunxiao sisters. "We trouble you with this task. The Yunxiao sisters regarded it as a trivial matter. Escorting the two princes back to Chaoga City would also provide them an opportunity to unwind, as they had lingered here for far too long. Whoosh! The Yunxiao sisters led the two princes onto the Rainbow Bridge to return. Meanwhile, within the emperor's palace, Wudong was discussing urgent matters with Dxian that he informed Dxian that it was indeed the Chan sect that had orchestrated Daji's plot against the Shang dynasty. Upon hearing Wudong's words, Dxian's fury ignited. It was Daji's seduction that had led him to commit numerous foolish acts. Not only had he executed countless loyal ministers, but he had also failed to spare his own empress, who had been tortured to death at that moment. Dxian wished nothing more than to shred the Chan sect to pieces. He roared, "Shameless Jie sect! We are irreconcilable foes." Witnessing this scene, Wudong could only shake his head in resignation. Just then, Wudong sensed the approach of someone from the void and inquired, "Who approaches?" "Senior sister, we are the Yunxiao sisters." A rainbow bridge materialized from the void to the palace entrance, and shortly after, the Yunxiao sisters descended with serene smiles, followed closely by the two princes. Upon their arrival, Wudong's face lit up with excitement. Seeing the sisters return with the two princes, he understood that the Jie sect's schemes had come to naught. As soon as the two princes entered, they beheld the emperor, whose countenance was ablaze with rage, causing their faces to pale. Just as Yin Hong was about to recount everything to the emperor, Dxian preempted him, saying, "I am already aware of what you wish to convey." Upon hearing their father's words, the two princes immediately knelt and said in unison, "We have wronged you all along. Please punish us." Dxian, shaking his head, replied angrily, "You bear no fault. It is the Chan sect's machinations. As a prominent sect, they engage in despicable and shameless deeds." The two princes felt the same indignation, their rage boiling over. "Shameless Chan sect! One day, I shall set your gates ablaze, incinerating your entire sect. You conspired against the Shang dynasty, leading to the tragic death of my empress. This is an irreconcilable grudge." Inside the Bo palace, Tong Tian was preparing to refine the essence of the 5 elements into his body. Having reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Great Tao Saint, he believed that once he completed the refinement of this essence, he could achieve another breakthrough. "Let us begin." Tong Tian continuously altered various intricate hand seals, initiating the refinement of the fragment's power. Under the influence of his celestial technique, the fragments diminished in size, while the spiritual energy within his body surged. After a while, the fragments of the 5 elements' essence completely dissipated, all refined into Tong Tian's being, allowing him to surpass a threshold. Boom! He attained the 7th level of the Great Tao Saint. At this moment, the aura emanating from Tong Tian could only be described as terrifying. After refining the fragments, not only did he reach the 7th level, but his mastery of the 5 elements' laws also advanced significantly. Just a step away from perfection at that instant, a method for cultivating a divine ability suddenly emerged in Tongtian's sea of consciousness. This divine ability was called Chaos 5 Elements Lock. To cultivate this ability, mastery of the 5 elements laws must reach a certain level. As its name suggests, it is specifically designed to restrain enemies. Even a saint, once locked, cannot escape. Furthermore, those ensnared would find their cultivation significantly impeded during this time. With even saints unable to evade this fate, breaking the lock is not impossible, but one must possess a greater power within the 5 elements laws to do so. Otherwise, attempting to break this lock is akin to traversing chaos. Even the power of the heavenly Tao would require immense effort to unlock it. With the cultivation of the 7th level of the Great Tao Saint, faced with the impending calamity, my confidence has grown. Tong Tian murmured to himself, contemplating that, even with his current cultivation, he could not compare with Hongjun. Hongjun was but a small step away from the realm of the heavenly Tao, yet Tong Tian was still far from that level. However, he need not fear, for he was aware that Hongjun would not meddle in trivial matters. With his current pace of cultivation, given a little more time, Tong Tian would certainly catch up to Hongjun. At this moment, while Tong Tian pondered various matters, a terrifying presence suddenly reverberated through the void above his golden Ao island. In an instant, Tong Tian recognized this overwhelming pressure belonged to Duobao, who was on the verge of a breakthrough. Boom! At this time, the disciples of the Jie sect were all filled with exhilaration. The brother Duobao breaking through to the mid-stage of the quasi-saint. the disciples of the Jie sect were a mix of excitement and envy. After Duobao successfully advanced, he slowly withdrew his overwhelming presence, preparing to consolidate his power before emerging to share his joy with his fellow disciples. Observing Duobao, Tong Tian nodded slightly, pleased with the results of his guidance. Recently, many individuals had achieved significant advancements in their cultivation, a truly encouraging development that in such a scenario, their odds in the impending calamity would only improve. The disciples of the Chan sect had already fallen far behind those of the Jie sect. Tong Tian, surveying the favorable circumstances for the Jie sect, began to devise strategies against the Chan sect. Not long after, another piece of good news arrived. Yuan Daxian had now also attained quasi-saint cultivation, bringing the total number of quasi-saints in the Jie sect to 5. Upon witnessing this scene, Tong Tian could not help but feel immense pride for his disciples that it appeared they were driven by a sense of urgency, each striving diligently in their cultivation. Presently, the Jie sect boasted 5 disciples who had reached quasi-saint status: Duobao Daoren, Yuan Daxian, Wudong Xingmu, Zhao Gongming, and Luya Daoren. Compared to other sects, the Jie sect could undoubtedly overpower them. Chapter 54. The Unyielding Primordial Beginning. In the Primordial Beginning sect, only 2 individuals had reached quasi-saint status. Thus, in terms of numbers, the Jie sect already surpassed them by more than half. The 2 quasi-saints in the Chan sect were Nanjing Xianwen and Randang. Should the Chan sect engage in conflict with the Jie sect, their 2 quasi-saints would certainly be insufficient. Additionally, the Western sect boasted the largest number of disciples, but their count of quasi-saints was meager, with only 1. Method for the human sect, there was also but 1 individual. Xiandu, the sole representative of the human sect. Collectively, the quasi-saints from these sects did not exceed the number from the Jie sect. This means that even if a battle were to erupt now, the Jie sect would not flinch. 5 quasi-saints against 4. Even if disciples from the various sects were to engage the Jie sect, what is there to fear? In this regard, the Jie sect's disciples had already gained the upper hand. I am currently at the 7th level of the Great Tao Saint. While none among the 4 saints possess a greater cultivation than challenging 4 alone would be a simple task. Tong Tian meticulously planned each step, unwilling to overlook any detail. Though the Jie sect now held all the advantages, he dared not let his guard down. Should he make a single error that they exploit, it could spell disaster. Even if their quasi-saints are not as numerous as those of the Jie sect, the threat of a miscalculation loomed large. If he were to underestimate them, it is entirely possible that the Jie sect could face defeat. With the calamity already upon them, unless one possesses supreme power to suppress all, the future remains an enigma. He, Tong Tian, absolutely forbids the recurrence of such events. At this very moment, within the Yushu Palace, Tongtian's predictions were entirely accurate. Yuan Shi was currently unleashing his foul temper. Yuan Shi was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness and rage, pondering why every meticulous plan he devised was repeatedly thwarted by Tongtian. That was not the worst of it. What truly infuriated him was that a scheme he had arranged with such care had been utterly ruined by his own disciples. Why did he have to endure such foolish disciples? Despite Daji's careful planning, he awoke only to find that his disciple had already slain her. He aimed to sow discord between Emperor Exine and his son, yet the disciple he dispatched was nearly crippled by others and barely made it back. Not once had any of his numerous plans reached fruition. It was no wonder that Yuan Shi was furious. Damn Tongtian. As if it were not enough that he continually made things difficult for him. This time he even annihilated my malevolent corpse. Does he not regard me as his senior brother? He has taken such lethal measures. Do not think I will be forever unable to contend with you. At this moment, Yuan Shi's oppressive aura could no longer be contained. It erupted forth as he vented his frustrations, yet his anger remained unassuaged. Moreover, he was filled with indignation and helplessness, for every time he met Tongtian after a period of absence. He found Tongtian's cultivation had invariably advanced. If that were not the case, how could Tongtian, relying solely on an avatar, have destroyed my malevolent corpse? Yuan Shi was currently at a loss regarding Tongtian's realm. The only certainty he had was that it was undoubtedly several levels above his own. This realization left the once proud and ambitious Yuan Shi feeling as though he had ingested a fly. His face flushed with embarrassment. Furthermore, the former Tongtian had forsaken his status as a saint to start anew, yet he had still managed to surpass Yuan Shi by a considerable margin. Meanwhile, within the Yushu Palace, Shi Jingzi and Guang Chengzi wished they could shrink into a corner to avoid the wrath of their master. Their recent endeavor had ended in utter failure. Initially, they had underestimated Yun Shao and her two sisters, but soon found themselves overwhelmed and humiliated. Though their master's malevolent corpse had come to their aid, it did little to alter the outcome. The two disciples had no idea how long it would take to regain their former standing. After venting his fury, Yuan Shi gradually began to calm his emotions. Like an indomitable cockroach, he set about arranging his next plan. This was merely the beginning of a great calamity. The conclusion of the story remained unpredictable. At this moment, he finally noticed his prized disciple within the Yushu Palace. In an instant, his anger began to rise again. These two were his most esteemed disciples, yet they had been so severely beaten, nearly losing their lives, and the assailants were merely outer disciples. The principal figures had not even laid a hand on them. The thought of this only intensified Yuan Shi's fury. These two disciples were utterly disappointing. At this juncture, both disciples turned to Yuan Shi, and although he did not vocally chastise them, the unspoken tension was palpable. The two disciples were filled with remorse. "Master, we shall not dare again," they said in unison, unable to meet Yuan Shi's gaze. After all, having failed to defeat even the outer disciples, what could they possibly say? Speaking out could only provoke their master's wrath further. Alas, Yuan Shi sighed as he looked at the two. "Enough, it is of no consequence. Just focus on regaining your former standing." Upon hearing this, the two quickly nodded in agreement and gradually made their way out of the Yushu Palace. Once they had departed, Yuan Shi sat down, contemplating his next arrangement. None of Yuan Shi's previous plans had succeeded, so it was time to try again. He was unwilling to waste even a moment, immediately beginning his calculations. Before long, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. He had calculated the presence of a certain individual, Ji Chong. Yuan Shi discerned that this person possessed numerous favorable qualities and was widely respected in Shiqi. The Shang dynasty was inherently a feudal state, comprising numerous lords, yet only 4 of them were truly formidable. Among these, Ji Chong stood as the most powerful, since he could not gain entry from within the Shang dynasty. He would approach from the outside. Should war break out between Shang and Shiqi, it would provide a means to contend with Jie Jiao, would it not? Yuan Shi could not help but applaud his own cleverness. The Grand Master was a disciple of Jie Jiao, so he would secretly aid Ji Chong and subsequently encourage Ji Chong to attack the Shang dynasty. Was this not a splendid plan? Yuan Shi began his calculations anew. But wait, what was going on? Chapter 55. The crisis of Emperor Xian's preemptive execution within the Yushu Palace. While Yuan Shi was calculating matters regarding Ji Chong, he suddenly erupted in fury once more. He had just realized that Ji Chong had entered the palace, not alone, but accompanied by 3 others. Yuan Shi, undeterred, continued his calculations, and before long, he grasped the situation. This entire affair stemmed from Empress Jiang, the cherished daughter of Jiang Huanchu. After her tragic demise and the series of outrageous acts committed by Emperor Xian under the influence of a demon, Jiang Huanchu deemed Emperor Xian a tyrant, thus cultivating thoughts of rebellion. However, Emperor Xian was no fool. Aware that such events could transpire, he sought to quash them in their infancy. He deceived the 4 powerful lords into coming to the palace under various pretenses, ensuring that even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to comply. For as long as they did not plot rebellion, they remained lords of the Shang dynasty. During the court assembly, Jiang Huanchu could no longer contain his outrage and exclaimed, "While demons rampage within the palace, wreaking havoc upon the nation, how can you remain immersed in pleasure, watching my daughter suffer a torturous death?" Jiang Huanchu was acutely aware that his daughter had been subjected to the most brutal tortures, and he longed to slay this scoundrel who had indirectly caused her demise. Emperor Xin knew that this matter could not be resolved amicably and offered no further words. He could not allow Jiang Huanchu to return to confront him. Instead, he hastily fabricated a charge against him and ordered his execution. Due to Emperor Xian's previous misdeeds, none dared to speak on Jiang Huanchu's behalf, fearful of implicating themselves. Thus, a powerful lord was lost, leaving the other 3 lords pale with shock. That Yi Chongyu, the southern marquis, repeatedly professed his unwavering loyalty to the Shang dynasty, his heart filled with sincerity. Chong Ho-hu, the northern marquis, was even more dramatic, prostrating himself and, regardless of guilt or innocence, hastily admitting his faults. earnestly recounting his past contributions, terrified of facing death himself. Yet, Ji Chong, the Western Marquis, remained unyielding. Believing the emperor's actions to be unjust and the hasty execution of Jiang Huanchu to be inexcusable, upon hearing these words, Emperor Xian's anger flared, and he immediately considered sending someone to drag Ji Chong away for execution. Witnessing this scene, the assembled ministers dared not watch idly, each stepping forward to speak in Ji Chang's defense. Urging the emperor not to act impulsively, Ji Chong was unlike the other three lords. He held a reputation for uniting the people's hearts, particularly among those from Shiqi. Should Ji Chong be executed, the people of Shiqi might very well rise against them. However, Emperor Xian paid no heed to their words. Convinced that he could not rest easy until Ji Chong was dead, the uproar escalated to the point where even Shang Rong, the prime minister, stood up to advocate for Ji Chong. Seeing Shang Rong take the lead, the civil and military officials gathered to plead for Ji Chang's life. At this moment, with so many officials obstructing his intentions, the emperor's desire to execute Ji Chong only intensified. In my Shang dynasty, I have garnered so much support. If I let him go and he stirs up trouble, what then? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble upon myself? However, it would be inappropriate to disregard Shang Rong's dignity. Moreover, nearly all the officials are currently advocating for Ji Chong, that if he does not possess a more compelling excuse, there is little that can be done to Ji Chong. In desperation, Xian reluctantly imprisoned Ji Chong in the dungeon and assigned guards to keep a vigilant watch over him. With this measure in place, Xian felt considerably more at ease. Furthermore, as long as no information regarding Ji Chong reaches the people of Shiqi, they would refrain from acting recklessly within the Jade Void Palace. Yuan Shi had already foreseen the outcome, and a blaze of fury ignited within him. This Xian must be deliberately targeting me. He is undoubtedly here to undermine me. Yuan Shi had only recently conceived the idea of using Ji Chong as a means to counter the Shang dynasty and secretly plot against them. Yet, before he could set his plan into motion, the most crucial element had already vanished. Could it be that someone else has arrived at this conclusion before me? Is it This must be the doing of Tong Tian. This scoundrel is becoming increasingly enigmatic. The thought of this filled Yuan Shi's eyes with rage. If he can overpower me in terms of cultivation, must he also surpass me in calculation? Is he intent on eclipsing me in every conceivable aspect? This time, it must surely be Tong Tian's machinations at play, as he has likely hinted at the information regarding those four lords to Xian, allowing him to preemptively quell the crisis. In such a scenario, the Shang dynasty cannot descend into chaos. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I am determined to confront you. Yuan Shi, like an indomitable cockroach, resumed his calculations that he had already relinquished the pivotal role of Ji Chong. Realizing that persisting further would be futile, Ji Chong had been confined to the dungeon, and his chances of survival had dwindled to nearly nothing. Even if he were to summon his disciples from the Chan to rescue him, it would be impossible. Tong Tian had undoubtedly prepared a contingency plan, waiting for me. Ordinary disciples would be of no use. Moreover, 2 of his 12 golden immortals had yet to recover if Ran Dang were to go. There might be a slim chance of success. However, sending Ran Dang poses a risk, as he is at the level. If Tong Tian were to spot him, he would likely never return. The realm holds significant potential during great calamities. Given Tong Tian's temperament, it would be a miracle if he showed mercy. With this realization, Yuan Shi reluctantly sought alternative paths. The only other option lay with Shiqi, given Ji Chang's esteemed position in Shiqi. If the people were to learn of his imprisonment, surely someone would come to his aid. Within the Jade Void Palace, Tong Tian had also become aware of this situation. However, Yuan Shi was truly misjudging him. In Tong Tian's memory, Ji Chong was destined to be imprisoned, yet he had still been rescued by Shiqi. Upon returning to Shiqi, he wasted no time in plotting rebellion, ultimately leading to the Shang dynasty's erasure from the annals of history. Tong Tian could not allow such an event to transpire again. Chapter 56. Ji Chong must not survive. In his view, Ji Chong must perish for him to find peace. Thus, Tong Tian had covertly harbored murderous intent towards Ji Chong. Believing that this would allow the Shang dynasty to flourish. Knock. Knock. Congratulations on activating a hidden option. Option 1. Ensure Ji Chang's safe return to Shiqi. You will receive a dragon gallbladder and phoenix cry jade pendant, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and a wind. fire, and thunder zither, a supreme celestial treasure. Option 2. Have Ji Chang executed, ensuring he can never return to Shi Qi. You will receive the Hongming Immortal Spirit Fruit, a Chaos Spiritual Root, and the Chaos Bell, an innate supreme treasure. The Chaos Bell? Tong Tian gazed at this reward, his expression filled with astonishment. This supreme treasure had vanished long ago and was a companion spiritual treasure exclusive to the Eastern Emperor Tai. There were rumors that its disappearance was due to its entry into the chaos, leading no one to dare search for it in the mysterious depths of chaos. That I choose the second option. Tong Tian, who had already resolved that Ji Chang must not return safely to Shi Qi, was now able to accomplish what he desired while also obtaining a supreme treasure. What could be more advantageous? Once Tong Tian made his choice, the rewards were immediately bestowed upon him. Countless intricate and profound ancient characters flowed across the surface of the bell, radiating a brilliant golden light. This was the Chaos Bell. Its defensive capabilities had reached an unprecedented level, making it an extraordinarily powerful protective artifact. Even Yuan Shi's Panga banner could not shake it in the least, despite unleashing a barrage of attacks. It is worth noting that during the ancient battles, when the two formidable formations, the 12 Demon Gods formation and the Zodiac Star formation, engaged in mutual assault, even saints found it challenging to withstand. Yet, in such circumstances, the Chaos Bell remained unscathed, allowing the Eastern Emperor Tai to escape safely. This demonstrates just how remarkable it truly is. The other reward, the Hongming Immortal Spirit Fruit, was equally formidable. The surface of this fruit emanated waves of purple Hongming aura, and within it, boundless spiritual energy seemed eager to burst forth. Even with Tong Tian's current level of cultivation, its assistance would undoubtedly yield significant advancement. Should he fully absorb this fruit, he would surely break through to a higher realm. However, Tong Tian was not in a hurry to consume the fruit, for he still needed to address Ji Chang's matter. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Tian summoned the Wudong Saint Mother. Without delay, she promptly made her way to the Bo Palace. Upon her arrival, she greeted her master with a bow. Tong Tian wasted no time in directly instructing Wudong. Upon your return, inform Dxian that Shi Qi will inevitably launch an assault against them. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Wudong's expression turned one of astonishment. Shi Qi dares to rebel, and the man they revere, Ji Chang, is still imprisoned in the dungeon? Or has Ji Chang devised a plan to escape soon? I will set off immediately to inform him, she exclaimed, quickly departing. Once Ji Chang's situation had been addressed, Tong Tian felt a sense of relief. He understood that with Dxian's intolerant nature, he would likely not wait long before dragging Ji Chang out to execute him. There were other matters he could not intervene in at present, so he decided to absorb the Hongming Immortal Spirit Fruit. Without hesitation, Tong Tian began the process of absorption at this moment. Wudong had already returned to the palace and promptly relayed her master's message to Dxian. My master instructed me to inform you that Shi Qi will surely attack your Shang dynasty in the future. Wudong spoke gravely, fully aware of the implications behind her master's words. This meant that Ji Chang must not be allowed to return alive. As expected, upon hearing this, Dxian's eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Ji Chang, that he stood up from his dragon throne, seething with fury. I knew Ji Chang was no good. I wanted to execute him days ago. Dxian was well aware of Ji Chang's considerable influence in Shi Qi. It could be said that if you asked the people of Shi Qi who Dxian was, they might not know. But if you asked them who Ji Chang was, they would certainly recognize the name. Dxian, disregarding all else, determined that Ji Chang must be executed to eliminate future threats, allowing him to feel more secure. He could not afford to wait even a moment longer and immediately summoned all his ministers to convene a court meeting. Once everyone had gathered, Dxian wasted no time with pleasantries and bluntly declared that he intended to execute Ji Chang immediately. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, the ministers were left in shock that it had not been long since they had rallied to protect Ji Chang. Why the sudden decision to execute him? Thus, one by one, the ministers rose to counsel the emperor to exercise caution. However, this time, Dxian was resolute. No matter who attempted to persuade him, their efforts bore no fruit. Even the sage's instructions were unmistakably clear, and Dxian was determined to swiftly eliminate Ji Chang. As the ministers stood in opposition, Ji Chang's eldest son arrived, bringing with him a plethora of treasures to plead for his father's release. Upon hearing that his father was to be executed, he fell to his knees, weeping and wailing in defense of Ji Chong, asserting his father's unwavering loyalty to the Shang dynasty. Yet, Xian's resolve remained unshaken. In a fit of rage, he ordered Ji Chang's son to be executed as well. The sage had already hinted at such clarity, and anyone who attempted to obstruct his will surely harbored ill intentions. Having already condemned Ji Chang, he saw no harm in eliminating his son as well, allowing them both to depart together. Witnessing yet another person dragged away for execution, the ministers ceased their defense of Ji Chang, appearing unusually subdued. Consequently, the command to execute Ji Chang had been issued, awaiting the appointed time for his demise. Within the Yusu Palace, while Yuan Shi was calculating how to undermine the Shang dynasty, he suddenly sensed that Ji Chang's life was not yet forfeit. It seemed this individual possessed a level of loyalty that could rally the hearts of the people, proving he was no mere pawn. Just as Yuan Shi was devising a plan to rescue him, he sensed Ji Chang's vitality fading once more. Boom! Yuan Shi was incensed, immediately commencing calculations to discern the situation. In the 57th chapter. Rescue of Ji Chang. Yuan Shi quickly deduced the cause of his distress. Ji Chang was on the verge of execution at Xian's hands. Realizing the urgency of the matter, he hastily summoned Yu Ding and Tai, urgently instructing them, "You must depart for the Shang dynasty at once. Ji Chang is about to be beheaded. You must ensure his rescue." Recognizing Yuan Shi's anxious demeanor, both understood the need for immediacy and promptly set out. However, Yuan Shi remained uneasy. Should this calamity be orchestrated by Tong Tian, their efforts might prove futile. Thus, he called upon two quasi-saints from the Chan sect, Nanji Xinwing and Randang Daoran, that Ji Chang is a crucial element in my plan. He cannot be allowed to perish. I have sent Yu Ding and Tai to rescue him, but I still lack confidence, so I task you both to assist covertly. This matter must be foolproof. Yuan Shi spoke gravely. Upon hearing their master's words, the two quasi-saints were taken aback. He is but a mere mortal, yet you wish for us to save him. Is this not akin to using a cannon to hunt a sparrow? Seeing their incredulity, Yuan Shi understood their sentiments and solemnly elaborated. Ji Chang was merely confined in a cage, yet suddenly he faces execution. This can only be orchestrated by Tong Tian. Thus, I send you two as a precaution. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two quasi-saints understood their roles. Regardless, those from the Jie sect are notoriously difficult to contend with. We must ensure absolute success. That I entrust you with the Panga banner for your journey. After dispatching the two quasi-saints, Yuan Shi still felt a sense of foreboding, having learned from countless prior setbacks. Thus, even with the two quasi-saints in motion, he insisted they take the Panga banner with them. Seeing Yuan Shi's meticulousness, Randang Daoran quickly reassured him. "Fear not, I shall ensure his rescue." Nanji Xinwing echoed, "We will see this matter through without fail. Do not worry." After exchanging these words, the two quasi-saints hastily departed, closely following Yu Ding and Tai. Meanwhile, as Yuan Shi plotted against the Shang dynasty, within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian remained quietly seated, his imposing figure at ease. Before him, an ancient bell floated and rotated slowly, its nature seemingly unremarkable. After a moment, Tong Tian absorbed the chaotic essence back into his being, exhaling white mist that coalesced into a dragon. He had successfully mastered the chaos bell, a feat that required considerable effort. But now his strength had vastly increased, facilitating the conquest. Having subdued this innate treasure, he turned his attention to the extraction of the Hongmeng immortal spirit fruit. Without hesitation, he grasped the fruit, resembling a radiant strawberry, yet imbued with the essence of a vast ocean's spiritual energy. Tong Tian activated his supreme techniques, fervently drawing in the immense spiritual power. Once I have fully absorbed this fruit, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the seventh realm. He murmured, continuing his relentless absorption. Boom! With the aid of the Hongmeng immortal spirit fruit, Tong Tian's realm indeed reached his anticipated heights, a testament to the potency of the chaos root. Now, as a seventh-tier saint, the energy required for each subsequent level was astronomically vast, with each tier demanding significantly more than the last. To break through the seventh tier, he would require over 70 times the energy needed for the first tier. Yet this chaos root had propelled him to the apex, teetering on the edge of a breakthrough. After taking a considerable step forward, Tong Tian did not rush. Instead, he calmed himself to stabilize his cultivation, while also absorbing the remaining spiritual energy he had yet to consume. In Chaoga City, Ji Chang found himself temporarily imprisoned, sensing an ominous fate. Perhaps he would never return to Shiqi. Soon after, he was escorted to the execution site, where an assembly of officials awaited the sentence. Xian included as Ji Chang was brought onto the execution platform. A burly man emerged, bearing a massive bronze blade glinting ominously. Before this formidable weapon, even the hardest of materials would cleave in twain. Above the execution ground, several individuals observed the proceedings, reveling in the spectacle. They understood that the Chan sect would not allow Ji Chang to perish so easily, for he was a pivotal piece in their schemes, a means to counteract the Jie sect. Ji Chang, in his current state, appeared utterly destitute, his head secured, revealing only his neck, on the brink of death. What further horror could he face? As the hulking figure approached him, Ji Chang bellowed, "Dog Dxn, should I survive this day, I will surely raise your Shang dynasty and have you hung at the city gates. If I cannot evade this calamity today, I shall transform into a vengeful spirit, ensuring you meet a wretched end." At that moment, Dxn, observing from the Zhaixing Tower, remained unfazed by Ji Chang's words. What merit lay in the words of a condemned man? At the appointed hour, execution without delay, a sudden shout echoed from the Zhaixing Tower. Upon hearing this, the hulking executioner sprang into action, downing a mouthful of strong liquor before spraying it upon the bronze blade, raising it high to strike Ji Chang's neck. Swish! Just as the executioner's blade began its descent, it abruptly halted, and he collapsed, blood gushing forth. The officials were left in shock. Was there an intruder? Yu Ding and Tai materialized before the execution ground. In the 58th chapter, the Chan sect's two saints unleash carnage. The unfolding events were indeed their handiwork. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to take one person away. Today, no one shall harm Ji Chang. Tai sneered softly. Witnessing this scene, Xian's fury ignited. Before his very eyes, an attempt was made to abduct someone. Kill them both, he bellowed, his face flushed with rage. Boom! 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 A multitude of soldiers swiftly surrounded Tai and Yuding from all sides. Upon witnessing this scene, Tai's eyes brimmed with fury. How dare these mere mortals attempt to take his life? Such audacity! Yuding, too, derisively remarked, "Let us see who is stronger, shall we? Let us count the heads." In response, Tai let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent. Let us commence without delay." With a resounding boom, the two began to weave intricate hand signs, and soldiers began to fall en masse. Tai, growing tired of the theatrics, summoned his magical artifact with a sweep of his dust, causing yet another wave of soldiers to collapse. Witnessing this, Yuding refused to concede defeat. He conjured a jade-like cauldron that hovered ominously in the void above and sent it crashing down upon the soldiers below. The ground quaked as the cauldron's might claimed the lives of hundreds. The execution ground morphed into a veritable hellscape, a sight too gruesome to behold. Tai, alarmed by the sudden slaughter wrought by Yuding, hastily summoned the nine-dragon fire shield, which levitated in the air. That he deftly controlled the shield, and in an instant, 9 blazing dragons surged forth, wreaking havoc among the soldiers, claiming yet more lives. Yuding, seeing his junior brother's reckless display of power, gleefully exclaimed, "You truly are formidable, dear brother. Against this throng of commoners, you even resort to the use of the fire shield." Tai responded with equal bravado. "These mere mortals, so ignorant of the heavens above and the earth below, must witness our prowess. It would be remiss to let them remain unaware of their own insignificance." Yuding nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if they do not see our strength, they shall remain blissfully ignorant of their status as mere prey." Before Yuding could finish his thought, Tai resumed his ruthless assault, unleashing fire dragons that decimated swathes of soldiers. Emperor Exine, witnessing the slaughter, trembled with rage, powerless to intervene as his troops fell one after another. His eyes bore an expression of sheer terror. Those two wretched beings from the Chan sect, their audacity knows no bounds. They regard human life with utter disdain and dare to act with such impunity. As the Emperor of humanity, what use are you? You can only watch as we slay your kin. What can you possibly do? With a ghastly grin, Tai taunted, "How does it feel, you pitiful creature? Who grants you the audacity to attempt to kill me? Since you are so oblivious to your own mortality, I shall send you on your way." Tai continued brazenly, Jichong is not someone of your ilk. His life holds far greater value. Today, aside from you, Emperor, no one shall escape." Having said this, he shielded Jichong with his spiritual power and resumed his merciless rampage. The two fiends reveled in their bloodshed, eager for more. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Boom! Even before its arrival, two fierce waves of energy surged towards them. Faced with such overwhelming force, both Yuding and Tai paled, hastily launching defenses. Bang! Bang! The two who had been slaughtering with abandon now found themselves in a dire predicament. Forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught at last, Wudong appeared slowly in the sky, her fury palpable, eager to eliminate the two Tue. "Wudong, the Holy Mother," exclaimed. "What brings you here?" Tai and Yuding were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. In the 8th Scenery Palace, Taishang also observed Wudong's emergence in Chaoga City, his face betraying astonishment. Her rapid arrival indicated she had been in Chaoga for quite some time. Could Tong Tian truly possess such foresight, anticipating events and orchestrating plans so swiftly? Meanwhile, within the Western Church, the two Western saints were equally astonished that Wudong's presence here suggested that Tong Tian had meticulously arranged this encounter. Zhun Ti murmured, while Jie Yin listened, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Events yet to unfold had already been meticulously arranged by Tong Tian. Has his predictive ability grown so formidable? In the palace of Nuwa, the goddess concealed her shock behind a calm facade. Though her heart raced, Tong Tian had evidently placed Wudong in Chaoga well in advance. However, would one lone Wudong suffice? As all were engulfed in astonishment, in the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi erupted into laughter, as, "Oh, it is merely Wudong. I suspected Tong Tian would not allow me to easily abduct Jichong. But what of it? This time, Tong Tian shall surely face defeat. He has merely left Wudong behind, while I have dispatched two quasi-saints. When the time comes, the other observing saints shall be even more astounded." Back at the execution ground, Yuding and Tai finally regained their wits, their faces marked by disbelief. How could Wudong possibly be here? Had she been secretly placed by Tong Tian? I questioned why my master made such a fuss, sending two quasi-saints, and indeed, his foresight was remarkable. "Wudong, do you truly believe you can contend with us?" Tai spoke slowly, his tone brimming with arrogance, though his pale visage betrayed his anxiety. He and Yuding knew they were no match for Wudong, a being of quasi-saint caliber. Your attempt to abduct Jichong is one thing, but why must you slay so many innocent lives? Wudong shouted, her face ablaze with fury. Chapter 59. The Peril of Wudong. Despite having lived among humanity for many years, witnessing the slaughter of those she held dear filled her with anguish. They could have swiftly taken Jichong, but chose to remain, indulging in the massacre of innocents. Boom! Without hesitation, Wudong surged forward, radiating immense power, intent on eliminating the two faced with her fierce demeanor. Yuding and Tai panicked, hastily employing their spells to defend themselves. Bang! Bang! Wudong single-handedly overpowered them, forcing them to retreat. That Wudong's realm far exceeds ours. Tai realized we can no longer hold back. We must unleash our full strength. Exchanging a glance with Yuding, both unleashed their life-saving techniques. Yuding summoned the sword of immortal slaughter, which hovered above while he chanted spells, transforming it into beams of laser light that shot towards Wudong. Tai, not to be outdone, commanded the dragons of the 9-dragon fire shield to collide, transforming them into a colossal flame dragon that charged towards Wudong. Unfazed by the onslaught, Wudong simply clenched her fist and retaliated. Boom! The fierce attacks from Tai and Yuding were shattered by her might. Wudong had no intention of holding back, delivering a powerful punch that sent Yuding flying. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Brother Yuding. Tai rushed to support him, concern etched on his face. Wudong, you have gone too far. How could you strike with such severity? You are merely a beast transformed into a human. Who grants you such audacity? Tai bellowed, his face dark with anger. Have you dug your own grave? At Tai's words, Wudong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. You dare to insult me as a beast. You truly do not know the meaning of death. Boom! Wudong conjured a massive hand, slamming it down upon Tai, who could not evade the strike. Tai coughed up blood, his spirit waning, yet he remained undaunted, knowing his two hidden brothers were yet to reveal themselves. Defiantly, he shouted, Wudong, Kneel and apologize to us, or you shall regret it. Even if you possess remarkable prowess, you remain unable to escape your fate. As Wudong witnessed Tai enduring punishment, yet still refusing to submit, her anger surged once more. She felt that preserving her life for him had become futile, and thus, she unleashed a fierce onslaught towards Tai. Boom! Tai was struck decisively, his entire being seemingly shattered, and as he attempted to utter curses, he discovered his tongue had betrayed him, lying motionless on the ground. The two seemed to be inching closer to the grasp of death. You members of the Chan sect are merely eloquent in speech. Your existence in this world serves no purpose. You ought to go to the divine ranking. With that, Wudong prepared to deliver a lethal blow to the two. Observing this scene, the concealed quasi-saints hastily revealed themselves. They launched a fierce assault, attempting to ambush Wudong. Sensing the palpable danger from behind, Wudong found herself momentarily flustered. Are they from the Chan sect? How could they hide for so long? Get lost, Wudong bellowed in fury, channeling her energy into a powerful strike behind her. Boom! The two from the Chan sect had been gathering spiritual power in secret, and Wudong, unable to withstand their might, was forced to retreat. Ha! Wudong's might is rather ordinary. A mocking voice echoed in the air, and soon, Randang and Nanji revealed themselves. Upon seeing these two despicable individuals, Wudong roared, I knew such shameless wretches must belong to the Chan sect. Not everyone can be as brazen as you. Caught unprepared, Wudong sustained an injury. With two opponents of greater cultivation attacking her simultaneously, sustaining only a light wound was, under the circumstances, quite fortunate. The two who had been lying quietly on the ground sprang up. Emboldened by the arrival of their reinforcements at this moment, with backup at hand, Yuding mocked with unbridled arrogance. Oh, were you not just intent on killing me? Why the hesitation now? Don't blame me for not warning you. You once had a chance at life, but given the current situation before Randang and Nanji, do you truly believe you will see tomorrow? Tai joined in the mockery. You squandered your chance. And now it is too late. You are destined for the divine ranking. Wudong glared at the two shameless individuals who had recently been prostrate and now sprang to their feet, her desire to tear them apart with her bare hands intensifying. They had not been so bold moments ago, Nanji and Randang. As quasi-saints, they resorted to such disgraceful tactics. To think they would sneakily plot against me for so long. Do you truly have the audacity? Your shamelessness surpasses that of city walls, or have you simply discarded it altogether? Wudong seethed with rage. Both were quasi-saints, and their realms surpassed hers. Most notably, Randang was a peak ancient powerhouse. It was infuriating that, despite their superior realms, they still resorted to underhanded methods. The mere thought ignited a fierce blaze of anger within Wudong. Yet she found herself powerless against the two at hearing Wudong's tirade. The quasi-saints remained impassive. Nanji gazed at Wudong with a sly grin. Wudong, you wish to send my two junior brothers to the divine ranking? That is unforgivable. You shall not escape today. In response, Randang chimed in. The Chan sect and the Western Church have already seen members enter the ranking. Yet your Jie sect has not. This time, you shall take your place. Rest assured. Your fellow Jie sect members will soon join you. Wudong's expression darkened significantly, her demeanor turning grave in the face of the two. Chapter 60. Rescuing Wudong. At the execution ground, Wudong was beset by dire circumstances. Alone, she faced two opponents of greater cultivation, and in her currently wounded state, these quasi-saints were far beyond her capacity to contend with. Especially given that these two were devoid of shame, it was evident they would not engage in a fair fight, but rather attempt a two-on-one assault. Meanwhile, in the star-picking tower, Xin observed the unfolding situation. His fists clenched tightly. He was Wudong's disciple, yet he could do nothing to assist his master. His animosity towards the Chan sect had already reached a boiling point, now bordering on irreconcilable fury. Ha ha, Wudong, prepare to die, Randang declared, launching an unhesitating attack on Wudong. At that moment, Nanji shamelessly added, go and stay on the ranking. With that, they coordinated to besiege Wudong from both sides, seeing the two closing in. Wudong shouted in anger, unleashing her full power to combat the two shameless assailants. Boom! Boom! After a brief clash, Wudong was caught off guard and received a blow from Nanji to her back, causing her to spit blood and worsen her injuries. Bang! At this point, Wudong could no longer withstand their onslaught. She could only barely evade and endure the blows she could not dodge. Despite Nanji's superior cultivation, he exerted his full strength against Wudong. In this moment, Wudong's life hung by a thread as time passed. She became drenched in blood. You can still evade. The Qinquan ruler, arise, Ran Deng, unwilling to prolong the battle further, fixed his gaze on Wudong, his eyes glinting with malice, and summoned his magical treasure. Boom! Ran Deng wielded the Qinquan ruler and struck towards Wudong. Realizing she could not evade this attack, Wudong braced herself to withstand it. Boom! Wudong could not endure even for a second. As the Qinquan ruler struck her chest, Wudong spewed blood and collapsed onto the execution platform, utterly devoid of any strength to resist. That weren't you quite capable a moment ago? Stand and continue to resist. Ran Deng taunted. Casually recalling the Qinquan ruler, he knew full well that Wudong was now a lamb awaiting slaughter. Time is of the essence. Let us send Wudong off, Nanji said coldly. Hearing this, Ran Deng nodded slightly, preparing to send Wudong on her final journey. Observing this scene, Nanji summoned his master's Panga Banner. To escort Wudong with the Panga Banner was an honor. Meanwhile, within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian had refined all the powers of the Hongming immortal spirit fruit into his body and solidified his current realm. Slowly, Tong Tian opened his sword-light-filled eyes, murmuring, "Has Ji Chong been executed?" With this thought, he began to calculate. Boom! Tong Tian immediately sensed Wudong, on the brink of death, while Nanji had already summoned the Panga Banner, ready to strike. Tongtian's unmatched aura surged into the void, his eyes ablaze with fury, yearning to obliterate Nanji and the others without delay. Nanji and Ran Deng. How dare they be so reckless, despite his meticulous planning? He could not have anticipated that Yuan Shi would be so shameless as to dispatch two quasi-saints and even wield the Panga Banner. Unrepentant scoundrels, Luya, Duo Bao, and Wu Yun, come to me at once. Tongtian's rage was nearing its breaking point, and he urgently summoned his three quasi-saint disciples. Moments later, the three disciples stood before Tongtian, collectively bowing. We greet our master. They sensed their master's overwhelming fury, yet remained unaware of the unfolding events. Once the trio had gathered, Tongtian took a moment to calm himself before speaking. Wudong is presently in a dire predicament, beset by two quasi-saints from the Chan sect. She cannot hold out much longer. Time is of the essence. You three must hasten to aid Wudong. Equip yourselves with the god-slaying spear and the three light divine water. No need to travel. Wudong cannot last much longer. I shall directly transport you to her side. Having spoken, he immediately retrieved the god-slaying spear and the three light sacred water from the purple palace and handed them to Duo Bao. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura erupted once more, causing the very void to tremble. The three disciples standing before their master felt as though an ancient behemoth loomed before them. Exuding immense power, Tongtian swiftly opened a spatial passage, gesturing with both hands to escort the three disciples through. This passage, forged by Tongtian, could transport them to their destination in but a second. Hence, he hastened to send them away, fearing any delay, just as the Panga Banner was about to strike the Wudong Saintess. A spatial gate materialized before the two disciples of the Chan sect, with the three quasi-saints of the Jie sect suddenly appearing in front of them. You wretched scoundrel! Luya and his companions noted that the Southern Polar Immortal was about to strike the Wudong Saintess, and their patience waned, igniting their fury, particularly Duo Bao, who could hardly contain his desire to eliminate the Southern Polar Immortal. He had shared a profound bond with Wudong for countless ages, and witnessing her in such a dire state, especially with the Southern Polar plotting her downfall, filled his eyes with murderous intent. Southern Polar brat, you seek death, Duo Bao bellowed, brandishing the Duo Bao pagoda. Meanwhile, Luya and Wu Yun were not idle either, unleashing devastating techniques against Randing and the Southern Polar. Boom, 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 as three fierce attacks hurtled toward them. Randing and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, the Southern Polar managed to deflect the strikes with the Panga Banner, yet the residual force forced him to stagger back several steps. You insolent fool! I shall deal with you later. With that, Duo Bao suppressed his urge to exact vengeance on the Southern Polar and rushed to aid the Wudong Saintess. Approaching her, he helped her to her feet and promptly offered her the sacred water. Quickly drink the three light sacred water, and you shall soon recover. Duo Bao cautiously presented the divine liquid to Wudong, who consumed it, Instantly, a radiant divine light burst forth from her body. Chapter 61. Wudong's Escape. After drinking the three-light sacred water, Wudong's grave injuries began to mend rapidly, in no time. Her wounds had healed by 90%, a testament to her formidable resilience. The three-light sacred water? Did Master send you with it? Upon hearing Wudong's words, Duobao nodded slightly, then fixed his gaze on the two disciples of the Chan sect, eager to send them on their way. Had they not been so arrogant, ganging up on them moments ago? Now, the roles had reversed. Next, it shall be the four of us against the two of you curs, Duobao roared. Upon hearing this, Wudong's eyes ignited with renewed fury. They must be vanquished. The disciples of the Chan sect were indeed shameless. Relying on their superior realms, they had the audacity to conspire against them. Now you come for a lesson in humility. Duobao glared at the two Chan disciples, his frustration palpable. Hearing this, Randing remained unfazed. Chuckling derisively, and what of it? Since we have both come together, what is wrong with joining forces against her? Not everyone is like you dim-witted fools, unable to seize an advantage. This, Yun's fists clenched, cracking ominously as he shouted, Randing, you scoundrel, you dare to claim indifference to worldly matters, yet here you are, a mere lapdog. Tell me, does your master treat you well, feeding you bones? Randing was incensed by Yun's words. Previously, he had merely regarded Yuan Shi as a sage, which had prompted him to join the Chan sect, but being branded a lapdog was intolerable. He prepared to strike back, unaware of your own demise. He roared, wielding the Qianquan ruler like a ferocious tiger charging at Yun. You've gone too far, Duobao shouted at Randing, immediately summoning the god-slaying spear, its dark, fearsome trail surging toward Randing's face. Boom! The god-slaying spear collided with the side of the Qianquan ruler, shaking the void itself. The Qianquan ruler was no match for the god-slaying spear. Upon contact, it was instantly repelled. Randing was taken aback by this turn of events. Duobao's prowess was astonishing, but the appearance of the god-slaying spear was beyond comprehension. You brought the god-slaying spear here? Randing gasped in shock, for even Master S. Pangabanner could scarcely rival it. Ha! The lapdogs of the Chan sect. Weren't you just so arrogant? Two of you against one of us. Yet now the tide has turned. Yun immediately launched a fierce offensive against the Southern Polar immortal. Arrogant. What makes you think you can contend with me? The Southern Polar scoffed, dismissing the threat of his lower realm. Truly, he was unaware of the peril. Boom! A series of fierce attacks erupted, and the two figures engaged in a relentless dance of combat. I shall ensure those two vile scoundrels are marked for their transgressions. You assist Yun. Wudong turned to Luya, unleashing a chilling intent as she advanced toward Yuding and Tai. Luya also pivoted, joining Yun in confronting the Southern Polar. With Luya's arrival, the Southern Polar found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught. Randing noticed this shift in momentum and realized he had no choice but to focus on Duobao first, intensifying his attacks. Is this all you've got? How weak you are. Try harder. Perhaps you'll push me back a step. Duobao mocked Randing, yet he did not relent, deftly executing hand seals, wielding the Duobao pagoda with his left hand and the god-slaying spear with his right, launching a fierce assault. Randing could only muster a feeble resistance against Duobao. His treasures paled in comparison to the god-slaying spear, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Despite his efforts, he soon found himself overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Tai and Yuding's faces turned pale upon witnessing the relentless advance of the Wudong Saintess. Run! Tai cried out in terror, dragging Yuding as they fled toward the Chan sect. Think you can escape? Not a chance. The Wudong Saintess would not allow them to flee unscathed. She needed to quench her fury with their blood. Boom! She unleashed her most formidable technique, a lethal strike right from the outset. Seeing such a fearsome attack, Tai and Yuding revealed their full prowess, no longer holding back, though they had already covered considerable distance. It mattered not. Could they outrun a quasi-saint? Boom! Tai was struck by the Wudong Saintess's spiritual energy punch, spewing blood into the air, yet he pressed on, injured but unwavering. Poor Yuding, who had been battered severely from the start, now found himself on the receiving end of another punishing blow from the Wudong Saintess. With a splatter, Yuding felt as though half his blood could erupt from his body, crashing face first into the ground. Utterly unable to escape that moment, the Wudong Saintess closed in on him, taunting, "Go on, insult me, continue." She showed no mercy, raining down punch after punch upon Yuding, who cried out in agony with each blow. After a relentless barrage of 39 strikes, Yuding was left shattered, his form disintegrating into nothingness. That instant, a faint outline of a small Yuding appeared in the void, representing his primordial spirit. Humph, today, I shall reduce you to ashes. The Wudong Saintess declared coldly, fixating on the spirit in the void, her hands forming seals, ready to consign Yuding to the divine list. Who dares? Stop this, Randing threatened the Wudong Saintess, knowing that if Yuding were to perish at her hands, his own reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The Southern Polar, too, shouted in outrage, yet his words were in vain. He could scarcely protect himself, let alone come to Yuding's aid, on the verge of being subdued himself. If one were to insist on saving her, it is likely that not only would they fail to rescue her, but they would also find themselves entangled in the consequences. Chapter 62. A corrupt beam above casts a crooked shadow below. Shameless, in the vicinity of the execution ground, Yuding was on the verge of disintegration, witnessing the undaunted mother advancing step by step towards him with the intent to annihilate him. He hastily exclaimed, "Undaunted, do not approach. I implore you. Even if you disregard my face, at least spare a thought for my master. If I should perish, I assure you my master will ensure you do not see another dawn. Do not act impulsively, for should you do so, even your master may be unable to save you." Upon hearing Yuding's desperate plea, both the celestial elder and the lamp igniter quickly echoed, "He speaks the truth. Do not act rashly. Impulsiveness is the devil. Do not forsake your life for a fleeting moment of satisfaction." Upon hearing the remarks from the disciples of the Chan sect, Duo Bao could not help but chuckle, addressing the undaunted mother. "There is no need for concern. Feel free to eliminate this wretched creature." Wu Yun chimed in, "What is the current situation? Can you not discern your standing? Do you truly believe we fear you? Even if Yuan Shi were to arrive, what of it? The investiture of the gods requires you. Ascend." The saints, observing this scene from a distance, silently sighed. Perhaps this affair would conclude today. Who could have anticipated the formidable strength of the Jie sect? How could two quasi-saints contend with four? It seems that the Chan sect would lose yet another disciple today, and not just any disciple at that. Once Yuan Shi learns of the outcome, one can only imagine his fury. How utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Do you not grasp your own predicament? Today, I shall claim your life. With that, the undaunted mother prepared to send Yuding on his way, conjuring a colossal fist in the void aimed directly at him. Upon witnessing this enormous fist, Yuding nearly lost control of himself, crying out, "Master, if you do not come soon, I shall perish." Boom! Just as the undaunted mother's fist was about to strike Yuding's primordial spirit, an overwhelming force surged forth. The fist conjured by the undaunted mother halted merely an inch from Yuding's essence. In that moment, she sensed an intense aura of malice, and soon, Yuan Shi emerged, tearing through the fabric of space. Upon seeing the state of disarray, nearly costing him his life, Yuan Shi's eyes burned with murderous intent as he glared at the undaunted mother, bellowing, "You truly believe you can act without consequence? Do you think my Chan sect is powerless against you?" As Yuan Shi approached, the gravity of the situation became apparent to the undaunted mother. There was no recourse but to safeguard Yuding's spirit as leverage to deter Yuan Shi from taking her life. "You wretched being!" Yuan Shi's fury threatened to engulf the undaunted mother. How dare a mere disciple of the Jie sect show such blatant disrespect? Does she truly believe that the life of my disciple can be taken so easily? Boom! Another wave of supreme energy surged forth, pressing down upon the undaunted mother, causing the very void to tremble. In this aura of malevolence, Yuan Shi intended to eliminate the undaunted mother on the spot. In that moment, the undaunted mother could only summon all her strength to resist. My disciple is not someone you can bully. Undaunted mother, you are courting death. Yuan Shi released his formidable presence, coldly fixing his gaze upon her. The undaunted mother's complexion had already turned pale, yet she clung desperately to the essence of Yuding, aware that relinquishing it could cost her her own life. The fierce battle that had ensued moments ago now abruptly ceased. The conflict among disciples had drawn the attention of the Chan sect's leader, who intervened. Witnessing this, Duo Bao's face was a mask of astonishment. No wonder the Chan sect displayed such shamelessness. It was clearly a reflection of their master's influence. The presence of a saint joining the fray was a classic case of calling for parental intervention when one cannot hold their OWNT this moment. The lamp igniter, upon seeing his master arrive, burst into laughter, declaring, "Come, let us continue. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why do you hesitate to confront me now?" With newfound bravado, the lamp igniter, previously subdued by Duo Bao, now boasted, despite the multiple gory wounds adorning his body. Black flames swirling ominously around them, healing proving elusive. How could the lamp igniter not be enraged? Yet, he found himself powerless against Duo Bao, resorting to mere verbal bravado. Wu Yun and Lu Ye were equally astonished. Could this truly be happening? Did he dare to confront his juniors in person? Wu Yun murmured, utterly flabbergasted. With Yuan Shi's status, did he truly have the audacity to engage us in battle? Although all four had reached the quasi-saint realm, in the eyes of a saint, they were but insects, foolish to dream of contending with a saint. Lu Ye gazed at Yuan Shi with longing. To become a saint would bestow unparalleled strength. How long must he wait to confront a saint? When that day arrives, he would ensure to exact vengeance for his loved ones. "Ha! My master has arrived. None of you shall escape," the celestial elder mockingly jeered, spitting blood carelessly onto the ground. The celestial elder now clung to life by a thread, his power not matching that of the lamp igniter. And facing two adversaries left him feeling utterly stifled. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to strike with such severity? Do you truly believe my Chan's sect lacks the means to contend with you?" Yuan Shi's cold gaze swept over Duo Bao and the others, pondering how it was possible for the Jie sect to possess so many quasi-saints. He had prepared ample contingencies for this operation, dispatching 2 quasi-saints and even bringing the Pengu flag, yet it appeared it would all hinge upon his own intervention. Moreover, he was fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have surely lost a disciple today. Further fueling his wrath, boom, Yuan Shi summoned all his might, directing it against the undaunted mother. Intent on crushing her with sheer force, the undaunted mother trembled, as though on the brink of shattering under the pressure. In that moment, she could only muster every ounce of her strength to endure. This overwhelming force was beyond her capacity to withstand. As Yuan Shi intensified his pressure, the undaunted mother's form began to radiate a brilliant light. Teetering on the edge of collapse. Chapter 63. Disciples of the Jie sect, trapped in despair, the undaunted mother found herself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Observing her plight, Duo Bao and the others felt utterly helpless. "Undaunted mother," Duo Bao cried out in sheer anxiety. Both Lu Ye and Wu Yun's faces turned ashen. Their master had summoned unfathomable power to transport them here, originally intending to assist the undaunted mother in escaping her dire situation. Yet, now the undaunted mother found herself in deeper peril. While they were powerless to intervene, they were at a loss, unable to fulfill their master's directive. Boom, Yuan Shi, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. His icy gaze fixated on the undaunted mother. Much like a venomous serpent poised to strike, he spoke with deceptive civility. "You are all of the same lineage, essentially kin. Yet, you unleash such harsh measures against your own kind. Your actions betray the nature of your master. Resign yourselves to fate." Upon hearing this, the celestial elder and the lamp igniter erupted into laughter, relishing the prospect of witnessing the undaunted mother's suffering. The Taiji true man, who had retreated some distance, returned to spectate, emboldened by his master's arrival. Who would dare lay a hand on him now? Hurry and save the undaunted mother. Duo Bao could no longer contain himself, urgently shouting as he disregarded the lamp igniter and others, directing his efforts against Yuan Shi in a desperate bid to alleviate the undaunted mother's burden. Hearing Duo Bao's plea, Wu Yun and Lu Ye joined the fray without fear of facing a saint. Observing this scene, the celestial elder and the lamp igniter regarded them with disdain, showing no concern for their master's fate. That it was evident they had no understanding of the peril they faced. No matter how many treasures they possessed, could they truly stand against a saint? The ease with which a saint could extinguish their lives was akin to crushing an ant. As the formidable forces of Duo Bao approached with malicious intent, a sardonic smile gradually graced the lips of Yuan Shid. "Oh, you still fail to comprehend the terrifying chasm that exists between our powers. Have you no sense of respect in my presence? Do you dare to oppose me? You are utterly unworthy." With that declaration, Yuan Shi slowly brought his hands together before his chest, instantly radiating a golden light that surged forth, obliterating the attacks unleashed by Duo Bao and his companions with mere brilliance. In the face of Yuan Shi, Wu Yun and his comrades were nothing more than insignificant beings. Even the slightest touch of Yuan Shi's overwhelming aura sent them staggering backward. They could only grit their teeth in defiance. Unwilling to concede, Duo Bao, despite the dire straits in which Wu Dang Shengmu found herself, witnessing Duo Bao and his companions embroiled in peril filled her with profound concern at this moment. She had no choice but to unleash her life-preserving abilities, desperately seeking a means of escape from Yuan Shi's grasp. Humph! Unaware of your own mortality, Yuan Shi was already cognizant of Wu Dang's burgeoning defiance. Yet he paid it no heed. As a sage of the heavenly Tao, he regarded their feeble resistance with disdain. Boom! Yuan Shi amplified the pressure of his aura against Wu Dang Shengmu, who had only just begun to awaken her rebellious spirit, and soon found herself pinned to the ground, light emanating from her form. Before such an overwhelming presence, she could not muster any means of resistance. The gap between a quasi-saint and a true saint was but a single step, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Rumbling, the divine powers Wu Dang had just summoned shattered in an instant, leaving her devoid of any options. This time, it seemed she might truly be doomed. Having exhausted every possible avenue without success, Yuan Shi's oppressive might rendered Wu Dang immobile, forcing her to remain prostrate within his sphere of influence. Unable to rise at that moment, Tai Yi, still too fearful to step out from behind his master, spoke up. Wu Dang has treated us abominably. Master, you cannot simply let her off the hook. We merely sought to escort Jicheng away. Yet she brazenly emerged to assault us, nearly ending our lives. In her eyes, we were no more than mere animals, mercilessly beaten. Tai Yi's lament was punctuated with tears, as he and Yu Ding had just been thoroughly trounced by Wu Dang Shengmu. Their desire for retribution palpable. Hearing Tai Yi's outlandish claims, Wu Yun and the others erupted in fury. They had merely retaliated against the unjust slaughters of innocent civilians and had not conspired against Wu Dang. Yet, in Tai Yi's narrative, the truth had been twisted beyond recognition. Even Wu Dang Shengmu, upon hearing their outrageous accusations, spat forth blood and rage, regretting not having dealt with this despicable character sooner. Tai Yi, you wretched child, how dare you speak such lies? You were the ones in the wrong from the outset, and yet you dare to place the blame upon me. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never such utter depravity as yours. You scoundrel! Unperturbed by Wu Dang Shengmu's indignant outburst, Yuan Shi escalated his intimidation, commanding, silence. What time do you think it is? You still refuse to acknowledge your fate. You, who are blissfully unaware of your impending doom. With that, Yuan Shi launched an assault, a beam of white light striking Wu Dang's form. Already on the brink of collapse, Wu Dang could hardly endure another blow. Yet Yuan Shi's attack unleashed a torrent of light from her body, leaving her, even if she survived, irrevocably crippled. Yuan Shi, look at how obstinate Wu Dang remains. If she is not slain, how can our wrath be quelled? Tai Yi exclaimed, inflating the gravity of the situation, eager for Wu Dang's demise. How dare you act with such impunity? Try to harm my disciples from Jie, and see what happens. Duo Bao yelled furiously. Upon hearing Duo Bao's words, Luya rose to his feet, exclaiming, You lot have truly lost all sense of decency. Not a single one of you from Changjiao is virtuous. Wu Yundaxian, equally enraged, bellowed, When my master arrives, you shall all pay dearly. Hearing their unrelenting tirade, Yuan Shi's composure began to fray. Had they truly lost their senses? Did they not fear his wrath? Chapter 64. The disciples of Jie find themselves powerless. In the city of Chaogu, the 4 disciples of Jie found themselves in dire peril. They were utterly incapable of countering Yuan Shi, resorting only to frenzied curses against him. Silence. Yuan Shi unleashed his oppressive aura, crushing them under its weight. Boom. The terrifying aura subdued Duo Bao and his companions, who could only struggle desperately to remain upright, clenching their mouths shut, knowing that now was not the time for insults. Once Yuan Shi had silenced them, he turned his sinister gaze upon Wu Dang, menacingly stating, Do not test my patience. Surrender Yu Ding immediately, or I shall make you regret your defiance. Wu Dang, gritting her teeth, was filled with an overwhelming desire to rend Yuan Shi asunder. You demand I surrender Yu Ding. That is utterly impossible. Even in death, I shall not betray him. At that moment, Wu Dang was resolute. Showing no inclination to relinquish Yu Ding, summoning her remaining strength, Wu Dang sought to crush Yu Ding's essence. No, master, I do not wish to die. Yu Ding, sensing the impending doom, cried out in despair. Was Wu Dang truly willing to sacrifice everything? Yuan Shi's ire ignited, and with a swift motion, he incapacitated one of Wu Dang's hands. With a splatter, blood gushed forth as Yuan Shi rendered her right hand useless, freeing the essence she had tightly grasped. Now, she could not even contemplate crushing Yu Ding. The moment Yu Ding's essence escaped, he wasted no time in retreating to his master's side. Duo Bao witnessed this scene. Had he not been suppressed, he would have rushed at Yuan Shi, determined to exact a piece of retribution, even if it meant facing certain defeat. You despicable cowards! I hope you retain your bravado when my master arrives. Duo Bao seethed, Luya, blood spilling from his mouth, echoed, You wretches shall see how my master will deal with you. None shall escape. Wu Yundaxian added, his fury palpable. Among Jie Jiao, Wu Yun and Wu Dang shared a deep bond. Yet, he could only watch, wide-eyed, as the scoundrel rendered Wu Dang's hand useless, his heart seething with a desire for vengeance. Yet, powerless as they were, even uttering curses was a small consolation, feeling a fleeting sense of safety. Yu Ding transformed into a frenzied beast. You four were just so audacious. Now, you resemble beaten dogs, especially you. Wu Dang. Come, try to extinguish me once more? You can no longer harm me. Worry about your own fates. Yu Ding had never before experienced such a humiliating defeat, teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, his master had saved him. Otherwise, he would have been the second to fall from Chan Jiao's ranks. Now, feeling safe, he could not resist the urge to vent his frustrations at this moment. The without equal Holy Mother beheld the jade and felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation, inwardly berating herself for not acting with swifter resolve. The thought of this filled her with an unusual mixture of helplessness and resentment. The four disciples of the also heard the scathing remarks from the jade and yearned to retort, yet found themselves unable to utter a word under the oppressive force emanating from, whose saintly aura weighed heavily upon them, rendering any attempt to speak utterly futile. The four of them felt as though they were on the verge of being consumed by their own fury. Were it possible, they would have relished the opportunity to tear their adversaries from to shreds. Meanwhile, within the star-picking tower, S. countenance mirrored the gravity of the situation, as his master was on the brink of being crushed to death, while he himself lacked the power to assist. Furthermore, as a member of he could not simply stand by and watched. In a fit of anger, he addressed with a vehement tone, The matter concerning is none of your concern. If it is within your power, cease your actions at once. The officials standing behind turned pale, their faces drained of color at his audacity. Did he not value his life? The figure in the sky was far beyond his reckoning. Upon hearing's words, cast a glance in his direction, and no matter how he calculated, he could not foresee that was already a disciple of the without equal Holy Mother. Thus, he dared not eliminate him outright. Was no ordinary individual. Should he be killed, it could very well spell disaster for himself. Had not been the emperor of the human race, daring to speak in such a manner, he would have surely lost his life by now. Though he could not eliminate, doing nothing would be an affront to himself if he allowed such insolence to go unpunished. How could he ensure that others would not follow suit in the future? Did he have the right to speak in his presence? They should return whence they came. With that, casually waved his arm, unleashing a wave of energy that transformed into a ravenous wolf, charging at the star-picking tower. The enormous structure crumbled under the might of its attack, reduced to mere rubble. Attempted to resist with all his might, but it proved utterly ineffective. The feeble remnants of his powers paled in comparison to's. Akin to an ant before a giant, he coughed up blood and collapsed amidst the ruins of the tower. Within the debris, many officials had already lost their lives, their cries of agony echoing through the air. At this juncture, S' mind cleared, yet his eyes bore no glimmer of hope. The without equal Holy Mother, witnessing her disciples' dire state, felt her fury escalate to new heights. However, she was not concerned for her disciples' safety, for she understood that would not dare to kill. Her own situation, however, was perilously precarious. Once it dealt with, a palpable silence descended, allowing him to refocus on the subdued members of the deep within his heart lay a profound shock. The possessed an abundance of, nearly double that of the. But what did that matter? These four were as fish on a chopping block, easily dispatched at his leisure, should he succeed in eradicating them. They would stand no chance against him in the impending calamity. With this thought, S gaze turned towards the quartet, brimming with murderous intent. If they were to be eliminated, then the scales would tip decidedly in his favor. Chapter 65. The prolonged wait. Tong Tian emerges. At the execution grounds of the without equal Holy Mother and her companions faced the imminent specter of death. S eyes betrayed a chilling resolve to eliminate the quartet. Should these four perish, they would gain a tremendous advantage in the forthcoming tribulation. Hidden behind the jade and sense their master's murderous intent towards the, igniting a surge of excitement within them. After all, they had just been humiliated by the four, leaving them no room for leniency. Witnessing this, and wore expressions of exhilaration. If the four were to perish, no disciple of the would be capable of besting them. When the time came for them to clash with the, victory would surely belong to them. Meanwhile, the members could only reunite on the at this moment, wielded the Panga banner, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The Panga banner in's grasp bore powers incomparable to that in's hands, which had failed to harness its full potential. Surrounding the banner was an aura of chilling menace, as if it could snuff out a life at any moment. Do you dare strike at us? Are you not fearful of my master annihilating your? Exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. If these four were to fall, they might not withstand the ensuing calamity. Interjected urgently. All the saints are watching this matter unfold. Do you think my master is unaware? If you dare harm us, he will not let you go. Do you truly believe that by slaying us, you will emerge victorious? Spare us your delusions, as long as my master still lives. You shall never fall, retorted defiantly. In that moment, the without equal Holy Mother yearned to chastise, yet found herself utterly immobilized, unable to voice her thoughts. Her life hung precariously in the balance. Master, there is no need to grant them further time. Regardless of the circumstances, they will not yield. It would be better to annihilate them, declared, his expression fierce. Hastily, the jade concurred. They show no respect for our master and even dare to insult you. They must be exterminated. Their true spirits should be obliterated as well, so they cannot even ascend the words of ignited fury within and the others, their brows furrowing in agitation. Unable to contain his anger, shouted, despicable villains. If I survive today, prepare yourselves for my relentless pursuit. At this, the jade laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You possess quite the audacity, still uttering such words. Do you think we will spare you today? Fear not. You shall not escape our grasp. This day next year shall mark your demise. Had resolved to not show mercy towards the quartet. No matter their strength, they were no match for their master. Yet refused to relinquish hope, believing firmly that his master would come to their aid, albeit delayed. If they could just endure a little longer, all would be resolved. The four eagerly awaited the arrival of Tongtian. Ha! You still cling to the hope of Tongtian's rescue, do you? Allow me to share a piece of delightful news. He shall not come, proclaimed with unrestrained glee. Currently, is sealed tighter than a drum. Not even a fly could escape, and Tongtian cannot foresee your peril. Since I have arrived, I am fully prepared, having sealed the entire. Thus, allow me to escort you four on your final journey. S pride swelled as he spoke. And with that, the Panga banner in his hand unleashed a torrent of energy. Boom! The banner unleashed four formidable attacks, each aimed squarely at the quartet. Should these terrifying strikes land, their demise was assured. And they would be denied even a place on the. It was clear that harbored no intention of allowing the disciples any opportunity to ascend. His heart was resolute in his desire to eliminate and the others on the spot, ensuring that Tongtian would feel the sting of profound loss. Boom! These four attacks represented the pinnacle of the Panga banner's power. Merely witnessing them sent shivers of deathly dread coursing through the air, cracking the very palaces within. The quartet, realizing they could not withstand such onslaught, felt utterly powerless, had ensnared the entire. At this moment, their master was likely unaware of their impending doom. S malice ran deep, for he had long plotted their demise. The four were left in shock at its vile intentions as he unleashed such overwhelming force. Even the jade, and were compelled to evade, fearing the collateral damage. Such was the power wielded by a saint employing the Panga banner. Randall gazed enviously at the attacks unleashed by his master, murmuring to himself, this was precisely what he had aspired to achieve throughout his entire life. Yuan Shi deftly manipulated his hands, executing a series of incantations, and in an instant, For powerful assaults hurtled towards the four individuals, the thunderous roar echoed above the skies of Chaoga City, causing ripples to surge through the heavens. At that moment, above the four members of the Chan sect, a portal of space slowly materialized, just as Yuan Shi's strikes were about to descend upon De Bao and his companions. A terrifying beam of sword light erupted from the portal, instantly countering Yuan Shi's onslaught. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of sanctity permeated the air above Chaoga City, and moments later, Tong Tian gradually emerged. With a frigid tone, he declared, "Yuan Shi, you foolish child, you are courting death?" Yuan Shi trembled. Disbelief etched across his face. This could not be real. I had effectively sealed Chaoga City. How could there still be a means of communication? At that moment, Tong Tian was wholly unconcerned with Yuan Shi's thoughts. Witnessing the scene before him, his fury was beyond containment. "You old fool, die!" Tong Tian's words reverberated, shaking the very fabric of reality. Chapter 66. The Might of a Sword. Above Chaoga City, Tong Tian unleashed his unparalleled divine aura, summoning the Qingping sword to launch a ferocious assault against Yuan Shi. Boom! The sword light shattered the void itself in its wake. Tong Tian's swordsmanship had escalated to an astonishing 14-fold. As Yuan Shi beheld the menacing sword light racing towards him, his complexion drained of color, and he was gripped by a sense of dread. Tong Tian's power had grown even more formidable, truly a fiendish wretch. Faced with such a terrifying sword light, Yuan Shi dared not confront it head-on and swiftly fled to the side, narrowly escaping. Boom! The sword light struck the space behind Yuan Shi, resulting in an explosion that formed a black hole, which devoured the surrounding debris. After a considerable time, the black hole gradually dissipated. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuan Shi was left utterly dumbfounded, akin to a wooden puppet. He was profoundly shocked. Had that sword strike landed upon him, would he have been able to withstand it? Tong Tian loomed in the void, radiating an intimidating aura that clashed with Yuan Shi's, relentlessly suppressing his presence. "It is my master. My master has come to rescue us," De Bao exclaimed, filled with excitement. The despicable members of the Chan sect had just sought to annihilate them. Yet now my master had arrived. Let us see how they would respond. Lu Ye's eyes brimmed with fervor as he regarded Tong Tian. Indeed, his master was the most formidable. Tong Tian's might in this primordial realm was unrivaled. Was it not? The appearance of Tong Tian ignited immense exhilaration within the great cloud immortal, who immediately began to taunt the Chan sect. "What is the matter? Why not come over and let me ascend the divine ranking?" To De Bao and his companions, Tong Tian's presence was like a potent elixir. Their master had arrived. Who could dare to bully them now? My master would surely not let them off easily. De Bao hurried to Wu Dang, retrieving the remaining 3 light divine water and offering it to Wu Dang to drink. After imbibing the 3 light divine water, Wu Dang's injuries were substantially healed, and her body was no longer at risk of being shattered. However, she had only recovered about half of her injuries. The remaining 3 light divine water was insufficient for complete healing. "Drink up the rest of this 3 light divine water." Tong Tian, seeing Wu Dang so grievously injured, with one arm utterly destroyed, felt his rage ignite fiercely as his primordial spirit world. A luminescent jade vial floated before Wu Dang, undoubtedly filled with 3 light divine water. If she consumed it all, her wounds would surely heal completely. Without hesitation, Wu Dang expressed her gratitude to her master and proceeded to drink the 3 light divine water to mend her injuries. Though Wu Dang was significantly improved after drinking the divine water, De Bao, Great Cloud, and Luya had all suffered grievous injuries, causing Tong Tian's eyes to blaze with even greater fury at that moment. Tong Tian's aura had transformed into something utterly terrifying. "Yuan Shi, is this all you are capable of? With such prowess, why do you not come and confront me?" Tong Tian bellowed directly at Yuan Shi. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's expression grew exceedingly grim, and he feigned calmness as he replied, "I merely intended to teach them a small lesson for their reckless actions, as fellow practitioners of the Xianmen. How could they attempt to extinguish Yu Ding without receiving a profound lesson in return? Besides, I did not kill them. Is this not just?" Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Tong Tian erupted into maniacal laughter. "With explanations like yours, should I not be grateful to you instead? How about I reward you with a bone?" Realizing that Tong Tian was mocking him, Yuan Shi's fury surged. and he immediately retaliated against Tong Tian. "Damn you, Tong Tian, do not presume that I cannot deal with you. I shall slay you," Yuan Shi roared, brandishing the Panga banner, exuding a formidable aura. He was not intimidated by Tong Tian. After all, he possessed the Zhutian Qingyun and the Panga banner. Even if Tong Tian's realm surpassed his, he felt no fear. "Tong Tian, this time it is truly your disciples from the Jie sect who have overstepped. We did not intend to harm them. We only wished to teach them a lesson," Randall interjected. As an elder, he was of a comparable standing to Tong Tian, albeit with lesser cultivation. While others remained silent, he dared to speak, demonstrating some courage. But alas, he had the misfortune of confronting Tong Tian. "Who gave you the audacity to prattle before me? I have no bones to spare for you. Get lost," Tong Tian coldly retorted. He might not be able to dispatch Yuan Shi with a single strike. But could he not handle a mere Randall? "How dare you presume to speak freely before me? It is simply outrageous." Swish! Tong Tian immediately swung the Qing Ping sword, unleashing an immensely powerful beam of sword light directed at Randall. Seeing this unfold, Randall's face turned pale, and he hurriedly raised the Qinquan ruler in defense. Boom! The sword light struck the side of the Qinquan ruler, dissipating a significant portion of its spiritual light. Before Randall could call for Yuan Shi's assistance, the sword light pierced through the Qinquan ruler and struck him squarely in the chest. Randall let out a wretched cry, although his body appeared unscathed. The injury to his primordial spirit was severe, resulting in the loss of over half his primordial power. The sword technique Tong Tian unleashed was designed to eradicate the primordial spirit, and he had infused all his sword principles into this strike. Randall's primordial spirit was decimated by more than half, and it continued to wane. In his panic, he bit his lip without realizing it, crying out, "Yuan Shi, please help me, help me." Yuan Shi heard Randall's plea, his face turning ashen as he reached out, placing both hands against Randall's back to transfer his own spiritual power, subsequently expelling Tong Tian's sword energy. With a sudden burst, the sword energy tore through Randall's chest, gradually dissipating into the void. Randall was left utterly stunned. Merely one sword strike had nearly resulted in his demise had Yuan Shi not intervened. After dispelling the sword energy, Yuan Shi provided a modicum of spiritual power to aid Randall's recovery. But at that moment, his own expression was one of profound distress. Chapter 67. The battle begins. Within Chaoga City, Yuan Shi wore a grim expression as he assisted Randall in healing. Tong Tian showed him no respect whatsoever, attempting to kill the vice leader of the Chan sect right before his eyes. Did I possess so little significance? Yuan Shi, at this moment, had no time for idle chatter. His gaze shifted to Dabao. "Tong Tian, you seek to slay my Randall. Then I shall eliminate your Dabao. We must repay your own deeds in kind. Kill." Yuan Shi instantaneously commanded the Panga banner to unleash an overwhelming force. A wave of banner energy surged forth, rippling through space, utterly terrifying. "Heh, fool." Tong Tian had long sensed Yuan Shi's intent to strike at Dabao. He would not be as foolish as Yuan Shi. Swish! Tong Tian nonchalantly flicked his hand towards Duobao, causing an ancient, enigmatic bell to hover above Duobao, providing him with protection. Boom! The banner's energy collided with the chaos bell, producing a thunderous roar. Yet, the chaos bell remained steadfast. While the energy from the Panga banner dissipated entirely, that a single attack from the Panga banner proved insufficient to even rattle the chaos bell. The chaos bell? Yuan Shi's eyes brimmed with envy and resentment. He could never have anticipated that Tongtian had acquired the chaos bell. He pondered why that scoundrel seemed to ascend in rank with such ease, like drinking water, only to realize he must have ventured into the chaos in search of treasures. Observing Duobao, now encased within the chaos bell, Yuan Shi recognized the disparity in their strengths and refrained from further attempts to assault Duobao. Nevertheless, Yuan Shi refused to concede to Tongtian, once more elevating his aura. Sensing Yuan Shi's relentless determination, Tongtian's fury ignited, as he unleashed his terrifying energy to clash with Yuan Shi's. Boom! In that moment, the skies above Chaoga City reverberated with a series of deafening roars, audible throughout the vast expanse of the Honghuang lands. Deep within the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the Mingyi was equally struck by this disturbance, astonished as he murmured, "This power, is this the battle of saints?" A battle of saints, and devoid of any semblance of restraint. What if they were to shatter this realm? Within the Wuzhuang temple, Jin Yuanzi wore a face of astonishment, questioning whether two more saints were indeed clashing. Is this real or mere illusion? In the skies above Chaoga City, witnessing the duel of the two saints, the powerful beings covertly watching were utterly astounded. Have they truly begun to fight? The two sects are at odds. Let them battle. The ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be our Western Church. Ketty laughed heartily, envisioning a grand opportunity to benefit, hoping both the Jie sect and Chan sect would suffer mutual destruction at that moment. Jie Yin also chuckled with delight. The two saints of the West were solely interested in spectating, showing no inclination to intervene. Although the Western Church had allied with the Chan sect, they would revel in the spectacle of their conflict. For no matter how they fought, it had nothing to do with them. Similarly, Enwa merely wished to observe, with no intention of aiding Yuan Shi. She refrained from sending her disciple Ling Zhuzi into the fray, for she was uncertain whether to side with the Chan sect or the Jie sect, preferring to watch the outcome unfold. Yet, Taishang, also a spectator, found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whom to assist. Ultimately deciding to remain an observer, Ti was a dilemma. Taishang's heart was fraught with conflict, yet in the end, he chose not to support anyone. Regardless, the number of disciples within the human church was far too scant. Even if he were to intervene in the battle between the Jie and Chan sects, it would bear little impact. Moreover, the sheer numbers of the Chan and Jie sects were overwhelming. Should they engage in battle, the resultant casualties would merely replenish the Fengshen Bang, an advantageous outcome for the human church. Was this not a favorable situation? At this moment, the clash between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had reached a fever pitch. Tong Tian stared at Yuan Shi, his expression impassive, entirely unperturbed. In stark contrast, Yuan Shi's face was a mask of fury, resolutely determined to instill a sense of fear in Tongtian. Wudong, Holy Mother, why are you not teaching a lesson to those disciples of the Chan sect? What are you waiting for? If we do not discipline them, it will only reinforce the notion that our Jie sect is easily bullied. Tongtian turned to Wudong, Holy Mother, completely disregarding Yuan Shi. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Wudong, Holy Mother felt a surge of excitement. Her injuries had healed, and she certainly possessed the strength to confront the four Chan sect disciples from earlier. Yes, I shall go at once. Wudong exclaimed loudly. With that, she unleashed her formidable aura and charged towards the Chan sect disciples. Duobao, too, taunted the Chan disciples, declaring, "Our battle was just interrupted. Allow me to teach you a lesson once more. Fight." At that moment, Weiyun and Luya also erupted with fierce energy, launching an assault against the Chan sect members. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Shi's fury reached its zenith as he bellowed, "How dare you!" Tongtian, upon hearing Yuan Shi's audacious threat, could no longer afford to be courteous. A blade of energy shot towards Yuan Shi. "Scoundrel!" Yuan Shi cursed vehemently, hastily activating his panga banner to deflect Tongtian's sword energy. Tongtian, now fully focused on the ongoing battle, disregarded Yuan Shi, knowing that Yuan Shi could not harm him. If they were to clash in Chaoga City, a moment's inattention could unleash devastating energy capable of shattering this realm and endangering countless innocent lives. Moreover, even if Tongtian were willing to engage Yuan Shi here, Hongjun would certainly not permit it. Unable to contend with Hongjun yet, Tongtian had no intention of lingering in conflict with Yuan Shi. Instead, he prepared to relocate the battlefield elsewhere. "Yuan Shi, you are unable to unleash your full potential here. If you possess the courage, join me in the cosmos. Today, I shall claim your life," Tongtian roared, then tore through the fabric of space. Stepping inside, upon hearing Tongtian's words, how could Yuan Shi possibly restrain himself? He too tore through the space with his panga banner, following closely behind. Whoosh! The two arrived on a desolate, uninhabited planet. Without further ado, they commenced their fierce battle. Meanwhile, the powerful beings lurking in the shadows turned their gazes towards the planet where the two battled. A battle between saints was a spectacle rarely witnessed. Back in Chaoga City, Duobao noted that his master had led Yuan Shi to a planet for combat. He was eager to observe, but knew he must first deal with the Chan sect's lackeys. Chapter 68. Crushing the Chan sect disciples. Duobao shouted, "Despicable and shameless disciples of the Chan sect, let us wage war." Wudong, gritting her teeth, retorted, "I refuse to believe it. This time, I shall see how you evade." At that moment, the four quasi-saints of the Jie sect unleashed their powers. targeting different adversaries. Duo Bao faced off against Ran Deng, roaring, "Old thief, Ran Deng. This time, I shall witness your demise." As the four from the Jie sect charged forth like fierce tigers, the faces of Ran Deng and his companions turned pale. Especially Ran Deng, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. After all, more than half of his primordial spirit had been extinguished. How could he withstand Duo Bao's onslaught? Most terrifying of all, Duo Bao wielded the god-slaying spear. Such a treasure was certainly beyond the defenses of his Qianquan ruler. With no other recourse, Ran Deng hastily summoned his Qianquan ruler to fend off Duo Bao's assault. Meanwhile, Nanji found himself in a similarly dire predicament as Wu Yun and Lu Ya coordinated their attack against him. His Panga banner had been retracted by Yuan Shi, leaving him to rely solely on his divine powers for defense. "Qianquan seal," Nanji shouted, immediately shifting through various incantations, conjuring a seal imbued with mystical energies. As if containing the vastness of the universe, its might boundless. Without hesitation, Nanji propelled the Qianquan seal towards Duo Bao in an attempt to subdue him. Smash! Lu Ya shouted a single word, instantly unleashing his supreme attack, shattering Nanji's Qianquan seal. Witnessing this, Wu Yun laughed mockingly. "Nanji, your strength is woefully inadequate." Enraged by Wu Yun's insult, Nanji erupted with fury. "Scoundrels, you are courting death." With that, Nanji summoned a treasured artifact, directing it towards Wu Yun. Observing this attack, Lu Ya instructed Wu Yun. "Wu Yun, teach him a lesson." With that, Lu Ya also summoned a gourd radiating mysterious light. He swiftly altered his hand gestures, chanting, "Please, treasure, turn." Boom! The instant Lu Ya completed his incantation, a terrifying purple light gathered at the gourd's opening and shot forth. This beam of purple light expanded in Nanji's vision, drawing nearer with every moment, causing him to panic. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "Is that a treasure?" Upon hearing the inquiries from Nanji, Lu Ya had no time to concern himself with them. He directed the violet arcane light straight towards Lu Ya's face. Boom! The violet arcane light struck Nanji's staff, producing a resounding roar. The staff, having absorbed the arcane energy, now radiated no more brilliance, appearing as an ordinary walking stick. Puffed! The damage inflicted upon the staff took a toll on Nanji, who coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, sustaining severe injuries. "Wow! Your magical artifact is truly remarkable," exclaimed Wiyun Daxian, visibly astonished thy new master would not take on a disciple lightly. If one lacked strength, how could he possibly be chosen? Whirling thoughts aside, Wiyun Daxian refused to be outdone and conjured myriad divine thunders, launching them towards Nanji. Despite Nanji's higher realm compared to both Wu Yun and Lu Ya, he found himself continually retreating under their combined assaults, all while keeping a wary eye on Lu Ya, fearing the resurgence of that violet arcane light. Should Lu Ya unleash it again, he would undoubtedly falter. Bang! 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 Nanji could only defend against their relentless attacks, utterly powerless to retaliate. Meanwhile, Ran Deng was faring even worse than Nanji. His primordial spirit had already been severed by Tong Tian, leaving him with barely half his strength. How could he hope to contend with Duo Bao? There's no other choice. Ran Deng could only resort to his last-ditch effort, channeling the scant remnants of his primordial energy, and soon he held a cerulean lantern in his hand. Without hesitation, he transformed the lantern into a protective light shield to safeguard himself. "Heh, is this the extent of your tricks?" Duo Bao scoffed, dismissing Ran Deng entirely as he brandished the god-slaying spear and hurled it towards him. Boom! The cerulean light shield trembled violently, and Ran Deng was quickly running out of energy at that moment. Both Ran Deng and Nanji were embroiled in their own predicaments, while Wudong prepared to confront Tai and Yuding. "Tai! Yuding, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths," Wudong shouted furiously. Her injuries had nearly healed, and it was more than sufficient for her to deal with the two. She had not forgotten any of their insults directed at her, and would never let them off easily. "You scoundrels, I shall fight to the death." Tai, having previously experienced that escape was futile, resolved to battle fiercely. He summoned the 9 dragons of Li Hua. Boom! 9 colossal dragons, engulfed in flames, surged towards Wudong. "Get lost!" Wudong roared, for she was a quasi-saint. How formidable could Tai's assault be against her? Tai realized that his attack felt like mere tickles to Wudong, and he hastily exclaimed, "If you dare kill me, my master will undoubtedly avenge me." Wudong paid no heed to Tai's threats, retorting, "Enough of your nonsense. Prepare to meet your end." Boom. Wudong unleashed her supreme divine powers against Tai, who, in a moment of desperation, could only summon the 9 dragons back to envelop his body. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying. Damn it. Yuding, witnessing this scene, was overtaken by panic. Currently, he was merely a primordial spirit. If Tai were to deal with him, it would be effortless. Yet, if Tai could not withstand Wudong's might, what chance did he have? Contemplating this, Yuding fled in despair. "Do you think you can escape?" Wudong's eyes glinted with a murderous intent directed at Yuding. No matter what, she would not let Yuding slip away today. Who could endure being challenged repeatedly without retaliation? Today, Yuding would surely perish. Boom. Wudong's hands moved swiftly through various incantations, launching a barrage of attacks towards Yuding. With the slightest misstep, Yuding would be annihilated by her onslaught. All Yuding could do was flee desperately, continuously calling for aid from the other members of the Chan sect. Chapter 69. The Fall of Yuding. Above Jie this moment, Yuding was in utter disarray, shouting, "Help! Nanji, save me! Randang, help!" Hearing his cries, both Nanji and Randang's expressions turned ashen at this juncture. They could barely look after themselves, let alone rush to save Yuding. Brother Yuding. Tai, witnessing Yuding in dire straits, felt an overwhelming panic and involuntarily called out. Upon hearing Tai's voice, Yuding disregarded everything and rushed towards him, knowing Tai possessed defensive artifacts, although Yuding had his own protective treasures. He could no longer utilize them. 9 Dragon's Shield. Tai summoned all his spiritual energy, merging the 9 flaming dragons into a singular shield, placing it before Yuding. Boom! The 9 dragons' shield trembled upon contact with Wudong's divine powers, fracturing inch by inch, dissipating into ethereal light. "Wudong, stop!" Yuding, now pale with fear, gazed helplessly at Wudong's unleashed powers. Bang! Another divine strike fell, and Yuding's primordial spirit was nearly transparent in the void, barely a touch away from obliteration. Tai, now terrified, rushed forward, intent on rescuing Yuding. "Wash your neck clean and wait for me. Just a moment, and I'll send you both to reunite on the List of Deities." Wudong kicked Tai away, exacerbating his injuries. "Wudong, do you think your life is too long? How long do you think you can live after killing me? Killing me will bring you no benefit. Spare me, please." Yuding pleaded desperately, and no need for further words. "Today, no one can save your life," Wudong coldly declared, employing her divine powers to bind Yuding in the void, rendering him unable to escape. She approached Yuding's primordial spirit and struck it with a palm. Boom! Yuding didn't even have time to utter a plea for mercy before he transformed into countless particles of light, slowly dissipating into the air. His true spirit swiftly retreated into the void. Ascending to the List of Deities, time seemed to freeze in that moment, as the expressions of the Chan sect members shifted from shock to boundless fury. Nanji and Randang shared the same sentiment. Yuding was gone, truly gone. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, Yuan Shi was aware of the conflict unfolding in Chaoga. The moment he sensed Yuding had entered the List of Deities, bloodshot rage filled his gaze. Yuding was dead. His most cherished disciple was dead. He could hardly believe that Wudong had dared to slay Yuding. Yuan Shi trembled with fury, his protective instincts ignited, especially since Yuding had been killed before so many witnesses. His wrath rivaled that of the time he had been slapped by Hoda Wudong. "If I do not annihilate you today, I shall not be called Yuan Shi." Boom! Yuan Shi released an overwhelming holy might, causing the entire starry sky to tremble at this moment. He could no longer care about anything else, nor did he mind if his holy might would shatter the primordial realm. Yuan Shi was solely focused on eliminating Wudong, seeking vengeance for his beloved disciple. Meanwhile, the other disciples of the Chan sect in Chaoga regained their composure. "Scoundrels, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I shall see how long you can survive." Randang snarled with venomous fury. As the vice leader of the Chan sect, he could only watch helplessly as his disciple was slain before his very eyes. In that instant, Randang's fury could no longer be contained. Yuding, Nanji's expression was equally as dark. His eyes ablaze with rage. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect had close ties with him, and Yuding was among his closest friends. Yet, Yuding had just been killed. How could he possibly remain calm? Tai's eyes were vacant, still unable to accept this reality. This couldn't be true. How could Brother Yuding be slain by Wudong just like that? It must be that I have misread the situation. One must understand that among the 12 of us, Yuding's realm is the highest. He cannot have simply perished. Within the entirety of the Chan sect, the relationship between Yuding Zhenren and him is akin to that of brothers. Thus he cannot bring himself to believe that Yuding has truly met his demise. Wudong, you scoundrel! How dare you slay my senior brother? You have taken his life, and my master will undoubtedly seek vengeance for him. Tao Zhenren bellowed in uncontainable fury. Heh! Do you think I am afraid? You should be more concerned about your own safety. Prepare to pay with your life, Wudong Shengmu replied in a frigid tone. Now that Yuding has been marked, sending Tao Zhenren to the same fate would perfectly pair them, ensuring that the Naihe Bridge would not remain so lonely. Tao Zhenren, sensing Wudong's murderous intent, quickly regained his composure. He enveloped himself with the 9 Dragons' fire shield, ready to flee at the first opportunity. At this moment, Tao Zhenren's thoughts were to return to the Yu Su Palace. Once there, Wudong would surely be unable to harm him. It was utterly inconceivable that Wudong had actually dared to kill Yuding. One could easily imagine how furious Yuan Shi would be. On a distant planet, Yuan Shi could no longer restrain himself and let out a tremendous roar, his aura surging uncontrollably, shattering several nearby asteroids in an instant. Witnessing Yuan Shi's overwhelming presence, was this to be a battle to the death? Those clandestinely observing were left in profound shock. Yuan Shi had unleashed his full power. The Panga banner in his grasp was roaring with energy. Even the Taishang would not dare to challenge its brilliance. However, as Tong Tian watched the enraged Yuan Shi, his gaze was filled with utter disdain. Was this the extent of his might? Even if Yuan Shi exerted all his strength, he would only match a fraction of Tong Tian's power. Such feeble strength, how could Tong Tian take it seriously? With just a flick of his wrist, he could easily suppress Yuan Shi. Wudong, you shall pay with your life, Yuan Shi declared, disregarding everything else as he swung the Panga banner. Chapter 70. The Saints Clash. On an unknown planet, the furious Yuan Shi wielded the Panga banner, summoning a blade of energy into the void. Boom! This formidable wave of energy steadily intensified as it locked onto its target, Wudong. Wudong Shengmu would not be able to withstand this attack. Even a glancing blow would be enough to obliterate her. Sensing the overwhelming energy fluctuations in the void, the hidden powerful beings were equally astounded. They wondered if they could survive such a terrifying assault, fearing their fate might mirror that of Wudong Shengmu. Even the saints were filled with dread upon sensing such a powerful attack. Is this all there is? Tong Tian mocked Yuan Shi. It seems I have overestimated you. With that, Tong Tian unleashed his own aura, matching Yuan Shi's intensity without utilizing his full strength. Divine technique, Dao, heaven, sword. Tong Tian enunciated slowly, before gracefully swinging the Qingping sword towards Yuan Shi. Boom! Realizing that he must eliminate Tong Tian first, Yuan Shi roared, Tong Tian, prepare to meet your end. He then activated the Panga banner, unleashing a torrential blade of energy. At that moment, even space itself was neatly cleaved apart before slowly mending. Cut! As Yuan Shi's attack commenced, Tong Tian deftly shifted his hands, manipulating the Qingping sword to collide with it. The two formidable forces clashed, and time seemed to halt in that instant, followed by a wave of explosive energy that gradually spread outward. Boom! Within a 10-mile radius of this shockwave, all planets were shattered. Showcasing the terrifying power of their confrontation, surrounding the battlefield, all asteroids appeared thoroughly swept away, with only a scant few planets remaining. Witnessing his strongest technique thwarted so effortlessly by Tong Tian, Yuan Shi's expression turned to one of disbelief. Am I being toyed with? This cannot be real. At this moment, Yuan Shi disregarded everything and summoned all his spiritual energy, launching another assault with the blade of the Panga banner. Come forth, Chaos Bell. Tong Tian, however, remained unfazed, summoning his defensive treasured in an instant. An ancient and mysterious giant bell materialized above his head, transforming into a golden light shield that enveloped him. Boom! The attack from Yuan Shi struck the Chaos Bell, causing it to radiate even brighter golden light, which slowly dissipated as the attack subsided. Yuan Shi's strike was effortlessly blocked by the Chaos Bell, which remained completely unscathed. Observing the Chaos Bell, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. The Chaos Bell, a supreme treasure, was unparalleled in both offense and defense. It surpassed even the Taiji diagram. Seeing his technique so easily countered, Yuan Shi roared, "Tong Tian, do not think you can defeat me merely with your treasure." In Yuan Shi's eyes, Tong Tian relied solely on the chaos bell. Otherwise, how could he remain so composed against such an onslaught? Tong Tian, observing the flustered Yuan Shi, casually unleashed a beam of sword light towards him. "You possess treasures, but so do I. Arise, slay heaven's celebration cloud." Yuan Shi retorted in fury, swiftly enveloping himself in the slay heaven's celebration cloud for protection. Boom! The sword light struck the barriers surrounding Yuan Shi, causing it to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Witnessing this, Yuan Shi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. That is this real? Tong Tian's casual move is this powerful? Fortunately, after enduring for over 20 seconds, the slay heaven's celebration cloud finally dissipated, and Yuan Shi breathed a sigh of relief. However, his relief was short-lived, as the slay heaven's celebration cloud seemed to have significantly weakened, losing its brilliant glow. Tong Tian's previous attack had evidently inflicted some damage on the slay heaven's celebration cloud. The slay heaven's celebration cloud was an extraordinarily strong defensive treasure, comparable to a supreme artifact. Yet, after just a single strike from Tong Tian, it had sustained damage. Just how formidable was Tong Tian's sword? "Heh, your defensive treasure is indeed impressive," Tong Tian remarked with a smile, "but it's merely moderately impressive. That last attack was just a casual strike. If I were to unleash several more, could the slay heaven's celebration cloud withstand it?" Moreover, he had only utilized a little over 70% of his power. Unleashing 1,000 strikes of that caliber would pose no challenge. "Cut!" Tong Tian declared loudly, casually sending another beam of sword light toward Yuan Shi. Seeing this, Yuan Shi's complexion paled, and he immediately summoned all his strength, pouring spiritual energy into the slay heaven's celebration cloud. Boom! A sword light collided with the slay heaven's celebration cloud, dimming its brilliance to around 30%. Boom! Tong Tian would not relent, launching yet another strike aimed at the slay heaven's celebration cloud. Yuan Shi panicked, inwardly cursing Tong Tian as he gritted his teeth, desperately holding on. Bang! 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 Realizing his strikes were too slow, Tong Tian unleashed 3 beams of sword light, relentlessly striking the same spot on the slay heaven's celebration cloud. Boom! As the final beam descended, the slay heaven's celebration cloud could no longer endure, shattering into countless fragments that vanished into the void. Tong Tian had obliterated the slay heaven's celebration cloud. "Now, let me see what other treasures you possess to withstand my strike." Tong Tian taunted, leaving Yuan Shi defenseless. Could he withstand Tong Tian's sword? Arrogance. Yuan Shi gazed in despair as Zhu Tianqing Yun was shattered into oblivion. It felt as though his own heart had been shattered alongside it. The thought of irreparable loss threatened to consume him with anguish. To make matters worse, at that very moment, Tong Tian dared to mock him. How could he endure such an affront? Enraged, Yuan Shi summoned the Panga banner. Prepared to confront Tong Tian head-on. "You brought this upon yourself," Tong Tian sneered, his face a mask of disdain. In Chapter 71. The utter defeat of Yuan Shi. At this juncture, Yuan Shi, in a fit of fury, unleashed a formidable blade of the banner towards Tong Tian. Tong Tian, observing the frenzied Yuan Shi, merely waved his hand, releasing a streak of sword light to counter it. Boom! The sword light collided with the banner blade. After several breaths, the sword light shattered the banner blade, its momentum undiminished as it struck Yuan Shi. "Bastard!" Yuan Shi exclaimed, as the sword light slammed into his chest, ripping his robe to shreds, leaving him resembling a beggar. Not only was his robe torn, but Tong Tian's attack also left a gaping, bloody wound on Yuan Shi's chest. The sword strike was specifically aimed at severing the primordial spirit. Fortunately, Yuan Shi's banner blade absorbed most of the damage. Or else the outcome would have been far more grievous. "Keep shouting, don't stop," Tong Tian taunted, before launching another ordinary sword energy at Yuan Shi. This moment, Yuan Shi's expression was a mix of shock and fury. Not only had his defensive treasure been destroyed, but he was also wounded. As Tong Tian unleashed another wave of sword energy, he dared not resist any longer and fled in a panic. Observing Yuan Shi's desperate maneuvers, Tong Tian had no intention of finishing him off swiftly. Instead, he unleashed wave after wave of sword energy, relentlessly pursuing Yuan Shi as a cat would toy with a mouse. Yuan Shi's plight was truly pitiful. In the depths of the Blood Sea, some powerful beings watched in astonishment, their mouths agape. In the Five Zhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi was taken aback, his jaw dropping at the sight of Yuan Shi's utter humiliation. This was an unequivocal victory. Duo Bao, equally incredulous, realized the extent of his master's formidable prowess, never having imagined it could reach such heights. Was the chasm between saints truly this vast? After all, Yuan Shi was not without strength. He had just recently felt its weight. Meanwhile, Luya Daorin gazed at Tong Tian with an intensity that bordered on obsession, his eyes aflame with fervor. The level of mastery displayed by his master was precisely what he had long sought. Should he attain such a realm, he would surely seek vengeance against the Western teachings. Wu Dong and Wu Yun were equally astonished. Unbeknownst to them, their master had become so formidable, utterly dominating Yuan Shi. Impossible! I must have misjudged. Randang's face mirrored disbelief. He possessed profound insight into the strength of saints. Even 10 quasi-saints united could hardly harm a saint. Yet now Yuan Shi was being utterly trounced by Tong Tian. What could this mean? Nanji Xianwing struggled to accept this reality. His master had always been an insurmountable figure in his eyes. Yet now, Tong Tian had surpassed him. Within the Western teachings, this must be false. Though Tong Tian was indeed powerful, could he possibly be strong enough to subdue Yuan Shi? Zhun Ti refused to accept this notion. The two saints of the West had always been beneath Yuan Shi, yet now he had been utterly defeated by Tong Tian. If Tong Tian turned his attention to them, what would become of them? The two Western saints exchanged glances, terror gripping their hearts. No, we must devise a strategy. We cannot allow Yuan Shi to be toyed with any longer. Jie Yin spoke gravely. If this continues, the Chan sect will surely perish. Yet even if they sacrificed all their disciples to the Feng Shen Bang, it would not suffice. In that eventuality, Tong Tian would turn his wrath upon them. Hearing Jie Yin's words, Zhun Ti felt a surge of dread. The Western teachings were already inferior to the Chan sect, with only a single quasi-saint among them. Their two saints could not contend with Tong Tian. The outcome was all but predetermined. Hua, witnessing Yuan Shi's desperate plight, questioned the authenticity of the scene before her. Her cultivation had long reached the 5th realm of the heavenly Dao saints. Yet even she sensed the terrifying nature of Tong Tian's attacks. Thus, she too doubted her ability to confront him, reflecting on her earlier decision to send her disciples to aid Yuan Shi. She recognized it as a grave error. Now, even if the Western teachings and the Chan sect united to assault Tong Tian, they would surely be overpowered, likely finding themselves on the receiving end of his relentless pursuit. Furthermore, the number of quasi-saints within the Jie sect had already far surpassed that of their combined factions. At this moment, Taishang's expression shifted dramatically. Why had Tong Tian's prowess surged so swiftly? He felt a mixture of envy and resentment. Among all the saints, save Hong Jun, he had always been the most powerful, yet now he had been surpassed by Tong Tian. What was most alarming was that Tong Tian appeared to be toying with his adversary. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi had exhausted all his strength, even surpassing his limits, yet he remained relentlessly pursued by Tong Tian, dodging the latter's onslaught. Consumed by rage, Yuan Shi found himself powerless against Tong Tian. He believed that if Tong Tian were without the chaos bell, he would stand a chance. Tong Tian, you are merely relying on external artifacts, Yuan Shi declared, filled with indignation. If you possess the courage, put away the chaos bell and face me in battle. Ha! Look at your pitiful state now. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Tong Tian laughed boisterously. Very well, I shall indulge you. With an air of disdain, Tong Tian set the chaos bell aside. Arrogant. Yuan Shi's eyes blazed with fury. Tong Tian's contempt was palpable, and Yuan Shi yearned to rend him to pieces. Today, you shall meet your end. Endless blades of the banner surged forth. Boom! In an instant, Yuan Shi channeled boundless spiritual energy into the Panga banner, which manifested countless blades, all aimed at Tong Tian. The sheer intensity of these blades revealed the depths of Yuan Shi's in Chapter 72, the might of a palm, on the planetary surface. Yuan Shi commanded an unending barrage of blades towards Tong Tian. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? I had overestimated you. Tong Tian scoffed at the relentless assault, his expression still brimming with disdain. True Pangu, arise. Without hesitation, Tong Tian amplified his power, raising it to over half of his full capacity. Countless streams of spiritual energy coalesced into a figure imbued with ancient aura. Converge, Tong Tian executed a hand seal, merging his form with that of the true Pangu. Boom! In an instant, Tong Tian's form appeared to magnify tenfold, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. At that moment, Tong Tian's physical realm reached the pinnacle of the chaos demon god, embodying the highest echelon of that realm. His body continued to swell, adorned with purple-gold battle markings that radiated an overwhelming strength. Before long, Tong Tian's stature rivaled that of the planet itself, while Yuan Shi appeared diminutive, akin to an ant in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, countless blades of banners struck against the true form of Pangu, landing upon him as if merely scratching an itch, rendering no effect whatsoever. The air was filled with the sound of explosions, yet the true form of Pangu remained utterly unscathed. Tong Tian stood quietly, awaiting the offensive from Yuan Shi, who was seemingly incapable of overcoming him in the presence of Pangu's true form. Tong Tian could effortlessly disregard the attacks unleashed by Yuan Shi. "Come on, Yuan Shi, continue your assault," Tong Tian mocked, holding Yuan Shi in utter contempt. With such meager strength, it was baffling how he dared to challenge me. The chaos clock had already been withdrawn. Yet Yuan Shi still failed to inflict even a single strand of harm upon him. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Shi was left utterly dumbfounded. He had exerted his utmost power, yet he could not draw even a drop of blood from Tong Tian, not even a bead of sweat. Moreover, this was under the condition that Tong Tian had willingly opened himself to be struck. At this realization, Yuan Shi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, within the Western Church, the two saints of the West suddenly rose, pointing at Tongtian's direction, rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. Terrifying. It was simply too frightening. What technique was Tong Tian employing to manifest such a colossal form? The Western saints could not fathom which method could possibly yield such results. Although they were in the dark, Taishang was fully aware. The aura of Pangu. This was a unique essence belonging solely to Pangu. When had Tong Tian mastered such a divine ability to transform into such a grandiose figure? This must indeed be the true form of Pangu. At that moment, Taishang's heart was filled with shock and confusion. In the palace of Nua's expression mirrored utter astonishment. Today, Tong Tian had provided her with far too many surprises. Terrifying indeed, the techniques unleashed by Yuan Shi had already left her astounded. Yet now it appeared Tong Tian was even more formidable. How could he have cultivated such a terrifying divine power? All the great beings observing this scene were profoundly astonished. No wonder Tong Tian had dared to put away the chaos clock. Perhaps, in his eyes, Yuan Shi was akin to a mere plaything. "Didn't I put away the chaos clock as you requested? Didn't you want me to look good? I'll speak the truth. You are truly pathetic," Tong Tian scoffed, before swiftly delivering a slap towards Yuan Shi. Before Yuan Shi could muster any retort, an immense hand sent him flying. Whoosh! Yuan Shi's figure vanished from sight, leaving no trace. The other great beings, witnessing this spectacle, were no longer surprised. They had grown accustomed to it. However, three saints could no longer contain themselves, unable to accept the crushing defeat Yuan Shi had endured from the very beginning. Particularly the two saints of the West, who had believed they could benefit from the situation. The ideal was beautiful, yet the reality was harsh. Yuan Shi had been continuously suppressed by Tong Tian, regardless of how ferocious Yuan Shi's attacks were. Tong Tian effortlessly countered them. At that moment, they were restless. If the Chan sect were to be defeated by the Jie sect, the Western Church would ultimately face the same fate. What to do? Zhun Ti directed his gaze towards Jie Yin, stating, Jie Yin's face was grim. It was imperative to take action. He could not believe that, united in their strength, Tong Tian could possibly overcome them. 3 saints against 1 Tong Tian, and Taishang would not merely be a spectator. However, at this moment, Taishang's heart was tumultuous, still uncertain of his stance. If he intervened to assist the Chan sect, his own human sect would inevitably be drawn into the fray. He did not wish to be entangled in their conflict, especially given the small number of people in his sect. More importantly, Tong Tian was not an adversary to be trifled with. Compared to Tong Tian, he would rather offend Yuan Shi than challenge Tong Tian. Yet, Taishang also harbored his own thoughts. If the Chan sect, along with my human sect and the Western Church, stood united, they might indeed contend with the Jie sect. However, Taishang did not desire to align with others at this juncture. One must preserve dignity. After all, that he was currently the second most revered saint in the wilderness, to join forces with them against Tongtian would be an affront to his own standing in the city of Chaoga. The sight of Yuan Shi being flung away by their master caused the four saints of the Jie sect to burst into laughter. Who told Yuan Shi to humiliate us so? Now he must understand the consequences. Duo Bao exclaimed with immense joy. Ha! All are worthless. Everyone from the Chan sect is merely trash. Upon hearing this, the mother of no thought chimed in. These despicable individuals can only resort to underhanded tactics. The great cloud immortal also mocked. With such a crooked leader like Yuan Shi, how could he not be a vile character, daring to bully us juniors? Meanwhile, Luya had already collapsed in laughter. Indeed, the Chan sect was nothing but a shameless faction. The likes of Randing, Nanji, and even Yuan Shi were all engaged in disgraceful and despicable deeds at this moment. Zhun Ti's words were naturally overheard by Randing and the others, igniting a fierce anger within Randing. He roared, "Nonsense! Our master has not been defeated by you, yet you dare to shout in arrogance?" Chapter 73. Tongtian's ruthless defeat of Yuan Shi. After Randing's furious shout, Duo Bao immediately laughed, saying, "It seems our lesson was not deep enough for you. Shall we pierce a few more holes in your body?" Randing glared at the god-slaying spear in Duo Bao's hand, struggling to suppress his urge to retaliate. Meanwhile, Taiji Jinren was in a state of panic. As the once mighty Yuan Shi was now nowhere to be found after being flung away by Tong Tian, Nanji also found it hard to believe this reality, yet he had no choice but to accept it. His face a mixture of surprise and rage. His astonishment was directed at Tong Tian, while his anger was aimed at Duo Bao and the others. How could he not be furious after hearing what they had just said? Wasn't he it enough to see his master being dealt with so thoroughly? Nanji shouted in anger. Upon hearing Nanji's words, Duo Bao's expression turned cold. Was Nanji courting death? Wu Dang sarcastically taunted Nanji. "Oh, you still dare to be so defiant. Just now, your Chan sect's Yuding was effortlessly slain by me." Boom.